Minute and 15 seconds. Mikko Rantanen on a breakaway. He shoots and he scores. The Moose is loose. 6 goals his last 5 games. Mikko Rantanen has the puck. Rantanen cuts to the middle. He scores! For the 3rd straight game on home ice, the Moose has gotten loose twice. Tip for Nathan McKinnon. They're going to try again. Rantanen, open net. You betcha! Throw the chapeau! His 2nd hat trick of the year. And the Moose is most decidedly loose. With $1:59 to go in the 3rd, Mikko Rantanen has 3. Colorado has 4. It's a 2-goal lead over the Kings.
The Moose is loose.
Mikko Rantanen, I said Mikko Rantanen. Mikko Rantanen, I said Mikko Rantanen. Mikko Rantanen, I said Mikko.
It's been a while since I heard that song. I love this one. I really do. Good morning, and what a win for the Avs last night. I got a lot of thoughts in general about the idea of where they're at as a team despite all the injuries. And after talking to Bednar yesterday, the amount of people are getting to come back into the lineup, hopefully on Friday, should provide such a huge boost. But we are out today on the road, one of the rare ones that we're on the road, at Adele Golf. And they make their own clubs. They customize their own things. And if you guys are any bit of a golfer, this place is pretty sweet. We got the simulator behind us that you come out here, they get you fitted for wedges, irons, putters, and make your game better. So stop by, say hi either today or sometime in the future, and let them hook you guys up because this place is pretty sweet. Now, we're going to be here until 10 o'clock this morning. But I want to start with this game yesterday because I'll start with the micro and go to the macro in a second. The micro is this. You play a game last night against a Kings team that poses a challenge, got some offense to them. But overall, you play against this team. They're 9-5-3 heading into this game. You had another one at home. And you get the challenge again of when you're at home, you want to start with some momentum, and you give one up early. Almost immediately. Right out of the gates, Georgiev, I don't know if he didn't see it very well or what kind of happened on that first goal, but Kempe, 30 seconds into the game, puts him up 1-0. And we always kind of have this sinking feeling because once that happens, you don't know what kind of night it's going to be. Georgiev has played really well over the past few games. And so I'm trying to balance this confidence in what he's done recently with also the other stuff that we've seen this year, which is things can get away from you in a hurry. But after, that goal 30 seconds in, you're able to respond pretty quickly afterwards, just a few minutes later with Lehkonen getting on the board. And you got a tie ball game. But before the end of the first period, I don't know what happened, if it was a miscommunication with Taves, and I believe Makar was on the ice with him. But both guys go to the opposite side of the net, or they challenge the puck, and they leave Kempe all alone on the backside. And that feels like that's happened quite a bit this year. It's something they got to get figured out because it's happening a little bit too often. But overall, you just miss somebody on the backside, and he's wide open to tap one in. So it's 2-1, and you head into the second. You need to have a solid period here. And I think this is the definition of solid. Outside of, I think it was one breakaway opportunity for the Kings, in which they rang one off the iron. The second period finished with 13-0 in shots on goal in favor of the Avs, including a goal by Mikko with about 4 minutes left in the period. By the way, that goal by Mikko was set up with a pretty amazing pass by Makar from the D zone. But when you dominate that way, and then you head into the third, it's just about you're at home, can you step on their throat and finish the game? Mikko grabs another goal, you're up 3-2, and then he finishes it with the Hattie with 2 minutes left on the empty net. That's the micro of last night. And we can get into that in more detail as we go along, but I'm way more interested in the macro. despite all of the minutes and the games lost to key players throughout injuries to start this year, you're 17 games in. And the Avs are an above 500 team. And I don't think that's a small detail. I don't know how many other teams would have been able to handle that kind of adversity. If you throw on top of that, the goaltending was shaky. So shaky that even though you had all these guys missing with injury, you had to bring up another goaltender just to say, guys, we need to figure this out. And if it's some guy from off the street that needs to step in and play, then we're going to do that. And you're an above 500 team with hopefully 3 different guys that are key players to your lineup coming back on Friday. And then you really get a taste for what this team is going to be this year. You know, it's difficult when you start a season and you have some excitement about it. And look, every year that both of these teams that play at Ball Arena, whether it's the Avs or the Nuggets, when they take the floor, when they take the ice, because of the top-end talent that they have on their teams between 2 of the arguably best players in the world. I don't think it's arguable in the NBA, but it's either McKinnon or Connor McDavid at the top in the NHL. Hell, you can throw McCarr in that conversation too. When you have that, you're always going to be at least competitive and in contention. But that, in contention, is a different word from, dude, I think you might be the favorite. And so I don't want to get too far out ahead of my skis here. But man, when you think about the impact of guys like Jonathan Drouin and what he brought last year, of course, Valeri Nichushkin, and the difference in record of games in which he plays and games in which he doesn't, of a Miles Wood that has been just a grinder, super fast, unique player that they added to the lineup. You start to think about pairing that up with, with the year that Mikko's having, with the year that McCarr's having, with the year that McKinnon's having. You might be one of these teams that you're so far dug into a hole with Winnipeg in the start to their season. Perhaps, once you get that, you can start to be on that level. Like maybe you can rattle off, 14 wins in 18 games, something like that. But pretty amazing last night as they got themselves to a 9-8 record, and they have all these reinforcements coming back. Like it's so huge. The problem, and it's not a problem, I should say a privilege, but the privilege that you have when you have a team like the Avs, when you have a team like the Nuggets, is expectations are always going to be incredibly high. And any sort of sputter throughout the season is going to be, met with a little bit of a twisted stomach and a scowl because you expect more from them. But finally, you're going to get the opportunity to see what this team's truly made of. Once these guys, let's say they all come back on Friday, like Jared Bednar said to us yesterday, he hopes happens. Because Val is a given. He is playing tomorrow. But let's say the other 2 roll with him. The only key players that I can think of, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, that are out of the lineup are Ross Colton, who is another 6 to 8 weeks, it sounds like, and Landeskog, who doesn't have a timetable. But, with the Landeskog thing, you almost brush that off to the side. You haven't had him for almost 3 years. I mean, that is sort of Avs normal, is without Landeskog. You're just looking if you can get some sort of extra boost if or when he jumps back on the ice. So the only real guy that you're missing is Ross Colton. And I remember when we took a look at what the forward group was going to be before the year started, and then they got decimated with injuries, and you start counting all of your top 6, your top 9 forwards that were out of the lineup, you see and feel the impact when you got, Nelly, help me out. Who am I thinking of? The D-man who played winger for about 5 minutes in one game, and they're like, oh, we can't do that anymore. Who the hell was that?
Oh, yes, that was a few games ago. I know.
Shillington.
Shillington, yes. Oscar, don't call me Killington, Shillington.
So when he is entered the lineup as a forward, when he's a defenseman, you're like, we just don't have bodies. He's got to play a wing, and it just didn't go well. Well, now you can go back to, okay, a Lehkonen, McKinnon, Mikko top line with Drouin, middle stat Val. You can drop the other guys that are supposed to be third liners into the third line, like Miles Wood, like Logan O'Connor. Like everything starts to look more normal. And then you can start to get an evaluation of what this team truly is. Like, I am so excited for tomorrow. For a number of reasons, because tomorrow is just like, it's it's not a scorgy. We'll call it a sporgy. It's a sports orgy. It's Avs, it's Nuggets, it's Jake Paul fighting Mike Tyson, which is one of the oddest sentences I think I'll ever say. And then also tomorrow, I'm always forgetting one thing. There's 4 things tomorrow. What am I forgetting? Oh, the border war.
Double dipperoo.
It's Wyoming CSU. Like, you have all these things happening tomorrow. So, I can't wait. And the macro and all of this, I think, is more important than the micro. But to get that one last night, if they lost, I think I kind of shrug at it and be like, okay, whatever, reinforcements are coming. But the fact that you continued to keep pace and get wins, that was the entire thing. We heard all the injuries that they had and all the guys out of the lineup. Can you just do your best to keep pace in this? And if not for the damn Winnipeg Jets going 15-1 to start the year, like, let's say Winnipeg was a normal hockey team. Like, Minnesota's off to a hot start. They're 10-2-3 on the year. Let's say they just did that. Well, you're 5 points back of the second-place team, Minnesota, despite all the guys missing from the lineup. So I think you could very easily get some sort of rocket ship in here that just, the second that you get these guys like Val back. You know, I said it late in the show yesterday, if you guys weren't listening then. It's my favorite thing to keep track of. It's the Avs record with Val Nichushkin in and out of the lineup. So let me look this up again real quick, because the Gazette had this just the other day. Oh, now I can't find it. But it's an insane, like, just stupid number when Val is in and out. And we knew that last year, but it puts it more in perspective if you're just really following along as the season continues. So, yeah, I'll find it in a minute, but the Gazette had it. It was some 140 wins, 65 loss record with him in the lineup, and they're a 500 team without him. But that's the difference that he makes. And this is why I kept saying all year long, is once the initial sting was taken away from him leaving the lineup last year, with that guy in particular, once all of those feelings of his disappearance again sort of faded out, you're able to remove yourself from the emotional part and maybe take a look at this more rationally. The NHL wasn't going to help you get out of the contract. It was an impossibility to probably trade him at the time. It was even more impossible to cut him because of the cap ramifications that would come with that. Overall, and ideally, the best thing that happens is he jumps back on the ice and plays for you because he's really good. Really good. I still remember, what was his stat last year in one playoff series where he left early? Val Nichushkin had more goals than Connor McDavid did, who made the final, right?
That is true, yep.
That's the kind of player he is. And so him coming back in the lineup, I think, is massive. And it's going to be such a boost to the arm. And from everything Bednar said yesterday, were people emotional? Maybe initially with his disappearance? Sure they were. But they sound like they're able to get over it. That he's been around the team for a while now. Everybody's all good. And any sort of, I guess, inner locker room sort of stuff that you're worried about shouldn't exist. So I cannot wait for tomorrow. Again, we're broadcasting from Edel Golf today off Colorado Boulevard, I-70 in Colorado Boulevard. So come by, say hi to us, as we're going to be here until 10 o'clock. A lot to get to this morning as we're getting closer and closer to the Falcons game. And I got a Bo Nix number I want to send your guys his way. Because Bo Nix has not been seen as some sort of like supernova star, some comet that has just joined the NFL. but some of his numbers would dictate that he's playing better than I think perception is really giving. We'll get to it next. Out on the road today at Edel Golf off Carlisle Boulevard. So stop by and say hi. We'll be here until 10 o'clock today. They got custom clubs. They can get you fitted. It's a really cool spot. So stop by and say hi if you're out and about today. And if not, keep them in mind. You need a couple of wedges. You need some irons. You need a putter. They're here for you. Custom fit. Make everything to your liking. Now, I want to say one thing real quick before we move on to the Broncos, because a texture says, TNT said TJ Tynan made that pass to Miko. I know. I thought the same thing. I'm like, look, McCarr's one. I guess their numbers were similar, right? Tynan wears 9, McCarr wears 8. But it feels like McCarr has a very unique style of play that is hard to get confused. But it was a hell of a pass from McCarr to Miko to get them on the board.
And
now,
speaking of that, Brett, I was at a concert last night, and I saw somebody wearing an Avalanche jersey from across the crowd, and it looked like a McCarr jersey. I went, oh, that's cool. And then later, I saw the dude walking by, and I didn't see the bottom part of the number. The top loop didn't have a bottom loop. It was a number 9,
right.
Not an 8. He was rocking a Duchesne jersey.
really?
So props to that guy for still having the Avs Duchesne jersey, man. I guess time heals all wounds.
I guess he doesn't have the same heart as Mark Mosier does. I guess that's what we'll say. Now, listen. I have gotten this confused before. I've said this before, that the one that I get confused sometimes, this might sound silly, but I've had other people say the same thing. There's an occasional, LOC breakaway where I think it's McKinnon, because their numbers do look alike, and he kind of moves like Nate. He's obviously, not as fast and all this different stuff as Nate is, but I don't know. There's just a way that the look on TV kind of makes it look like it's McKinnon for a second. And I remember I said that last year, and somebody goes, I know, in our house we call him Mini Mac. And it's like, it kind of is. I don't know. So maybe I shouldn't be too judgmental. Now, let me give you some numbers from Bo Nix. This is among all rookies this season. He's got 15 touchdowns. That's first among rookies. He's got the most completions in the league, also the most attempts. He's second in passing yards. He's only a little bit behind Jaden Daniels. He's got a 64% completion. That's third. All of these things are, I think, pretty impressive for somebody figuring it out. I just heard, I think it was Jason McCourty or I don't know if it was Jason or Devin. It was one of the McCourty brothers. They were talking about rookie seasons, especially for QBs, and how long these things can be. And here's what he meant. I never thought about it this way. If you are a rookie going into the NFL as a starter, that you enter the league and you are starting every single day, that's a long season. Because you played your college year, you go and play the bowl game. If you made the college football playoff, then you're playing, 15 games if you make the championship, I think, including conference championship weekend. And then the season gets done. And then you start immediately to work out to get ready for the combine. And then you do the combine. And then you have to have these meetings and these pro days and these private workouts with people. And then you get drafted. And then OTAs start. And then you get maybe a month off. And then you come back for training camp. It's a very long season. And it's why some rookies hit, quote, the wall. They just aren't used to that amount of work. Well, we're hitting the second half of the season. The Broncos are a 500 football team. They got a quarterback who I feel like is progressing week to week. It was a clunker in Baltimore, but Baltimore's a good team. Sometimes it just happens, okay? But the situation that you face with Bo Nix is, I feel like the perception of Bo is different than maybe what the production is. And that can vary game to game. There are games, like people have told me this last week, that I'm giving him too much credit for his game last weekend because he only put up 14 points. Now, my counter is Kansas City is arguably the best defense in the league, and they only put up 16 points, and Patrick Mahomes is pretty good because he faced a good defense on the other side. But most importantly, do you feel like you got a quarterback now? I mean, we haven't had that part of the discussion in a while. Because the Broncos have been winning, because they're in a playoff spot, it's been more focused on maybe the season than the overall. We started with the Avs today, micro, macro. Same thing. The micro is kind of like this season, you're in a playoff spot. Should you be expecting to make the postseason? The macro conversation is, do you got the quarterback you believe in? And I don't know if I'm all the way there yet, but getting pretty close to being like, you know what? I've made a pretty big turn on Bo Nix, and some of the abilities that he has are pretty unique. Athletically, he throws on the run pretty well. I still think accuracy needs to be a little bit better. I don't think that he's panicked in the pocket, which is a really important thing. I don't think he hangs on to the ball too long. Like, I was watching some highlights and some film breakdown at Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is holding on to the ball for like 5 seconds in the pocket and doing nothing with it and just taking sacks. And over again, that guy's getting hit. Bo Nix isn't getting hit. He's not taking sacks. Like, you want the biggest and starkest contrast from last year between him and Russell Wilson. It's that, right? Russell was getting sacked virtually every single possession that you had. And I don't know how many times Bo Nix have been sacked this year, but it's got to be one of the lowest in the league. And by the way, you're facing a team this weekend in Atlanta that is dead last in the NFL in sacks. Last. I'm going to confirm this. I thought the number I saw, they only had 9 on the year, which sounds impossible. So hang on. NFL team sack leaders. I'm pretty sure I have this correct, though. Because the Falcons, look, they're a good team. They just have, they have top-end talent, and they're hoping that that's going to supersede a lot of the deficiencies that they have this year. But they're a team that's like, they're dangerous because Kirk Cousins, I've always thought, is a good quarterback. But the issues that they have are just, in some spots, they aren't very good. So it was 9 in the last however many games. I can't remember what the number was. I'll find it later. The point is this. After the game in Kansas City, if you guys just want to know what the peers say, and this isn't what makes this different, before a game starts, you have guys that will give compliments to other players around the league. I remember a very, very famous version of this. Aaron Rodgers, when he was in Green Bay, when they went into a game against you take X team, he would say, you know who's really good on that team is the corner that they have. So let's just say Steve Nelson's a corner, okay? And I'm Aaron Rodgers. I'd be like,
Steven Nelson actually is an NFL cornerback.
That is true. He would say, hey, we got this game coming up against Atlanta this weekend. One guy I'm really impressed by is Steve Nelson. He's really solid at the cornerback position, really good. And then he would throw at Steve Nelson about 15 times in that game. Because his strategy was he was going to butter him up, make him feel better about himself, and then he was going to rip him to shreds. So if he said that guy's pretty good, maybe not all the time, but sometimes what he was doing was like, I'm going to hammer this guy. Hammer him. Because he didn't think he was that good. It's different when you say it post-game, because you stand nothing to gain out of this. And so I want to give you a couple audio clips. This first one is from Sean Payton. He shares a story of Patrick Mahomes in the postgame and what was said to him. Go ahead.
Look, I think you're right. There are these steps. There'll be some more adversity, but there is a poise with him. I think his teammates in the huddle talk about it. The third down play was significant because right at that moment, then we controlled everything, the clock, the game. And I think it was funny after the game, you're going across the field, and I see Andy and a few of the other guys, and I see Patrick and known him, and he just turned to me and said, you got one. And I think he told Bo, hey, we're going to have a lot of good games. And that's something coming from him. And so we continue to look at the things that he does well and try to feature those things as he progresses in.
That comment right there, I don't think is some sort of exchanging pleasantries after the game. He doesn't have to say that. But he said, you got one. And it wasn't just him. It was also, is this bleeped, by the way? This Kelsey podcast clip? Yeah? Okay. Because there's like 5 curse words in 13 seconds, but Travis Kelsey, his brother Jason, whatever that podcast is called, they were talking about the game last weekend. And, they're happy because the Chiefs, they won on that bizarre blocked field goal. But he talked about Bo Nix. Travis did. Here's what he said.
Yeah, and Coach Payton.
Of course.
Sean Payton's got those guys motivated and playing great ball on the offensive side, too. Bo Nix, holy that guy was ripping it out there
especially
yesterday.
in the first half. They got up
playing
to it
some
early.
good football, man.
That's an unprompted compliment to that guy, okay? There's no reason why Travis Kelsey felt the need to say that other than he truly believed it. And I do think what he poses as a different sort of challenge than what most teams have on their roster is when you can get out of the pocket and you can throw the ball on the run and you can do that accurately, which has been up and down this year, but I thought it was good last week. It's an incredibly difficult thing to stop. It's not like Patrick Mahomes is super fleet of foot. He rocks the dad bod, okay? He's not going to take off and beat you for a 40-yard run. But what he can do is escape the pocket and on the run throw a seed on the money to somebody. And Bo Nix is showing that he can do a little bit of that. He's got that in his repertoire. Now, I don't know how often he's going to be able to pull that out. I don't know if that's going to be a main part of his game or not. Still remains to be seen. But when you hear these compliments from, we're talking about guys, arguably the greatest quarterback ever, when his career is all said and done, he's going to be in that conversation. You have 3 Super Bowls already, and you're undefeated trying to win your 3rd consecutively. Yeah, you're going to be in that conversation. And you're talking about arguably one of the best tight ends of all time. Like Travis Kelsey is going to go down in the same sort of category as your Gronks and Tony Gonzalez's and Kellen Winslow's and Shannon Sharps and all these different guys. That's what they saw last week from a rookie in their first experience against him. And I don't want to say it's the exact same thing as that Aqib Talib comment about Patrick Mahomes, where he said it to Vic. He goes, "What did you see out of Patrick Mahomes? I saw enough to know that Alex Smith isn't going to be starting there anymore." Like, maybe it's not that far, but it is a pretty big compliment. And overall, I take the Sanford approach on this. When this season started, this season was about, can you develop a quarterback and get somebody you believe in absent of record? And I thought that was the proper route to take. But now we're 10 games into the season. The defense is really good, and it feels like your quarterback's pretty good. I think it's okay to have bigger expectations. But it's the biggest footnote in this is, can Bo Nix play or not? And I think even if you're the most unobjective person about this, where maybe from the very beginning when the draft happened, you're like, this is stupid. I don't think this guy's going to be good. He's going to stink. And then you get a few games to start the year, and the concerns that you had were pretty justified because it didn't look great at the start of the year. But even that person, I think, would have to say now, yeah, kid looks pretty good. And you don't got to be full-fledged 100% believer, I'm on the train, but you have to acknowledge that there are reasons to believe this guy could be the answer to the long-standing question that's existed since Peyton Manning left. I can't get over the idea that this team with a rookie quarterback's in playoff position right now. And yes, is it a byproduct of a pretty bad AFC this year? Sure it is. But who cares?
Well, how about this, Brett? I think it was 2 days ago now, Darren, when Harry met Sally McKee, was talking to Scott Hastings on their show, and he asked Scotty, what do you still need to see from Bo Nix before you are a certified believer?
Because Scotty's a good example of this. He was like not a believer from the beginning and kind of stuck with that for the first few weeks of the year. I'd love to hear it.
Believer.
I'm hopeful. I am down on my knees. Oliver Twist holding the bowl out. Please, sir, can I have some more? I am just begging for him to be the guy. To be the guy. I've not seen anything that I can sit here and say he sucks. He's not an NFL quarterback. Heck yeah, he is. But now here's okay. What do I got to see from him do? I want him to handle blitzes. I want him to be able to pick on something quick, not turn his back to the play that Tyler and I talked about yesterday, and make a play under duress, get hit in the mouth, and he drops off a 7-yard slant that goes for 35. I want to see those, and I'm not seeing that yet.
I think all that's totally fair. I think that's a super reasonable way to look at this, especially if you weren't somebody that was all on board from the very beginning. I like it. And I think he's right. Now, I will give you one number from the Chiefs game about him when blitzed. Bo Nix, when he was blitzed at Arrowhead last weekend, he was 9 of 12 for 92 yards and a touchdown, which is pretty good numbers. Now, didn't maybe burn him for, some deep ball 40 yards downfield, but made the plays. And I think that what Scotty said, I can totally get on board with. He's an NFL starting quarterback. Now, how far can he take that? Are you an NFL starting quarterback like, are you, God, who would be a good example of just some middle-of-the-road guy? Are you Geno? Are you Geno Smith? Are you an NFL starting quarterback like maybe Baker Mayfield? Where you have some moments where it's really good and other moments where it's meh? Are you in the Herbert conversation? Are you Kirk Cousins? Are you Jared Goff? Like if Bo Nix ends up being a Cousins or a Goff, I think this is a W for you. And a lot of people give those guys those grief because they compare guys like Kirk Cousins and Goff and the people in that category against Patrick Mahomes, and it's like, yeah, well, he's not going to be that. But can he be a guy that wins you football games, gets you in the postseason, you get on a hot run? Can he win a Super Bowl? Like, can you be Joe Flacco? Like, if that happens, then I think it's a W. That's the next thing. He said, what does he got to see? It's against the blitz. I kind of agree with that, too. If you see a free rusher coming up the middle, your first instinct can't be, let's run 10 yards backwards and try and escape this. Sometimes you just got to eat it. But this is what a young, athletic playmaker has going on between the ears. He goes, no matter what the play is, I can make something happen. And that's a good mentality to have. It's just I think you got to pick and choose it. So, 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Who is this, Nelly? Who is this?
That featured singer is Becky Hill, but the artist is Medusa.
Medusa?
With a Z instead of an S.
I'm not a big EDM guy. I kind of like this though.
Yeah, hey, actually that's who I saw last night was this singer Becky Hill. She's
Oh, really?
You know what she has perfected, Brett, is what I like to call the pop star lean, where you go to hit a high note so you distance yourself from the microphone.
Oh,
so
yeah.
she, Mariah Carey does it, Adele, Bono, anybody who goes
Yeah.
as you lean away from the mic. Becky Hill was rocking the pop star lean.
It's a cool look too.
It's what we do during Brady and his bets, so we don't
That
blow
is
everyone's
true.
faces off. We do the
you
lean.
Know what? I got a pop star lean during Brady and his bets. I do. Now, here's the number I was thinking of, by the way. This is from Ryan Edwards. Atlanta is 32nd in sacks, 9 on the year. They're 27th in pressures, 66 on the year. Their defense is 26th in passing yards, and they're 27th in passing touchdowns allowed. Also, the second most penalized defense in the league. If there was a game in which you wanted to capitalize and take some aggression out after the way that you lost last week, it feels like this is the defense you can do it against. And I have just a really good feeling about where the Broncos are at mentally. Like, I don't think they're broken from that loss. I think it's different. They're motivated. Truly, I do. So we're going to be here broadcasting live from Edel Golf all day today until 10 o'clock because they got custom-fitted wedges, irons, putters, everything. And they can do, I was just looking at a few of their examples, they can stamp anything you want on the back of these clubs. Like, it's super sweet. So stop by, say hi either today or schedule a visit and get fitted with them sometime in the near future. They got a whole bunch of Black Friday deals coming up, so keep an eye on Edel Golf. So, a couple of things. Number one, as we turn the page into the weekend, we'll talk more about the Falcons. We'll talk more about CU and their game this weekend. As, look, you get this big win last week over Texas Tech. You do that on the road. Colorado on the road is somehow just a juggernaut now. Like, not just beating teams, but crushing them in their last 4. I think every game outside of the Nebraska game, which was week 2 of the season. They've been rolling people on the road. It was a 28-9 win over CSU, a 48-21 win over UCF, 34-7 against Arizona, and now 41-27 against Texas Tech. Now, it might have been a little bit closer than the score indicated, especially with the finish, but I never had a fear that they were going to lose. So this week they take on Utah, and they got the big Fox noon off.
The big noon Fox off, yeah.
The big noon Fox off. That's going to be at Folsom. So it's a 10 o'clock kick against a Utah team that is pissed after last week. You remember that was the game in which they played against BYU. Their AD came out afterwards and basically said, I'm pissed. I'm glad we're in the Big 12, but not today. And he burned the entire podium down on his way out. They're going to be pissed off and motivated. Now, Utah, they're always a difficult team because they're just hard-nosed, they're tough-minded, but they've also lost 5 straight. This should be a game that you handle. Plain and simple. Like, out of the games that are left here, you're an 11.5-point favorite this weekend. Out of the games that are left, you got Iowa State, you got Utah this weekend. Afterwards, you got Kansas next weekend, which I think is going to be incredibly difficult. And then you have an Oklahoma State team who's lost 7 straight games and no conference wins. Kansas is going to be your toughest one. Take care of this. Take care of Kansas. Oklahoma State, as long as you don't step on your own junk on the way to the finish line, you should be in the Big 12 championship game. So you take care of all that, you should be good. And the thing is, I got belief that CU is not going to do that they aren't overlooking anybody. They're making sure to handle their business. But if you make that jump from year 1, taking over a team that was 1-11 and arguably the worst team in all of college football, forget Power 5, and you take them to a 10-2 record in a Big 12 championship game appearance, it's wild. And especially, I had my reservations before the year started about what the record would be. I didn't know what the Big 12 was going to be. Everything was so new. It was hard to get a read on anything. One thing that I didn't think would happen was a double-digit win season. I thought they could cap out at maybe 9, make a nice bowl game. But you're in a very unique spot here, and one that I think capitalizing is important. When you lose potentially the first and second or first and third or second and third, whatever, 2 top 3, top 5 picks in the NFL draft, it's hard just to replicate and bring that back the following year. So capitalizing on this in the moment is going to be massive. Cannot let this go. And I don't think they will. Especially with how volatile college football is in general. So I always forget Bill O'Brien is coaching Boston College now. And their quarterback, Thomas Castellanos, was benched last week.
Like Castellanos, the baseball player?
Like Nick Castellanos, yes. He was benched last week, Vic, and he is transferred today or yesterday.
It's college sports.
Yeah.
That's college sports. That's why it's free agency exists on a week-to-week basis. It's funny. You just said something that hit me. Free agency in college sports isn't even an annual thing. It's a week-to-week thing.
Yeah.
It literally is.
You can't get somebody who transfers and then you get him the following week.
No, but you can just stop playing. You just stop playing.
I don't like.
I mean, dude, in pro football, if you stop playing, eventually you're not going to get paid.
Yes.
But in college football, you just stop. I'm done.
Done.
I want to go somewhere else. I mean, think about this. Think about where this has gone. Wow.
I heard people complain before about players. Before this transfer rule came in. When they would transfer in the old way, Vic, which is it's the off season and I'm going to leave now. And people would say, gosh, why doesn't this kid just stick it out? And I'd be like, you know what? If he doesn't feel like he's going to play, he's only got a certain number of years that he can go out and get his college athletics in. These guys aren't going pro, most of them anyway, so let him do what he wants. But in season's ridiculous to me. What's the point?
That should be not legal.
But what's the point? What do you accomplish now with this? You could do the same thing at the end of the year.
Well, you send a message to other teams that I'm available now and get in line.
You also send a message that you're a giant headache.
Yeah. Well,
I don't even think it benefits you.
Well, let's see what happens. Does it stop teams from getting in line to get you? We'll see. I mean, hey, man, again, it is a chaotic period in college football. And to be honest, few people have navigated this period better than Prime. He thrives on chaos.
And I know we talked about this yesterday. I can't emphasize this enough. He was so ahead of the game. It kind of reminds me.
He was so far ahead of the game that it left schmucks like us wondering, what are you doing?
Yes.
Let's be honest here. We're going, what's this guy doing? Who do you think you are? What are you doing? And yet, at the end of the day, he's doing exactly what you're supposed to do in this situation.
So, financially, I'm not the brightest guy, okay? I just don't know how stocks work. I don't understand how any of this stuff works. But there's some things I was right about. Okay, the NFT thing, I'm like, this is stupid. Like, there's no way this lasts.
You mean like the fake card
the
thing?
non-fungible token thing. It made no sense. I'm like, that's not going to last because you aren't actually owning anything that's tangible. And so I was like, okay, I was right on that. Bitcoin, obviously, I guess I was wrong. Like this crypto stuff, I still don't really get it. But Bitcoin is now super high again. And he was like the first guy through the wall on like Bitcoin, right? Or he was what's the story? I watch Shark Tank a lot. I love that show. That guy came in years ago on Shark Tank he didn't call it Ring yet, but it's the Ring doorbell. And they said, yeah, dude, I don't think that's a good idea. And he's like, Dion's like the Ring doorbell guy.
Yeah.
Everybody thought he was stupid for it. It's like now everybody's trying to do what he's doing.
You could say that about any idea. Years ago, somebody came up to me and said, I got an idea called the Internet, and I'd like to distribute it through you. I said, I'm good, dude. This rotary phone, we're good here. We're good. I mean, we get plenty of information. We don't need any more dissemination of information. We're good.
A phone in your pocket? Ridiculous. Take it off the wall.
And by the way, Alexander Graham Bell. So going back to how this conversation started, you mentioned the quarterback Thomas Castellanos playing for Boston College. Well, I don't know if you saw, but Tom Brenneman has actually returned to the booth a little bit to help cover college football for the CW Sports, and he was involved in the coverage of the Syracuse-Boston College game over the weekend and gave us this soundbite.
A couple of good quarterbacks in this one. You know about Kyle McCord. We'll also see Thomas Castellanos. How about that? Our Sky Rizzy key to the game.
That is ironical.
At least he played along with it, which is nice. All right, you can watch us live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude.SR in the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app, and you get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. We're here at Adele Golf all day today until 10 o'clock. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Minute and 15 seconds. Mikko Rantanen on a breakaway. He shoots and he scores. The Moose is loose. 6 goals his last 5 games. Mikko Rantanen has the puck. Rantanen cuts to the middle. He scores for the 3rd straight game on home ice. The Moose has gotten loose twice. Tip for Nathan McKinnon. They're going to try again. Rantanen, open net. You betcha! Throw the chapeau. His 2nd hat trick of the year. And the Moose is most decidedly loose. With a $1:59 to go in the 3rd, Mikko Rantanen has 3. Colorado has 4. It's a 2-goal lead over the Kings.
The Moose is loose.
Mikko Rantanen, aser Mikko Rantanen. Mikko Rantanen, aser Mikko Rantanen.
Oh, yeah.
Mikko Rantanen, aser Mikko Rantanen. Mikko Rantanen, aser Mikko Rantanen.
What a game last night. We are out on the road this morning at Edel Golf. They got customized wedges, irons, putters, everything you want to help out your game. And it's some of this stuff, guys. I was looking at some of these custom club faces back here.
Yeah.
They got their own stamps, their own etchings on it. It's so cool. So if you don't stop by today, which you should, make a time in the future. Get fitted for some clubs. It's really cool.
I play the Edel putter and the wedges, and I'm going to tell you, I've taught you, and we've talked about the short game and what it does to your overall score. It changes everything. I'm telling you, when you're done using these, it'll change your life.
Well, I am at minimum, I'm not kidding, leaving today with a 52 degree. I'm getting one on the way
It will change your
out.
life.
So, stop by, say hi, and get yourself scheduled for a fitting here. As they got a whole bunch of Black Friday deals coming up that, look, right around the corner. So
right
yes,
up
Moshe.
Colorado and I-70, by the way. If you ever make your way to the airport, as most of us do, you could just stop on by. It's on the way.
As I live in the airport, easiest drive of my life to
Dude,
work.
I was
It
just
a
saying this
straight
today,
shot.
Moshe. So we're used to, driving to the south side, to your side, Moshe. Today we are on the north side of town. This is officially the north side. Can I express to you how wonderful it is to remain on the north side of town for a change and not have to deal with that chaos that is your neck of the woods, Moshe? And let's be totally abundantly clear about this. This is the dominant side of town.
I know what's happening, by the way. Mosher, it's 4 minutes in the show. He hasn't said a word. I know why. Because I experienced it yesterday, too. No, I said I wasn't going to eat that Carolina Reaper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess I had to just take at least a bite and play their stupid games.
Why did you have to?
It was some advertising thing. I don't know what they were doing.
If you don't, nobody's making you do that. This isn't a fraternity.
Well, you know what? I was a company man, and I took a bite, and I was wrecked. I was wrecked yesterday, the entire day, which was my entire fear. It's not the initial mouth burning that I'm concerned about. It's what happens 8 hours later, and I never felt good the rest of the day, and I know Mosher didn't either. That's your problem.
I didn't. I felt rather. Can you hear me? Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, there. How about now? Is that better?
Yeah.
And I still feel a tinge of burn.
Well, then what do you guys?
What
do you guys gain?
Not in
from
my
this?
mouth. Not in my mouth. Okay. Are you understanding what I'm telling you?
Wait. What are you yelling at me? Hold on a second, everybody.
My mouth is not burning, bro. It's other body parts. Okay, and I don't want to talk about it. Number two, I've been looking at these wedges. For the audacity that you have, Brett.
For what?
The audacity that you have.
For what?
To think that you're good enough to hit one of these wedges.
Well, I'm here, so I'm going to.
No. This is too good for you.
Who won the last time you and me played?
Me.
Hey, Brandon, who won the last time me and Moshe played? Was it me or Mosher? Oh,
Yeah.
I did. That's right. Yeah.
Mosher talks a big game.
It's the only time you've ever beaten me in your entire life.
The last time is the only time that matters.
It's okay. Sorry, I know your game.
Thank you.
You've much improved.
Thank
I really
you.
like
Thank you very much. Speaking of game, can we get to the game last night? Because
Let's do it.
There's a
23 minutes without a shot on goal.
What was LA doing? What were they thinking?
An entire period without a shot on goal.
Yeah, and then into the third period.
23 minutes total without a shot on
They
goal.
had
First of all,
Yeah.
He hit the post. I mean, come on. I mean, shouldn't that really count? I know
I thought the same thing. They said no shots on goal.
I know the definition.
You ring one off
but
the
come
iron.
on.
It should be a shot.
Ring one off the iron.
Come on.
Can you imagine if that had gone in? They literally do nothing for over half an hour. Literally nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And then, dude, Fiala's got a partial breakaway, and he rings it off the iron. If that had gone in, I would have killed myself.
Okay.
I'm serious, man, because it's like, you got to flip and be kidding me. The Avalanche are dominating. And your boy Kemps, while he was in there until he got
Why is
hurt.
it my boy? Why do you just give people my boy?
I thought he was your boy
He
when
gets
the Avs
hurt
won
a
the
lot.
cup.
He gets hurt a lot. Let's be clear. He gets hurt a lot.
Oh, Darcy Kemper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't he
I
get
think
hurt a
right.
lot?
Kempe.
Yeah. No, Adrian Kempe's not your
Okay,
boy.
that's
Darcy
what I thought.
Kemper.
Okay,
I said
yes.
Kemps.
What happened to Darcy?
I don't know. He got a thing. Growing thing.
Is that what it was?
I have no idea. I didn't see him. I didn't talk to him. I don't know. They're not going to really say, hey, yes, by the way, we inspected his groin. Would you like to inspect his groin and find out really what's going on? I don't know what happened to him. He tried one more shift. Then he took himself out of the game, or they took him out, and that's that. But, I mean, the Avalanche were dominating. If one had gone in, even late in the third, they're finally starting to get a couple shots on goal. They pull the goalie. They pull Riddick. If one had gone into tie, I couldn't have lived with myself. The outcome is exactly the way it should have been.
All right, I got two things. Number one, clearly the Avs are exactly – I have to give a ton of credit to the gentleman who joined us yesterday and does every week, Jared Bednar, for keeping this ship afloat.
Yes.
Despite the injuries, despite all the crap that's gone on. Here they are, a game above, with the Cavalry returning tomorrow night.
Hopefully all of them.
They've won 4 out of 5. They've regained their stride. He never skipped a beat. He has maintained the level of confidence necessary and leadership. What a job Jared Bednar has done during this period. Can we say that?
I was just going to say, Vic, that there's two conversations to be had today. One's the micro, which was the game last night, which was great. The other's the macro, which is your game above 500 with all these guys missing from the lineup and super unconfident goalie play throughout that. Like, isn't that the worst combination you can have?
To be injured and unconfident?
Well, not just injured, like decimated, obliterated with injuries, and your goaltending wasn't there to bail you out during that stretch.
That pretty much sucks, yeah.
But you're a game above 500. You have, hopefully, from what he told us yesterday, on Friday, Val is coming back. He's coming back tomorrow. Hopefully, both Jonathan Drouin and Miles Wood are going to be back in the lineup tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Which is going to feel, and I was thinking about this, so you're still missing Ross Colton, who's out 6 to 8 weeks. You're still missing Landeskog. And you know what? Landeskog, not to be disrespectful about this, but he hasn't played in 3 years. I kind of toss him off to the side in this discussion and
That's
say, you're really
okay
just missing one guy.
Right.
That's what your team's been the last couple of years. It's one guy. So now you're back healthy, hopefully tomorrow. And I was looking at the standings, and we got so hyper-focused, as we should have, because they're really good, on Winnipeg and them being 15-1 so far this year. And you're like, gosh, you're 12 points back in the standings. If Winnipeg was a normal team at the beginning of the year, if they were having the start that Minnesota had, which is a good start.
Really good start.
You're 5 points back of second place despite all this.
Yeah.
5 points, that's it in this stretch.
Yeah, just forget about the peg right now. Forget about that.
Right.
I know, Vic, I know you think that they'll come back down to reality. You know what this start has done for them at 15-1? You know what this start has done for them? Let me explain. If you contemplate what the point total you need to get into the postseason, right? And in the West, it's probably 96 points, say 98 points. From this point on, from before American Thanksgiving, they could be 2 games under NHL 500 until the end of the regular season and still make it.
What did you
Did
say?
you just drop an American Thanksgiving
American
on us?
Thanksgiving?
What are you doing?
What
are you doing?
What is?
As opposed in Denver,
what?
Colorado.
Peruvian Thanksgiving?
Canadians.
I mean, what is that?
I know Canadian Thanksgiving.
We don't,
my wife's best friend's
we live
Canadian.
It's in October.
So what?
So when you talk to people in the league, when you say Thanksgiving, the Canadians, they think their own Thanksgiving.
We're broadcasting
well,
it.
when American Independence Day comes up on July 4th.
I want you to retract
What's the point?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to say celebrating American Thanksgiving. That's dumb. That's dumb. You mean Thanksgiving.
Look at me. Look at me.
I'm not looking at you.
No, look at me right now.
Screw you.
I don't give a single bleep about Canadian Thanksgiving.
I didn't even know the Canadians
All right,
had a
Canadians.
Thanksgiving. I didn't even know they celebrated.
I just want you to know that Brett is racist against Canadians.
Don't they have like a Boxing Day where they all box?
You want to go box right now? Let's go.
I mean, I don't celebrate their.
Come on, Jake Paul, let's do it.
But why do we celebrate their stuff?
I don't know.
Right, so
Good-
you
good
mean
question.
Thanksgiving?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We celebrate Cinco de Mayo in this country. Mexico doesn't even do
Exactly. What a freak.
Two
Guy's
games.
a loser.
They could
I
be
do
two,
love the fake laugh for
They could be
Moshe, though.
2 games below. I forgot. I don't have my cope today.
That's your problem. He's
I am-
on his tobacco list.
I am steady struggling.
Yeah?
Right now.
Well, Jesse can make a run for you.
No, don't make Jesse run.
You
I
don't
am
rule
so
Jesse's life.
Jesse's
Tired.
going to get a burrito at some point anyway.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know
he
he
is.
is.
Yeah,
Every
you know he
time
is.
we do this show on the road, and we're live at Adele Golf this morning, every time we do this show on the road, Mosier turns Jesse into his little go-to boy, and I hate seeing it.
And you, can I say something? I'm concerned when we're at a studio and you got to do a show on the road. You got an attitude when you walk in, man.
Do I really?
Well, what's the last time that we were on the road? It was media day, and you booted your backpack 50 yards across the elevator.
That's true. I did.
So do
you know why? Because whoever that lady was from where was she from?
Ballerina?
It was not. No,
The
not
lady
her.
that was celebrating Canadian Thanksgiving that day.
No, it was the lady who was in the wrong
was
in the wrong place, and she had that cart, and she rammed me. Remember, she rammed me. I got rammed by a lady.
All right, good news is this. Do you see what's behind Brett here?
Yeah, I see a
All right,
simulator.
so we have a simulator here.
Ooh,
so
baby.
during the course of every commercial break, as long as we're here today for the next 3 hours, and if you want to stop by all means. What's the address here? Where are we at?
It's 45. Is it 4590 Colorado? Help me out.
Yeah.
What's that?
49
4930 Colorado Boulevard.
So it's right off of Colorado and I-70.
Yeah,
It's
just
right here.
It's just due a little north.
You know that cool tunnel they built just years ago here on your I-70? It's right by that tunnel.
Yeah.
That's a cool tunnel, by the way.
Super cool tunnel.
I like that tunnel a
It's
lot.
like a Paris tunnel.
That's one of the nicest tunnels.
Paris has a bunch of tunnels like
I
that.
think
tunnels?
this is a dude thing.
What?
Every dude loves tunnels.
I mean, how can you
It's
not
a
like
cool
a tunnel?
tunnel.
It's a great tunnel.
It doesn't even qualify as a tunnel, or is it just a bridge? What is it?
It's like a tunnel. It is.
It feels like a tunnel
I'm
to
giving
me.
it tunnel.
Anyway,
title.
we're right near here. We're going to get on the simulator during the breaks, and we got to have a game going. What's the game? What we got going? You guys want to play just straight up?
what does straight up mean?
I mean, a straight up game. I mean, we got courses we can tend to. I mean, I'll give you guys a stroke each. What do you want to do?
I don't need any strokes from you, Jack.
I mean, what do you want? You tell me.
I
know you swing.
I literally need nothing from you. And if you want to give me one let's play for $100 and give me a stroke. Sure, no problem.
I'll give you whatever you need, man.
I'm not playing for $100. Not happening.
Well, I'm in one today.
Hey, guess what, guys?
You should be happy, dude. The Avs are back.
They
You can feel it.
Oh,
You can feel it.
absolutely.
Can't you feel it?
Yes.
Yeah, this is it. You can feel the. I mean, look at the top of the points leader is an Avs player.
Right.
The goals leader is an Avs player.
Correct.
Your best defenseman is an Avs player
On the earth.
Exactly.
Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen are both tied for third in scoring in the National Hockey League. And your superstar center's up there at number 1 with 33 points. Basically trying to put some distance between himself and that freak out of Minnesota, Kaprizov.
Yeah.
He started to do a little flippy. You stay back there.
You know what else I heard yesterday that I thought was really interesting was, players, they, especially before games start, they'll drop compliments to opposing players. Coaches do this all the time. Oh, yeah, we're playing this team. Their quarterback's really, really good. Got to watch out for this guy. But when they say it post-game, it means something different. It's not just exchanging pleasantries and playing the coach speak game. 2 guys, prominent people from the Chiefs, said something about Bo Nix yesterday. We got audio of it. Play it next.
This is Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live from Edel Golf, 4930 Colorado Boulevard. Show your Colorado ID and get fit for free.
All right, we're out on the road today at Dell Golf as we're going to be here until 10 o'clock. They can get you fitted for wedges, irons, putters.
This is cool, man.
Really cool.
Not only do they make quality stuff, but you can get stuff on the club heads themselves, customizable.
Your favorite team's colors, like they have Broncos colors, Avs colors, and Nuggets colors that they showed us.
Hand me that right
And
there.
check out this wedge that they just engraved. Check out the wedge. What does it say on the back?
That is Denver Nuggets NBA champions. Look at
That's
how
pretty
cool
cool.
that
Whatever
is.
you want engraved on the back of your wedge. So round one of the game is in the books. I'm pinned high to about 10 feet, and neither of you two hit the green, so that's where we're going today.
See, do you know why I'm getting fitted today?
Yeah.
You guys probably have a 50-degree. I don't know how far I hit it.
I do not have a 50
So I was trying
degree.
to test it out.
I've never hit a 50-degree wedge in my life. I got a 52.
So that was a cheat.
A
So you
56
cheated.
and a 60. That's what I got.
Anyway, let me get some audio. So I remember Aaron Rodgers when he was in Green Bay. He had this thing that he would do. Now, when you talk about your upcoming opponent, they'll highlight some players on there, and they'll say, hey, this guy plays for this team. What do you think about him? They're like, oh, he's great. He's really good. But sometimes Aaron Rodgers admitted this. He would pick out a corner on the opposite side, and he would say, you know who I think is really good is this guy. Mm-hmm. And he would say that all week leading up to it, inflate the guy's ego. And then he would throw out that guy 20 times the following weekend because he thought he actually sucked. But he wanted to blow up his ego to think, oh, he's not going to come my way if he thinks I'm that good, and then he would pick him apart. So there can be strategy in the way that players talk about their opponents heading into a game. But after the game, you stand nothing to gain. It's just if you bring up somebody after a game and you talk about them, it's just a compliment.
Or it could be just a courtesy.
Could be.
I mean, you say things to your opposition that you may not mean, but you're trying to be courteous.
Sure. There's one example
that's the Lou Holtz psychological aspect of it.
The one example that I want to get to first could be what you're talking about, or it could be real. But this is what Sean Payton said Patrick Mahomes said to him after the game. Go ahead, Noah.
There are these steps. There'll be some more adversity, but there is a poise with him. I think his teammates in the huddle talk about it. The third down play was significant because right at that moment, then we controlled everything, the clock, the game. And I think it was funny after the game, you're going across the field and I see Andy and a few of the other guys and I see Patrick and known him and he just turned to me and said, you got one. And I think he told Bo, hey, we're going to have a lot of good games. And that's something coming from him.
Why do you think he said that? Why do you think he went public with that? Because other players, I'm sure, have said certain things. Why do you think this time he went public with that information? What's the reason?
I think it's to show a backing for his guy. Like maybe it's a boost of confidence and let everybody know. Like also could be ego-driven. Hey, I made the right choice. You want to know how I know? Because the greatest quarterback in the league said this.
Why do you think he said that, Moshe?
I think it's the latter, what Brett just said. I think that he is sort of stroking himself a little bit there, and I made the right pick, and now the best quarterback on the planet says, you got one. We got one.
I'm just saying, was it necessary to provide
to share that information?
Yeah.
No, it was not.
Not that I don't mind.
I don't mind either.
It doesn't bother me one bit.
It
but
doesn't
I'm just
bother me
curious
either.
what the motivation is to go public.
I think he wants, and I think he's trying to back his guy and allow the public and the media gathered there to see that even the best players on planet Earth think this kid's got a very bright future. And I think that's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with that.
Here's the thing, though. You mentioned maybe it's just being courteous. Maybe Mahomes says that to everybody after the game. They would go dap each other up. Hey, man, you're a hell of a player. We're going to have some good battles in this league.
Your field goal block unit's pretty good.
Yeah. Here's the one that I don't think
he never
applies.
said it about Nathan Peterman, though. He didn't go to the coach. Hey,
Sure.
you got one.
Here's one that I
They
know
didn't have one.
Here's one I know doesn't apply to that, though. I know it. Jason Kelce, Travis Kelce. They got a podcast. Travis was talking about this game. This is him just during the podcast. They're BSing with each other. Here's what Travis said.
Yeah, and Coach Payton.
Of course.
Sean Payton's got those guys motivated and playing great ball on the offensive side, too. Bo Nix, holy that guy was ripping it out there
especially
yesterday.
in the first half. They got up to an
some
early.
good football, man.
That's not being courteous.
That's
Travis Kelce was impressed.
That sounds real.
Yeah.
Listen, the reason I bring it up is I guess I don't need to hear Mahomes say what I already know. My eyes saw what I already know.
But that's the next thing that I wanted to get to. So, just like we were talking about with the avs, there's a micro and a macro.
Yeah.
Micro is last night. Macro is the bigger picture. Micro is, look, Broncos played well, certainly well enough to win the game. They didn't. Okay, got it.
Sure.
But the macro to this season's always been the same, right? It's always been, hey, do you got a quarterback you believe in or not? Where are you guys at now? We're 10 weeks in. I mean, what's the answer here?
Yeah, he's your
so
guy.
You're fully in that Bo Nix is, boom, that's the guy. He's it.
Well, let me say this.
I mean, what?
Someone
doesn't
matter
believe
what I
that?
think. Yeah.
I would say this. I have been inching my way closer and closer and closer. Am I fully convinced yet? No, not fully. But I think Scott Hastings the other day on PhD said he put exactly where I'm at. Now, remember, Scotty was, out of everybody, at least on our station, I think the least enthused about Bo Nix from the very start. Would you guys agree?
I would say yeah.
So D-Mac asked him a couple days ago, so where are you at now? Here's what he said.
I haven't seen anything that shows me he's a bomb.
What would you classify yourself as a Bo Nix? If I'm a believer.
I'm hopeful. I am down on my knees, Oliver Twist, holding the bowl out. Please, sir, can I have some more? I am just begging for him to be the guy, to be the guy. I've not seen anything that I can sit here and say, he sucks, he's not an NFL quarterback. Heck yeah, he is. But now, what do I got to see from him do? I want him to handle blitzes. I want him to be able to pick on something quick, not turn his back to the play that Tyler and I talked about yesterday, and make a play under duress, get hit in the mouth, and he drops off a 7-yard slant that goes for 35. I want to see those, and I've not seen that yet.
Okay. That's development, right?
I think that's fair.
That's development. But you're not seeing out of Bo Nix? Let me tell you something else you're not seeing that you're seeing out of a lot of quarterbacks. He's not turning the ball over.
I know.
He's protecting the football. Now, it may look ugly at times. He did sprint backwards twice, a la Russell Wilson.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. But he's not giving the ball up. He's not doing the ultimate disservice to his offense by saying, here, take the piggy.
That's
true.
a skill. That's true. He also has not let his team, being down by double digits and you start slinging the pig around the field into tight spaces and that. So a lot of his completions, the guys are wide open. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not belittling him. I'm saying when he does throw the football, he tends to have a wide open guy. He hasn't fitted into, one of those things where three hands go and the ball hits his guy right in front of the DB. So that's fine. So if D-Mac is a believer, does that make Hastings bopeful? Is that what he is? He's bopeful. All right, that's what I am. I think I'm bopeful. This guy is absolutely a National Football League quarterback, and he's got the cerebral nature and these legs that I love. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now, is he special or can he be special? I don't know that yet.
That's kind of where I'm at.
I don't know that yet because specials will win.
Specials are different. And to be special in this league, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and I want to bring it up again because I think it's a big deal. It's a bigger deal than people expect. If you get over that hump and you could put in your belt buckle, I rallied to win a game in the National Football League. That's a quarterback stat, especially late.
That's why it sucks for him.
Yeah,
That's why
it's a quarterback stat that you could rally to win a game. He had his first rally on the road at Arrowhead against the Witch, against that team. It was in his belt buckle, and they took it away from him.
Yeah, they did.
I think the way you said it, Moj, it's like, yeah, he's an NFL quarterback. Now, what quarterback is he? Is he
Kirk Cousins?
Baker? Is he Kirk? Is he Goff? Is he Herbert? Is he like that's the stuff I don't know yet. I don't know what level or what sort of stratosphere he's in that conversation.
It's like, where will his plateau be in terms of all these? Because I think even if let me put it this way, he's still the third best quarterback in the division right now. And if the Raiders tank for Shedeur, he's probably going to go into next season being the fourth best quarterback inside the division. But maybe, but can he elevate himself? He's never going to elevate over Mahomes, but can he elevate himself over Herbert? I think that he probably could. Shedeur, I think, is going to be special. I'm trying to slide him into where I think he's eventually going to be.
Let's reintroduce that then. I think this was after like week 4 or week 5. Vic, you said if the Broncos were given the opportunity, or if you were running the Broncos and you were given the opportunity to take Shedeur over Bo Nix right now, you'd do it. How about now?
That's a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up. I'd have to think about that more so than I did a month and a half, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
I would have to think about that because I think Bo Nix has fallen into place exactly the way Sean Payton had hoped.
Yep.
Now, it's not a done deal. I still think the talents that Shedeur Sanders possesses, the ability to move the ball on a dime, I don't think Bo can do that. There are certain things that Shedeur can do that Bo can't. But I also recognize Bo doesn't turn the ball over. Well, and that's a skill.
And Bo can do certain things that Shedeur can't do in the sense of the
run.
way he can use his legs
He can run.
is not what Shedeur can do.
Yeah, but just from a throwing capacity,
yeah,
Shedeur's special.
Oh, he's got an insane arm.
He's special.
Yeah, an insane arm.
And just understanding when to throw, processing. I think Shedeur's special.
Sure.
I do.
I'm with you, though, because I agreed with you when we brought that up, a month and a half ago, whenever that was, and I'd be a lot more hesitant now. Just because it feels like there's a fit at the moment. It feels like the way...
Yeah, you're factoring all that in. Does it fit into the coach's style
Yeah.
and all that? I mean, this isn't a blank canvas, right? Quarterback on quarterback. What about all the other elements that go into it?
Mm-hmm. By the way, saw some numbers. If you wanted some encouragement for why you should feel pretty good about the Broncos offense heading into this week. So we know about the Atlanta offense. They're pretty dangerous. Drake London, Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, Darnell Mooney, Tyler Algier, like good players. Kirk Cousins, obviously. Here's their defense, though. This is from Ryan Edwards. Atlanta is 32nd in the league. Do you know how many sacks that they have so far this year? 9. 9 sacks at this point in the season. Dead last in the league. They're 27th in pressures. They only have 66 on the year. Their defense is 26th in passing and 27th in passing TDs allowed.
Yeah, their defense stinks.
They're also the second most penalized defense in the NFL.
Yeah, their defense stinks. We went through that. Heck, we went through that on Monday. I'm going through it. Their offense is top 5. Their defense is bottom 5. They are separated big time.
Finding myself more and more in life having to chase off the radical. And I say radicals in everything in life. In sports, there are radicals. In sports, there are radical lefts and radical rights. And I have to stem off both. And here's a classic example. When we refer to Bo Nix, oftentimes on this show, I often have to tell people, hey, pump the brakes. Let's let him develop. Calm down. He's not the end all. All right?
Yeah.
And then there are those like this texter right here, 4942. Bronco fans booed Orton, but they love Bo. It makes no sense. Exact same quarterback. So you mean to tell me that you're going to compare a quarterback 10 games into his career with a quarterback who came here with ample service under his belt in the National Football League, played on a Super Bowl team before he came here in the National Football League? You're going to make the same comp like that's the same person with the same experience level. I mean, do you see what you're doing? Do you understand how the radicals in every walk of life, they just take these arguments and they take them to their corner and say, come get it.
But even that argument is an argument in favor of Bo Nix being good. You're arguing the peak of Kyle Orton is what
is already what Bo is.
That's a good starting point then, if you ask me. If 10 games into your career, you're the same as somebody who was like a 9-10-year veteran at that position, then yeah, you're in pretty good shape. Yeah, you might not be Tom Brady, but that's a good start. I don't know. Look, as we get closer to the weekend, obviously, Vic, you've talked about, I'm going to call it the sporgy of sports that we have tomorrow.
Would you stop just – here's the problem with you, and
What?
I think everybody after listening to me is going to agree.
Uh-huh.
Stop trying to fit the word orgy into stuff.
It's a sporgy tomorrow.
No.
Double dipperoo.
No, it's a quadruple dipperoo.
Yeah, it's quadruple.
A scoring orgy.
Yeah, see, you're just
Chris Marlowe said it, and he's as professional as they
Nelly,
come.
Nelly, am I right though? Do these two try to fit orgy into stuff where orgy doesn't belong?
I've not used the word
Another
yet.
scoring orgy.
You certainly did.
I've not used the word yet. I have not once.
Today.
I don't use that word.
You did last week.
I don't do that word.
I was offended.
I do not. I've not. I swear to God, go back and find the tape. I've never used that word on the air.
All right.
Ever.
I also have never used the word either. I combine it with another word.
What's that?
Sports.
Okay.
Sporgy. There's 4 things tomorrow that we want to watch. It's Avs, it's Nuggets, it's Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, and it's the border war.
Did you just hand him your credit card?
I did.
So are you going out and getting him something, Jesse? Hey, if you're going out, can you get us a coffee?
Yeah,
Hey,
absolutely.
You know what else? I want a brand new pair of headphones. So
Coffee if you guys are going. Yeah.
just put on that card.
Yeah.
That's
give
the company card.
Give me a bike, too, while you're there.
Yep.
God, look at Mosier. Is there anyone who's so needy like Mark Mosier who calls upon his cohorts to
Apparently
run
my car alarm's going off.
to
That's
go
what he
do
said.
his little hey, you go run my services for me. You little serfs.
Yeah, he's a. How do you say it with the Italian accent? Consigliere. How do you say it?
Consigliere.
Say it for me.
Consigliere.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Tom was great. But Tom was never a member of the family. I felt bad for him.
That wasn't Italian.
What doesn't
He was
matter?
Irish. You can't be Italian. It does matter.
Well, that sounds racist.
What?
Wasn't that the whole point to The Irishman, the movie? Is that De Niro wasn't Irish? He was Italian, or he was he wasn't Italian. He was Irish.
Same with Casino. Same deal. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah, but Henry Hill wasn't Italian, was he?
What do you want me to do? You want me to rewrite the rule book here?
The guy's name's Hill. He's not from Rome, Tuscany. Yeah, my name's Hill. Jeff Hill.
So what?
I'm big time Italian.
Yeah, that's a good question. Do you have to be 100% Italian? Can you be like
Sicilian.
Avsies?
Sicilian.
If you know, you know. If you need to ask, you don't know. You're just in. Like Moj went back to the village. He's not in.
I'm not in.
You can observe.
They're nice to me, but I'll never.
What
be
if somebody
in.
was like 85% Italian, but somehow his last name is McDonald?
You're not in.
No, I don't know.
You're not in. You can't do that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, Alan McDonald from Isernia.
Yeah,
right.
but he looks. All right, fine.
You
But
want
he's
to be
got-
a
but he's
made
got
man or
green-
not?
but he's got slick black hair and
Yeah, everything
listen,
else fits.
You could be a part of the group, but to be a made man is a different story.
So if Tony Soprano, everything else that his mannerisms, the way he spoke, the way he looked, everything was all the same, but his name was
Kevin Finnerty. Remember in
his
the
name was
show?
Tony McDowell.
He's out. Out.
Got a bada bing. What he made a body.
He still owned the strip club, the Bada Bing. It doesn't matter? Okay.
I'm buried behind the bada bing.
303-504-0925 out here at Adele Golf until 10 o'clock today. Get yourself fitted for some irons, some wedges, some putters.
Just come see us.
Well, that too.
Does anybody want to come see us?
Come hug Mosier.
There's a couple couches in
I
here.
kind of need a hug right now, to be honest with you.
We got a peanut gallery.
My only source is Brandon, and that ain't too good.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Out here at Adele Golf on Colorado Boulevard, just a little bit north off of I-70 and Colorado Boulevard. Stop by, say hi. We'll be here until 10 o'clock today.
How cool is this place, though?
Well, it's a winter wonderland for golf fanatics like us. I mean, you got everything you need here.
Here's what you do, and I'm not even kidding. Come to Adele, get fitted, right? Get your new wedges, irons, putter, whatever the case may be. You need to hit the ground running in the spring. That's all there is to it. You need to hit the ground running. Don't be holing around.
Just don't hit the ground like Brendan just did. Just don't hit the ground first. There's a big difference between
Brandon,
would you hit the ground.
Okay. But you see what I'm saying? Don't screw around and go, I'm going to hit these old Mizunos for a month. No, man, come get it done.
Yeah.
So that when it thaws, you are ready to go, and custom fitted so you know they're right for you.
Did you go to the Avs game last night, or were you at home?
I was at home last night.
I was at home last night, too. And let me ask you guys something. Is this what happens? Like, we're empty nesters now. All our kids are gone. And I'm just
well,
sitting,
you and I. I mean,
yeah,
he's got a 2-year-old, for God's sake.
But so give it another year, I'll be an empty.
When you're
absolutely, she'll be off.
Just sitting
medical school.
It's just sitting at home, a little vino, food, just feeling just like a loathsome loser, just watching game after game, flipping every channel, every streaming network. The stream wasn't working for a while. I figured that.
Yeah, mine wasn't working for.
The Max wasn't working.
Yeah,
for a
what
while.
happened?
They got it fixed. It took a while because you know what? This industry, the technology of our industry has taken 8 steps back while trying to go 20 steps forward.
That's exactly right. I'm watching Max
happening.
last night, and it goes out, and so I'm like, what am I? It just does the thinking thing, right? Just spins.
Spins. And I got 3 different things going on. I have a laptop with one game. I've got my television with another. Watching sports television has never been more complex than it is today, and that's ridiculous.
It really is.
Here we are. We're in modern time. We're 2024, and having to watch sports television today is harder than it was 10, 15 years ago.
That is correct.
Somebody make that make sense. Somebody said to me, well, it's because everybody is out to make money and it's all about money. Well, I want you all to know that the television business, sports television, is making less money today than it ever has.
There's no doubt about it. Yep.
I mean, losing money, hand over fist in every walk of life, television business, okay? So that's not the truth. It's just that technology has superseded everything, and it's at a light speed, and we're trying to catch up. And it sucks. That's where we are.
Can I tell you something I saw yesterday, speaking of watching multiple things at once? Because I'm one of those guys. I got phones on something, laptops on another, TVs on another. I saw this graph. It was what women find most attractive for males' hobbies. So, like, at the top was reading. There's cooking on here.
What,
and
reading?
There was like 20 different things.
Oh, he's hot. He's got War and Peace in his hand. He's hot. That's dumb.
There's like 20 different things, and somebody quote tweeted it and said, so watching 21 hours of football on a weekend isn't at the top of the list.
And that's what it's become. But I sat there last night, and I was thinking to myself, is that what my life has become? Is that who I am? That I just sit here on a Wednesday night just by myself watching game after game after game, stream after stream, channel after channel, just standing there, sitting there, occasionally standing up.
Yes.
Is this what it is?
Yeah. Has this not been your life for like 20 years?
No, but I mean, it hit different last night. It hit different. And I don't know why it hit different. You ever hit it like that for you? Or
I kind of like it.
Well, I mean, but that's what
I have no issues with
your
what I
whole
did last
schedule
night.
revolves around.
Yeah, in all honesty, it's a pain in the butt sometimes. I try to peel myself away because your poor wife is like, hey, man, you just got to sit there and watch game after game.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of it's not your job. Well, it is my job. It's hard.
By the way,
of course, I'm never going to miss an Avalanche or a Nuggets game.
Do you
So
know how many games I watched last night from a variety of sports? Do you understand?
No. Did you get that like elephant soccer going and that kind of thing?
I must have watched 5 NBA games. I watched the Avs game. I mean, everything.
I wanted to talk about the NBA because
LeBron had another triple-double at the age of 40. He's going to be 40 soon. His 3rd straight triple-double. Say what you want. It's
pronouns is he, him.
I got
Wemby had a 50.
He had a 50-piece last night. Yep, sure did.
Giannis carried his team to a remarkable win against a crappy team. Minnesota loses again to Portland.
I love it.
Straight.
Yeah, Minnesota's in a bad way.
6-6.
Yeah, they're in a bad way, and I'm here for it.
The Seawolves are not as good as they were a year ago.
Nope. They certainly are not.
Is that like trading Karl Anthony Towns is a bad move?
They're not as good as they were a year ago.
Somebody said that before the year started.
They have taken a step back.
lose. Listen, there's two things surrounding LeBron that I want to discuss for a second. Number one, this was a couple nights ago. Did you guys see the video of LeBron? The Lakers were about to win. It's towards the end of the game, and there's a guy that was like 3-4 rows up in the stands at the baseline that yelled at LeBron, I need one more rebound. I need one more rebound to get him a triple-double because he bet on it. This fan did. LeBron hears him, gets the rebound, and points at him afterwards, and the guy loses it. And he's like, oh, my God, he heard me. He got me the rebound. Does that feel like cheating?
Does what feel like cheating? What do you mean?
I mean, for all the rules that we have against gambling in sports, what are and aren't allowed to do.
So are you saying that this guy personally requested a triple-double so that he can get his bet paid?
Well, then LeBron says after the game, in the postgame, he goes, yeah, he yelled at me to get one more rebound. I had to get one for him. And all I'm saying is, what if the guy just intentionally didn't? What if LeBron didn't grab a board to make him lose?
When you go to bed with the betting companies, all bets are off.
I'm just saying, it felt weird that they were just openly talking about that. And I'm like, if you did that, like gave a little extra intentionally. Remember when Russell Westbrook was chasing all those triple-doubles? Yes. They were like, not get a rebound to make sure Russell got it to get to 10, that sort of thing. Like, that feels like a version of sports gambling cheating, but whatever. Here's the other story. So, Bronny was sent to the G League, but he only for home games.
That's correct. He only plays home games. They don't make him travel on the road with the South Bay Lakers.
That's ridiculous.
What's happening there?
That's Did you see what your boy Brian Windhorst said to say about it?
Windhorst killed him.
He's killing him.
He was right.
He should.
He's right.
He's saying that, and this is what we've been saying before. Let me give you the quote. Honestly, I knew he was getting somewhat special treatment and nepotism. That's fine. I don't care. It's normal, says Windhorst. Now
That's true. That's true, by the way.
Right.
Nepotism is something that exists.
He says, now I think it's actually detrimental to him. I don't like that. I don't know whose idea it was. Obviously, the Lakers are fine with it. They're doing it. On this particular instance, I think it's gone too far. I don't think it benefits Bronny. I don't think it benefits the South Bay Lakers, and I don't think it benefits LeBron at that point either.
Is his mom running the show?
I don't know. I have no idea. But so the kid's not playing all the games. He's only playing the home games.
And he's there last night, cheering on his dad. What does that do for his development?
Nothing. I don't get it. This is such an ugly, ego-driven thing by LeBron. The kid's in a bad spot. Okay, I'm not going to bash the kid, but somebody made the decision that he's only going to play home games so he doesn't have to travel to crap hole city in the G League.
But can somebody explain, just if they were to make a basketball
He should
argument,
be playing 30 minutes a night in the G League no matter what.
If they're making a basketball argument as to why, what's the argument of why he wouldn't travel in G League
Well,
games?
because he's too good to travel on the road for G League games. He's LeBron James'
I
son.
don't know what the argument would be. I don't know what it would be.
Like, is there one?
Oh, he can't.
He's not needed.
He can't go to Grand Rapids. Are you kidding me?
He's not needed at the home base. He's not going to play with the Lakers. By the way, Dalton Connect played well last night. 5 for 5 from 3. 5 for 5, did not miss a 3. What a steal for a draft. Anyway, he's not playing here.
This whole thing, it really does, and I mean this genuinely. I hope Bronny turns out to be a player. I know he's not going to be a star or anything like that, but he can be just a rotational guy in the league. Because if not, this is the biggest dog and pony show sort of like circus.
Mm-hmm.
It
is like My Little Pony.
What is
LeBron's walking around saying, "Hey, check out My Little Pony."
What is the old Barnum and Bailey, right?
Yeah.
Where they had some of the freak show sort of attractions. It's like it feels like that's what Bronny is. Come here tonight.
By the king.
Watch father and son sit on the bench together. It's like this is so
I don't get
stupid.
It. Let them handle it. Let them deal with it. That's a Lakers problem.
I mean, don't you feel bad for him?
Not anymore. I did. Not anymore. That's that.
So you don't feel bad for the kid.
But
I feel bad for the kid.
The kid seems happy.
Yeah,
he's smiling.
He's making an NBA contract.
Yeah,
I'm not
he's
feeling
good.
Too bad for him.
I think he's doing better than some kids. I think there are a lot of kids that would love that life.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
Before you start, Vic, I know you're going to say he would never do that, but I'm just like, if Joker had a son, and said, I want this to happen, the Nuggets would have to do it, right?
Yes.
They'd have to do it.
Yeah, if you want to keep your star player happy, yes.
And so all this stuff, it's so difficult.
What do you think is going on in Milwaukee with Giannis?
Yeah, his brother.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're keeping him happy.
But it's so difficult. And I don't even think superstar quarterbacks have the same amount of power as a star basketball player does.
No,
like
because
a true end superstar.
There's more impact on a basketball court. It's just
Well, what's the ultimate goal for the young man? Is it to make him a regular NBA player? What's the ultimate
Let me
goal?
ask you this. Why do we care in Denver, Colorado?
You know what? I
what
don't,
the hell they do with their franchise?
We don't. I just think it's bad for the kid. I think they're.
But why do we care so much about
because
how
we're
LeBron
parents. I don't know.
fathers his kid?
Because we're parents, and I don't know.
I think it's just okay.
Because I think part of you think it's fake.
Yes,
Of
that's
course
what
it's
it is.
fake.
It's fake.
It's theater for solely theater's sake. And okay, this is going to sound really old what I'm about to say. I don't think I've ever said this in my life. Prepare yourselves. It feels like it's a disrespect to the game. It really does, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it's so inauthentic.
It's artificial.
That it's bothersome. Like it bothers me.
Manufactured.
Yes.
But
and because it's LeBron, here's the other part, and this is not Bronny's fault.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's LeBron, it's constantly talked about too. You know, I'd compare it to Taylor Swift. Does Taylor Swift during Chiefs games bother me? Kind of. Is it her fault? No. It's whoever's making the decision to make that a part of my viewing experience or my content consumption.
Yeah.
And that's what this Lakers-Bronny thing is. I truly, if they didn't mention it, I wouldn't care. But there's always a story that's going to come out, and I go, well, this kind of pisses me off. And it's a me problem.
You know what? That's great self-awareness. I'm
Yeah.
proud of you. I really am proud of you.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning, get a breakdown of the game this weekend. Sanford shot me a text, by the way. They're saying it's medical reasons, the heart thing that he had when he was at USC is the reason he's not traveling.
That he can't jump on a plane?
I would assume if he was in the rotation for the Lakers,
Well, then
he'd
how are
probably
you?
make the
How are
flight.
you on an NBA roster?
Wow, bro.
Again,
If-
it's like
if-
I'm being gaslit
Yeah,
here.
come on, man. If that's the case, then how did you make an NBA roster?
Great question. 303-504-0925. Back after this. So I'm really into when it's early in the season. You can take a look at futures odds, and you can try and make an assessment of, you know, what are the odds now and what will they be? So I jumped on the Circus Sportsbook, and I said, you know what, the Avalanche are a team that's a game over 500 right now. And they're going to get the Cavalry coming back, hopefully tomorrow. And with that, what's their odds to win the Stanley Cup? And right now, it's plus 1150. And with Val Nichushkin, Miles Wood, Jonathan Drouin hopefully getting it back in the lineup tomorrow, I think that number's only going to go down. So if you want a futures odd to win the Cup, plus 1150 might be the best odds you get all season long. You could jump on that and so much more at the Circus Sportsbook as they have the best odds in the game. I've done the comparing. Nobody has better odds than the Circus Sportsbooks. To download the app right now, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Kaner, we had a real quick question, and I want to – this is from the 2207. Mosher, when you talk Avs again, what's the difference between a hat trick and a natural hat trick? A natural hat trick is just when you score the 3 goals in a row and nobody else scores for your team. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like
sure.
if Mikko had scored the first goal and then whoever scored the second goal and then he scored the next 2, that's just a hat trick. But he scored 3 goals in a row, goals 2, 3, and 4.
Last night, the LA Kings went 23 minutes plus without a shot on goal.
That's
they went
crazy.
the entire second period without a shot on goal. What is the longest you can remember in this league for a team not getting a shot on goal?
Vic, listen, not having a shot in a period happens once in a blue moon.
Okay.
I mean, it happens once in a blue moon. But the Kings not only didn't have a shot on goal in the second period, they sort of waited into the third and went like another 7 minutes without a shot on goal. I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing that before in my entire
It's almost
life.
like they just took a break and said, all right, let's just chill
I
for
said,
a while.
screw it, yeah. Hey, listen, let's give the Avalanche credit. The Avs were completely outplaying them. They really were.
Yeah.
And by the way, the Avs weren't exactly lighting up the shots on goal themselves. I mean, they were stuck on 20 for an awfully long time before they started to pick it up a little bit.
The one thing that, it's always funny. Bednar talked about this, I think it was 2 weeks ago with us, where he said, we just want to get off to a good start at home. And 30 seconds in, you give up a goal, right? And then right afterwards, shortly after, Lehkonen ties it up. But then I feel like this happens to the Avs more than other teams, where both Taves, I think it was Taves and Makar, right, go to attack the puck, and they just leave Kempe wide open on the backside. Yeah. Am I wrong here, Moj? Does that happen to the Avs more than other teams? I don't know a lot of times where an Av is all alone at the back end of the goal for a tap in.
No, it does. Well, they have been. It doesn't, but it feels like it does.
Okay.
Yeah, when you look at Ivan's last goal, the goalmouth scramble, the Kovalenko, this is, 3 games ago, whatever, Seattle game, I guess it was. I'm trying to remember. But, the guys lose coverage of him. Other teams lose coverage. You just think that your guys are kicking some major butt. Oh, he just made an awesome play.
Yeah.
Or, maybe the other team screwed up. Or maybe they did make an awesome play.
Okay, a question that's always asked.
But you're right. But two superstar defensemen doing the same thing at the same time, that's not good.
This question has been answered so many times. I know it by heart, but I want you to answer it because everyone's asking it again. Why does a shot that hits the crossbar not count as a shot on goal?
Because officially the definition of a shot on goal is a shot that would have gone in had the goalie not stopped it.
Okay.
That's not going in. It's not. It's hitting the post. It's not going in.
Okay, but it depends on where it hits on the post.
Okay,
because if it hits a post and caroms in, it goes in.
That is correct.
That would technically be hitting the post,
but it went in the net. Technically it would be. It's like
what if it hits the post?
A shot on field goal.
Okay, what if it hits the post?
Everything that would have gone through the uprights without being blocked. Okay. And then it hit the upright.
What if it hits the post, hits the back of the goalie's head, and goes in? Is that a shot on goal?
That's a goal, yeah.
Yeah, because it ended up in the back of the net.
No, the better question is, what if it hit the post, shoots up in the air, lands in front of the goalie, and he covers it?
Hey.
Okay. No, you don't. Okay. Got it. Got
right,
it. Got
he
it.
just
Got
shut
it.
his
Got it.
computer.
Got it.
All right, he just shut his computer and let us know when
I'm just curious. If you want to say I don't know, that's fine. I was just curious.
You shoot it. Call Jimmy. Well, call Dave Jackson. You shoot it, and it hits this random bird that got into the arena, and it careens off the bird's feathery ass, and it hits the goalie on top of his head, rolls down his back, but hold on, it hangs on the goal line.
Yeah.
I mean, dudes.
Is that a shot on goal?
A shot on goal is defined as a puck that would have gone into the net had the goalie not made the save.
Answer the bird question. Is that a shot on goal?
Absolutely a shot on goal.
Okay. Here's the deal, though. Mentioned this to start the show, and
sometimes
I think
you guys really – I think you do it on purpose.
This needs to be bolded, underlined, with an exclamation point behind it. The Avs right now, and this is the way I'm going to look at it. Forget the record. 9-8, okay, fine. But with the amount of injuries you suffered with some of the, lack of confidence in your goaltending, Had it not been for Winnipeg going on a quite literally historic stretch to start the year, you're 5 points back of second place still. And Minnesota's having a good start. You're 5 points back. And if Winnipeg was somewhere around Minnesota, then this is all different. But you know what? Forget about the Jets for now. The fact that you kept this afloat during all of the turmoil that you suffered for the beginning of the season, and now with tomorrow, hopefully 3 guys returning to the lineup.
It's a credit to the coach.
It's so big time. It's so huge that Bednar kept that together.
It really is. I mean, this could have gone off the rails real quick, and it hasn't. This is a team that's on the up.
Yep.
And you can sense it. You can feel it. You don't even need to know the results of the games. Just watch the games. You can feel it, right? The Avs are back.
The Capitals lost at home to the Maple Leafs last night. Now they're heading to Denver today. They gave up 2 in the third period and lost in OT, so they're not going to be a happy bunch. But it's a 10-4-1 team, and they bring with them, here comes Ovi, man. This is going to be a big story through the rest of this year and into next season, should it take him that long. But this is a big deal, and people still want to watch.
How long is he going to play?
People still want to watch. I don't know. People still want to watch him play the game of hockey. So it's super cool, man.
What percentage would you say Ovi's at now compared to his peak? What percentage
Golly.
of player?
Well, you know what? He's got 10 goals already. That's pretty damn awesome. 85% maybe? Okay. I want to say, but here's the thing. He can still just get fat on the power play. Just park himself in that circle and bomb away. You know how Mikko likes to bomb on the power play from the near circle as a left-handed shot? Ovi, I can't tell you how frightening that shot is. He just bombs it from there. Other side.
By the way, power play last night had a couple.
Couldn't even get the ball.
I
They
know.
couldn't get the puck across the zone.
I know. Looked awful. Agreed.
With the start to the game and then not scoring on the power play, I was like, this might be bad.
For some reason, their first periods, we'll ask Coach about it next week, but they need better starts. They need better first periods.
Yeah.
Coming on out and getting outshot, 10-3, and you're trying to wade your way into the game, and then you come out for the second like gangbusters, all good.
Yep.
Like from that point on, you're playing 40 good minutes of hockey, but you need to get better starts. You need some oomph from the get-go.
If you get all 3 of these guys back tomorrow, if you get Wood, Druin, and Val back, where Val's the only for sure one so far, what does the top 9 forward group look like?
Well, I'm going to put, let's say, do you keep Lehkonen up with the top? Because
I think you should.
Lehkonen is a dang player. Did you hear Biz and those guys talking about him last night?
Yeah.
Biz loves Lecky. Mm-hmm. And we should all love Lecky, too, because he's just a working son of a gun.
Is it
good
Lecky's
player.
dad who's the national announcer in?
Correct, in Finland.
Finland,
yeah.
Okay.
So let's go. Let's leave Lecky there. Lecky, Nate, Rantanen. Okay. Then you'll go Drouin, Casey, and Val. And then that's where Ross Colton would be. Parker Kelly's probably still going to be your third-line center, but Wood would be there probably with LOC.
That's a good 9, man.
Yeah.
That's totally different from what we've seen
And then,
so far
but
this
imagine
year.
throwing 92 back in there at some point.
Oh, I know.
And 20 in there at some point. I mean,
well,
it's awesome. That's the vision but again, that's when you're talking about Chris McFarland, Josiah, everybody's vision. That's the vision that they look at. That's the vision of what that team is. When you step on the ice opening night, that's what their vision was hopefully going to be.
I talked about this in the appetizer. If you want to hear the difference of what Friday could look like with what you just mentioned, that top 9, as opposed to, remember when Shillington was playing winger minutes for a second?
Yep.
Remember that? That's where the Avs were.
He's a
for
super
moment
guy,
in time.
though. He's a really good dude.
Didn't mean he's a bad guy, but he's playing out of position most because they had to. They had to do it. And then they did that for about 5 minutes in that game, and they go, okay, about enough of that.
Who took the puck to the dome last night on the slap shot? Barely turned his head in
That
time.
was Calvin DeHaan.
Oh,
it went off his
God.
shield.
Did you see how close that came? Oh, my God.
Yeah, did you see the collision between, who was it, McKinnon and...
Yes. Well, McKinnon was, he seemed like he was down for a while. That scared the hell out of me.
I almost barfed.
Yeah. But seeing that slap shot come off his face, his visor, if he's not wearing a visor, dude, did they hit the visor or the helmet?
He turned and it smashed the visor. As he's like,
oh.
Whoa! Yeah.
Jeez.
Hey, so here's the story. The Avs, they send guys down and they bring them back up. The guys stay in town, but it's a paperwork thing, right? There's going to come a time, like look right here. The Avs have reassigned T.J. Tynan and Nikita Prishipov to the Colorado Eagles. That was at midnight last night. That came out. There's going to come a time when these guys get sent down and they don't get called back up.
Right.
Where they actually get in their car and they drive back up to Loveland, and that mean and not that you're not going to miss them. I'm just saying that you're going to have your guys back in the lineup.
They're going up and down. That's strictly for cap purposes, right? All of this, like, sent down to the Eagles, recalled to the Avs, that's just cap stuff that they're doing. You save a few bucks here and there every time you do it, right? Texture says, I don't want to be weird, but can you say those lines again slowly and in a deep voice?
What?
Texture says, I don't want to be weird. Can you say those lines again slowly and in a deep voice?
Me or you?
You.
Why? That sounds kind of weird.
He said, I don't want to be weird.
Well, you're being weird. Don't preface it with, I don't want to be weird if you are being weird. It doesn't get you off the hook, Jack.
Be weird, dude.
All right.
Texture, speaking of Betsy.
Lehkonen, McKinnon, Rantanen, Drouin, Middlestat, and Val. Oh. Put Parker Kelly in the middle of your third line. One side is LOC, the other side, Miles Wood.
See, it sounds pretty good, actually.
Who's that?
I mean, it was a little bit weird, but it sounded
dude made it. It didn't have to be weird, but dude made it weird by saying, I don't want to be weird.
Texture says, speaking of Bedsy, he'll never win a Jack Adams trophy because the overall roster is messed up as that is. And I think we've seen that in the past. You know what's funny?
Why doesn't a guy not get credit for, because he's got three of the best players on the planet,
But
right?
aren't you kind of responsible for cultivating that talent?
Yeah, you are. Yeah. And keeping things afloat.
We've seen this in other sports, though, where coaches don't get proper respect for maintaining.
If you're voting Coach of the Year, can I ask you just a not that this matters all that much, but just the way that you guys view it?
I vote for Coach of the Year.
You do?
I have a vote.
Oh.
So what's
all the broadcasters vote for Jack Adams.
Do you have like a badge or something? Do you carry a card?
Yeah, I got a certificate in a flip badge, like a.
Are you dead serious?
Like a
show it
county sheriff.
Like when you go to a restaurant.
Oh man, they just
would be cool.
He gets free meals in Canada.
No, but I'll tell you what's interesting.
Canadian Thanksgiving.
It is an independent. It's an independent accounting firm that handles our ballots and our counting. It's pretty interesting.
See, but here's what I've wondered: whether no matter what sport it is, like if you were to give a Coach of the Year award in the NFL this season so far, if the season ended today, who would be your winner? Is it Andy Reid because he's got the best record?
God, Campbell, Quinn, you got many choices here.
Is it? But it feels like what people do is they take somebody like Dan Quinn because it's like, oh, we thought you were going to be terrible.
Yeah, we thought you were going to stink. Right?
Did you beat expectations?
That's how I feel like people measure that.
It's never did you fulfill expectations. It's did you top expectations?
Because I think we'd all agree the best coach in the NFL is Andy Reid. He's the best coach in the league.
I think he probably is. Yeah.
But he doesn't win best coach because he's got Mahomes.
Because he's got the
and they're
witch.
like, oh, well, you should.
Right.
It's a weird thing. But with Bednar at the start to this season, I mean, I think it's got to be accounted for if the Avs take off here and win. I think, what'd you say yesterday, Moj? Like if they rattle off a 14 out of 18, which is possible for how talented they are, then it's like, oh, well, that's not Bednar being a good coach.
We got a hell of a road trip coming up here, though.
Yeah.
Big-time roadie.
Speaking of coaching, yesterday I'm at Nuggets practice, and the Nuggets head coach is now 1 win away, Michael Malone, from tying Doug Moe for most wins in Nuggets franchise history, which there was a time I never thought that record would be set, top, broken, whatever. He has approached it. He will overtake it, and he'll probably do it tomorrow night in New Orleans.
That's pretty amazing.
Well, Bednar just is he the most games coached by an Av? Is that what it was last night? It was some sort of record.
Oh, he's already exceeded that. Yeah.
I saw some graphic last night, though. I don't know what it was.
Most games coached in franchise history.
I mean,
he's already coached more than any other coach in Avalanche history.
I mean, think about that. You're dealing with the two most successful coaches of their respective franchises coaching at the exact same time.
Isn't it amazing, though, how stuff just creeps up and bites you in the butt like that? All of a sudden, Michael Malone is number one. Like, whoa, you gotta.
And that doesn't even take into account, by the way, they count those wins just regular season wins.
Yeah.
They don't count playoff wins.
Right.
If playoff wins were part of the math, he would have exceeded it long ago.
Sure.
Interesting.
303-504-0925. Speaking of that, I saw something yesterday that I think that you guys would enjoy sort of comparing and contrasting. It's something that Kreckman tossed out. We'll get to it next.
Moshe Lombardi and Kane, I want you to come by and see us today. Vic is currently, see if you can see that on the video. Now you can see Vic, he has Brett by the hips, and he's actually trying to get him to move those hips through the hitting zone. I like that. That was like an 8th grade dance where you grabbed him by the hips right there.
Mosher, that was basically like in a rom-com when the creepy dude is trying to teach the
coming
female
over
lead how
the
to golf.
top.
But he always does, and he cuts it. Yeah,
His first move is hands over the
Right.
top. When you get to the top of the swing, you have to remind yourself that the hips got to go first.
He doesn't get that, dude. He wants to just power it. He wants to just blast his way through the hitting zone as hard as he possibly can, just in case he connects.
How did my hands feel on your hips?
You touched my butt.
How did it feel, though, that the feeling of carrying your hips through first?
Terrible.
It didn't resonate?
Yeah, awful.
You know, doing it the right way felt just the worst. It was just terrible.
Like, yeah, I'm not. Look, I'm not looking to go on tour here. I just need a shot that works for me. I'm starting to figure it out, and you guys are like, "Get your thumb over." I hate what you're doing with your foot.
Hey, this whole college football thing, I heard you guys.
Mosher had the balls to tell me, by the way, earlier in the show. He goes, "That thumb there, it's why you don't get power." I'm like, I hit my 7-iron 205. What are you talking about?
You
no
do,
power.
but that's why you spew it right all the time, man. You gotta get those hands closed at impact. It doesn't matter. You do you play your game.
I'm gonna keep reminding you. The last time we played, who won?
I was hammered, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Hey, this whole college football thing is so crazy, Vic. I heard you say it's like a week. It's not even year to year. It's week to week. Guys can just quit and take off, and that Coach Prime started doing it the way you need to do it from the get go and so on. Did you see that this 4-star quarterback is now the 6th guy to decommit from Florida State because they're having such a crappy year, and they think that the coach is going to be fired and so on and so forth? Have you seen that stuff?
Going to be.
Oh,
They're 1-9.
Yeah, but Norvell's got a huge buyout, man. I mean,
what is it, like $60 million or something crazy?
He re-signed a deal. Oh, here we go, Mosher. You're good now. Jesse took care of you. Thank
Praise
Jesse.
the Lord.
Thank Jesse. Jesse, give him his
you.
credit card back. Don't keep it and go buy
Love
stuff
you.
again like you usually do. Oh, you Venmo'd him? Okay.
Yeah.
Listen,
I will.
Listen, the week-to-week thing in college football is not going to change anytime soon. And when I say week-to-week, all right, you can't just leave after a week, but you can certainly quit. You can certainly quit, like the UNLV quarterback did, right? UNLV quarterback did.
Are they rewarding kids for quitting now? I mean, if they don't,
I don't
like
know
the situation.
But some kids make a good point. Did you hear the lawsuit that's emanated, the origination from the Vanderbilt quarterback who said, what's his name again?
Diego Pavia.
Diego Pavia, who said, since he came from the JC ranks, there's no ability in JC football to make NIL money. You can't make it. So he's been denied NIL opportunities. He wants those vanquished.
There's a rule against it, or JUCOs just don't have money? I mean, that's part
They
of it.
just don't have
You
the
mean because
ability
he
to make
came
money.
Yeah.
because he came from the JUCO ranks?
From the JUCO ranks, he lost 2 years of income possibility. So he is suing the NCAA, saying that he wants another year of eligibility based on that. To
what
make
if he
money.
sucked? What if he wasn't good enough to play D1
Well, then he
football?
wouldn't be suing anybody. That's where we
It's a
are.
good argument from him,
But that's
actually.
where we are, right? Because he values his college career, not his pro career. He'll never be a pro quarterback.
No, he won't.
He's not. He's not going to be
No,
a pro
but he
quarterback.
wants.
But
at Vandy, he wants maybe
Yes.
500 G's.
He wants to maximize his collegiate revenue source.
So he wants to. Pavia wants to play another year at Vandy.
Yes,
Dude,
and
he could be a Vandy legend. He could go up there with, like, Cutler if he keeps winning,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
9 games a year.
do you agree with this case? That
Yes.
since he played
Totally.
Okay. I'm just wondering where we are right now. So we're going to have what you're saying is we're going to have college football players, college basketball players that could be late 20s, early 30s.
Well, yeah, guys are going to. Well, what the hell is Cam Rising going to do? If he gets granted another year, dude, it'll be his 8th year of college football.
Now, something to keep in
I mean,
mind.
a guy could be a flipping brain surgeon.
Something to keep
It's
in
crazy.
mind. We're at the very tail end of the extra COVID years that people got, so that is going to be off the table.
Like Dylan
for kids.
Gabriel?
Yes, like that. I don't think we're going to see 6-7 year players all that often anymore after this. Maybe I'm wrong, but here's a classic example, and this is what I don't get. So when I got done playing baseball, it was like the tail end of all this of what college sports used to be. If you had to transfer, guess what? Whether it's your decision or not, maybe the coach comes up to you and says, "Hey, buddy, we don't got room for you anymore. We're done," and you have to transfer to play somewhere else. You still had to sit a year, whether it was your decision or not.
You paid
to
the
leave.
price.
And I said, that's silly. You can't do that to people. I thought you should be able to transfer at least once wherever you want to go.
But now we've gone too far the other way.
But here's the issue. The problem that I had was people saying, man, what's wrong with these kids just sticking it out? What happened to earning your spot? And I go, well, when you only have 4 years, my time, to go and play,
that's a good
maybe
point.
you don't want to waste 25% or 50% of that waiting for your opportunity.
And you have to earn someone's respect and other coaches' belief.
And some other coaches saying, if you come here, I'll play you right away.
Sure.
So I understood that. The issue I have now is Bill O'Brien is the head coach of Boston College.
Yes.
They have a quarterback there. I forget his name. It's Castellanos. Thomas Castellanos, I think his name is. He started all year. He was benched in the middle of the game last week. Castellanos has now transferred.
Oh, he wants out.
Like immediately
because he
after
got
getting
benched.
He's gone.
I'm gone.
And that, I'm like, that's ridiculous.
That's a trigger finger. That's a reaction. That's an emotional reaction.
I'm trying to figure out what he stands to gain by doing that with 3 games left in the schedule. It's like just finish the season, and then after the season gets done, say you want to transfer.
But
that's not dealing with adversity very well.
But people don't care about
That's a bad thing. I mean,
Sure.
that's a character. Hey, listen, I got benched, and now I quit. I quit on all my teammates. I quit on everybody who supported me. I'm just quitting.
For everybody who knocks him for doing that.
Don't teach kids to be quitters,
Understood.
man.
For everybody who knocks him for doing that, there is a coach out there who will gladly take him on.
There is. There's no doubt about it.
And that's what's sad about this, is that this is going to continue because players, coaches, teams want to be better. And if you see somebody that you could perhaps rehabilitate, bring in your system, I'll make you better. Come on over here. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, but
and that's where we live.
That's just a bad precedent to set. That just allow kids to up and quit and be gone. It's not good for the kid. I mean, what is that? What is that teaching the young person about life?
Is that really your job to be teaching them about life, or is this just a money making? This is college football is no longer about teaching.
When you
life.
say your job, what do you mean?
You're talking about Nick Saban
society.
or
you're talking about like
Bill O'Brien's job or anybody else's
those
job.
college coaches would tell you it's their job.
But I think you have to redefine what college sports is now. College sports at that level is no longer about.
Now it's just make
exactly
bread.
right. It's not about defining and making kids, and you're talking about let's set kids out into the world and understand what it's like to. No, it's I got a paycheck to make.
Well, there's
Pavia wants to make his paycheck.
2 things here. Prime would tell you it's his job.
Well, you can say it's your job, but there are certain. You know what? He wouldn't be doing his job if his elite players weren't making money either.
Oh, of course, but he would tell you it's my job to not just make these guys better football players, but better men. He says it all the time.
Who
right?
says that?
Dion.
Yeah, he does.
Texter says, "Is Castellanos any different than the UNLV quarterback Sluka?" I can make one argument that's totally different. Sluka transferred before his eligibility ran up this year, so he gets another year.
Right.
He can redshirt.
And he says
this kid can't. He's played too much.
Right, but he also said that they broke their promise. Talking about UNLV.
But when I say what do you stand to gain, he stands to gain
Yeah,
another year in
another
college
year,
football.
yeah, correct.
Castellanos doesn't get that in Boston College.
No, he just
played 9 weeks.
Gets out.
Yeah, you're a little too Hollywood on this now, Moj. I was the same way. You're like you've watched too many episodes. You've watched Hoosiers too many times. Like Jimmy quit. He didn't want to play for principled purposes, but he got back on the team, and when he did, he made the difference. It was all about Jimmy. See, you think everybody's a Jimmy out there, and that's not the case. What if Jimmy had not come back unless he was making some NIL money?
His name Jimmy Chitwood?
Yeah, what if Gene Hackman said, Jimmy, we will pay you $100 Come on back. Take that shot. That's not the case. You're watching too many renditions of Hoosiers, brother. The game has changed. The rules have changed.
Maybe I am.
Okay, different type of situation, but quasi-similar. Anthony Richardson was benched earlier this year because of, depending on what you want to believe, either he tapped out of the game or he was just bad. And it's probably a combination of both. But did you see he has now been named the starter again?
Mm-hmm.
Indianapolis is a mess.
Yeah,
Look who's back.
A mess.
Back again. Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if you're Richardson, depending if that was a punishment, which I think would be worse. I just don't know for him how he comes back and handles that when it's kind of like Val, I guess. The team's probably looking at you a little bit sideways when you first return, right?
It's not as bad as Val's situation.
I'm just saying there's probably going to be a hurdle that you got to get over with
Sure.
your teammates
You gotta
for a second.
regain that trust.
Yeah.
Can't be tired midway through a game and just walk off. No.
But do you think that the offensive lineman, when he gets in the huddle again, maybe it's the fourth quarter and he's maybe huffing and puffing after a scramble, are looking at him like, I dare you. Tap that helmet.
He will
Tap
never, Brett, between now and the end of time, I can promise you that Anthony Richardson will never tap out again.
Yeah. Well, it's because it's
I
never,
can promise you.
Because it doesn't happen. When's the last time we've seen a quarterback
It doesn't
tap
happen,
out?
and he was destroyed for it by everybody.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
Everybody
By the way,
destroyed him.
What are your thoughts on Bo Nix so vociferously supporting his boy Alex Forsythe? I want to say something about Alex Forsythe because we delved into this all week, and I want to make this one final stand on this. All week long, I blamed the coaching on this matter. I don't think it was coached up correctly. And you could say what you want about what does coaching mean, whether you have the right personnel group, whether you do it the right way, whatever. You saw an error, a flaw, and the coaching didn't help the player, okay?
Right.
The player kept getting beat a certain way. Perhaps he was doing it the right way. It just wasn't working. Maybe he's not big enough for that position. That all comes down to coach has to recognize that, right? I never really put it on Forsythe. He took the brunt of it because he's on his back. He's the one that looked bad. He looked terrible. Now, did you hear about all the people DMing him, just going off on him on social media?
It's
Do
awful.
you
I
understand
hate
how
that
awful
stuff.
that is?
I hate
Do you understand? And for those people who did that, I want you to know something. Do you know that this kid has gone through hell and back already? Do you know that his dad, when he was like 12 years old, his dad was killed in a mall shooting?
Jeez.
No.
He's seen hell already. Do you think you're going to hurt him more than he's already been hurt by doing that crap? Do you think that, this kid's walked a tough life already, all right? So I just, when I hear about that stuff, it drives me crazy.
Well, you're something I can't say. You're a piece of poop.
But why do people? Why do people do that though? Why do they? Oh, that's just.
But it goes back. The reason I brought this up, I love that Bo Nix took it upon himself, as did other players, to support and defend their teammate. This is what leaders do. It's what good teammates do, and you could believe whatever the hell you want to believe. They didn't blame anybody else, but they made the case that, dude, this guy's working his butt off. Man, just listen to Bo Nix deliver this, and tell me this doesn't sound like the leader of the future for the Denver Broncos.
So I think it's very unfortunate, very unfair that, ultimately a play comes down to, one moment and the light or, something, people can say that it falls under one person, and nobody prepares like Alex Forsythe prepares. Nobody goes through the moments throughout the week and gets every set and every look that he possibly can and go out there and put his team in the best possible spot. And I think it's unfair that, unfortunately it's the game we play, and all of our mistakes are on national TV and everyone sees them. And, there's a lot of, negative talk when somebody messes up, but I think it's, I think it should be known how valuable he is to our team, how much he is respected throughout our locker room. And it really, it ticks me off that people can, say those things about him and not even see how he works or how he responds or how he plays. And I have no doubt that Alex Forsythe is going to respond, probably better than anybody in that situation. He cares more than anybody would in that situation.
Do you know why he's defending him? Because the player was coached into doing exactly what he was coached to do. He wasn't ad-libbing. He wasn't freewheeling. He wasn't doing something like, let me try this. He was coached that same way, and it didn't work. Now, you wouldn't hear a peep out of these teammates if they knew the player messed up. You wouldn't.
Well, and here's the other thing. When you have when you and me saw that same cut up, Brandon Perna had one that he sent out on Twitter, which was the entire year's worth of field goals.
It was the same story.
And I saw some responses that said, gosh, this guy gets blown up every play. He's terrible. And I'm like, you watched like a 2-minute cut up of about 20 field goals where this is happening over and over again.
What does that show you?
Your conclusion is the player is messing up every time he does this?
Mm-hmm. He wouldn't be in the unit if he messed up every single time.
If Mosher came on the air every day and the first word he said was the F-bomb and nobody said anything to him, is that Mosher's fault? Every day it happened.
Well, hold on a second. It might be the first thing I say, but it's off the air.
I'm saying with the microphone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you cursed on the air every day and we got an FCC violation every single day,
the holy
No, that was.
Mosier.
Shush up, Lauren. Yeah, that was an accident. That one right there. That was years ago.
But if you
in the
keep
bubble.
having those accidents and nobody says anything, it's no longer your fault.
And that wasn't on the air either. That was just a Zoom stream thing.
Got it.
You know,
Got it.
It was
the point.
And it was in the hallway.
Okay, I got it. The point is, if nobody is coaching you or telling you not to do that or to do something differently or doesn't make a replacement, it's no longer on you anymore. It's on the coaching staff. And so that's why this entire week I'm like, I think they might have been telling him to do it. You can't do that every single time.
These are not dumb people, and they're looking at every piece of film week after week after week after week after week. It's ridiculous.
So I'm still curious. What are we going to see this weekend on that field goal unit?
Hey,
what are we going to see?
Probably the same damn thing because it was so rare. I mean, they're going to shore it up because Andy Reid said
shore it up. How will you have a bigger player at that position? Will you
hold on?
I'm serious. What will it look like?
That specific field goal, though, Vic. They saved it till I'm telling you, the Chiefs saved it till the end, till they really needed it.
Hold on a second.
What?
Opening kick. Broncos receive.
Right.
Drive down the field. Opening drive touchdown. Man, Bo Nix was 4-4 for 50 yards and a TD. Here comes the field goal unit. Tell me your eyes aren't glued on number 54 if he's still out there.
Of course you are. That's why I said I wonder what are they going to do.
And I was just to back you up to ask it in a different way. What odds would you put that it looks the exact same?
What do you mean?
I'd say 90%.
Like that he falls over again.
I'd say 90%.
Well, I mean, if he falls over at that level where he's getting steamrolled and somebody comes a whisker away from blocking a kick, then, again, it's coaching. It's not the player. Because the coach has to put the proper player in that position. It's coaching.
When we come back, I have a problem with computers in football and matchup predictors. I don't know what I don't know. Maybe I need you to help me.
Okay.
And also, I want somebody to come by and see us, man. This place is great.
Yeah, we're at Adele Golf.
Let's have a putt-off.
Just a little bit north off of I-70 and Colorado Boulevard. Going to be here until 10 o'clock today. They can get you fitted. These beautiful custom clubs.
This place
wedges,
is really
irons,
cool,
putters,
man.
all of that available to you. They get you hooked up. If you're watching on the Safeway Twitch feed or Altitude TV, look at the engravings and stuff they can do on the back of these club heads.
Have you seen the irons? They've got the pro-style iron, and they've got the Brett and Mo style iron.
Yeah.
Dude, these things are not only beautiful, but they're rad.
Yep.
They're really good.
So stop by, say hi today. Get yourself, give them a call. Schedule a fitting. Get yourself some clubs to get ready for the when all this weather goes away again. Don't stab me with that, please.
Oh, come on, man, Victor. Just getting...
I know exactly what you're doing.
He likes to be violent. I know.
This is
from weird.
What movie? What movie is this?
Old School.
Old School. I was on last night.
Go to Dortmund.
All right, back after this. All right, back here at Adele Golf. Going to be here until 10 o'clock. Come by, get some custom clubs. Get yourself fitted. Get some wedges, some irons, some putters. Got all of that available to you just a little bit north off of Colorado Boulevard and I-70.
Did he just hurt himself? He just hurt himself.
That looked
swinging
that looked
the club.
Really poor.
Yeah, he hurt himself.
That looked really poor.
He just grabbed his stomach.
That's the Mosier I know and love right there. Yeah, you have one bad shot, and then Mosier's all of a sudden.
Hey, if you don't have time to
Jack
stop
Nicklaus.
by Adele Golf, go to adelegolf.com, hit the Get Fit button, and they'll get you fitted for clubs.
There you
Custom.
go. So we'll be here until 10 o'clock. Now, Mosier, who is still ripping a 7-iron for some, that looked like a great shot, 170 yards. You had something about matchup predictors and computers in football, and I don't know what it was.
So the Broncos are a favorite this weekend against the Falcons. But I don't understand ESPN's little matchup predictor because it has the Falcons 58-42.
Okay.
Why? What about the Atlanta Falcons and about what they do as a football team with one of the worst defenses in the National Football League? What is it they do that has the matchup predictor thinking they're 58-42?
A potent offense.
So what?
I think
the Broncos defense is badass.
Yeah, I think Benito and company can eat.
Yeah, let them eat, man. Eat. Let Nick Benito eat. Let Zach Allen eat. By the way, Zach Allen is a large man.
Boy,
He's large.
They are ruining in our buddy Paul Calvisi tells me this all the time. They are ruining the loss of Zach Allen in Phoenix, the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Cardinals having a good season. Man, they cannot believe they let Zach Allen walk.
Well, I think they're probably surprised at how good they are.
Yeah.
Like they're like, well, if I knew we would be this, then maybe we wouldn't let him walk. But I bet you they thought maybe it was going to be a couple of years before they got good, and they're just accelerating the process. But with Atlanta, Moj, I get it. The Broncos have a good defense. It doesn't mean necessarily that they are going to just stonewall the Falcons' offense. We've all seen Kirk Cousins. There's the games that Cousins has, 2 picks and throws for 200 yards, and then he can throw for 404 touchdowns. Like, he's a little bit, at least at his peak performance, is sort of like watching Jameis, isn't it? Where it's like he can just go crazy one game out of nowhere. Now, I don't think he's doing that against the Broncos defense, but that's probably a part of it.
Do I have too much respect for the Broncos defense? Is that it? I don't think I do. I think they're really, really good.
They are.
And so I don't care how prolific the offense is. I mean, I like the Broncos offense against the Falcons defense and the ability to score the football than I do I think the Broncos, you're talking about top 5D and top 5O going head-to-head, and who's going to come out on top, baby, right?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. I think they wash. I like the Broncos offense better than the Falcons defense ability to stop them. I don't get it. I don't understand. I need help.
So you're confident is what you're saying.
I feel great about this game, yes. I feel really good. Weather's going to be nice. It's going to be in the mid-50s. That's fall football weather, right? Nice, and go do your thing. They put a brand-new field in. You see that they did that again?
Yeah, they did.
They put a brand-new field in this week, Vic. 36 hours it took them.
They do that every year.
I know.
And they do this voluntarily. Nobody, like the NFL, doesn't legislate this. This is Broncos ownership seeing fit that they want to do what's best for their team and their players.
To avoid injuries.
Exactly
right.
right.
They want that turf
and
brand
this
new.
is what it's so compare that, all right? You say what you want about ownership. At Arrowhead last week, they played a college game on Saturday and then a pro game on Sunday. That's crazy in today's age.
Yeah.
On that turf. That is a notoriously bad turf over there. And with all the legislation and liability in the NFL about turf, I can't believe that they allow that to happen. It sounds stupid for me to say that.
You're right. I think you're right. Something else, by the way, maybe a story that's kind of flown under the radar all week. This is the return of Justin Simmons, one of the most beloved Broncos, at least in recent memory. We've said it all the time, Vic, that you can't find a better representative of this franchise during their probably worst stretch in franchise history than Justin Simmons. Yeah. And we got some audio on this. He was talking to some media heading into this week. And, Nelly, if you got this, go ahead.
You see guys all around the league go back to places where they played and, they embrace the challenge of working through whatever it is, the physical aspect of it, the emotional aspect of it. And so, I'm really looking forward to it. And thankfully, I don't have to carry the burden of that all on my own, right? I have amazing teammates. I'm really looking forward to this one because it's a tough place to go win at, and it's going to be a great time. I'm really looking forward to it. Go get a win there.
Who's your closest teammate still on that team, and will you guys be exchanging trash talk or text messages this week?
Yeah, probably. Most of the DBs there, right? Like PJ Locke, Pat. Those guys. Those are my guys. Jaquan McMillan. I mean, there's so many of them. And so occasionally we're like in a little group text. So we'll be talking throughout the season, and I'm sure there'll be smack talk. I might just mute it and talk to them afterwards. But it's going to be great, man. I know, and I know all this is, the highlight of most of it is going to be, the return back to Denver and what that looks like. I honestly, it's going to be a great game. I'm really looking forward to being there. But my focus, I wanted to make sure I gave love to the organization and to the fan base there, because they treated my family and I so well. And I do have nothing but love for the team and for the fan base and for the community. That's still home for us, but at the same time too, I'm a Falcon, and I'm really looking forward. I'm just to keep reiterating it, going up there and finding a way to get our 7th win. I think it's going to be really important.
He goes on to say, I'm a Bronco for life, all that stuff. Obviously, he still loves everything about this place. But if there's one thing to look out for this weekend, and Moj, I know their defense isn't great. They got a pretty elite safety duo between Justin Simmons and Jesse Bates.
They do.
Those two guys are really, really good. Here's the thing.
They never get to the quarterback. If Bo Nix is I'm predicting zero grass stains on his unit.
See, but this is what I'm shocked by.
Maybe it's because they funnel everything, different strokes for different defenses, though. Maybe that's not their plan of attack. Maybe they should keep everything in front of them rather than taking those chances.
I am blown away by this. Justin Simmons leaving in the offseason has not had, and this isn't disrespect to Justin, it's a compliment to Brandon Jones, nearly the impact I thought it would.
The defense got better.
And they still could have been better with Justin Simmons. I'm just saying, I thought there would be a pretty big drop-off at that safety spot between Justin Simmons and whoever the hell else.
Well, it teaches you two things. Number one, we, as fans, we fall in love with players and people. I love Justin Simmons. Salt-of-the-earth guy. Personally involved in some of his charitable endeavors.
I love him.
And he's going to live here, and he loves it here, and I hated to see him go. We don't know as much as the people in that room do. We think we do. But we don't. And this proves that the defense starts up front. And if your guys up front can pressure the quarterback, it sure in the hell makes the guys on the backside look a lot better, doesn't it?
Yes. Now, I wonder if they didn't have to eat the money that was left behind by Russell Wilson, is Justin Simmons still on this team?
Great idea. I mean, I brought that up in the offseason. I thought he was a victim of that contract. I thought he was a big victim of that. That's a big chunk of money.
It wasn't about his ability.
No.
That's not why he's gone.
It was the number. And there's more than that, too. And I think Sean Payton went out of his way to establish his identity in the room.
Yeah.
And wanted to.
He's cleaned house a little bit. That's for dang sure. I don't know, man. I just feel really good about this weekend. I feel really good about the Broncos being 8-5, and then we'll see what goes from there. I mean, I feel, Brett, I just feel confident. I feel good.
How do you feel about CU in Utah?
I feel confident. I feel good.
How do you feel about CSU in Wyoming?
I feel confident. I feel good. No offense, Cowpokes. And believe me, I'll root for me some Wyoming Cowboys all day. If I could get to Laramie and watch a game there, I absolutely would. But I feel that all three teams are going to win this weekend.
The key to the Buff season, and if they get to where they want to go, will come down to that game at Arrowhead against Kansas.
Yep.
That's the game. That will be the game.
It's a 3-win football team, but we all know it's better.
Ironically enough, at Arrowhead again.
Yeah.
I typically don't do this, but you got me scared of that game. You
should be.
You specifically.
You should
Not
be.
you, Brett, and I've listened to all the things you've said, and you've been smart, don't get me wrong. But he has scared me into being scared of that game.
I think it's the trap game left on their schedule.
Yeah, Utah is in a bad way.
It's a good thing,
How many quarterbacks has Utah been through? I mean, D. West would know. His daughter plays volleyball there.
Well, they're down to the Isaac Wilson, right? Is he the guy, or do they move on from him too?
They got some other dude. Like, they got some dude. Like, they got some really young dude.
They're clearly in a rebuilding year in Utah. And that rebuilding has hit them pretty hard because that was a very the way they've coached it up over there, that power football hasn't worked the way they had wanted in this new conference.
Rose.
Yeah, Brandon Rose is the kid. He's the young kid, right? He's like the 19-year-old. How old's Wilson, for crying out loud?
He's a young guy too. I think he's a true sophomore.
He's a freshman.
He's a freshman.
Yeah.
No, Utah's trying to figure out. The thing with Kansas is, you said it was a trap game, Vic. I don't think it can be anymore. For multiple reasons, I love the win that they had over Iowa State, but one of them is
you're right. It gets your attention now.
You can't surprise people anymore.
Because
what did we say heading into last week? We're like, dude, do not sleep on Kansas beating Utah because Kansas is playing every game within like 3 points and they get a bounce to go their way, blah, blah, blah. They did that last week.
You
but
know
it
what?
also ruins that allure of like, oh, this team's a 2-win team. Who cares about that?
I never thought I'd say this, but tell me if you guys follow. I am more secure in the CU Buffs on the road than I am at home.
A little bit. Yeah.
They played well
It's
away
just
from
as if
home.
when they go on the road, they adopt that warrior, everybody hates us mentality. Let's prove them all wrong, and it works.
Outside of Nebraska, they've won every game by 2 touchdowns.
It works.
At least.
They love it. They love wearing it. They love taking it on, and they play like it.
So, get back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us next.
are these steps. There'll be some more adversity, but there is a poise with him. I think his teammates in the huddle talk about it. The third down play was significant because right at that moment, then we controlled everything, the clock, the game. And I think it was funny after the game, you're going across the field and I see Andy and a few of the other guys and I see Patrick and known him, and he just turned to me and said, "You got one." And I think he told Bo, "Hey, we're going to have a lot of good games." And that's something coming from him.
Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We'll talk to Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, as we do every single Thursday. Jeff, so I heard a couple of different clips. It was that, and if you can play this for Leggy as well, Nelly, give me Travis Kelce on his podcast as he was talking about Bo Nix in the game last week against the Broncos. Just real quick.
Yeah, and Coach Payton.
Of course.
Sean Payton's got those guys motivated and playing great ball on the offensive side, too. Bo Nix, holy that guy was ripping it out there
especially
yesterday.
in the first half. They got up to an
some
early
good football, man.
So two big compliments, seemingly, from two of the best players in the league at their positions, in Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. How did you evaluate the Bo Nix game in Kansas City, Jeff?
Well, I think he's getting better at what they do best, I think is how I would put it. I think they're really finding some of those areas on the field where they feel like they can get an advantage. And he and Cortland Sutton have got it pretty dialed in at this point. Again, you talk to defensive coaches around the league, and this isn't me, this is defensive coaches. They say there are parts of the field the Broncos don't challenge, and that would be an issue, the deeper they go into this. And if they do make the playoffs, that will be an issue. And his footwork, this is going to be his footwork until the off season. That's just, he's got too much on his plate right now, probably, to worry about all of that. But I think, I've told people, I think after that game and the way it ended, I thought he showed some of the best perspective about all of it. And I think the best thing Bo Nix said after that game was, even including all of the good things he did, he stood there and he said, at some point we've got to go down there and score a touchdown on our own. And to me, that says an awful lot about the young guy and where he is right now and in his development. Because opponents always, usually, not always, but usually say that stuff after they've won the game.
If the Broncos had made the field goal, Jeff, would they be like, "Oh yeah, man, he's rad"?
No, I don't. It's not been my experience to get a lot of those comments from guys after they've lost the game to the people, unless the performance was just so amazing they couldn't deny it. But no, the last drive was his best work of the year, and he was really composed. And they made a couple really good plays in there, and it was much better than sort of how they handled things just before halftime. So even in games, he's sort of adapting and doing things pretty well in spots.
Yeah, it just sucks that he's denied his first comeback victory in the NFL because it was right there. It was right there for the taking, but it was there.
59 minutes and 59 seconds of doing what you're supposed to do.
Leggy, any details on what transpired over the course of the week? Longtime special teams coach Mike Westhoff walking away, clearly health reasons. Can you provide more details to what happened there?
Yeah, both Sean Payton and other people have said that he was experiencing some blurry vision in one or both of his eyes. That's, for at least a week and a half, and was trying to deal with it. And then after the game, dialed up sort of the medical evaluations and went through a lot of tests and scans and all of it to see what was going on. And the doctors essentially told him, look, it's probably time you don't coach anymore and deal with this. And, Sean Payton in particular mentioned stress. The stress of coaching was in the equation there somewhere. We all internalize stress differently. We all handle it differently, and it shows up differently in all of us too. So I think they felt like the stress of coaching wasn't helping him deal with the medical issue. So that's why the decision was made. I had only heard part of this story last offseason, but Peyton filled in the gaps yesterday in saying that, originally the plan was Westhoff would only coach last season with the Broncos, but that actually Greg Penner had talked to him at the end of last season and sort of asked and convinced Westhoff to come back for one more year. So originally the plan was he was only going to coach the 1 year here.
Jeff, what are we looking at in the Atlanta Falcons with a poor defense and a pretty dang good offense? What are we looking at?
That's what you're looking at, Moj. I mean, I will say after charting a bunch of their games and series, I will say they are one of the worst pass rushing teams I've seen in quite a while. They do not get much pressure on the passer. So if
they only get
Bo
9
Nix
sacks this year, 9 sacks.
What's that?
Only 9 sacks this year.
They are last in the league too in sacks per pass attempt, which I like as a sack stat too. But so if Nix is under duress Sunday, the Broncos are definitely doing something wrong.
On top of that, speaking of protection, let's just go back to last week for a second. Broncos received the kick this weekend against Atlanta. They take the opening drive for a touchdown. 10-play drive, 75 yards, boom, score. Is Forsythe still on that field goal unit?
It's hard to change guys in and out. And look, I know especially what betting has done to post-game reactions about things. But if anybody thinks that is Alex Forsythe's lone fault, then you're not looking at it closely enough. And I will say there's probably been 23 instances or so this year where on an extra point or a field goal, the Broncos have had a player on the ground. And I didn't hear one person say crap about that. So, yes, he got bowled over, he got beat, but it's very common with that spot in the line in the kicking game. You can't, the players say you have to die slow. You can't get bowled over all the way so quickly. That was the mistake from the player. But I think he's still out there. You don't have many linemen up on game day, so it would take a pretty radical switch. I guess you could put Throckmorton up on the game day roster and move people around. But I don't know if people have noticed, but in the kicking game, you invert or you flip the line because it's a right-footed kicker. But like Garrett Bowles, the left tackle, is on the right side of the kicking line. So things are flipped and things are a little different in the kicking game.
Is Audric Estime RB1 from here on out?
He sure looks like they're sure acting like it, Vic. I'll say that. Now, whether, I don't know that we'll see one back here get, sort of the traditional bulk of the carries, but he's making the most of his time right now. You can't ignore the 6 yards of carry. They need more power between the numbers, and he gives them that, which that frees up Bo Nix on some of the play action and the bootlegs, and even the called runs for Nix to the outside will be a lot better if Estime's running with power between the numbers. And I think it was a pretty big deal that the running back in the formation on the last drive last weekend was Estime.
Jeff, I feel pretty good about not only this weekend but the coming weeks. And again, I don't want to put any cart on top of any horse. But, man, I think this team could be 9-5. You get by the Falcons, I think you're going to beat the Raiders, Browns, and Colts. That's my opinion. You take your chances against the Chargers. Does that seem pretty fair to you, or is that crazy thinking?
Well, I guess we don't know yet how this team would handle prosperity. And with a younger team, that's always an issue. You start feeling pretty good and a game gets away from you. And but I've said before that, and I put it on our air at ESPN, was that I thought the Atlanta game was one of the most important tipping points for, are you going to be a playoff team or not? I know it's an NFC game in terms of tiebreakers and things, but I think they need this game to get themselves in good shape, because right now they're in the 7th spot and they have the advantage, and that they will face the two teams behind them, Indianapolis and Cincinnati. So the fact they get to face those two teams head-to-head is a big deal, especially if they get this win.
Can I forget about the Dolphins? Can I forget about them? I'm scared. They're a totally different team with Tua. Totally different. They could make a run. I don't know. Should I forget about them?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, the bottom of the AFC playoff race is really, the AFC is so top-heavy. The heavyweights are the real heavyweights in the league, and the gap between them and that next group, which would probably include the Broncos, I think is pretty significant. And if you don't think the gap is significant, I would ask you to look at the Baltimore game one more time then.
Jeff, all last year, I felt like I asked you a question that I just gave up on this season, but I'm going to bring it back, because Marvin Mims had 7 touches. Were they super impactful? No, but it was interesting to see him out there lining up at running back early in the game. Are they making a conscious effort to try and get him more touches now and try and get him in positions where he can use his speed and athleticism?
Well, you certainly wouldn't put him at running back if you were not really trying hard, because that's a significant sort of concession to the idea that they got to get the ball in his hands in some way, because that's not a simple as simply telling a guy, hey, you're going to line up in the backfield. That's a whole different set of parameters, a player's got to deal with. And not everybody, that's a testament to him as a player to be able to do that in a week's time, basically. I mean, there's a smattering of snaps where he lined up as the single setback, back there. So, and I think from I don't want to get too deep in the weeds in the football nerddom, but when you put him in the game as the third wide receiver, but he's actually lined up at the running back with a fullback in the lineup, that does a lot of quirky things to a defense that may get you a big play down the road in the passing game.
I just like putting your most explosive players on the field. And I think however you play them, wherever you play them, is the smart thing to do. I don't care where you line up. Give them the ball. I mean, San Francisco's shown us that. It doesn't matter where you play them. Give them the ball. Give them the opportunity to explode. And I think they're finally doing it.
Yeah, and I know coaches get tired of me blathering on about it, but I think overthinking is a disease in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it is simply put your best guys on the field and see what happens. And they're doing that. Estime's playing more. They're doing more things on offense they wouldn't have done with the quarterback other than Bo Nix. I mean, they're making the concessions, the movement that they maybe should have done a little earlier this season. They're doing it now at a pretty important time.
Jeff Legwell of ESPN.com joins us every single Thursday. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
All right, I'm going to get to work now. See you.
All right.
Waking. You got to go to Wake. He's Wake. You got to go to Wake like the Penguin says it. You got to Wake.
See, Moj has watched 2 episodes of The Penguin now, and now he's starting to get some of these references. Dude, he understands
That's not The Penguin. That's Mick. He said that first.
We got to get Wake. Well, in Rocky, yeah.
By the way, I have a topic for the next segment that we have to hit on.
Is it UFOs?
Now, I want you, everybody, if you
hold on for a second. All conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Go ahead.
When we come back, live from Adele Golf on Colorado Boulevard.
This place is so cool, man. I just want to hang here today.
When we come back,
let's get some beers.
I'm going to need commentary from those at home that have at their disposal. If you can get to my Twitter account right now, check out my last tweet I just delivered. And I want your reaction, feedback on what you're about to see and how this happened in life.
Betraying a trust.
Just do it. Get back to me. We'll discuss when we come back.
All right, back here at Adele Golf, get yourself fitted for some wedges, some irons, some putters. These are great clubs. Not to mention they can customize these and put some designs on the back of these club heads that look super cool.
You know what? This should be – I'm starting to think here now. Holidays are upon us here, right? Yeah. I'm starting to get a little thought in my head about stuff, about a little Christmas, and a little.
I got a thought in my head after the tweet I delivered. Did you see it?
First of all,
it's hysterical.
This should be against the law to dig back in people's old Facebook profile.
Well, why don't you if I was you, Brett, and I'm not even kidding
you should delete your profile.
You should delete your profile because you look like an idiot.
You should be.
I'm not ashamed of this at all.
This is a shame. So I tweeted just a sampling of the evolution of Brett Kane over the years. These are pictures he's put in the public sphere, so they're to my taking. I can do what I want with them.
You look like such a jerk.
And some of the comments we are getting are perfect. Looks like a character from Stripes. Feels like he's had a very rough life. This one here.
Well, that's not me. I don't know what that is.
Who's that?
No, that's me.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
No, he's talking about this one there.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's probably you. You look like a jerk.
That's not me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if you're in the witness protection program or if you've been in it, but it looks like you've been running from something.
Matt Kroll says he looks like the type of guy in high school that definitely snapped a few towels and pulled a few wedgies on some nerds.
Your typical high school D-bag.
Yeah.
That's look, there's no shame in that. We all had that phase. Think you're a cool high school kid? Yeah, I was that guy.
But what is this? What does this represent? The picture of you in sunglasses, the chain, and that pose. What are you trying to get off?
What are you
here?
doing?
What message are you sending?
This wasn't a pose.
It's certainly a pose because you're looking at a camera.
I think that was just
you're posing.
Me living my life. Actually,
what is this life? I'm just curious. What is this life?
Badass. Look at me.
Yeah, what's that life? What is that?
Like I said, I don't think that somebody said, "Hey, let's take a picture," and that's what I struck. Okay. I think I was just living life.
So what's this life?
Yeah, what's with you smoking that cig or that doobie? Hammering
a
a dart.
What is that?
That's a sucker.
It's a sucker.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it's a sucker.
Are you sure it's not a cigarette? Yeah, but you thought it was
a
wise.
smoker.
You thought it was wise to post that?
Yeah.
Like you thought, you know what? I really want this out in the world.
You guys know how Facebook works, right? Sometimes people take photos, and then they tag you in them, and then the photos appear of you. You don't really have.
You got to go flush it. Flush it all. Delete your account.
I'm not ashamed of any of it.
Delete your account.
Did your wife know you at this time? Or is this pre-Lins or after? It's got to be after. It's got to be.
Yeah,
there's no way.
Before. That's high school.
There's no way that she would ever look at that and say, "I got to have some of that."
If you were my age,
no way.
If you start digging into that period,
your wife was a beautiful, successful woman, and there's no way she would have.
First thing I do if I'm an employer, and I cannot believe Altitude did not do this. You have to rifle through his personal
100%.
And if I see those photos, he is not hired.
They're not a chance. You know those 8 other dudes that we did stuff with. Any one of those guys over this guy. If I saw the picture of this guy and say we're bringing this guy in for a tryout, I would say no way.
You embarrass the company.
Do you want to know why I can't just pull up pictures of you guys? Because you're so ancient, I'd have to get Polaroids.
Seriously, you're an embarrassment to what we represent on the show and this company. What you just did.
Look. You want to start? You've seen the. How about this? As I get made fun of for these old photos that I take no shame in. I was a stupid kid, whatever. I have one picture of Mosier from that era of his life, and he had hair down to his mid-back, standing in front of a Corvette with short shorts and his legs crossed. And you want to pretend like my photos are embarrassing. Like, only imagine
I look good. I look good.
If I had an internet catalog of that version of Mosier, you think I would look worse than that? That's what you're alleging?
Yeah, it wasn't a Corvette. It was a Toyota Celica.
The guy's posing in front of a Toyota Celica. Think about where the world is going.
You know the picture I'm talking about,
I
Vic.
do.
And he has the gall to sit here and be like, "You were such a dork."
Well, you were.
I don't know what to tell you. I was. As if to say, you can't say that without taking some self-inventory. That's all I'm saying.
Check me out in front of my Celica.
Vic, here's what I imagine.
I look good.
Hang on, Moshe. Hang on.
Here's what I imagine. Where's my wife? Can my wife back me up on this or not?
Because Vic has no, from what I've seen no photos of Vic other than his Coke bottle glasses when he was in elementary school.
Yeah, total nerd.
But I imagine high
Everything's
school
regal.
Vic was
Regal.
probably like
Regal.
What were those things you guys used to wear, like the mesh tank top things? I guarantee you had one of those, didn't you?
Think Regal. That's all it is.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. Not at all. Anyway, moving on. So one thing I wanted to say about the Avs here, as they get this win last night, and 9-8 on the season, they got reinforcements coming tomorrow, hopefully 3 different guys in the lineup. Bednar said Val is playing tomorrow. Drew and Mike, and Miles Wood might. What do we think now of where the Avs should be? So they're 9-8, and we feel good about 9-8 considering what they dealt with early in the year. So if I give you the next 17 games, what are you expecting as far as a win total?
Wow.
I feel like the Avs should
What
be
can they do, or what? I mean,
what are you expecting?
I think they could win 13 out of 17.
I feel like
I think they're good enough.
They should be at a place they were last season.
Yeah.
That's where they should be, and that's a good place. That's a very good place. Now, there is still that lingering what's going to happen on the back end in goal. That still exists, right?
Yeah. Sure.
That still exists until that's fortified.
Yeah, but I thought Georgie played good again last
I
night.
thought
He
so
didn't
too. Now,
and it's kind of hard when you don't see a puck for how
you
much
saw a
time-
puck 32 seconds into the game and it went in.
Yeah, he did. That stunk.
That's been a trend of late.
Yeah, I don't know why. Vic, I don't know why. I would like to eliminate all of.
What? Show me.
Something happened.
Show me. Show me
All right,
the money.
Hang on. Moj, what did you say about me again?
I said you were a dork. Oh.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my! What the hell
That was
is
about-
that?
that was about
I'm a
15
dork.
years ago.
Oh my God! Oh, put that back up there.
I'm a
Hi.
dork.
That was about
You know
15.
what that looks like? Game show host meets striptease narrator. What is that?
I'm the dork.
Oh,
Where did you
oh
find
my
these?
God!
Where are you
That
getting
looks-
these?
That right there.
Why does it matter?
Where are you getting
Why
these?
does it matter?
Where does the torso start and the neck end on that one? Look at this one. Look at the torso neck. Oh my goodness! Do you
What were you
have a
saying
neck?
about me again?
I look good.
This? I mean, howdy doody.
That was on purpose. We did that on purpose
You
for
look
the
that
Joe
stupid
Sakic
on
tournament.
purpose.
Yeah, pretty much.
You look like that on purpose.
By the way, update: Miles Wood and Jonathan Drouin have been activated off injured reserve, so it looks like they're getting in tomorrow night. Man, that's awesome. Jesse, you betrayed me.
Jesse's just
You
finding
betrayal,
photos.
total betrayal. Anyway, no, that's a great thing. So where will they be? What should they be? I think they should be pretty damn good. I look at the schedule. This road trip is going to be really big for this team. Okay. Now we're totally derailed.
You can't work here anymore. You can't do this. I mean, I can't work with either of you two. What is this? I mean, I got a wild auctioneer on one side and a wannabe friggin' rapper here.
That's a great point. You said that was for the Joe Sakic golf tournament. That photo. I thought this was like your racing day.
No, that's at Sanctuary, bro.
Oh gosh, thank goodness I barely knew you back then.
All right. Anyway, again,
Vic, I sent.
Bronco says, "I'm about to buy a mattress from Mosier."
I sent you, Vic. Look at your text. I sent you the one Brett's talking about.
Oh, God. Yeah, I know. Everybody remembers that one. That's
Okay,
just,
good.
but I think you're right, Moj. Just to get back to it, this idea that if you in the first 17 games were 9-8, I think that 13 wins in the next 17 is not remotely.
They
out of the realm.
I mean, they've got some tough teams coming up here. I mean, they do. This road trip is going to be big. You're at Philly. Depending on this is what's interesting. Depending on how this goes down, that game on Monday night could be Eric Johnson's 1,000th game.
I know.
Yeah, so we'll see. They got Ottawa and Buff, and we'll chill him out one of the games to play him in that game to make it 1,000 against the Avalanche. We'll see. I don't know. Either way, EJ would have been there a long time ago if he hadn't dealt with so many devastating injuries, including a shattered leg,
right?
And a head, a head injury that kept him out for a long, long time. He would have been there a long time ago. But that's going to be interesting. But then you're at Wash, you're at Florida, you're at Tampa, you got Vegas at home, at at Dallas, home against Edmonton. I mean, you got some really big games coming up.
It doesn't feel like the Nuggets haven't played in months.
Yeah.
Like, I like these long layoffs for the injuries. Aaron Gordon, by the way, was shooting around after practice yesterday.
I saw him at the you're in street clothes,
Mm-hmm.
but I saw him at the gala on Tuesday. He looked great.
I don't expect him to return for at least another week. So I would not – he's not going to play, according to Coach Malone, this road trip. He's not going to be on this road trip, which encompasses New Orleans and 2 games in Memphis. All right? I think a fair shot would be the following week. That's regal.
Here's
Again,
the problem, though.
That's regal. That's a regal photo.
We get sent.
I don't know how you're making fun of that. That's regal.
We get sent a photo.
Is that really you?
But here's the thing. He's
Jesus
like 6.
Lord, is that and that's Adelio and Donna, or is that Dominic? Who is that?
He's like 6 years old, though.
No, he's not. He's like 12. God, that's so nerdy. Oh, that's awful. I gotta.
We're
crop
bouncing
this.
around like crazy.
I'm sorry.
We
I
need to stop.
apologize.
We need to stop.
we do.
I was going to ask something
No, that's
about the
fine. You
Nuggets.
can just keep airing each other's dirty laundry instead of talking sports. I'm okay with that.
Hey, Nelly, all we need are your modern photos to fit this profile.
You saw that side-by-side comparison I did of Halloween Steve with gold chain Kaner. That was pretty sobering.
To the Nuggets, though, one thing I was thinking about at this juncture of the season, who would you say needs to step up their game as of now? Joker can't. He's playing as well as he possibly can.
Who needs to take it to another level?
And I was thinking about this. The only name I really came up with, and I guess I could throw another one in here, but it's Jamal, right?
You want to see consistency there?
Jamal's
Sure.
like the only guy that I would say isn't quite playing up to the standard that I thought. Christian Brown certainly is. I think Porter is at this point in the season. I think P-Watt is coming around.
P-Watt, man, if you get the P-Watt you got last week, you're living pretty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The last couple of games that he's played have been good.
Yeah.
The ones before that, iffy.
Sure.
Little inconsistent.
Sure.
But everything else, I don't know.
The 5 off the bench is still a question mark. I mean, where do they go there?
Yeah.
What do they do there? Is Saric ever going to see the light of day again?
I saw him the other night, and I said hi to him, and I'm just thinking to myself, man, what is the issue here? Can he not play? Does he not fit with what they want to do right now? They're going to have to try to utilize
They put him in a little bit of a
point.
timeout. They put him in a timeout. And
kind of like
I'm not sure.
Georgie was in a little bit of a timeout,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm not sure if that's a long-term thing or if that's just a let's see what else we have before we go back to this. It did not start well.
No,
clearly.
it didn't. But I think he's not lost. Is he lost? I don't think he's lost. I just think that he's just not fitting right now. He's not. He doesn't look like to me when I watched him play that he's playing natural basketball. It looks like he's trying to think his way too much through the game and trying to fit. And
you know what? Though?
It's even more ineffective.
We speak of the Nuggets, and we, because we're so close to the situation as fans, we try and find where are their issues, where do they need work. Every fan base does that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look across the NBA, all right, look across the Western Conference, every team has issues. I'll give you case in point. Minnesota has issues.
Yeah,
they're 6-6. They just lost 2 straight to dog butt Portland. Okay, an undermanned Portland team. No excuses. They had their guys. There are no injuries. They just lost. I watched last night. They got some flaws. Okay? Every team has flaws right now. And even the good teams, even the teams that are winning. I look at Golden State.
What's Golden State's deal?
They're a good team.
But again,
you know
get later on in the season.
I know.
Steph right now is fresh Steph.
They're
knocking down
jumpers.
everything fresh Steph.
Are they
okay?
big enough? Let me see how they handle Joker. Can they handle the size?
Right.
That's the thing about Golden State. I don't know if they're big enough to withstand a playoff run and do what they normally do. We'll see. Every team has an issue going forward. Now, even I'll say this about OKC.
The Warriors are a small team, dude,
I thought
overall.
the Caruso signing for OKC would be great. He has been terrible. Take a look at Caruso's numbers, please. Pull them up.
All right, let me do that right now.
Pull up Alex Caruso's
here's what
numbers.
I do know. Well, they're missing Chet now, so we'll see how
Yes.
they navigate those waters.
Hartenstein's
Shea,
expected to come back soon.
Yeah, but Shea is great.
He's averaging 4 points a game.
Look at his
That's
shooting
awful.
numbers.
On 31% from the field.
Awful. How'd you get there before me?
So every team
Younger.
has, every team I'm sure is looking at their roster saying, where can we get better? The Nuggets aren't alone here, and yet the Nuggets are 7-3 through 10. And I got it. They were close games, and you needed all of your MVP, who's putting up historic numbers. Again, I get it. But every team has an issue right now.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they really do, and we'll see how they navigate it. I think that OKC will come back to the pack a little bit. I think that Golden State, while they're off to a tremendous start, this is fresh Golden State, and this is Steph shooting lights out on a nightly basis.
Boy, was he feeling it!
Yeah, let's get to February and see, late January and February and see how he's feeling.
Did you guys get a sense too the way he was parading around? Is there something between him and Clay? Is there like?
I think he said that Clay ghosted him this offseason.
Is that
like
is that
didn't
what
talk
that is?
to him.
He's still doing all that.
I don't know if
he's
they were
still doing
playing
all the
around,
shimmy, nighty. He's still doing all that crap.
That's terrible.
I hate that stuff.
By the way, can you pull up those new Nuggets uniforms, Nelly?
Oh yeah, they're when are they debuting those?
Right now,
tomorrow night.
But they're available right now.
But when is?
It's part of the in-season tournament, right?
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay,
that'd be my guess.
The
anyway.
5280s.
Have we seen what their floor is going to look like?
I haven't seen it. I saw a
Can it just not be
picture of it.
a hugely solid color?
That's the floor. That's
that's
nice.
fine. That's totally.
a
That
nice
actually looks
floor.
cool. Yeah, that looks really nice.
That's a
nice
good-looking
floor.
floor.
Show
Let me
that.
throw that up.
See, that's not multicolored where it
That
breaks
looks
your
like a
brain.
basketball floor.
Yeah.
That's totally fine. I like that. But here's the new unis. If you guys are watching on Safeway Twitch feed or on Altitude Television, so it's got the rainbow sort of appeal to it. It's not the mountain range stuff, but inside of the number, or on the 5280 that's on the front of the shirt, they kind of have a rainbow mountain range that's mixed in between the numbers. Looks pretty neat. I like it.
I think it would be much better if we had some of that gear to wear on the show. You know what I mean? To be able to show off how good it looks, because I think it looks really good.
Yeah, if you guys just get me like $300 worth of gear, I think it'd be a lot better for you guys, not for me. For you guys at Altitude Authentics would be it. You know what I bought the other day for my buddy's daughter for her birthday? Well, transaction-wise. I got one of those giant hats. Said she really wanted the giant Avs hat, so got one of those.
Hey, so the Avs parade around in that hat. They went to Rants last night.
Went to be cool last night.
4.9 hat trick, all that stuff.
Yep. And for those who missed it, Druin and Wood going to be back.
All right,
it's awesome.
Can I ask you a question that I've wondered about, too? So no one perspires like a hockey player. Perspiration from hockey players are immense.
Oh, that little insert in that
hat. I would like to know
Ooh.
what the inside of that hat smells like at this point.
Well, why don't you go sniff it?
After it's been worn so many times
Hey,
by
tomorrow,
different players.
I'll tell you what, tomorrow night after the Washington game, hopefully the Avs win and the hat comes out again. Why don't you give a little...
You don't mess with it, though. You don't wash it.
You want your sinuses cleared?
Yeah.
You go sniff that thing.
Yeah, just go in any hockey room and you'll get your sinuses
Have you
cleared.
tried smelling salts? I'm not even kidding you.
No,
Have
my
you tried
sinuses
them?
are fine today.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never done a smelling salt. I want to try one.
You never tried one?
They're not.
I'll knock you down.
They're not
brother.
fun.
I'll knock you down.
Riker nailed one
do we have
between the benches the other
Do we have
day.
a medical case here? I'm sure if they have like a first aid kit.
What I'm saying is
Get you
like
one.
at 5:59 before my show starts at 6, just hit one of those.
If you go,
it's got to be like
it's
coffee.
the strongest ammonia smell you've ever smelled in your
Jesse
entire
would
life.
know
It
this.
kill
Jesse
you.
would know this. If you walk the Broncos sideline after a game, just walk the sideline where they're positioned, and you'll see all these little Zin-looking things. They look like Zins. And like, what is? Those are all smelling salts. Do you know how many of those are used during the course of a game?
Same with an NHL bench.
Do you know how many are used during the course of a game,
How does it work? So they're super potent. Do they just lose that intensity after you pop it out of the case or something like that?
You crack it. You crack it.
Yeah, you crack it. It activates
You smell it.
And you smell it, and then you
It
throw
only
it.
lasts for like a couple of minutes.
Let's get you on one.
I want to do it. I'll do it.
Does anybody? Do you guys have smelling salts in this joint? No. All right. Well.
All right, 303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere, by the way, in the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law
breaking
Firm.
news.
Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
Rookie Bo Nix, NFL's Rookie of the Week after his performance in KC. In a losing cause, he is the NFL, not the AFC, the NFL Rookie of the Week.
Well, he was just the Rookie of the Month, too, wasn't he?
Rookie of the Week.
What do you give him a cookie?
Hey, you don't like
You said
that?
breaking news like this is some big deal.
I'm just giving you a notable here.
Yeah, it's no Canadian Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's a notable. Your quarterback, who everybody's resting their hopes on this guy, is Rookie of the Week. That's a good thing. It's a positive.
Hey, Brett, last thing.
Yeah.
It releases the ammonia gas, irritates the membranes of the nose and lungs, and thereby triggers an inhalation reflex. This reflex alters the pattern of breathing, resulting in improved respiratory flow rates and possibly alertness.
Okay, I'm in. Get me one.
Get you some.
Fact checker next.
All right, Moshe Lombardi and Kane, last segment here for the day. Vic, this place is really, really cool, man.
Well, again, if you're a golf fanatic or even a fan of the sport and you want to get better, this is almost a winter wonderland for us right now, all indoor, and they deal with the most important element of golf. Adele Golf deals with primarily the short game, putters, wedges. They do irons as well. If you want to get fit, again, go to adelegolf.com. and just hit the Get Fit button, and they will fit you head to toe.
If you bring your Colorado ID, they'll fit you for free.
For free.
I mean, is free good, or is it, maybe I'm a little crazy?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Free is good. What do they say? If it's free, it's for me?
Oh. Well, you also understand the difference.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Why getting fit for golf clubs matters because, of height disparity, clearly. Size disparity. Like, the clubs I use would not be used by Brett Kane.
That is correct. Or Derek, especially. I mean, have you ever, one time we were doing the golf show, Golf at Altitude, Scotty Hastings and I grabbed his wedge, and I felt like, I don't even know how to I felt like a hobbit with a regular person, with a regular person's golf club. Me. Yeah, I felt like straight out of the Shire, man. I'm like, I tried to hit it, and it's so long, it's like driver length. I'm not even like my driver length. It's crazy.
I know this game doesn't.
So get fitted. People get fitted. Come to Adele Golf and get fitted. This place is killer. I love it.
I know that it doesn't have impact on the Broncos season or anything like that, but just a really interesting Thursday night game tonight of Eagles and Commanders. And it's for who's going to take the top spot in the NFC East.
Can you believe this game is interesting? Like, at the beginning of the year, I didn't have any fashion that this game would interest me, and now it does.
Well, I think this can say a lot about both of these teams because Washington, it's like, okay, they played pretty good. They've beaten up on some bad teams this year. Can you beat a pretty good one in Philadelphia? And here's the other – I don't know how you guys feel about this. I know they're 7-2. I'm still just not an Eagles guy yet. I feel like this is kind of fake still.
Because they win ugly?
Well, I know what most of it is that I hate Nick Sirianni and I don't want to give him credit. That's what it is. But
thinking equals stuff fun.
It's not even that.
Coolness of the cool.
It's just he is.
Thinking equals talent take over.
The Eagles would be better if somebody else was coaching them.
They're 7-2. Maybe you're right, but they're 7-2.
He's almost blown with coaching decisions. 2 different games for them. But a lot of these wins that they've racked up, so they've won 5 in a row.
So you say they're winning in spite of him?
Yes.
That's what you think.
The last 5 wins that they've had, they're on a 5-game win streak. They've beaten Cleveland by 4. They've crushed the Giants. They beat the Bengals by 20. It's a good win.
Pretty good.
Beat the Jags by 5, and then pasted the Cowboys this past weekend.
Everybody pastes the Cowboys now.
Not a single one of those teams has more than 5 wins on the year.
Well, you'd say the same thing about the Denver Broncos, Jack. Although they should have beaten Kansas City.
Well, I'm not calling the Broncos a top 5 team in the NFL.
Okay.
A lot of other people are.
Let me ask you guys this question.
Eagles.
Yeah.
What middling NFL team, and I'm talking about teams that are near 500 that haven't really risen to the top yet, which team has the best chance of making a run? A serious Super Bowl run. And I'm speaking of these teams. I'll give you just Bengals 4-6.
Yeah, I think they're still there. Yep.
Okay. Broncos are 5-5.
Super Bowl run? No.
I'm talking about Super Bowl runs here. I'm talking about turning it on.
Cincinnati, yes. Denver, no.
Okay, this team has a good record, but they haven't looked good at times. Green Bay Packers are 6-3.
Yes.
You think they can make a run?
Yep.
San Francisco is 5-4.
Yes.
So that just tells you where we are right now. We haven't seen anything yet because the second half is upon us.
Like, I think the teams that are, if you look at strictly the NFC, number 1 seed is Detroit. I think they can. Eagles, I'm like 50-50. I don't think so. I think they're going to fall apart at some point. Falcons, no. They're a good team. They aren't a Super Bowl team.
You see flaws?
Yes. Cardinals, no. Vikings, no. I just don't trust Darnold. Commanders, I don't think so. Not in Jaden's rookie year. But those teams behind them, and that's what's weird. You get to 7-8. Like Green Bay, yeah, I do. Niners, yeah, I do. Dude, if the Rams get hot, maybe. I don't know. Like, those teams I think can. The AFC is so much different. It's like if you weren't at the tippy top of that, I don't think you can. KC, Buffalo, Baltimore. I think those are your 3.
I don't know what you said because Brandon is speaking so loudly behind you that I can't understand what you're saying.
Oh. I think those are your three in the AFC is KC, Buffalo, and Baltimore. And I really don't see any other team having a true shot. I'll give Cincinnati if they just go on a run, an outside chance. Like if Cincinnati makes the postseason, then all bets are off. But they got to get there somehow. But I don't know how you guys feel. Like Houston, I just don't feel it with Houston this year.
I don't either.
CJ seems to be hitting some second-year wall that he can't get out of.
Well, Leggy's completely correct. The top of the AFC is the top of the AFC, and then it's everybody else.
And Pittsburgh's winning, but does anybody actually think that Pittsburgh's going to win a Super Bowl?
No, they don't scare. They're the number 3 team in the AFC, and they don't scare me whatsoever. Yeah. And then you look over, I mean, honestly, in the NFC, here's who can win a Super Bowl out of the NFC. Mm-hmm. Lions.
That's it?
Yeah, it's more than that, dude.
Who?
I said it already.
It ain't Philly.
You don't think San Francisco
Lions,
can get it together?
I think Lions, Green Bay, San Fran, all on the table.
Green Bay cannot win a Super Bowl. Nope.
Why?
Washington, no. No, you know they won't. Cardinals, no. Falcons, no. Philly,
Philly maybe.
You think Sirianni's going to screw it up? You just said so.
I know I do. But I think Green Bay totally can. Why do you not think Green Bay
It begins and ends with the Lions, who are head and shoulders above everybody else in the NFC.
They're the favorite for sure. But
and then in the AFC, here's who can win. KC, Buffalo. Baltimore. Those 4 teams, that's it. That's it.
You're telling me Christian McCaffrey back in that lineup?
Nope.
What do all those teams have in common, by the way? Those teams have
what? Detroit?
Offensive juice.
Oh, yeah.
Offensive juice, right? That's what they have in common.
They got the juice, yeah.
That's it.
I just don't. I look at that NFC, Brett. I'm not kidding you. I just don't. Why do you think the Packers can win a Super Bowl?
Because I think Jordan Love's really good.
I mean, can the Niners
turnovers?
The Niners probably win that division?
And their defense is good. Packers got a good running game. They have all the things you need.
The 4 teams we mentioned are so much better than everybody else. It's not even funny.
The difference,
and then Kansas City might not even be included in that.
The difference with, and I'm going to leave Kansas City out on this, the difference between Buffalo, Baltimore, and Detroit is that they can be down 14 points and 5 minutes later they could have a lead. Like, it could happen that fast with any one of those teams. I mean, the fact that I can't get over that Detroit won a football game when they threw 5 picks. That feels impossible, doesn't it? How the hell? And they scored 26 points
because they're really good.
I don't know many teams that can do that.
They're one of those teams that can outscore their problems. They're just a really good football team. I know you're finally starting to believe it.
Sure.
I'm not sure your old man is clearly there yet, or your brother. I'm not sure they're there.
He's so scarred, dude.
He is, isn't he?
You got to leave him alone.
Just
let him doubt. Let him live in his doubt.
He's in the corner of the garage. He's got a brewskage in one hand. He's hammering a dart, and he's staring at the corner of the garage, just like contemplating life.
I want the Broncos to get to that bye week with some momentum. All right, 2-game losing streak now. You got to fix it. This bye week's so late in the season, by the way. My goodness. Second week of December bye week.
Weird.
I think it's got to be the last bye week available.
I mean, it's way late.
Yeah.
So you can't go into that bye week having to play catch up in you have to have something. Some security blanket before you get there. Do we agree?
Sure.
I think they have a chance to be 9-5. That's a pretty damn good security blanket.
You know what? Let's go to my favorite game. See, Moshe's got his playoff predictor, but I got my own deal.
What's your deal?
The NFL playoff picture standings on NFL.com.
Okay.
The percentages.
All right.
So I think the Broncos are around, I think they're like 51% right now to make the postseason. And it tells you with a win and a loss what it's going to look like. So 7 seed right now.
If they beat Atlanta. Come in.
If they win, so they're 55% right now. If they win, 64%. If they lose, 43%. And that sounds about right.
Wow, the Chargers are at 90% already?
They're at 80 and 90 if they win, yeah. Because they have the tiebreaker over the Broncos right now.
That's a train, I think.
Yeah. Nothing like a good train just stumbling through
You miss a
town.
train?
Yeah, just good train.
Nelly, you got a quick fact checker?
Reminds me of my cousin Vinny.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier in the show, Mosier alluded to Canadian Thanksgiving, which they celebrate on the second Monday in October. And I'm reading a quote here directly from Canada.gov that says, "Canadian holiday sucks and does nothing on American Thanksgiving, baby."
That's a great fact checker, Nelly.
Down this wall.
Great fact checker, Nelly, and totally necessary. All right, guys. AdeleGolf.com. Get yourself fitted for some irons, some wedges, some putters. Let them help out your game. AdeleGolf.com. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful Thursday. Love you. Bye.
Mikko Rantanen on a breakaway. He shoots and he scores. The Moose is loose. 6 goals his last 5 games. On comes Mikko Rantanen, has the puck. Rantanen cuts to the middle. He scores! For the 3rd straight game on home ice, the Moose has gotten loose twice. Tip for Nathan McKinnon. They're going to try again. Rantanen, open net. You betcha! Throw the chapeau! His 2nd hat trick of the year. And the Moose is most decidedly loose. With $1:59 to go in the 3rd, Mikko Rantanen has 3. Colorado has 4. It's a 2-goal lead over the Kings.
Pay that man his money. Avs 9-8, 4-2 victory at home over the Los Angeles Kings. They look to sweep the 4-game homestand on Friday against Ovi and the Washington Capitals, and they get a hat trick from Mikko Rantanen. Don't look now, but the Avs have the league's leader in assists and outright points in Nathan McKinnon, who improved his total to 33, extended his lead. They have the defenseman points leader in Cale Makar, who has 25, which is tied for 3rd overall in the league. He leads all D-men in goals scored, assists, and therefore points. And Mikko Rantanen is tied for 3rd league-wide in points with 25 and tied for 1st in goal scoring with 12. And this is with a team that was missing like a quarter of their payroll for all of these games.
Raj, you know what last night taught me? Is I really like Finnish forwards in contract years. Just good. It's really good. Because Mikko Rantanen he's playing phenomenal hockey. And he's going out and earning it.
Pay him his money.
Yeah. I mean,
pay him his money. 100 points don't grow on trees. 50 goals don't grow on trees.
You dangle the carrot just a little longer?
No, just give him the money. Just
See, that's the coach in me, man. Like, I always think about what is the motivator that we can just keep the hair just chasing after the whole time.
I don't know if there's a motivator. And again, I was talking with Spring about this last night, and welcome into the morning stream, by the way, guys. So much to talk about today as we turn the page this week from Kansas City to Atlanta. Coach will go one more time back into the misery that was Chiefs week in just a few minutes from right now, but we will turn the page.
I was able to turn the page of the worst misery that I've had over the last 7 days by having the Reaper sauce on Dave's Hot Chicken yesterday. Woo! Not only the subsequent 20 minutes of what it did to my overall body, but it was more about the 3 hours that followed. And anytime I threw up a little upper decky in there, a little Zinski, I was sprinting for said toilet.
Got things moving.
Yeah, Fireball whiskey out the back end is what it felt like.
We'll be out at Dave's Hot Chicken next week in Highlands Ranch as they
I will not be having Reaper sauce. I'm going to take all their good tasting sauce that doesn't make you do things that your body doesn't want you to do.
We'll have a video of that coming out a little bit later. A little Hot Ones sesh that we had with the morning show yesterday. Again, we'll be out there next week with their new location in Highlands Ranch. Coach Sanford and myself. We'll get into the Broncos and the Falcons coming to town, and 3 weeks from the bye. Can the Broncos try and solidify a playoff spot? But last night was the first step in healing for Avs fans, because it has been an up and down start to the season with a team that you expect to win a Stanley Cup championship, or at the very least be a true contender. Having all these guys out and injured and starting off with a bunch of losses in a row and bad goaltending, they've rebounded to the point where they're in a playoff spot right now. They're just 3 wins away from being in second place in their own division. And if Winnipeg wasn't doing something historic, 15 of 16 is what they've won to start the year.
Yeah, keep going, Winnipeg. You won't do it in the postseason because you got Connor $5 in net.
Forget about them at this point. The Avs have not only treaded water, but those guys that we mentioned, Makar, McKinnon, and Rantanen, have been worth every cent of their contracts. They're dragging you to this point, and once you get healthy, which starts on Friday, Miles Wood, Valeri Nichushkin, Jonathan Drouin, all playing on Friday. Watch out.
Will there be any form of like assimilation process that goes into that, you believe, in terms of ice time in games and getting the lines back to playing together. Will it take a bit of time, Raj, for it to really start to come to full fruition? Because these players now are top 3 in just about every statistical category, and they've done it without at least 2 of the most important people that are going to be up front for you.
I don't think it's going to take time at all whatsoever, because I think you can look at these first 17 games and go like, yeah, it feels like an extended preseason. We're fine. It's not like these guys are new players. You played with Wood last year. You played with Nichushkin dating back to before the Stanley Cup championship season. Jonathan Drouin will fit like a glove like he has with Nathan McKinnon on that top line alongside him and Rantanen. I was telling Spring last night in the postgame show, I was like, I think Friday night's game's like an unlosable game. I don't think there's any chance Washington beats them Friday night. No shot.
Let's see how the Caps playing right
Caps
now.
are playing well. Caps are playing shockingly well. Alexander Ovechkin scoring goals, man.
How old is he? Is he like 38?
38. He's doing LeBron things right now.
He's
scoring a ton. LeBron's got 3 straight triple-doubles.
Who cares?
He
The
looks
Lakers
good.
are going to Laker, though.
He
at the
looks
end of the day.
good, man.
Yeah, well,
it's
because
kind of nice. I'm sick of him, but the last 3 games that I've seen these highlights from him, I'm going like, you know what? I'm starting to.
You know why, Raj?
I'm getting into my appreciation mode of it.
Do you want to know why this is all coming to a fruition at the time of the season? It's coming to fruition for the Lakers. Because it's NBA in-season tournament time, baby.
Did you hear Coach Malone?
It's time to go get it.
Don't give a
Did you hear Coach Malone at media yesterday? He was talking. He was like, hey, can you feel it? It's palpable. It's exciting. We've got painted courts.
I actually didn't even hear that.
Oh,
It's funny
awesome.
because it's part of my shtick. I love talking IST, the NBA UEFA Champions League.
It's awesome. Like Malone is so over the fact that like they have to bring out new jerseys and new courts that like you can't see what's happening on TV because they're so fluorescent
And like lots of hues of blue and gray and just a lot going on.
I couldn't imagine trying to watch that as like Vic's colorblind. Try watching that. I have no idea how you follow the basketball. It's insane. Coach Malone's over it.
Is Vic, like, can he prove his colorblindness?
Can anyone prove their colorblindness?
Because it's a great excuse when you're calling games. I learned that working with Vic and a couple high school games.
You can't prove it, though, because, like, you and I see red differently. The red that I see on your hat right now looks different by my eyes as it does to your eyes.
Well, I got a simple question. Is it red to you?
It's red.
Same with me.
Yeah, it's
all
red,
good.
but it's
We're
different.
good.
But I can't prove that my hue of red is the same hue that you see. Yeah. It is technically different for everyone. It's very minor. So I don't know. Can you prove colorblindness? No. Yeah, I suppose Vic can't prove that he's colorblind because you can't get into his noodle and look through his eyes.
So is colorblindness even really a thing?
Come on.
Disability shaming
No.
Vic for his colorblindness. Come on. Come on. Oh man. Other things from last night's Avs game that I was seeing. Georgiev lets in the first shot of the game again. 32 seconds in, which is the most Avs thing we've ever seen. They dodged a bullet while they're getting healthy on Friday. Did you see what happened in the third period? Nathan McKinnon collides. I want to say it was with Devon Taves in the offensive zone. It was like knee to knee. Nate dropped his stick, kind of limped off the ice. I gasped audibly. Somehow comes out with that scot-free, plays the next like 2.5 minutes, gets another assist on the empty netter for Mikko Rantanen.
There's nothing that hurts more in the moment in football, basketball, hockey, you name the sport, than just knee-to-knee collision.
Oh, man.
But the crazy thing about it is when I see it, like with my own eyes as a coach on the sideline, I just immediately say, yeah, they just went knee-to-knee. He's fine. But it hurts right then and there. It hurts more than tearing your MCL or meniscus or ACL in the moment.
I mean, that's how you tear ACLs, meniscuses.
No, a lot of those.
Menisci?
Most of the time, that's all mechanism of twisting. Like
skis.
I learned the mechanisms, unfortunately, because of seeing so many of them over my career, that you can tell, like, yeah, it's an ACL. That's a patella tendon. That's a meniscus.
When it happened, I went, oh my God, they're going to lose a guy who's on pace to go back-to-back in the MVP, to throw up 150 points at this this spot in the year.
If you went back and studied all the knee-to-knee collisions where it's pure, like it is, you're not stuck, your skate or your cleat isn't stuck in the ice or in the turf. Knee-to-knee, extreme pain, and then you're good after about 5 minutes. Just come back out.
That's how I tore mine.
You tore it knee-to-knee?
I tore it knee-to-knee. I was in the corner my senior year, went in with my right skate to go pin a player, and a guy came from behind the net to try and like break up the scrum that was happening in the corner. And he went through my knee.
Oh, sideways though.
Sideways.
See, that's a mechanism.
And my toe stayed the same
That is a
direction.
twisting, torquing mechanism.
Oh, so different.
I'm talking about like you and I are running into each other and our knees just, woo!
I don't want to do that.
It hurts a lot.
Yeah, I don't.
But it
I'm
typically
not at
doesn't
that
end
point.
up leading to any form of significant time-missing type of injury. So that's a good thing.
It scared the living crap out of me.
Was McKinnon's head on? Or was
McKinnon's was pretty much head on. It was. I think it was Taves. I don't know for sure. Taves was leaving the offensive zone. McKinnon was going back in.
Two ships passing in the dark.
Yeah, that was kind of what happened. But the fact that he got up gingerly was the most Avs thing possible. And I had terrible thoughts. He comes back in the game, seems like he's going to be fine. DeHaan gets hit in the head with a slap shot like 15 seconds after that. He's fine, apparently. I was being asked, Alexander Georgiev, like how many times does he give up the first shot on goal? Because it feels like it's all the time.
19.
19 is how many times that he has given up the first shot on goal. Sorry, 17.
17, okay.
He ranks 19th
There it
among active goaltenders since 2010 when they started tracking the stat. The leaders, however, far outpace him. Granted,
the Bobo's up there?
yeah, these are guys who have been in the league for a long time.
Yeah.
Granted, so Bobrovsky has the most against in 59. Fleury has 54. Markstrom, who is younger than those guys, 53. Cam Talbot, who's been in the league for forever, 48. Talbot was actually the backup goaltender for the Rangers before Georgiev hopped on and backed up Blomqvist in his final year. And then Jonathan Quick, still in the league, speaking of the Rangers, with 42. So he's very, very far behind it.
That's total, though, over a course of 14, 15-year sample size, correct?
Yeah, and Georgie's got 3 years of true starting.
Correct.
So the pace isn't great.
Yeah, if you go yards per attempt vis-a-vis Bo
pace ain't
Nix.
great.
Yeah. Yeah, we learned yesterday, fake stats, they're the best.
I love a good fake stat. People were asking me to try and find that out. I went to NHL
That's
PR.
a real stat.
No, it's a fake.
It's a real fake
It's
stat.
kind of a fake
It's a
stat.
really fake stat. But it's a stat.
I'd rather know the amount of goals given up in the first 2 minutes of a game. Because like
per start.
And it's up there.
I think
granted though, like for how scared I am about Alexander Georgiev moving forward. He's been good the last few games.
Been really
and
good.
he's given up the early goal, but he's kind of staved it off throughout the rest of the minutes. And that's kind of all I can ask from him right now. I still want Bednar to start on and in on Friday. I think it would be a huge mistake if he doesn't.
What if he's got a big-time mental coach that's like talking about the psychology of his game, and they're like, hey, listen, Georgie, give up the first one, and then you're good.
Stop gripping. Tell that mental coach to go kick rocks. Don't talk to my goalie.
That's when the mental coach isn't quite so cool and accepted by the coaching staff anymore. Like, hey,
just tell my goalie that it's okay to give up a goal. Shut up. We'll start turning the page on the other side. But before we do, Coach looked at the All-22 for Bo Nix. And Coach...
Rookie of the week. My opinion doesn't matter. The NFL's spoken, and Bo Nix, again, for the second time this year. Oh, no, he was actually rookie of the month. How many damn rookie of the
Blue ribbons for everyone,
Do they
Coach.
give like rookie of the Tuesday off day?
It's the Vance Joseph Award for a great Wednesday practice.
We just got to go out and beat Wednesday today.
Bo, rookie of the week. Coach will tell you if the All-22 actually backs that up.
Well, I mean, that kind of stuff is awesome. That's, fortunate part of playing the game and competing against these, the guys that have been doing it on the stage for so long. And, it's an honor, but at the same time, those are the games that you got to continue to play and continue to compete in and ultimately win. And you get guys like that, their respect. And then when you get their respect, it's just kind of it's a special thing for you. It's not something to be complacent about, but it's definitely, you feel like you're on the right track and you're doing the right things.
Bo Nix on the comments that Patrick Mahomes had at the end of the game, not only to Nix, but to Sean Payton when he said that, hey, coach, you got a real one in Bo, that he's looking forward to the matchups that they're going to have for about the next decade or so between Kansas City and Denver. Casey obviously takes that one as we look ahead to the Atlanta game. But Rookie of the Week, Bo Nix.
All right.
Rookie of the Week,
Let's go,
Bo Nix.
Let's go, baby. I'll tell you who wasn't getting Rookie of the Week last week. Caleb Williams. Got sacked 19 times or something like that in 2 weeks.
9 times. Oh, in 2 weeks,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, he's got
something close to
He's
that.
trending in a bad direction.
Winning doesn't make you a winner.
Yeah, Bo Nix's film, I went back and watched the All-22 this morning, and I was traveling back from going to visit my family in Vegas and watch my dad coach a ball game, so didn't have my normal film study routine dialed up quite right. Well documented about traveling with my wife and 3 kids. Not great. The eye test after the game watching TV, Bo Nix played his best game as a Denver Bronco. That's what I thought.
I would agree.
And I would venture to say that certainly you have to consider the circumstances playing against an undefeated team on the road with the Witch on the other sideline and doing everything in your power to take care of the football. Major check. He took care of the ball in that game brilliantly. I think I talked myself into, just from that one performance, I talked myself into thinking that the degree of difficulty for some of the throws that Bo made were greater than what I ended up finding out watching the All-22. I went through it with you and certainly with KJ before we went on air with the NFL Pro app, and they describe every pass. KJ, real quick, what did just about every pass say? Bo Nix, pass complete, where did they say?
Short.
Short right, short left, short intermediate. Is there anything wrong with that? No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely not. Not when you have only 2 turnovers in your last 7 games. That's all I want from my rookie.
There was a lot of a majority of the throws that were completed, high majority, high percentage, were of the hitch variety. A hitch is a 5-yard stop route. Of the flat route variety, the check down variety, and the shallow cross variety. I'm talking, that was the catalog in the game. Well, I mean, that's what he did in college. Did it really well. It's exactly what he did. And then he threw a beautiful downfield throw to Cortland Sutton. Awesome. Cortland Sutton on that route did a phenomenal job of creating separation. Bo Nix held the safety with his eyes, threw the ball perfectly in stride. Awesome. But then on the flip side of it, do you remember the right before half scenario, how it played out? The Cortland Sutton, what everybody said is a blatant drop. That ball was a shoebox coming out of Bo Nix's hands.
You and I aren't going to see eye to eye on
That's
that.
fine. I did this for a living, Raj.
I know.
I graded quarterbacks for a living.
I know. It was ducky out of his hands.
And it drifted. Like, Cortland Sutton on that dig route was wide freaking open.
He hit him in the hands, coach.
He hit him in the outstretched hands. If you're an elite top 5 quarterback in the National Football League, that ball splits the 1 and the 4. You get down, you clock it, you use your timeout. I think they had 1 remaining, and you kick the damn field goal. But the play before that's the one that I took great offense to.
And Sean Payton did too.
And I didn't know that because I think, I listened to D-Mac, and he was talking about that. He would listen to the presser. I believe it was from Monday's Zoom call. And he watched the film, and he was talking about the sequence right before halftime that yielded 0 points for the Denver Broncos. And I think D-Mac pinned it on, he said there was a miss across the middle. And I think he cited Cortland Sutton dropping the ball as the miss. The miss was the play before. On the All-22 film, it was a downfield throw that should never have been thrown. It was a bad decision to Lil Jordan Humphrey. Not a bad decision because everybody in Broncos country thinks little Jordan Humphrey shouldn't be on this team, but schematically and coverage-based wise, it was a bad decision. Devon Valeri is running a deep cross right over the middle of the field with 5 to 7 yards of clear separation. You go through your read, you see a too high safety structure, and that safety's playing over the top of little Jordan Humphrey, and there's a corner playing trail on little Jordan Humphrey. That deep over route, you throw that ball and hit him in stride, you're inside the 20-yard line, Raj, and you have a chip shot field goal insofar as you can hold up in protection on the left side of the field goal unit. That, to me, was the difference in the game. In addition to the most important difference of the game, which is you've got to be able to protect. And so I want to ask you a question. Yesterday in Coach Payton's media availability, he had no problem taking a good chunk of time talking about the Yelp review from Andy Reid and from Patrick Mahomes on his young star quarterback. Correct? We just heard that.
Correct.
Did he take the same amount of time to inform all of Broncos country exactly what went wrong on the field goal to the point where he describes it so that it's not just it's on us as coaches, but describe what went wrong, why it went wrong, because a lot of people wanted to know. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think he was protecting his players there. You don't want to throw guys under the bus.
But he said it's on us as coaches, and it made it even more. The quote was, it was nauseating or disgusting for us to watch it because of us as coaches. What was coached? What was allowed to be coached? Was Matthew Pert supposed to be lunging out and leaving Alex Forsythe, who's taken the brunt of all of this? Why is Matthew Pert not being talked about?
I think it was a quiet way of saying we don't have the right personnel in on our field goal block package.
But I'm telling you, there was, from doing this for a long period of time and me knowing it because I've been in this situation, why not just talk through it? It's not that hard. It's not that hard to just say our technique was incorrect. We shouldn't have been lunging out at left wing, and Alex Forsythe should not have been left on an island with 3 human beings that look like 12-year steroid users and George Karlaftis and Leo Chenal. It was a breakdown in technique. Either that's what they're asking them to do, or it's what they've been allowing them to do, and that's coaching.
I also believe it was a complete failure from a coaching staff to not realize what Kansas City was doing. Because the first, I can't remember who did it on ESPN a couple of days ago, who was going through it and showing.
Was it Dan Orlovsky?
It was Orlovsky. Orlovsky went through every single kick that Denver took against Kansas City. And the first one that they had on the extra point, KC does nothing. It's on the opposite hash from the spot that they think that they can block a field goal. They do nothing. It's easy. The rest of the kicks, Kansas City tries exactly what they did that won them the game. And Denver doesn't make an adjustment at all. I think it's more an indictment on Kansas City showed us what was happening. They didn't just keep it for the last play of the game. They didn't just keep it for a field goal block, bring the house, try and win the game as time expires. Because it happened on 3 previous attempts, including the long field goal attempt that comes up short, the 60-yarder from Lutz at the end of the first half. They tried it on 3 previous kicks and damn near blocked every single one of them. I think that's Sean Payton going, it was a failure on the coaching staff to not recognize what was happening and either coach it in the moment or change the personnel in the moment.
And the thing you do have that I didn't have for all of my career is, and you've had it for a while, the National Football League, is the sideline tablets. Correct, Rush? You can make those corrections in real time. That's something that when I was coaching college football just 2 years ago, if you even had a device in your hand, like you can get flagged by the NCAA. You weren't even allowed to pull out your cell phone in the press box because you could potentially be videoing something and reviewing it. So we didn't have the real-time ability to address something from earlier in the game, which the Denver Broncos did have. And it cost you not just a divisional game, but it cost you an opportunity for your rookie quarterback to
signature win,
to conquer something that nobody thought he could conquer.
Signature win. You did cost him a signature win, and it's amazing because Sean has put him in such great positions through the first 10 weeks. He has put him in position to be successful.
Brilliant.
more so to not be like a travesty of a rookie quarterback rather than putting him in positions to be super successful. I think he has shielded him away from turnovers and from big-time mistakes after the first 2 weeks of the season. And as a result, Bo has taken the ball and he has made incremental steps every single game. He's starting to check boxes off, as you said. Keeps care of the football, has found a way to hit the deep routes now that we saw him miss 2, 3, 4 times at the beginning of the season. Your next step is, well, make the throws on time. Don't miss the reads that are 15 yards down the field because you're locked in on just one wide receiver, because I guess you want to use the sideline as a little bit of a safety blanket for you at the end of that game. Those are the next steps that he needs to take. I don't think that the fact that he's just checking down and making short throws is an indictment on who he is as a quarterback.
That's fair. That's a fair opinion to have. I would say that I'm incomplete in my assessment of that relative to the National Football League. And I'm going to read a couple Shot Mazda texters because I think it's important to what we need to do here. And the first one is from Abe on Shot Mazda text line. I've had enough field goal talk to cover for the rest of this season and a half of next season. Agree.
How heavily are you going to watch the first extra point against Atlanta, though?
Very heavily. Yeah, I'm going to watch.
When's the last time you cared about an extra point?
It's going to be all about who's going out there. My guess is that Forsythe goes out there.
Yeah, you get a shot, and if you get bowled over again, see ya.
Well, you're going to get bowled over. You get bowled over in field goal block. You do. It just happens. Because if you're at the block point, and people got to understand is, where does the block point happen? It happens based off the flight of the football, which is all based off of what hash the field is, or hash of the field the ball is on. It's on the left hash. The right side gets the tight end. Tight end gets 3 human beings running through their face. Does that sound like a fun job?
No, it sounds horrible.
Yeah, it's not great. I'm going to be watching. But the other text thread that I have here is from 9403, and I think it was talking about Kansas City. Was this Bo Nix's coming out party? I would say this. The stage is set for the coming out party against a team right now that is leading in a division with a veteran quarterback. We'll see if he's actually fully healthy. He was on the injury report, Kirk Cousins, for the first time all year, which might give way to the Michael Penix Jr. versus Bo Nix. I think it would be the 4th time they've played. Michael Penix is 3-0 right now in that matchup.
Oh, my God. Don't beat that guy.
Oh, is that a fake stat? It's a fake stat. Okay. I think that this defense from the Atlanta Falcons does not create any form of pressure.
They don't do anything. They're last in the league in sacks.
And they're in the 20s in both rush defense and pass defense.
The rush defense is horrible. The pass defense, the Atlanta defense it ain't good, guys.
Remember when we were talking about, did the Broncos get the right guy between Sean Payton and Raheem Morris? What's Raheem Morris known as? An offensive guy or a defensive guy?
Defensive guy.
Yep. Well, it's not good. Their offense is doing great. Now, it could be a personnel issue. It's his first year, all the things, but this is the opportunity for Bo Nix.
It's the perfect matchup to bounce back.
It is the shred session of all shred sessions waiting to happen. I'm going to be watching.
So what are your numbers that he needs to put up this week? 300 yards, 3 touchdowns?
275 plus.
I was going to say.
Greater than 275.
That's a shred sesh.
3 tutties. You know what? Throw a damn interception. You know what that means? You're touching the hot stove. It's okay.
I'm not sure.
I'm
not sure I want my quarterback to be throwing interceptions.
Well, it's no different than Georgie.
I was going to say, what are we doing here? Don't tell my goalie to let in goals, and don't tell my quarterback to throw interceptions. I don't want any of that.
The reality
I will take 240 yards and 2 touchdowns and no picks any day of the week. As long as you don't throw the big one. As long as you don't throw the interception that cost you the game against Seattle, that cost you the game against Pittsburgh. As long as you don't throw that pick, I'm okay with you dinking and dunking. I'm okay with little 4-7 yard gains.
I am too. I love it.
It doesn't sound like you do.
No, I do. The discussion isn't about what's best for this team right now. The best thing for this team right now with an all-world defense is to play checked-out merchant football and keep the ball out of harm's way. The discussion that we were having yesterday wasn't, is Bo the right quarterback for this year's version of the Denver Broncos? The question is he going to be a Super Bowl contending caliber quarterback that's going to be in the top third of NFL quarterbacks for the next decade? And that's the incomplete grade. I think he's playing the perfect football for this team right now.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. It's the Morning Sprint. Join us today. Take us wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. On the other side, Deion Sanders riding the nepotism train. We'll hear from him next.
will you step in and do some of that if it's the wrong organization and say he ain't going there?
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it publicly. I'll do it privately.
Yeah. Okay.
So you said you're going to be dad. You're going to be dad. You're going to be dad.
I'm going to be dad until the cows come home. Yes, sir. And with Travis as well.
Deion Sanders talking about stepping in if he sees that Shedeur and Travis are going to go to destinations that he doesn't deem as proper fits for the quarterback and the two-way star up at CU. Was talking with Keyshawn Johnson there. This all comes on the heel of Bronny James being sent to the G League and then the Lakers organization saying, hey, he's only going to play home games for the G League team. He's not going to have to travel to Sioux Falls. He's not going to have to go to Biloxi to go play a game.
Okay, so this discussion...
JJ's like, what the... Don't talk about Biloxi like that.
Just throwing an absolute straight.
Hey, I know
Biloxi. Got to go to Shreveport.
Hey, what's Biloxi known for? I know a little something about Biloxi.
Hey, let me tell you something, man. Hey, they got some of the best slots in America.
Hey, loose slots, baby.
Baby, I'm trying to tell you.
Oh yeah, it's a riverboat casino.
Are we talking about gambling?
We are. Absolutely.
All right. You guys had a little tongue-in-cheek vibe.
Got
there.
a little weird.
I didn't know
got
if
a
that
little
was
weird there.
Innuendo.
Okay, so I think I thought about it a little bit. There's two sides of this whole thing. That there's a setup for Bronny James, a very pristine setup for him to go about his acclimatization into the National Basketball Association. And so the two sides of it are you can look at it from the very obvious side that he is a Nepo baby. He has the silver Nepo baby spoon in his mouth. Because no other normal player would have this arrangement. Would you agree?
Of course.
It's not the son of LeBron James.
Of course.
On the flip side, he damn near flatlined and died because he went into cardiac arrest. When you're traveling to some of these extremely obscure G League areas, there is fear, certainly from his family and probably from himself, that you are getting away from the care that you need. Now, I think that that's a valid thought, what I just said. But I do believe that is only available to him because the merits don't necessarily earn him the opportunity to have that type of setup unless his last name is LeBron James. Or James.
Still feels a little weird that, like, instead of playing G League games, he's sitting on the sidelines cheering dad on to 3 straight triple doubles. But I digress there. The Deion Sanders comments talking about how if Shedeur were to be drafted to, Carolina, or Travis were to go to Cleveland, something like that, he would step in, not publicly, but would go to the organization and say, hey, if you're going to draft this player, he's not going to play for your organization. The NFL has a really rich history of this actually working out for players. Like, I know it rubs me the wrong way, and maybe it's because of the LeBron situation, the Bronny situation, where you're just like kind of picking and choosing where your son gets to go. But the level of athlete and the level of pro potential that Bronny has and had as compared to Shedeur and Travis are galaxies apart, right? Galaxies apart. Not the same athlete that we're talking about. This happens all the time. Elway did it. Manning did it. Jim Kelly did it. Granted, there was another league that he could, dangle out there and say, hey, I'll go to the USFL. I want to play with you guys. Rich Gannon did it. Bo Jackson did it with Tampa Bay. The history of this happening, this is going to happen in next year's draft. And I don't think it's going to be Deion leaves CU to go and coach somewhere and then forces the hands of the rest of the organizations to say, hey, don't draft this guy so he falls to me at number 4 with Las Vegas. I don't think that's going to be the case. I do believe that Deion Sanders stays in Boulder and is the head coach with the Buffs next year. I completely believe that.
Based off what?
I don't think the job is completely done, and I think he has something to prove. I think he has something to prove to the rest of the world that I can do this without it being a family affair. That I can draft. I can
it is
recruit.
Drafting.
It is drafting. I can recruit
without an order. There's no draft order.
I can develop, and I I am poised more than anybody else, more than any other head coach in the country, to win the NIL and transfer portal version of college football. I think he's got something to prove, and I think he stays.
One thing I know about Coach Prime is he's an elite competitor. He is, as an athlete, as a coach, as a businessman, as a media member, elite competitor. Elite competitors want to prove it at the biggest stage that you can prove it at. And he might have that opportunity. And frankly, I think he should have that opportunity.
He might have the opportunity in Dallas or Las Vegas. In both of those places, he could end up coaching one of those two players.
And I'm not saying that it's going to happen, because the stars are going to have to align for all of it to happen. And it's probably a pretty slim window that you get the head job of the place that is going to be able to select the quarterback that you want, which also happens to be your son. But I think Coach Prime, with all of the resistance that was coming at him from people on our station, people on other stations, certainly the national narrative, if your name's not Joel Klatt, because you glaze everything, no matter what, if it has to do with Boulder or DNVR. He's proven everything that he set out to prove already. He proved it. Turning over a roster in its entirety. Everybody thought that was crazy. I was in that camp because I grew up in a different era of coaching football at the college level. Proved me wrong. Fixing the offensive line. Changing offensive coordinators and hiring Pat Shurmur that everybody thought wouldn't be able to fit into a college-y type style of offense. Proved everybody wrong. Hired a defensive coordinator that has never been a coordinator, never been a play caller, and now he's one of the hottest names, probably going to win the Broyles Award, and that's Robert Livingston. He is proven so many people wrong, and now is in a position against Utah to continue this trend towards a potential CFP berth.
I think, though, in terms of Deion bouncing and going to the NFL, because he has checked all of the boxes, right? And that's the one thing that we know about Deion is he gets to mission accomplished and then he moves on. I do look at the family situation and say, if Dallas offers him the job, if Las Vegas offers him the job, if he were to get, I don't know, is there a head coaching availability in New York that he would want to go to? I don't think he'd actually want to be in Manhattan, although it's a massive market, obviously. I just don't think the climate is exactly what he wants either him or his son to be playing in. Say he gets one of those jobs. There is no guarantee whatsoever that either one of those players will fall to him in the draft. No guarantee at all, unless you somehow strong-arm the league into forcing your way, or you trade up to that number one pick, and Deion, who is the head coach, with a quarterback to be named later, then gets the opportunity to walk onto the stage, take the photo with his son, and then start a career together. I think what people are vastly underestimating is I don't think Deion wants to coach against his kid. I don't think he has any desire to go to the NFL and coach Dak Prescott and then see Shador and the Raiders come into Texas every now and again. I don't think he has any designs on coaching against his son or coaching against Travis Hunter. I think that's the reason why there's a greater chance that he stays in Boulder than he bolts for the NFL.
What about the Raiders?
There's no guarantee the Raiders are picking number one.
They can control that just about right now.
I'll tell that to Cleveland and Tennessee and the Giants and Jacksonville.
Well, I mean, the difference is that Cleveland's most likely going to stick with Kevin Stefanski. He's coaching for a winning percentage. He's coaching week in, week out to try to win football games. Antonio Pierce is not going to be the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders next season.
Sure about that?
I'm not sure, but
it's a cash poor team that just signed that guy.
They've done it year after year after year. They keep doing it. Like everybody keeps saying they don't have the money. Western Kentucky didn't have the money to fire me, but they did it. It happens. Like nobody makes decisions unless you're at the MAC level. The MAC level is a lot different because those schools are really poor, cash poor. Nobody really makes those decisions to not move on from a coach when it clearly is going in a terrible direction.
Is Deion more enticing than Bill Belichick? Belichick's going to be back into the coaching carousel next year.
Would Bill Belichick choose to go back in with the Raiders?
I think the Raiders situation for Belichick is perfect.
I think he and Tom Brady don't necessarily love each other. I don't.
How
I mean, the entire Tampa Bay Bucks situation was shade at Bill Belichick. To say I was the guy, not your ass.
He's not the guy. He's just part of the ownership group there. The whole thought about like Brady being an owner with the Raiders, that come on, that wouldn't influence that situation. I don't think Belichick's going to Dallas. You think Bill Belichick at 73 years old wants to go to Dallas and give up all control over a roster? Because Jerry Jones says he'll never hire a GM. He won't take any power away from the guys that are currently making the personnel decisions right now. And if Mike McCarthy's gone, Belichick's going to be the number one name for that Cowboys job. I don't think it's a fit.
How would the Raiders be a better fit than, Mark Davis is his hand in the cookie jar as much as any owner in pro football. You think Bill Belichick wants to deal with that haircut? Pumpkin pie haircutted freak?
Belichick's got a better chance of controlling the roster in Las Vegas than he does in Dallas, without a doubt. Without a doubt. And I think you're probably sick and tired of having coaches who haven't been there and haven't done that and may have been just a flash in the pan, like John Gruden possibly was earlier on in his career. Gruden, by the way, 4-year deal with Barstool Sports, announced earlier today.
It's nicey.
I think that it would entice them to go after a guy with as many Super Bowl rings as Bill Belichick does. Try and turn it around in 5 years. Wipe your hands.
I could see Belichick more in a... Oh, man. What job? Jets?
Jets is a good job. Giants is a good job. Both of those could be available to you. Jets and Giants
East
are great
Coast
jobs.
vibes, he's kind of already done it.
He would be the name in New York, man.
Yeah.
He would be the name. He would boot Daniel Jones out of there in a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
And if he wanted Shador, I think he'd draft him, and I think he'd look at Dion and say,
He'd be like, Danny Dimes, get out of here. I got my guy, Mac Jones.
Join us at 303-504-0925 in the Shout Mazda text line. That's Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy. It's Altitude.
It's nothing about the past, nothing about the future. It's right now we're preparing for Cincinnati.
Morning Sprint, Coach Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. Join us 303-504-0925. Jump in on the Twitch stream, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR, presented by our friends at Safeway. Get all of your Thanksgiving shopping done at Safeway. Clip the coupons in the mobile app. Head over to their website, Safeway.com. And if you get into that Twitch chat room,
that's what I was going to say.
You might get joined by an ornery Coach Sanford.
Oh, yeah, it is on fire today, and I just want all my Safeway Twitchers to know how much I love you. I'm going to give you the cheesy Taylor Swift heart. And
did you just heart like a millennial though?
I don't know.
Aren't you supposed to heart differently now? Like, don't the kids use their?
What am I? I think I'm Gen X.
I don't
millennial
know.
Z.
But you've got like a Gen Z daughter. I'm sure she looks at you, and if you were to do the big heart hands that everyone on the planet has always used,
yes,
you know what? I'd say that you look a little old.
As a father of a complete 14-year-old Gen Zer, I have made a decision to lean so far into a word that is being used and overused by this this Gen Z generation that I'm trying to make it uncool. And that's everything is bruh.
Oh, I hate it.
How we doing,
we
good, bruh?
When I was coaching, my staff and I put a limit on the amount of bros that you could have.
I think I'm okay with bro.
Bro and bruh, no, they're the same thing.
But it's BRUH.
It's the same thing. Same thing.
Bro.
It's the same thing. It's
Bruh.
just as bad as a like filler. You know when you get that earworm where someone uses the like filler in their sentences too much?
Relative to
happens. That's a perfect example of Sean Payton's verbal filler. We put a cap on bro and bruz. And if you went over that daily allowance of bros, if we were hearing
Was dude okay?
Dude's fine.
What about guy?
Guy's a great hockey term.
Chief?
I've never really heard chief all that much.
That's a big football term.
Chief feels like a backhanded slap.
Got you, chief.
Yeah. Chief isn't used in a good way. That's a derogatory term.
So now, like, when I pick up my daughter from school, I roll down the windows and I'm like, hey, jump in the car, bruh. Just so all of her friends hear me. And so I'm doing my best, like, my small circle that I can influence.
Make it uncool.
To make it really uncool.
I love that for you.
Yeah.
That's the legwork. That's the ground game, man. You are doing grassroots work for all of us. I'm very proud of you. But yeah, we put a cap on it, and if you went over the cap, you'd have to...
Did you say cap?
A cap.
That's another one I use. Hey, Raj over here capping, bro.
His money.
Hey, is Raj capping right now? Stop the cap.
What were we supposed to talk about? Do you see the Chargers, their next 4 games? We're going to learn who the Chargers are as compared to the Broncos over the next 4 weeks.
Right.
Their next 4 games, home against Cincy. These are all common opponents. Home against Cincy, home against Baltimore, at Atlanta, at Kansas City. They've already lost home against Kansas City by 7. So kind of the same result that the Broncos had right there.
Just shows how lazy the NFL schedulers were. Like, oh, they're in the AFC West. Let's have them play the exact same schedule.
Well, it is. I know you have to play 2 games, and
yeah.
then you cross over with the division. So, yeah.
Just be more creative. Like why are we playing the Browns all the time?
Same thing.
They're not in the crossover division. Broncos, Browns, do you just like orange? The NFL just wants to see a lot of orange on the field.
The Browns
Keebler elves
sucks.
on the field. Yeah.
They need to use the Keebler elf logo way more. I
so
think
you're a fan.
Love it. It's unique. It's super unique. I love that logo. I look at it, I think it's the same way as the there's not many things that I love, about Notre Dame just because they're everywhere all at once and they haven't done anything in my lifetime like worthwhile outside of like win a lacrosse championship or 2. So talk about worthwhile things. Might not be it.
Went to the Fiesta Bowl when I was coaching there. It was pretty cool.
You did. You went to it.
Lost to Zeke Elliott.
I was going to say, how'd it go?
It was a good game. It's a good game.
There's a running back that jumped his jersey up to his
jersey
nipples.
was above nips. They had I think they had 15 NFL starters on that team. That Ohio State team. It was Urban Meyer.
They had 3 NFL quarterbacks on the roster.
Oh, yeah.
On the roster, there were 3 guys that made it to the league. It's just insane to me. Yeah, I think they need to utilize that, and I think that Notre Dame needs to utilize the fighting leprechaun more often.
It.
Great logo.
Yep.
Great logo.
It's really good.
Denver at Baltimore the last 2 weeks, 41-10 loss, got shellacked. You keep it close against Kansas City, and then you have Atlanta this week, common opponent over the next 3 weeks, and then your Week 17 matchup at Cincinnati. As of right now, in the 3 games that have already been played against common opponents that are on my list right here, neither Denver nor LA has a win. And I think if LA finds a way to put a nail in the Cincinnati coffin this week, I can officially say they are on a different level than you are. And I don't think I can officially say it right now. The record says differently.
Chargers
and Broncos.
But you're saying the nail would be next week, right?
The nail would be Week 11 Cincinnati.
Okay.
If the Chargers can beat Cincinnati at home, the nail in the coffin for the Bengals, that's it. Since he's got to win some games.
This week it's Buffalo. Is it Buffalo at Kansas City or Kansas City at Buffalo?
KC at Buffalo. And I think
KC's losing.
I think
they are losing that game.
And you know what? It has been the thorn in the side for the Bills, right? Like, can Josh Allen get over that hump? I think the answer is yes. Right now, Buffalo's
Will
a 2-point
there be an
favorite.
asterisk by that hump, though? Because I think it's a postseason hump.
There will always be an asterisk when you talk about the Bills because they haven't gotten it done. The 3 falls of Buffalo is the big thing.
Regular seasons have not been the issue for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills.
Josh Allen?
I think the Chiefs go 9-1, and unfortunately, I think it'll be the best thing to happen for the Chiefs. For them to lose that game,
Almost
I think
by design.
It'll exactly by design. They'll lose that game, and then the Chiefs will go, all right, it's time to play football now. And then they're going to go on a run, and they'll eventually meet the Bills in an AFC title game, and they'll win.
Then we'll find out.
And
I think we'll find out.
I'm begging for it, and I called it at the beginning of the year. My predictions are historically bad. You guys know that. If you listen to the program, if you listen to me over the last 6 years, my predictions are horrid. If I predict your team to do well, they're going to finish in the basement. But beginning of the season, Bills-Lions was my choice. And I'm begging for that. Outside the Broncos making an unforeseen run, I'm begging for that to be the Super Bowl this year because there's not a team that I would root against in that Super Bowl. I would just sit there and enjoy football and not root for a team because I want either one of those fan bases to enjoy a championship.
This is such a big week for the Denver Broncos, and I've laid out the case for, I think, over the course of the last couple of days that this is the opportunity to get your first win over a team with a winning record. And what really hit me about the Falcons, because you can look at all the stats, you can say their defense is terrible.
The defense sucks.
All the things, and you could just even have the assumption that this is just a Broncos game that they should win. It's at home. You just played the Chiefs really tight, so you're feeling yourself a little bit more.
You have a hobbled Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, you got a hobbled Kirk Cousins, or potentially the Penn 15 Club is making its debut.
I hope so badly for you that either Cousins doesn't play in this game or he gets knocked out early by like a monster Nick Bonito hit. I'm begging that you get to see Nix versus Penix because the fireworks next week between you and D-Mac would be unheard of.
And you too. You were never a believer in the Michael Penix train, and because of the injury history.
I don't believe in his body, man. I just don't.
Valid. Very
older
valid. Quarterback
with injury history, and I know Bo's an older quarterback, but like Bo's a healthy guy.
He's clearly healthy. He doesn't. He looks fresh every week. He looks like it doesn't matter if he gets hit or not. That dude's built well. He is built.
If we get that,
he has a very stable lower half.
If we get that eye-to-eye test, I'm all in.
Am I okay to start making excuses ahead of time? Are we there yet?
Be my guest. Go ahead.
You're
about to make excuses about a backup quarterback that may not even play a couple of days from now.
What excuse from the Bo Leavers and the Bo Rection crowd, like Darren McKee, was given to Bo Nix in the first 2 weeks of the season, notably the first game of the season? He's a rookie quarterback making his first start on the road against a really good defense. Am I right?
You're right. And you should be afforded that. Because I look at the entire season for Bo as a rookie, and I know that Sean Payton's starting to get annoyed by like the confidence and the rookie quarterback comments that he gets every single week in his pressers. You can tell he's like, all right, guys, let's stop talking about the rookie thing. The whole rookie season is a rookie quarterback going up against NFL defenses. I don't look at Nix as a veteran right now. The entire season is a case study for me. That's the reason why I'm not a believer, and I'm certainly not a guy who's out on Bo. This is what Scotty had to say on PhD yesterday.
I haven't seen anything that shows me he's a bomb.
What would you classify yourself as a Bo Nix? If I'm a believer.
I'm hopeful. I am down on my knees, Oliver Twist, holding the bowl out. Please, sir, can I have some more? I am just begging for him to be the guy, to be the guy. I've not seen anything that I can sit here and say, he sucks, he's not an NFL quarterback. Heck yeah, he is. But now, here's what do I got to see from him do? I want him to handle blitzes. I want him to be able to pick on something quick, not turn his back to the play that Tyler and I talked about yesterday, and make a play under duress, get hit in the mouth, and he drops off a 7-yard slant that goes for 35. I want to see those, and I've not seen that yet.
I agree with the majority of everything that Scotty said, and I think Scotty's in a unique spot because he's been around as a professional athlete and seen so many guys come and go in the National Basketball Association that either came in with all kinds of street cred and then he just wait and see.
Scotty doesn't get enough credit for being the most level-headed guy that we have on the station when 100%. It comes to quarterbacks. You weren't here when Russ came in. It was just before you came to us at altitude. When Russ came in, the only guy here on the station that told everyone to pump the brakes, including me, was Scotty. Just wait. There's a reason why he's leaving Seattle. Just wait. And we blanketed Hastings as quit being a Debbie Downer. This is the same thing as Peyton Manning. And Scotty went, hold up, young buck. And he's doing the same with Bo right now. I think it's the most level-headed approach on the station.
I think I have a fairly level-headed approach too. I mean, I look at the film every week. I cited advanced analytics of passing.
We did do 25 minutes on nose-picking nerd stats.
The absolute worst ratings this show will ever have. Everybody knows what EPA is now. Everybody knows what CPOE is.
Isn't that like a government agency?
Yeah, it's also
environmental protection.
It's expected points added, Raj, per pass play.
It's an election cycle.
Yeah, the only thing I will say, I actually think Bo Nix has done well against blitz. I think he's done well against pressure. I think that he knows where his answer is against pressure. The fact that he's not taking sacks at the level, certainly anywhere near Russell Wilson a year ago, and he's not throwing interceptions because he's making bad decisions as the result of pressure. I'm actually great with Bo Nix right now against blitz looks. Great.
Also, the one thing that I think that Nick's detractors, if he finds success and deals with, again, it is statistically the worst pass rush in the league in terms of sacks. But they're top 10 in terms of pressures. They bring pressure all the time. They just can't get to the quarterback somehow. So there will be a built-in excuse of like, well, yeah, if he did well against the blitz against Atlanta, well, they don't get to the quarterback. They don't get to the quarterback, but they go after the quarterback all the time.
You know what the Falcons do? They do create turnovers. And that's one of those, I always call them big play defenses. Big plays for the offense against that defense.
BPD.
And then big plays for that defense because they're the opposite of what maybe Bo Nix has been as a decision maker at the quarterback position. They're a risky outfit. Like they go for the pick. They don't go for the PBU.
I wonder what the line is for an anytime interception from Justin Simmons is this week.
Ooh.
That guy's a ball hawk.
Does he
coming back home?
How many does he have on the year, though?
I don't know. All I know is that he's got the most interceptions in the league since coming into the league from Boston College. That line might be a little juicy. I'm going to have to take a look at that. NFL Notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every single day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Broncos and Falcons coming up on Sunday. See if the Broncos can improve to 6-5, get their first win against a winning football team. Before we get into more of that, KJ, what is first?
You know, Coach Sanford has been known as just being too brutally honest with our listeners at times. And now I think he has a chance to kind of state his case a little further as to why he has absolutely been right about the types of wins Bo has been getting. Sean Payton was asked by the media during his Wednesday presser about the fact that he is 3-0 versus the NFC South, and is there a little something extra when he has a chance to go against the NFC South?
Coach, you guys are 3-0 against NFC South teams this season.
Oh, gosh. Why'd you tell me that?
Do you have a little extra leftover competitive fire when you see these particular teams?
I don't think so. It's a fair question. There's been so many changes. Atlanta's new, offensively and defensively. Carolina is new. Tampa, certainly with Todd. But I don't think you might know some personnel, but I don't think that's the New Orleans thing was different, but I don't think with the other three, they're just the next team, and you dive into the scheme and you dive into the players and who does what well, and so I think that would be my answer.
My answer would be that the NFC South is a great conference to draw on a season like this. And the teams just aren't good.
It's a poverty division.
It's bad. I mean, what other division is even in the same conversation?
NFC East, but Philly just keeps winning.
There ain't no Philly in this division. The Commanders? Philly and the Commanders? They play tonight, by the way.
AFC
Thursday
South?
Night Football.
AFC South?
Pretty bad.
AFC South's essentially the same division. Houston leads at 6-4, Indy's at 4-6, Tennessee's 2-7, Jacksonville 2-8. The NFC South has a 6-4 lead in Atlanta. Second place is 4-6 Tampa Bay. 2, 3, and 7 teams in New Orleans and Carolina. The AFC and NFC Souths are the same division.
You know why I think I love the NFL so much? Because it's the backwards of college football. The Southern teams are terrible. Unlike the SEC that we're supposed to believe that if you lose to an SEC team, it's actually a badge of honor. No, it's not. You lost a football game.
We're already getting the college football playoff needs to expand conversation.
Yeah, and make sure that you get 6 SEC teams in.
Well, we have to have 16, and at that point,
Georgia's got to be in.
Vanderbilt has to get in. Shut up.
How could Georgia be omitted? We'll win damn games.
What's next, KJ?
We're running out of time. My life is running out of lifespan.
So, Justin Simmons is coming back to Denver, but obviously he's coming back as an Atlanta Falcon. Justin Simmons got into, the conversation of what does Broncos country mean to him? What has he meant to them? And I think at the end of the day, Justin Simmons, he'll always be loved here, but he understands it's just a game.
It's going to be a great game. I'm really looking forward to being there. But my focus, I wanted to make sure I gave love to the organization and to the fan base there, because they treated my family and I so well. And I do have nothing but love for the team and for the fan base and for the community. That's still home for us, But at the same time too, I'm a Falcon, and I'm really looking forward. I'm just to keep reiterating it. Going up there and finding a way to get our 7th win. I think it's going to be really important.
That hit me a little bit on that quote. First off, I absolutely love Justin Simmons, the human. He's a great ambassador for the game of football in general. He's a great ambassador for the state of Colorado and the city of Denver. And I root for Justin Simmons. In no matter what, I'll always root for the dude because he carried himself so first class in every way, shape, or form. But what dawned on me with that quote is the Falcons are going for their 7th win. Like this is a good football team coming to Denver this weekend. And this is a tremendous challenge. It's got star-studded lineup. It's got a quarterback that's won football games. It's got a safety that knows this roster and knows these schemes on both sides of the ball very well. This is an important game for both franchises because the Falcons have a chance to get some home field advantage. They got a chance to distance themselves from Tampa, and the Broncos are fighting for their postseason lives. But 7 wins, they're going for number 7. It's where the Broncos want to be. And they're doing it with plenty of football games ahead of them if you're the Atlanta Falcons.
Guys, an all-time Bronco unfortunately coincided with a not all-time stretch of teams. It's unfortunate that he came in right after the Super Bowl, didn't get a chance to taste success here, and went out right at the start of a rebuild that looks like it's going in the right direction. He'll be a guy that comes back here constantly. Like, I expect him to. You think he's a media guy after he retires?
He'd be really so good. He would take both our jobs.
Oh, I don't
form
like
them
that.
into one.
Stay in Atlanta.
Have fun.
I'm joking. Come here.
Chick-fil-A is everywhere. It's great.
I always thought that was the weirdest thing. They put a Chick-fil-A in that stadium in the Superdome down there.
I mean, they got Chick-fil-A's in bathrooms in and around Atlanta.
Yeah, but they put a Chick-fil-A in a stadium and it's closed on Sundays. It's nonsense.
KJ, you ever been to the original Chick-fil-A, the Dwarf House in Hateville, Georgia?
I have not. I got to go one day.
The Georgia Dome.
They actually still have the original kitchen, the original dining room. It's a sit-down restaurant. Very unique experience.
You have the pimento cheese chicken sandwich yet?
Really
it's good. Because
really
I find it hard to go off of my go-to order, and that is a spicy deluxe with lemonade.
Ooh, I might get that.
You
on
mix
my way home.
You mix the Chick-fil-A sauce and ketchup together.
So here's my hack prior to the spicy deluxe on the Chick-fil-A menu. You go with normal Chick-fil-A sandwich, ask for an extra pickle. Like a pickle.
Not a pickle guy. Fair.
I wasn't until I got older, man. You'll learn.
I'll get
when
there.
you grow up, when you hit puberty, these things happen. So I get
That was below the belt.
I get 1 pack of mayonnaise. I make a circle around the bun, and then I get Texas Pete's hot sauce. Throw it right in the middle of that circle of mayonnaise, and then smush it all together. That's the OG spicy deluxe.
They're missing one thing. The fact that there's not spicy chicken nuggets. What are they doing? What are you doing?
Have you had Wendy's spicy chicken nuggets?
Fantastic.
Really good.
Fantastic. And it was better when it was the 5 for $5 deal. That's actually not a thing anymore. Wendy's got too big for their britches and started pushing me out of their price point.
Is there any fast food dessert item that is superior to a chocolate frosty from Wendy's? What is it?
McFlurry. Snack size McFlurry is so good.
So you are one of the Sanford children because they would agree completely with the
snack-sized Oreo McFlurry. It can't be beat.
I just love original Frosty. Just they've been serving the sang dang thing, man, out of Kentucky. That's where Wendy's started, in Kentucky, in Cincinnati, that area.
Next up.
We're running out of time. My life is running out of lifespan.
We really are running out of time talking about fast food.
But I'll say this, Coach, me and you are the same. Give me that original Frosty, baby.
Oh.
I'm good on it. Oh, the Frosty with the fries?
Woo!
Anyway, Commanders, Eagles tonight, Thursday night football.
Tonight.
So, Jason McCourty of ESPN, he talks about the importance of how Jalen Hurts has been so successful this year, and it's all been connected for every quarterback this season to a running game. Every top quarterback has a top rusher or a top rushing game that is ranked in the top half of the league. The stats back me up, I promise, guys. Here's Jason McCourty talking about Jalen Hurts and how the Commanders, if they want to win, they have to keep Hurts in the pocket.
You look at Jalen Hurts and this Eagles offense since the bye week. One thing has been obviously Saquon Barkley being able to get that inside zone and going off. But the other thing has been the deep passes. But Jalen Hurts has used his legs. Last week against the Cowboys, he used it to be able to make throws and get the ball down the field. And we've seen him take over and make play after play. So I think that's something for this Commanders defense to really be on top of and not let him get out of the pocket.
If we're putting Jaden Daniels in the same conversation as those top quarterbacks, and Hurts can be there right now because of where he has the Eagles.
His passing stats are incredible this year.
He can certainly be there. Do the Commanders have the rushing attack that is required to talk about like top quarterback play
They got
right now?
Brian Robinson.
Brian Robinson is a monster.
He's playing well.
He's been good.
I picked him up
They've
mid-season on my old fantasy. I saw a trend building, and I got him. I had some injuries. I'm like, yeah, Brian Robinson. He's been good to me.
They've gone by committee with Robinson and Eckler, and both of those guys combining for nearly 800 yards. It's a far cry from what Denver has right now in their running game. Like Javante's got 388 yards. Jaleel's got 220. I know Audrick's only played 6 games, and he's south of 150 yards.
Really only played like one. Where he's the guy.
He's the guy moving forward.
He is.
And if he can take that next step up, like if he can be Robinson light, does Bo vault into that conversation by the end of the year?
Good. Very easily could. And that would be a fulfillment of a coach year prophecy, which is that the Broncos are going to be a playoff team.
KJ, next.
We're running out of time. My life is running out of lifespan.
Well, I think somebody else wished they would have also ran out of time. On the podcast of Jason Kelce and Travis Kelce, I hate bringing up those names on this show, but Jason Kelce has a funny story where he talks about the time he sharted on himself. And I promise, guys, this will be the best 60 seconds of your life.
Oh, God.
Poopgate. Woo! Lions linebacker James Houston went viral this weekend for allegedly pants on the field.
Yeah, this is rough. This is why I hate white pants. This is one of the reasons I hate white pants. Dude, I did this before a game once.
What is this,
and
high school?
I felt, like when you shart and you know that there's a possibility something just came up, but you're not certain. And I remember turning.
You got to get off the field.
I turned, and I'm not going to announce names. I turned to my buddy, my O-line friend, and I was like, "Hey, can you check me? Because I think I might have just shit myself, right?" And he checks me. He says, "You're good." I go out for warm-ups, do the whole warm-ups. Lane comes up to me after warm-ups. He's like, "Hey, you guys all up and down your pants right now." So in between warm-ups and the start of the game, that
should seep through.
I keep my shoulder pads on, take off all of my all of my lower half.
All of it.
Get in the shower and showering.
Oh, that's funny as
and
you felt that nasty. You had to
dude,
get it out.
it was disgusting.
Yeah, I get it.
But yeah, this is not the first time it's happened. I know many players that this happened to. It could potentially be Gatorade. I think it's probably highly likely it was a shart that went awry.
Are we allowed to say that?
Because it's just this white pants, man. It's risky.
Shart is perfectly legal. I've learned that. Because I've talked a lot about sharting.
What is it about football players and doing, I've never heard, baseball players don't do that. Hockey players don't do that. I've never seen an NBA, actually, no, Paul Pierce did it once. What is it about offensive linemen and the sport of football that's a thing?
It's a real thing.
Clue me in, because that's insane.
Well, name another sport, and we'll talk college football, where you work crazy hours as a player and then even crazier hours as a coach for just 12 opportunities that are guaranteed to you. So the intensity levels of the game itself, plus the magnitude and stress that's placed on those 12 opportunities in the fall, stomach gets a little bubbly, man. A little anxiety.
All right, so tell me why NHL players don't do it during the postseason.
Because they got 82 of them, man.
All
It's
right,
just another
overtime
game.
hockey. I've never seen Nathan McKinnon go on a breakaway.
But you got like
hit the
17.
post, and then have to waddle
You wear
himself
like so
off
many
the
layers
ice.
in hockey. Don't you have tons of layers on underneath?
Not really.
See, I mean, it is your ass and then those yoga pants. White yoga pants.
Loop goes, Raj, take a hit from a 300-pound guy and then see if you can hold your bowels.
I have my own personal experience with exactly what happened to the Chargers linebacker and the Kelce brothers as a coach. And it was not good. And I entirely misjudged what was emanating from my body. And it was explosive.
I've never had that situation. The hardest I ever got hit, I was 16, playing, I think we were in like Minnesota or something like that. One-on-one. I did not read the game notes. Check the game notes, coach. Always have to check the game notes. Know who you're playing against. Didn't read the game notes that day at 16. one-on-one on the left-hand side, didn't know who was on the ice. Dumped a puck in and thought that I was just going to get out scot-free and get off the ice. Like, I had the Dan Highnote lifestyle, which was like, if the puck's on your stick in the offensive zone, something's wrong. Just put it in the corner and let the other guys who are better than you do better things than you can. Took my eye off of the play. None other than Jacob Trouba steps up and throws a hip check into me and flipped me on top of my head. Did I poo myself? No.
Well, you probably didn't have the ammo to poop yourself at the time.
No,
it's mere luck.
Going into a game not having cleansed yourself is insane to me.
Well, yeah, it just depends, man. I'm telling you, the anxiety and nerves. There was a time when I was coaching at Stanford the first year, and Harbaugh was the head coach, where there was a line of 30 players at the bathroom stall at Stanford Stadium in the opening game of the season waiting to vomit, like anxiety vomit before a game. Like, it was almost a thing. They were like cheering each other on. I'm like, this is wild. And I think it's because the care factor and the type A nature of a Stanford student that also happens to be a Stanford student athlete.
I also never had that issue when I was taking an exam. Why do you guys have like the softest makeup ever?
I mean, these people are running your country right now. These guys that coach
I'm screaming
Stanford.
into a microphone. It's not exactly like I have an advanced degree, let's be honest. NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. That's Coach Sanford. I'm Raj. It's Altitude. Morning Sprint. Coach Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as we get you guys prepared for PhD in the Bo-Hos versus Hobos conversation is what we have now separated ourselves into here at Altitude Sports Radio.
I just like watching the film and then giving the analysis. Do I have to be labeled?
Yeah, I'm going to label you. You and Scotty are
Hobos?
Yeah, and that's okay.
There's hope for Bo.
There's hope for Bo. And that's what we're that's
hope. Hope is there. Hope has been restored. Okay. Yeah. I mean, to me, he's exactly what I thought he'd be. He's a great decision maker. He's phenomenal between the ears. He's a very good athlete. He is avoiding the disastrous play. That's what he was in college at Oregon the last 2 years.
But D-Mac's comment yesterday was, if you are not in on Bo.
Okay, define in, D-Mac.
Through 10 weeks.
What's in?
There's nothing he can do to win you over.
What's
and
in?
Is that true?
Okay, that's fine. You can throw out this hot take, if you will, but what defines in? Is he a Super Bowl winning quarterback? Is that what D-Mac is alleging?
As of right now, no. Of course not.
Is he is the standard that we're talking about, is it Brock Purdy levels of quarterback play insofar as you surround him with the supporting cast? Is that a fair? He got to the NFC Championship game twice, right?
Well, that is he got to a Super Bowl once.
Super Bowl once, NFC Championship game once.
And the NFC Championship game that he played against Philly, where they got boat raced, he only threw 4 passes because of was it an elbow injury, shoulder injury?
He did the old Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, not great.
He did, what do they call that? The old UCL. The ulna.
Got weird word, ulnar. Chewy word, ulnar.
Very different.
And I suppose that's where the conversation needs to head is, can he be Brock Purdy and do what Brock Purdy hasn't in San Francisco? Are you going to be able to put together the San Francisco roster around Bo? The answer is probably no. The defense is good enough. The defense is right there on par with what San Francisco has put up over the past few years. Do they have the elite pass rusher? No, but they have the elite pass rushing unit. You're not going to be able to put together, because of the salary structure that Purdy's playing under, being Mr. Irrelevant, is vastly different than the escalation that Nix has as a 12th overall pick, rather. You're not going to be able to have McCaffrey, Ayuk, Samuel, Kittle all on the same offense. But can you put...
It's almost like like it's unheard of. But you did that because you were able to do that because of where you drafted Brock Purdy, which was Mr. freaking Irrelevant, the last pick of the 7th round. So return on investment for Brock Purdy, I mean, you can't get any better.
Right, but is it good enough to give him the next contract? And I
don't think so.
I don't think it is either. Now, can you put 75% of the offense around Bo that San Francisco has been around or been able to surround Purdy with? Probably, and that means legit running back, number 1 wide receiver, bona fide number 1 wide receiver.
And that's got, in my opinion, that is objective number 1 in the offseason. Objective number 1.
Find the number 1 wideout and then find a way to, you would have to luck into top 15 tight end.
Which would be a massive upgrade.
And if you can do that, can he do what Brock hasn't been able to do? And that is get San Francisco a title. In San Francisco and Denver, you have the same organizational expectation in terms of history, and that is Lombardi trophies. So it is a very similar case study for both of these organizations here. Can you get him to that point? You have 5 years to figure out whether or not he's a second contract quarterback. You don't need to figure that out 10 weeks in. And the fact that you and Scotty, and I honestly, I think I paint myself with this brush too, are waiting to see, you don't need to make that assessment 10 weeks in.
I would agree with the assessment that Scotty made, that is there anything that Bo Nix has done through 10 weeks that would make me believe he's not an NFL starting quarterback?
No.
Hell no.
No.
He belongs. He absolutely belongs. The question and the conversation we're having, is he what the standard has been in Denver, which is a quarterback-rich city because of the Elway era and even the Peyton Manning era. I know it's very different. You all right?
Just knocked my coffee over, almost spilled it onto my laptop again, which I've done like 3 times now in the last month.
Oh, brother.
We got to cool down on the stimulants. Just take it easy on the old stimmies.
It's not a good thing for this show.
So back to the discussion. My knee-jerk reaction to the question that you posed is, if you surround Bo Nix with a comparable surrounding cast to the San Francisco 49ers in the discussion, you're never going to get that, especially when all of those guys are healthy and in their prime, which I think it might be past that at this point in time. And you continue with at least a top 5 defense. Do I believe that Bo Nix would be able to get this franchise over the hump that Brock Purdy so far has yet to be able to accomplish? My knee-jerk reaction is yes. Because I think he's a more talented athlete.
So did you just tell me that Bo's a Super Bowl quarterback?
Insofar as you meet those conditions of having a very, very high-level surrounding cast and a top 5
They're
defense.
on their way. They have already checked
But how
off
many
the
people
defense.
have that? Like the Kansas City Chiefs, prior to this recent run of Super Bowls, did not have an elite defense.
No, but they had elite pass catchers. They
Correct.
had Kelsey.
They had one side of it, right? They had one side of it.
Tyreek, they found a way to get a real legit runner out of Isaiah Pacheco.
And that's more recent, right? That's in the last 3 years. But if you go back to the origins of all this, they were must watch skill players that you were watching the Kansas City Chiefs play with Patrick Mahomes doing things that very few people on planet Earth can do. I do believe if all those conditions are met and you compare Brock Purdy to Bo Nix, my knee-jerk reaction is I'd give the edge to Bo Nix. And it would be because of his overall talent level. As a athlete, as a body type, I would argue that there's enough evidence on tape right now to say that Brock Purdy makes wild throws. And I haven't yet seen that from Bo Nix. But he also has a much larger sample size as an NFL starter.
It's a 3-season sample
So that's
size.
not a fair comparison.
I do wish, though, that if we're using that as the study, San Francisco as the study, because of the perceived limitations of each of those quarterbacks in Nix and Purdy at this point in their careers, it's a shame that we don't have the Purdy got it done and therefore gets the contract. Because I think if San Francisco had won a Super Bowl with Purdy over the last 2 years, we're not talking about, are they going to extend this guy? Are they going to make him a $50 million quarterback? No, the answer would have been they would have signed that guy, and he would have been a $50 million plus quarterback. That's what you get when you bring a team to a championship in today's day and age. The fact that we don't have that to then look back on and go, well, if you sign the quarterback to this massive deal, what happens to the surrounding cast? We've seen it with Mahomes, right? Because you had to get rid of all those players to keep Mahomes in the fold. But he's singular.
The question that I have is, you can point to plenty of Super Bowl champion teams that had a starting quarterback that was outside of the obvious bona fide top 10 discussion. But most of those are in the distance, in the past, like largely in the past. Trent Dilfer with the Baltimore Ravens, that was like 20 some odd years ago. The most recent one would be like the Nick Foles, Carson Wentz Super Bowl, but that was, a decade ago? Close to it, at least 8 years ago?
You could also argue flash in the pan, guy got hot at the right time.
Right.
The
and
Ravens Flacco
defense,
Super Bowl.
Ravens Flacco, yep. And how long ago was that? I mean, Joe Flacco's 53 years old now.
2013, right? Was that when that happened, 2013? Because 2014, the Broncos lost in the Super Bowl, and they won it in 15. It was either 12 or 13 that they won that.
It was
that
the
title.
2012 season.
2012 season, thank
But
you.
we are in the era of the top 10 bona fide quarterback as a prerequisite to be a Super Bowl champion. Am I right?
It's a big mountain to climb.
You got
big mountain to climb.
Matthew Stafford, he's a bona fide top 10 quarterback.
Yes.
And was before he won a Super Bowl. Statistically, he top 5, top 3.
Goff got the Rams there before he was Jared Goff. Before he turned into Detroit
there.
Jared Goff. He got him there.
Got him there. Didn't get over the hump.
Is it okay for us to reset organizational expectations? Because of how
Super Bowl appearances?
Is it?
I mean, the real ones here in Denver don't like getting there.
Yeah, I don't want to get there either.
And losing.
I don't want to get there either.
But yes, I would love to get there. I mean, if you're a Broncos, yes, give me all of it.
After 10 years of crap, yeah, that's kind of what I want.
But I would say that both Goff and Stafford statistically were their statisticals, like they were really, really high-powered quarterbacks from a statistical passing standpoint. Both of them. We're not there yet. Can we get there? We'll find out. I do think it's going to be largely measured by, actually, it's going to be largely altered by the surrounding cast.
See the potential lineup on Friday for the Avalanche?
Give it to me.
You want to get excited? McKinnon in the middle of Jonathan Drouin and Mikko Rantanen, who leads the NHL in goals. Second line, Casey Middlestat in the middle of Arturi Lehkonen.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Valeri
Give me the mitts.
Nichushkin.
Val is back!
Third line, Kelly in the middle of Miles Wood and Logan O'Connor playing a third line role, which is what you want him to be. Not a top 3 guy. Middle 6 guy.
Give me 4. I want the fourth line. This is what I'm here for. Give me the dirty
Ivan.
line. Yes!
In between Joel Kiviranta and Nikolai Kovalenko.
That is a fourth line right there, my man.
Your back line.
We don't just
Makar
have
and
one
Taves,
Ivan. We got 2 of them.
Manson and Girard. Malinsky and Dahan. They're healthy. They're coming. And that's on Friday night against the Washington Capitals. 9 News is hosting their 9 Cares Colorado Shares Telethon today until 7 p.m. to raise money for food banks across the Front Range for Colorado to donate. Make sure you guys call 303-577-2080. Any amount helps. Also, find more info at 9news.com. Can't wait to talk to you guys tomorrow. PhD is next. I think they're going to dive into this Avs-Nichushkin situation. Stay tuned.
Well, it's about time for the Nuggets to get back to work, and they get so tomorrow. Scott Hastings is on a road trip. Haven't been on a plane in a little bit, and he's almost at the airplane right now. Where are you, Scotty? What's going on?
I think I just passed an exit I could have taken that would have taken me right down the road to Smoky Hill High School.
Oh, okay.
What are you doing over there?
Yeah, that would be smoke. Well, it'd be Quincy, and then you take a slight right to Smoky Hill. But if you just keep going down Quincy, you can get on 470, brother.
Well, I'm on 470 actually.
Oh, well, there you go.
There's a highway patrol up here, so I'm trying to slow down.
Well, be careful.
So get me up.
But that is the neighborhood of DMAC. 25 years right there, brother. I mean, that is. Did you see the sign honoring me?
No.
Yeah, it said it said Smoky Hill exit.
Yeah.
Former home of DMAC and the Buffaloes.
Oh, there you go. As I now.
No, right on the side. Hey, by the way, and I'm sure Dan's got the song ready. We gotta do a little Miko Rantanen. I said
Miko Rantanen. Miko Rantanen. I said Miko Rantanen.
Once you do that, that'll be stuck in your head the rest of the day.
Oh, it's such a great song. It goes something.
It's a horrible song, but sometimes we gotta play it.
It goes like this.
Miko Rantanen. I said
Miko Rantanen.
Miko Rantanen. I said Miko Rantanen. Miko Rantanen. I said Miko Rantanen.
Yes.
Miko Rantanen. I said Miko Rantanen.
All right, here it kicks in. Yeah, Miko Rantanen takes ball on the roll line. He says, he shoots, he scores!
Miko Rantanen. I said Miko Rantanen.
Connor McGahee sounds different. Yeah, what a game by the when they finally dropped the puck on that bad boy. That was late.
Pretty good, and there's nothing but good around the corner with all the guys starting to come back and kind of be right, DMAC right around that 20-game mark, 21, 20, something right there, right in there when they start maybe getting a groove, and let's see what happens. That was a fun game.
Yeah, the real drama is tomorrow, though. That was a great game. They've won 3 of their 4 home games. They've got 6 out of 8 possible points. You did it. You get Drouin, you get Wood, and yes, Val Nichushkin comes back tomorrow.
And you weathered the storm. You're 1 game over 500, weathering the storm without that, and get those guys back. Now all of a sudden, look out now. I mean, who's going to want to see the Avalanche when they get all those guys?
Yeah, it's going to be good. How are your Nuggets doing, man? How do you think this little...
Does it feel like... How long has it been since the Nuggets played a game?
4 days.
Why does that feel like so long?
It feels like forever, Scott. It feels ridiculous. Yeah, it feels like a long time.
They played... They went back-to-back, so they played what they played.
Sunday was their last game. So it'll be 5 days between they play games. Yeah.
But the start of that home game stand was the second night of a back-to-back.
Right.
So they played, 6 games in whatever, 8 days, 9 days.
Mm-hmm.
And played pretty good and really had a chance to win that Minnesota game. Which you'd really be talking about that had happened. And so I says, okay, let's give you a little break. Let's give you a little break here, which is really weird. I mean, if you could find schedules with 4 days in between games, it seemed like you could maybe cut 1 or 2 back-to-backs out.
For sure.
Here and there, they got a tough one coming up. We do this trip, we come back, have a game, and then I think we play Friday home, Saturday in L.A., which is never fun. So, but, listen, they're playing well. They're without Gordon. They'll be without Gordon for a while.
Yeah.
They've won those games that he's been out.
Mm-hmm.
I think he played that first game at home against Utah and then hasn't played the last 4. They won games and Jamal Murray, I think, missed 3. And they won the 3 games he was out, so that's good. But listen, you got a guy on a different world as far as skill of basketball, and he shows you what he can do. Player of the week. If he's not the player of the month, then something really crazy must have happened. But listen, yeah, I think they're forming in, and the best thing, and Tyler and I and you have talked about this before. You know, they ran out of steam last year because they got caught not really playing anybody else in the regular season, or at least the last third of the season. And I think that it jumped up and bit them in the postseason. And now, because of injury, you've had to. And now all of a sudden, we believe in Peyton Watson again, and we believe in Julian Strawther again. And heck, we were questioning D-Mac before the season started: is Hunter Tyson even an NBA player? In the 4 or 5 games in crucial minutes he's played, you go, well, okay. He can be a guy that steals something once in a while. So, you know, it is what it is. They've only played 10 games, and I think they got another 10 to kind of figure everything out. And, you know, by the time this NBA Cup's over, they should be rolling.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. Based on the NBA was pretty interesting last night. Giannis had 59, which is, you know, incredible. LeBron had his third triple-double, 30 points, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. But that wasn't, to me, those are all amazing stories. Wembenyama going for 50. And ridiculous from 3. Here's my hot take, see if you guys can roll with this or not. Wembenyama will become the next Jokic, probably in about 3 years. Meaning he'll be so dominant at his position, he will be heads and tails the MVP for a stretch of time. It won't even be close. What do you think?
Well, you're not supposed to move like that when you're 7'8", right? Not supposed to move like that. He's more flashy than Jokic. Does he distribute as well? Does he do that, Scott?
No, listen, he's an athlete. He just happens to be 7'5", and he's got an added advantage at 7'5", and it really shows, and it's changed. You know, and D-Mac, you could talk about it in baseball, and Tyler, you could talk about it in football. In America, we pigeonhole kids so early. You know, you're a bigger kid, so you're going to be this. And then the kid never grows, and then he gets to high school, and he doesn't have any skills. You know, I don't need a 5'5" guy behind the plate. I need him at second base. Well, I've never taken grounders. You know, I don't need a 5'5" guy as a guard. I need you to play nose tackle or, you know, whatever it might be. And we pigeonhole guys, I think, in the States in sports. And Wembenyama, if he'd have been an American, they'd have put him on the post. They'd have had him just rebound and block shots because everybody else is shooting threes outside. And he probably wouldn't have developed the skills. And I think where Europe is ahead of America is they skill train. And it's the same thing in soccer. Why aren't there more Americans in the Premier League? Because they skill train teams early, and they're not worried about team play when they're 10. They're worried about skill play. And I think they do the same thing in basketball.
Well, I guess where I am with Wembenyama is he will be so valuable to his team that it'll be impossible to overlook. And whether he has the same numbers as Jokic, because he's really not a center. He's a 7'5" small forward. It feels funny to say that, but you know, he's not this, he doesn't have the same game, so he's not going to have the same numbers. But he's going to, I think, have the same MVP-like impact down the road. I'm giving it some time because he's still a young guy. But I think by the time he's 25, he will have a reign in the NBA if he stays healthy that will be similar to what Jokic is doing right now. That's where I'm going with.
Yeah, he'll have to stay healthy. Here's my only two
so
concerns
frail.
with him. Is the frailty of his body. We just saw Holmgren take a spill and crack his pelvis, right? And everybody said, that's another big, 7-foot-plus dude that's very freaking skilled.
Yep.
So the frailty of his body scares me, and I compared him early on to Ralph Sampson. Everybody poo-pooed me and thought I was denigrating him. For the years Ralph Sampson played in, he was 7'4" and could run, could jump, could shoot. I don't think he has the handles that Wembenyama had, but he was a skilled dude that no one had ever seen at 7'4". And I think Wemby's taken that to another level. I think he's a better shooter. He's a way better ball handler. But the frailty even of Ralph Sampson and the joint structure of the knees, the levers as people will call them, for Ralph at 7'4" just wore out on him, and that's my only biggest concern. And I sent you a stat a year or two ago. Guys that are 7'3", 7'4", for the most part, don't have longevity.
Yeah.
Or haven't had.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Kreckman pointed this out yesterday, and he's right on this regard. There's better nutrition. There's better trainers. There's more bioengineering, physiology that guys go through now that, I end up having a major surgery at the end of 1 year of my career, and I basically fractured a bone off my femur, tore my meniscus, and then they went in and also cleaned up plica that was on my patella tendon. But I played all year with that, with the knee sleeve on, and the prescription was take 2 acetylene, ice it every night, and we'll drain it about once every 3 weeks.
Yep, been there, done that.
Well, they ain't letting guys do that no more. They're not letting, as you said, D-Mac, guys that have a chance to win multiple MVPs and lead your team to championships. They don't let those guys, play like that and so on and so forth. So he's going to get better treatment, but I always worry about big, long-levered, jumping guys and how that knee and back and all that other stuff go on and handle it. Now, maybe the knees and back helps Wemby because he is as slight as he is.
All right, we got to let you go here as we're short on time, but have safe travels. However, that being said, the new free throw shooting routine of Joel Embiid, where he scratches his butt, then sniffs his finger,
like that,
and then shoots a basket, is, I think, the most weird shooting routine I've ever seen. And if there's something that's stranger than scratching your butt, sniffing it, and shooting, please put it in front of me. I just don't even know what to say, Scott. So we only have
if that was a guy just goofing around at the free throw line for his friends, I've got to see him try to actually do that in game.
Oh,
that's one.
There's video of him doing it in games. Yes.
And two, I used to get made fun of with my golf group because I had a routine when I putted. I'd line it up, 2 practice swings, stand over the ball, place my putter down behind the ball, and I'd always do a cup check. I didn't even know I was doing it. I'd do a cup check before I put my other hand on the club to putt. And everybody goes, "Do you itch?" And I go, "No." Why you do a cup check before you? And I didn't even know I'd do it. If you're smelling your finger,
he's smelling his finger.
I tell you what,
you're doing it.
You're
doing it.
It might be a nice little way to calm the nerves. You get a little bit nervous out there, crack a little joke with yourself. Everybody enjoys their own smell. Right?
Lunch. All right. Scotty, safe travels.
I taste good. I know that much.
We'll talk to you tomorrow in New Orleans. All right, my friend?
All right, brothers.
Okay. Yeah. It's bizarre.
I think it's hilarious.
We can dig into that.
It's the one redemptive quality the dude has.
Chris Dempsey was out at Nuggets practice, and we'll get a report from Chris about they had a practice before they're getting on the plane here today. Also, Bo Nix getting awards and getting praise. Laser show on Sunday. It's PhD on 92.5. What's going on? It's Steve Mack, and every day brings more opportunities. I'm here to tell you about the opportunity for you waiting at Mike Maroney Chevy GMC in Longmont and Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder. It's Black Friday savings all month long on their incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados and GMC Sierras. So if you want something tough, it's ready to rock those mountains. They've got you covered with amazing deals, or low financing options at both locations. Remember, Marooney means more. A 3-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked, free delivery anywhere, and anywhere in the entire state. This journey is waiting for you. Don't let these peak savings slip away. But best trucks will go fast. All right, it's Mike Marooney, GMC in Longmont. Mike Marooney, GMC in Boulder. Find out details at Mike Marooney, ChevroletGMC.com. All right, the Nuggets did have a practice before they got on an airplane. Chris Dempsey was at that practice. Chris, good afternoon. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you guys doing?
What did they do for these past few days? What was their routine? This is such an unusual break.
Yeah. They probably did need it, actually. I mean, they played so many games right off the top of the season. They were ahead of many teams in the league in terms of games played, so that allowed the rest of the league to kind of catch up. But I think you took a couple of days off right off the bat just to get them off of getting them off their feet and get treatment for whoever needed treatment. And then you kind of Tuesday, Wednesday, you start easing back into practice. Wednesday, a really good one. Today, another one. And then you get on a plane and play tomorrow in New Orleans. So, I think that for the Nuggets, it was a good break. It's going to allow them to get back to defensively some of the things that they really want to. Michael Malone, I know after a couple of those, previous games, really did mention that defensively he wanted the team to be better. So this kind of break allows you to kind of get back to some of those principles as well.
I almost wish they got this after 40 games. Will they get another stretch like this at any point in the season?
You know what? If they lose NBA Cup games and, tomorrow is one of those NBA Cup games, if they don't get out of the group stage, then in December, I believe it's the second week of December, they're going to have almost an entire week off there too.
Okay.
But that would be the last time that they will have it, and so the schedule will thicken up, and they'll play far more than they won't. But so I think these first 6-ish weeks to the season, 8-ish weeks to the season, they're going to have a couple of big breaks.
What did Malone and the players have to say today? What was the topic of conversation?
They talked a little bit. Malone talked a little bit about. He was asked about New Orleans. New Orleans is missing basically the entirety of their team.
Oh, is that right?
Okay. They are by far the most injured team in the NBA. No Zion, no Jose Alvarado, no Herb Jones. I mean, that's just everybody is no CJ McCollum. Everybody's gone, except for Brandon Ingram, and so he'll pose a little problem. So. The question is how do you just remind your team that those are still NBA players too? He just said, look, you turn on the tape, they play hard, and it continues to be a good basketball team. So he talked about that. Talked a little bit about. I asked him about the pace of play and the fast break points being. They averaged 14 of them per game last year. It's up to 18 per game this year, and they're in the top 3 in fast break points per game. He said, look, it's not just Russell Westbrook pushing the pace. It's everybody pushing the pace. And you can see that, guys, when you look at the film of this basketball team, when they get a defensive rebound, whoever it is that gets the defensive rebound, there's no, let's look for the outlet pass. It's let's get the ball up the court, and everybody fills a lane. And in an old school way, they have a lot of players filling lanes to actually finish at the bucket rather than everybody fans out around the three-point line and you take threes. So Christian Brown finishes with dunks, and Peyton Watson finishes with dunks, and then obviously Russell Westbrook too. So, those are, I think, 2 of the main topics of conversation.
Debs, do you think later on in the season we'll look back on this stretch without AG and when we didn't have Jamal as a bit of a blessing in disguise? I mean, we've learned a lot about the young guys, built up some trust in a few of them that I wonder, would you have gotten that at this point of the season had they not gotten hurt?
Yeah, it's a good question, especially Peyton Watson, right, Tyler? Because, he has started and played great in place of Aaron Gordon, and it's huge for him, especially. I'm actually really interested to see what happens when he transitions back to the bench because, you're also obviously also playing alongside Nikola Jokic, but I don't think that has been. Yes, that has enhanced his play a little bit, but I think he's just been very active, and he's made three-point shots when he's had the opportunity, but he's also shown a little diversity in his offensive game, and, that is obviously always helped when you're playing alongside Joker and Jamal and MPJ and guys where the defense is really kind of more focused on them than you, whereas when you come off the bench, they're kind of like, don't let that guy get to the rim. So I wonder how that transitions, how effective he is when he gets back to the bench. But certainly from the standpoint of building up trust with Michael Malone, building up trust with your teammates, and building up confidence with himself, it's been big time. It really has been. So I agree with you, Tyler. I mean, it's sometimes, especially early in a season, if you're out one of your main guys a significant chunk of time and some young players come in and get really good experiences out of it, it definitely helps down the road.
Did anybody ask about the drama of playing in the NBA Cup to Michael Malone? I know he loves it. I know he's extra excited about playing it.
Yeah, they did yesterday, and it doesn't appear that he's a huge fan of it at all.
Hey, one of us. One of us. Mike Malone is one of us, except for you and D-Mac, the two
I like it.
fans.
I like it, Chris.
I love it.
It's the dumbest thing of all
too.
time.
Yeah, I think it's fun. And
Although I will say the court is tremendously better this year.
the Nuggets court.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's kind of cool that they go to the blue courts or whatever color court that you have. I don't know what color that's going to be in New Orleans, but I think it's kind of cool. Think about it this way, for the about a 4-week saturated period of time that it happens early in the season. By the time February and March and April roll around, you forgot that even happened.
Right.
It's like you're like, oh yeah, remember when the courts were colored and it was a thing. So I just think I don't know. I think it's a fun distraction and a little something else to play for early in the season, and then you get on with the business of trying to get to a title.
All right. Well, we have pregame here at 5:30 tomorrow. They tip it off at 6 o'clock. And on the television side, Chris Dempsey is a stalwart TV guy because look how good looking he is. We'll see you on TV there, Chris. Thank you, pal.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you.
Okay.
See you, bud.
Watch the games on Altitude Plus as well. There was a little issue last night.
I know, HBO Max.
Lord.
That was under nobody's control. Apparently, that was just an outage or something from HBO.
Oh, you tell me. I don't know what it was.
Well,
it was frustrating.
The game was working at some point, and then it just went out.
Yeah, it was kind of like a weird sort of Matrix torture. Like you would try to go live, and it would take you back to the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Then you'd watch it again, and then it would take you back to the beginning of the game.
But it was working.
It did work eventually, too. It worked eventually. They fixed whatever the problem was. But it was frustrating there for a minute, no doubt. If you've ever wanted to own one of those awesome e-bikes, I've thought about this a million times because I do love riding, but the e-bike is just so affordable and economical. And now is your time. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/radster. Radster. To enter to win a rad power bike of your own. That's altitudesportsradio.com/radster.
Do they make a BMX electric bike?
I doubt it.
Because that's what a radster sounds like to me.
Because it would be so rad?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like BMX. We're doing tricks, get some pegs on the back of it. You ever ride on the back of a bike on the pegs?
I have not done that.
Oh, really?
I have not done that. You haven't done that, have you?
I sure have. Are you kidding me?
I would think that you're too size.
Well, there was a point in my life that I was not 6'8".
What was the smallest you ever were?
Yeah, well, I think I came out of the womb about 5'10".
Yeah. I never did do that. My son had some. I didn't ride on his bike like that.
You got to try. You got to trust the driver now.
Yeah, I bet. We will have maybe. I don't want to promote it if we're not going to have it. So we're working on something. Yeah. Oh, that's a thumbs up? Okay. We're going to have Scotty Gange on from 9 News. They're doing a special telethon today at 9 News. We're happy to help promote it. But I am curious to talk about that. But Scotty had an interesting job yesterday. He went around talking to people, other players in the Broncos locker room about Alex Forsythe yesterday.
Scotty did. Okay.
Scotty went around.
I saw Bowles talking on it. I saw Bo Nix talking on it. I've seen everybody chiming in. I got players all around the league. I've been chirping on Twitter all week long about this situation. Brandon McManus chimed in on my tweet last night.
Oh, what did he say?
Oh, he simply wrote, "Tell him, Tyler, die slowly." Right? So everybody that knows ball is defending this man.
Okay.
They are. You are not going to find a football player out there that, and it's not defending what happened in Kansas City, but it's defending the difficulty of the job, and it's defending what has happened in the past with the young man, right? So even Travis Kelce came out and talked about it. So, and not the old one that we played the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Travis talked about it on his podcast again. So, you got players all across the league. And the Broncos have got Alex Forsythe back.
Well, here's an example of that. Let's start with Bowlesy, who is, he's always in the foxhole with you.
plays one of the toughest positions in football. I mean, trying to, pivot and get rolled up on by three people. I mean, it's like 300 pounds on 800 pounds. I mean, there's not much you can do there. I don't really think anyone should be dogging him or thinking that he's the one that lost the game. I mean, quite frankly, we should have put 28 points on them, and we only scored 14. So there's a lot of other points of the game in the first, second, third, fourth quarter that we could have put points on, and we just didn't. And so, pinpointing a loss on one individualized person is just not right at all. I love the kid. I think highly of him. I think he's a great person. I just put my arm around him and told him that this loss isn't on you because we had other opportunities that we could have scored. But I definitely understand that, he's down and he feels it. And we just got to put our arms around him knowing that, it's not on him. And
wait, Bowles loves one of his teammates? I can't believe it.
I'll tell you one thing that's bothered me, though.
What's that?
I want the coaches to come out and defend him. I do. I want the coaching staff to come out and be like, no, Kansas City did not find something on film. I know they said that.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Kansas City is proud. Oh, we identified a weakness. You got the same weakness that every team in the NFL tries to attack. There's only 2 spots to attack on field goal. They went after the same spot that everybody does. I'm waiting for a coach to step up and be like, Alex Forsythe has done his job all year long. Because that's what he has done.
Well,
and it didn't happen in the game against Kansas City. But there was not a weakness that got exposed. It was just a moment that a dude got beat.
Would you expect to see him out there in that same position this weekend?
I hope so. But I don't know. I think when emotional things happen, you make emotional decisions. And it would not surprise me at all if they end up replacing him.
Here is, Ben Kawika. I mean, what else are we going to ask Ben Kawika about today? I mean, come on. It's going to be pretty obvious. Here is Quinn Miners, who was mad at the speculation. Go ahead.
For one, I think the blame is kind of ridiculous. The last couple of days, I've been pretty upset by the overall coverage and how it's been handled across all different platforms. Like you said, he is preparing every single week to be able to play left guard, right guard, and center. He came in and played his tail off at center for us. He's been asked to be on punt. He's been doing that. He's been doing the field goal thing as well. I mean, he's got tons of jobs that he's working on every single day, and I have a ton of respect for the way he works, the way he grinds, the way he asks questions, and he's a great player.
Okay. Keeps going. The hits keep coming. Bo Nix, his former Oregon teammate, he was like ticked off at the Muggles out there.
He's ticked off at the D-Max of the world.
Yeah, let it rip, Bo.
So, I think it's very unfortunate, very unfair that, ultimately a play comes down to, one moment and the light or, something, people can say that it falls under one person and nobody prepares like Alex Forsythe prepares. Nobody goes through the moments throughout the week and gets every set and every look that he possibly can and go out there and put his team in the best possible spot. And I think it's unfair that, unfortunately it's the game we play and all of our mistakes are on national TV and everyone sees them. And, there's a lot of, negative talk when somebody messes up, but I think it's, I think it should be known how valuable he is to our team, how much he is respected throughout our locker room. And it really, it ticks me off that people can, say those things about him and not even see how he works or how he responds or how he plays. And I have no doubt that Alex Forsythe is going to respond, probably better than anybody in that situation. He cares more than anybody would in that situation. And I know every single one of our team, every single guy in our locker room believes in him.
Okay. Well, so for all you morons out there, you idiots, you imbecile Broncos fans that are being critical of Alex Forsythe, there was clearly nothing else he could have done in that situation.
Nah, see, I get it, man. Football players aren't victims, and I'm not trying to make football players into victims here and saying the fans don't have the right to criticize. They do when they're right, and they're right to criticize what happened in Kansas City. The dude's just getting dragged for normal football plays, though, and that's why you're seeing the football players come to this man's defense.
Okay.
Because he's done his job all season long. He's done his job. He got knocked on his butt. It's normal. It freaking happens. But we're not victims, and it's okay. It's okay for fans to be ticked off. I'm not mad at fans for being ticked off, but I think it's important that people that know ball educate on certain situations that maybe fans understandably look, man, if I didn't know football, if I didn't know field goal protection, I'd be like you. I'd be like everybody else that is like, oh my God, he got knocked on his butt 115 times. Like, get this guy out of there. I understand why fans look at that and they don't understand the context of it, but the players that do are defending him.
Cool. So there should be no issue with him clearly just being back in that same position. And it just it's one of the more
say what you want to say because you say it so sarcastic every single time you say that. Do you want the dude benched or not? Is that what
Tyler,
you want?
I have thought about field goal block as much as I've thought about dunking a basketball.
Who do you want? Whose head do you want to roll? Do you want Kotwika's? Do you want it to be Forsythe?
I don't really I'm not looking for any heads to roll.
You sure?
Yeah, I don't know. Who would be if you have a field goal attempt where the left side is field side and you're going to get, now I know so much more about it, the most ferocious rush.
Mm-hmm.
All I want there, Tyler, is the best person in that particular position to maintain for a second and a half or whatever it takes the oncoming inevitable ass kicking that's about to be delivered. And if that's Alex Forsythe, then fine. But if it's not, then I just want whoever's the better person at that. That's all. That's all I want. I'm not questioning if the guy works hard. I don't know where Bo Nix was going with that. Nobody's questioning if Forsythe works hard. It would be funny to hear a player say, yeah, Alex has to be better than that. I mean, that was ridiculous. It'd be funny if somebody came out and said it, because frankly, that's probably the truth.
Well, you know when former players, and I can get caught in this trap sometimes too, former players have a tendency to forget how hard the game is, okay? And when we watch a game, we get on Twitter and we start calling dudes out, and you're like, oh my gosh, look how bad Garrett Bowles was. And it happens all the time. Former players are very critical on Twitter, and sometimes we are guilty of forgetting how hard the game is. But when you see current players, they're always going to defend. Always. So anybody in that locker room, if any one of them had a bad word to say about Forsythe, they'd probably get traded. They'd probably get cut because you don't do that. But when you see former players defending them, that's when you should pay attention.
All right, we'll have Scotty Gaines, who was actually in the locker room when this was all going on. I think there's a very, very positive angle on this whole thing. Very positive. I like the circle the wagons moment. I've said for years and years and years, if you need to, as a group of players, make the media the enemy, go for it. If there's anything we can do in your collective hatred of the media to help, fine. That's good. So Scotty was there. We'll hear from him coming up next.
Hey guys, if you're struggling with hair loss, I know how it goes. You get online, you start looking for solutions, and you start spending your hard-earned money. You might have bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working. Dang it. And your pocketbook is getting thinner. Why is your hair still getting thin, even though you started buying all these voodoo solutions? Well, invest in yourself. Do it right with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, Advanced Hair is the best of the best. They've got top-rated doctors. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. You're going to be in a calm, relaxing environment. And the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair, nobody can offer anything like it. Guys, they've completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. So whether you've got a receding hairline, thinning hair, or a bald spot, Advanced Hair can address all of those concerns with their simple one-day solution. And the best part is that it's guaranteed to work. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. That's a heck of a guarantee right there. Guys, you're going to get a free consultation, $250 off, and $250 free hair grafts if you call today. Call 720-459-HAIR, 720-459-HAIR, or advancedhair.com.
What a glorious day, man. Glorious day with the Falcons coming to town. Let's go. We welcome to the show Scotty Gaines. She is the darling of 9 News Sports and president of the Cam Scattaboo fan club. Scotty Gaines, how are you, my friend? How you doing?
I'm doing better now that you reminded me of Cam. He's playing on Saturday, so the Devils, man.
Scott,
they're
Tyler,
on a heater right now.
Yeah, Tyler, are you aware of Cam Scattaboo?
No.
Okay, I'll tell you this, man. Arizona State may be, Scotty, the most under-the-radar successful college program with a very likely star on Sunday player in this running back, Cam Scattaboo. But nobody really knows what's going on. It's wild, isn't it?
Cam's an old, like a Mike Allstott, you know. He's just a strong, stout runner, and he's so fun to watch. People call him like a bowling ball. So I think in a perfect world scenario, ASU and CU would meet in Big 12
That would be pretty amazing. But let's table that for another time. 9 Cares Colorado Shares Telethon going until 7 o'clock today to help raise money for food banks across the Front Range in Colorado. The number, if you want to donate, is 303-577-2080. Scotty, what can you tell us about what you guys are working on today? And then we'll get to what was going on in the Broncos locker room. Talk to us about what's going on.
You know, it's a special day, right? I mean, we're doing the telethon, like you said, till 7. It's for those who don't know, the 9 Cares Colorado Shares. It's the annual drive to raise money for food insecurity. And 9 News partners with King Soopers and food banks all around the metro area. And the goal is to raise $750,000. So this $1 donated actually provides up to 3 meals. I was in King Soopers today. I was walking through. I tell you, I can never escape my 9 News friends. Up on the overhead speaker, it says, "Hi, I'm Corey Rose. I'm Jordan Chavez of 9 News Mornings." Like, you're kidding me. So it's a really, really cool thing that they're doing. What you said, the number 303-577-2080, and it's all day. So it's buzzing at 9 News right now, and it's just a special day and a special food drive.
All right, locker room. What was the vibe in there? And it did feel like it was a bit of us against the media. We're hey man, you guys don't know, and up yours, and we're good and we love our team. That sort of vibe. That's what it felt like.
It's a team with a lot of pride, which is something that I think you can respect. I will say, I was in Miami last year, the 70-20, and I thought forever and ever, last year was my first official year covering the team. I thought, wow, I'm going to have this great story. The third game I ever covered in my career was going to be the worst locker room experience I ever had. I mean, the guys were embarrassed. It was just a sad vibe in there. But this past Sunday, I mean, they were pissed. It was way worse than Miami. The guys were livid. It wasn't a thrilling place to be in. There's nothing like, I was really excited. I said, the locker room's going to be so fun. They beat the Chiefs. This is going to be awesome. And then, of course, we don't have to mention it. Happened. It is, like you said. I mean, it's us against the world mentality. I think a lot of that is from Coach Sean Payton. It's a lot of young guys that can be molded a little bit, but perhaps easier led because they're all new to the league, and this is how they know it, which is the way Sean Payton is preaching it. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, all the guys were pissed, frustrated, so it was really awkward vibe in there. I felt horrible asking anybody to talk for a minute to the media, because once one person starts talking, you get 20 cameras in there, right? But it's for Bronco fans, I feel like they should like that, and the fact that they were really angry and said, no, like we're a winning team. This sucks, but we'll move on.
Yeah, and Scotty, you've probably been around this long enough to see a locker room that is bonded versus one that is not. You don't always see a team come to their players' defense. It's probably more common than not. I mean, we see it out in Chicago right now with DJ Moore. I mean, fingers getting pointed all over the place. So would you agree that this would appear like a locker room that is well gelled?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, even just being in there yesterday, the 2 leaders on the offensive line, Quinn Miners and Garrett Bowles, had some amazing things to say about a guy like Alex Forsythe, who has received, all of, if not most of the blame for that blocked kick. I thought it was really cool. The players could have easily just brushed over it and said, yeah, it's a bummer, whatever. Sometimes guys miss plays. But Quinn Miners had I think he had a full 2-minute speech on it, and about how he was bothered by the media for singling one player out and how he's done everything right and this and that and how it's such a hard position and people don't understand it. It's cool to see guys have a guy like Alex Forsyth's back. It's easier when it's maybe a star player or the quarterback, but for a guy that's a backup lineman, they all went outside of themselves to really make a point that they appreciate the guy and they respect the guy and they felt bad for him and they're all supporting him. So it's a great vibe in there. It has been really all season long, and we got to see a little more. That was yesterday in the locker room.
All right, we'll let you go. What was Forsyth around or not?
He was, and we were just about to talk to him, and then the NFLPA had some meeting, and it just cut off the. Normally it's we get 30 minutes in the locker room, and I think it was a few minutes in, and the NFLPA overrules everything, and so all the players had to be ushered out, and then. Yeah, so it was a weird day after that.
All right, we'll let you go, and thanks for joining us, and we're happy to be partners with 9 News and help promote what's going on with 9 Cares, Colorado Shares. Thank you, Scotty.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, brother. Forks up. We'll see you. Bye. Scotty Gange. The NFLPA meetings.
Yeah, buddy.
Pesky meetings.
Love those things.
If you want to donate, call 303-577-2080. Any amount helps. For more information, go to 9news.com. Okay. You rally around your teammate.
Yep.
Cool. Don't have to go into the details of it. Interesting responses on the text line in both different directions. That's cool. Does that help bring a team together, or is stuff like this splinter? How does this go in general?
There's no guarantee of what direction it's going to go. It would appear that this is a rallying cry for this team.
Yeah.
I do think it's fascinating to look. Every single year, there's a team that falls to shambles, and they start pointing fingers all over the place. DJ Moore out there in Chicago is insane. Like, get rid of that dude. Like, I don't care how talented he is. I don't care that you just gave him a new contract. That dude is a problem in that locker room. Walking off the field in the middle of plays, calling out the coordinators, saying his coordinator should have been fired before he even was. Those things happen in bad locker rooms, and it's very, very clear that this Denver Broncos locker room is not going in that direction, and it's super easy to go in that direction when emotional things like the Kansas City game happen.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that Forsyth is very well liked in the locker room. That is extremely clear. No doubts about that whatsoever. I think as long as things don't happen multiple times. I mean, you can't drop the ball multiple times. You can't fumble the ball multiple times. You can't throw interceptions or be, anything is kind of like, hey, it's okay if it's a sort of a one-off deal and it gets better. And is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's what gets lost in translation in this thing is that everybody thinks this has been an ongoing problem, and it's not been an ongoing problem. It's been a problem, and it was a big problem, but it was a singular issue problem that was not being, there was not repetitive behavior going on.
It would be nice.
I want the coaches to defend him. I do.
Yeah, it would be nice to see him just right back out there and perform well. I mean, listen, Estime fumbled a couple times. They give him the ball back, right? Little Jordan Humphrey had a couple of shaky moments. He's back playing. You have a chance to straighten it out.
I would have no issue with them putting him out there again.
Okay.
None. Now, I don't know what they'll do. I think this thing is so hot and heavy that they could very easily replace him, and that's fine if they want to. Matter of fact, I think Matt Pert would be a better body for the job anyways. But I don't think that one moment is worthy of losing a job.
Well, we'll hear from Ben Kotwika about special teams. Usually there's nothing to say to the special teams coach. Not this week, especially with Mike Westhoff stepping away.
I got caught up in a real-life Karen moment today.
Really?
Real life. I got video of it. I got video evidence of a real-life Karen moment today.
Were you being Karen'd, or were you Karen?
I was a car back from a Karen incident going on, and I was that dude that pulled out his phone to videotape the incident.
Do we have audio of this, or is
I've got some audio. It's not super clean, but we can play it.
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Plus some cool things for Bo Nix. So if you want to feel good about Bo, stick around. Never mind this. I love it. Are you kidding me? It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac from Mike Maroney. Ford Longmont every day brings more opportunities. Yours is waiting for you at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont at 3rd and Alpine. Black Friday savings going all month long on their incredible lineup of 2024 Ford F-150. So if you want something that's tough, that's ready to rock the Rockies, we've got you covered with amazing deals or low financing options. And don't forget, Maroney means more. Every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado, anywhere in the state, free delivery. Simply start by going to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com and get these peak savings. They're not going to last because F-150s go fast. So whether you're heading to the slopes or the back roads, doesn't matter. Your adventure starts here at 3rd and Alpine. Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Tell him your pal D-Mac sent you.
Kansas City's defense number 15 in third down defense. And the Broncos bottom 6 in third downs. But here's a 3rd and 1. Nix deep. He's got his receiver. Touchdown. Sutton. They beat McDuffie. The All-Pro Cortland Sutton lassos a 32-yard touchdown pass.
That's your guy, Bo Nix. By the way, that's not just anybody, Tyler. That's not just any Bo Nix. That is the offensive rookie of the week.
Wow.
Bo Nix.
No way. No way.
Offensive.
I remember
a
a day when you used to get awards when you won games. Nowadays we get rookie of the week awards when we lose in games. I love it.
Yeah. Well, that's Bo. Offensive rookie of the week.
It's kind of weird though. I mean, really. Is it a little weird? A little weird. You get offensive rookie of the week in a game that you lost?
What can I tell you? I don't pass out the awards, but
Are you sure?
Yeah, it would be up my alley. But this is a game that he lost, a game that the offense struggled for the vast majority of the second half. But it was a really, really good last drive and an impressive first half. And likely it would have led to 17 points had Cortland Sutton caught a ball that hit him in the hands at the end of the first half. I don't know if the field goal would have been blocked there or not. Who knows? Maybe it's a mystery. But I think that might have happened. And that's Bo, man. You know, did you hear, and if you did hear it, okay, fine. But hearing Travis Kelce praise Bo Nix was kind of interesting, too. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, and man. Coach Payton.
Of course.
Sean Payton's got those guys motivated and playing great ball on the offensive side, too. Bo Nix, holy that guy was ripping it out there
especially
yesterday.
in the first half. They got up
playing
to an
some
early.
good football, man.
Yeah, it's cool to hear, man. I think that when you go out there and you put together a could-have-been game-winning drive, you're going to earn respect of your peers across the league. It would appear that Patrick Mahomes respects the guy. After the game, Mahomes comes up to Bo Nix and he says, hey, man, don't worry. It's just the first of many. We got a lot more of these things to play.
Right.
You got guys like Travis Kelce going out there, and those are cool things to hear. Look, Bo deserves to be getting a lot of pats on the back. And I got no issue with it at all. He put together a spectacular, could-have-been game-winning drive. It was a pretty bad half of football, but overall, when you combine the first half with the final drive, yeah, it was a good, solid game from Bo Nix.
Are you surprised that he got Offensive Rookie of the Week? Do you think he's – I mean, I don't know how all the rookies did, obviously.
Yeah, I have no clue what the other rookies were doing, so I don't really know the full context of it. I do think it's a little bit unusual to get an Offensive Rookie of the Week, especially the quarterback position in a game that you lost. Yes.
Well, I think people are probably recognizing that he did what he needed to do to actually win a remarkable game. And, you know, the final scoreboard wouldn't tell you that. And I get it. They did lose. But, I mean, come on, man.
My Comcast guy today thought that Sean really blew it at the end of the game. A Comcast guy thought he blew it.
How's that?
Because we didn't go for the touchdown. What are we doing? We got to stay aggressive. We got to stay aggressive at the end of the game, Comcast guy thinks.
What do you think?
I thought they handled it perfect.
I did too.
I wouldn't have changed a dang thing. The last thing you want to do is hand the ball back to Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
You got it perfect. You ate up the clock.
Yep.
It was a thing of beauty, actually. I mean, it was actually beautiful, beautiful execution. Players, coaches, plan. It was perfect.
4-minute drives are tricky.
Yeah.
And that was actually a 6-minute drive, but it's the concept of the 4-minute drive. 4-minute drives are multiple first downs. Most of the time, you got to convert a third down or two. You got to figure out how to balance things where you really can run the clock and you don't give it back to your opponent. Not easy to do. And you got to get them to use their timeouts. You got the 2-minute warning. I mean, it's hard to do.
I mean, look, I do think you are tempting fate anytime you try to play cute games when you're in scoring position. So we always talk about it like, oh, why did the guy score the touchdown? You should have gone down. My personal opinion is you're tempted fate If you get an opportunity to score a touchdown, the right thing to do is probably to score the touchdown. There are very, very unique circumstances in which it makes sense to not go in.
Do you think the Chiefs would have let the Broncos score a touchdown?
No.
You don't?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. And I do understand when you got the foot on the gas pedal and you're going fast and you kind of like the way that car's driving right now, it feels like an unusual concept to take your foot off that gas.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs were out of timeouts. They really wouldn't have had a choice unless they felt that confident about their field goal block. They wouldn't have had a choice but to let the Broncos score. But maybe, hey, listen, maybe they were. Maybe rightfully so. Maybe they know stuff that we didn't.
I was gonna let it go, okay? But Mike Sanford wants me to shame you for not knowing what 4 minute means.
Oh my God! Really? Are we going to get into these semantics?
He wants me to. I was going to let it go. But
what do you want to say?
Mike wants me to shame you for it.
Well, you realize that's what Bo called it, right? So
Sanford, is that what Bo Nix called it?
Oh yeah, that's what he called it. Yeah.
What's 4 minute drill to you?
I'm not on quiz patrol here. I'm just going off.
I'm just asking simple question.
Whatever. What is it? Educate all of us. Tell all of us morons, Sanford, what exactly it is.
Well, I'm not Mike Sanford, nor am I moron. But a 4 minute drill is when you got the game under control. You got the final possession with 4 minutes or less on the clock. It's the complete opposite of a 2 minute drill, where you are trying to make the clock expire because you've already won the football game.
Okay, you're getting into weird-ass semantics there, Coach. We're saying the same thing.
Did they have the game locked up or not?
They felt they did with an extra point field goal.
Well, apparently they were wrong.
No kidding. But it's the same thing. A 4 minute drill is when you can control the game to either kneel down or knock it through. The 4 minute goal is the clock will expire and you win on whatever the last offensive snap is, and you don't give the ball back to your opponent. So 4 minute drill, I would make the argument, works the same with a walk-off field goal as a kneel down. Same difference.
I understand it. It's flirting with fate, though. That's my take on it.
Brother.
You are flirting with the football karma gods. Anytime you try to play games with it, I wouldn't have changed it. I thought they did the right thing. But I'm telling you, weird things happen when you try to take advantage of situations that you have not already won the game.
Sean Payton said it's exactly what we were trying to do. Bo Nix called it a 4 minute drill. He literally called it that.
You got audio of that?
It was after the game. I don't have it right on me. I didn't know I was going to be put under quiz show right now by Mike Sanford. But literally, Bo said it. Dan, I don't know if you can find it or not, but he said it. That's where I came up with it as well.
It's closer to a 2 minute drill than it is a 4 minute.
You can call it whatever the damn well you want to call it. It was controlling the ball and not giving it back to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Call it whatever you want. That's what they were trying to do, and that's what they did. That's why they didn't go for a touchdown. If they wanted to go for a touchdown, they had timeouts and they were in the red zone-ish. You could have given it a shot if you wanted to. You could have thrown outs. You had timeouts. You could have run the ball.
I would say just about any other team, if it's not Patrick Mahomes, stay aggressive. Stay freaking aggressive.
Do you really have it, Dan? You found that quick? All right, Mike, wise guy.
Why don't we just have Mike call in? Call in.
Go ahead if you got the courage to.
Do you got the courage, Coach?
We'll have it for you coming up next.
Guys, I want you to look and feel your best, so stop settling in life, thinking that your workouts are never going to go as far as they once did, thinking you're never going to have the energy that you once did. Call my friends at Revitalized Health, and they're going to help you look and feel so much better. I've been going there for 7 years, and I promise you I would not keep going back unless they're tremendous at what they do. They'll come up with a game plan for your body, your needs. You probably are deficient somewhere. Once you get your numbers where they need to be, you'll be amazed at how much better you can feel. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Whatever your body needs, they've got it covered for you. Revitalized Health has 3 locations, so they're close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalized-health.com and let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over.
One of the co-stars of the morning sprint, 10 to noon. Co-host with me on Altitude After Dark tonight, 8 o'clock. Sundays, 8 o'clock as well.
I love Shame D-Mac segments.
9 News star, as well as Channel 4 star. I don't exactly even know how we figured that one out, but Mike Sanford, who's never met a microphone he didn't love, joins us now. And what's your problem?
Well, is this the Bo Nix glazing hotline that I'm calling in right now?
Might be. You mean the offensive rookie of the week, Bo Nix?
Hey, hold on, Mike. Before we
put it into existence, he's I agree with Tyler. I haven't heard of any types of National Football League or even conference and college football players of the week or year or month when it came after a loss. Anyway, beside the point.
It was a virtual win.
Oh, it was. And he did play very well.
So we do have sound of Bo Nix calling it a 4-minute drive. We do.
All right. So what D-Mac is setting this up for is you have to call Bo a moron. Also, is what D-Mac is getting at.
Well, if that's what you want to do, Coach, is that what you want to do?
Well, no. And here's how it goes. All right. So when you come from the background of coaching, and obviously Tyler,
tell us how it goes. Coach, explain this to all of us, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly will.
Okay.
I feel a little bit like my background is similar to you, Syracuse explaining to me the broadcast industry.
Let's go.
It's very similar.
Keep going.
There's things that I have no clue about. Well, guess what? I know about situational football. Tyler has sat in situational football installs in training camp for probably, 12 seasons, Tyler? Between NFL and college.
That'd be 13.
A 2-minute situation is very different. The time doesn't matter, okay? The time does not matter. It is a 2-minute situation in football terms, obviously, is that you are trailing and you have to use urgency no matter how much time's on the clock. A 2-minute situation could also be 6 minutes remaining. You're down 2 scores. That you get into 2-minute mode. The 4-minute situation, you always possess the lead. You have the lead. I've been in a 4-minute offense where I called the plays and we exhausted 8 minutes and 48 seconds for Minnesota at Nebraska to win the football game. But you always have the lead. What I would call this situation is a unique end-of-game scenario where it is a game-winning drive that you also, because of the opposing quarterback, you've got to be able to use the clock very wisely. And those are the things that, as a play caller, you have to manage, and at the quarterback position, you have to manage as well.
Hey, how many times did you call 18 force in that 8 minutes?
Oh, baby! If you only
did you call it boss? Did you call it boss? What'd you call it?
So for us, it was actually just 18-19.
Okay.
Does everybody listening know what this is?
Yeah.
Everybody listening knows what this is.
Those that know what ball is, yeah. If you know what ball is,
so if you're out there,
force, you got to fullback in the game. Now him calling it 18-19, that's just wrong.
Okay.
Because you don't have a fullback on the field.
I just want to make sure everybody listening knows what that is, because
it's outside zone week.
Yeah.
Outside zone week away from tight end surface.
All right, let's hear from Bo Nix then, because the issue's not with me, brother. Go ahead, Dan. Bo.
Yeah, so we, I feel like every team in the world practices, your 4-minute offense, and you know they're going to blitz zero, and they're going to bring everybody, and they know you're running the ball. And
so there it is.
Well, hold on. What was he talking about there?
The last drive.
What was he talking about?
The ultimate Syracuse special.
Are you kidding me? You just cut that thing entirely out of context.
Dan, do we have a longer take of it? I mean, to me, that's fine, but go ahead, Dan. They want more. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, so we, I feel like every team in the world practices, your 4-minute offense, and you know they're going to blitz zero, and they're going to bring everybody, and they know you're running the ball. And I thought, as far as that drive, taking 5 or 6 minutes off the clock, it's what everybody wants to do, and we gave ourselves a chance, and again, they just made one extra play when we thought it was in our hands. It wasn't, and there's plenty within the game that you got to avoid not to get in that situation.
All right, Mike. Well, yeah, because now I understand why we lost the game, Mike. Our quarterback thought we had the lead. Our quarterback thought we had the lead. No crap, we lost the football game. He thought we were in a 4-minute offense.
Oh, my God. You ding-dongs don't get it. There's no difference if you have the lead or you don't have the lead.
Yes, there is.
The concept of the 4-minute offense is that the game ends with zeros with you with the ball or making the last play. It's the same thing. It's the same. A walk-off field. It is.
It's not. It's not. And here's why it's not. And I'll tell you why from a coaching perspective. All right. Here's what you do when you have the lead. You don't strain and put the ball out on a third down because the most important thing is finishing the game with the possession of the football because you already have the lead. That's a different situational. You got to conduct yourself differently. The other thing in a 4-minute offense is that you don't score a touchdown. If the Broncos had a chance to score a touchdown and there is a opportunity with 15 seconds to go,
they weren't trying.
They're going to go and score.
No, they weren't trying to. They didn't want to try to score a touchdown. That's the point.
How do you feel about that, though, Mike? Because I think the Broncos handled this one the right way. But I'll tell you this, more times than not, I think when you try to play cute games, you are flirting with the football karma gods, man. You got a chance to score. Everybody's like, oh, it's so easy. Go down. Don't get the touchdown. You got to eat up more clock. What do you think would have been the right thing to do?
Well, as long as there's clear communication from the sideline of what the intent is. So at the University of Minnesota, we were obsessed with situational football, and I probably have PTSD from coaching there. And when I heard 4-minute incorrectly used, it triggered me, man. I felt like I was, Agent Orange was coming back into my life or something like that. But we called it downtime, and we would have the whole sideline would be pounding the turf to let them know once you get the first down, you get down. No matter what, you don't score. And so that's a good way of communicating it. So there's nobody lost in translation. Should I go down? Should I keep going? Oh, wait, I just fumbled because I was indecisive, right? I think they handled it perfectly. And clearly the communication was great from Sean Payton to Bo Nix and the rest of the offensive unit. They knew the assignment. And they executed the assignment.
All right, brother. I'll let you go. We'll talk to you tonight with Altitude After Dark, my man.
Oh, man. Gosh, I have to be with you again.
Okay. Thanks, Coach.
I got to do that every day, pal.
My Lord. Poor Mike and Tyler. I'll tell you this.
You ever been D-Max playing too? Because I get that 3 hours a day.
Usually when I D-Max
You've been D-Max playing me field goal for about 5 days now.
Well, I guess I figured it out. 9 News is hosting their 9 Cares Colorado Shares telethon today until 7 o'clock to raise money for food banks across the Front Range of Colorado. To donate, call 303-577-2080. Any amount helps. Find more info at 9news.com. Time for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
In about 15 or so minutes, Adam Schefter will join us. They are obsessed about talking about Colorado sports on ESPN. We'll get there with Adam in a little bit. No Dumb Questions brought to you by Old Chicago. Go to oldchicago.com to order online or find a location near you. Different version of No Dumb Questions because I've seen the video. I've got a lot of different questions, but I'll let you set it up. You were one of these viral video people earlier today.
Yeah, I was not a part of this situation, but I felt like I needed to be aware of this situation because I was worried about somebody that was in it. This was just this morning as I'm pulling into the Home Depot parking lot, okay, right outside of our studios here.
Can we post this on?
Yeah, you can post it.
All right, because the audio's not great. But
you can hear the audio at the end, but yeah, it's fine.
It's a better video than audio for this, but let's post it, Dan, online. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm pulling in, and there's one car in front of me at the stop sign. Now, coming out the other direction out of the Home Depot parking lot is a car. The car in front of me is trying to go into the Home Depot parking lot. The other car's coming out, right? Mm-hmm. So naturally, you drive on the right side in America. Okay, that's what you tend to do around here.
Agreed.
The car coming out of the Home Depot parking lot at the last second veers into the middle of the lane. Okay. So the car in front of me is now stuck in the middle of the intersection because they're trying to go forwards, but they can't go into the parking lot.
Okay.
So the dude that is clearly in the wrong, that is coming out of the Home Depot parking lot, is stuck in the middle of the road.
Agreed. Simple solution. Roll back 10 feet.
Back up.
Back up 10 feet. Oh, my bad. Whatever. Although the dude coming out has the priority initially, but was he trying to make a left-hand turn or something?
But he wasn't always in the middle of the road. Like at the last minute, he gets into the middle of the road.
To go left,
It could have been two ships passing in the middle of the night, but for whatever reason, he comes to the middle of the road.
That being said, two cars face to face.
Okay.
But then there's a car behind. You're behind.
I'm the car behind.
There's nobody behind him.
Nobody's behind him
just
at
back
all.
up.
But there's about 10 feet of space between these cars. Okay, the lady's waiting for him to back up so she can go forwards.
Right.
He decides, nope, not doing it. I will not back up. You are in the wrong, lady. Dude flips his hazards on his car, okay? I see the dude get out of his car, and now I'm like, oh, no.
He gets out of his car.
Gets out of his vehicle, okay, flips his hazards on, comes out to the front of his car, and he starts launching his windshield wipers all over the place. Lights up a heater. Okay, he busts out a heater, lights up a heater, starts screaming at this lady. I don't even know what's happening. So now I'm like, you know what? I'm going to bust out my phone because this is funny, number one. But number two, I'm not going to actually turn right because I'm going to make sure that this lady's okay. Because the dude got out of his car. When you get out of the car.
Yeah, it's a threatening move.
Lord knows what's about to happen in this situation.
I agree with you on that, yeah.
So this lady is now screaming, mother F, blank, and it's getting aggressive. Well, cars are flying by, and now this poor lady's getting yelled at by other cars for being a Karen. And I'm like, no, you guys got this thing wrong. She's not the Karen here.
Could she have gone left or right or back? Could she have done something?
Yeah, well, yes. In theory, either one of them could have changed their opinion.
She could have done something too.
Sure.
She's in the right. He's in the wrong. But she could have done something.
Yes, either one.
So now it's a thing.
She could have easily turned to the right and just gone into the next lane of the Home Depot parking lot. Okay. But the dude gets out of his car, lights up the heater, starts flipping the windshield wipers up and down, goes and takes a seat.
He sits down outside his car.
He sits down outside his car, and now he's rocking like a baby, and he's crying like a baby. Oh, why you want me to move? Why you want me to move? No, I'm not gonna move.
Yeah, see, I would think he's got some serious mental issues. That would actually make me very nervous.
Well, the fact that he took the time to light the heater,
I agree.
That was an impressive power move right there, quite frankly. Gets out of the car, sits down. Finally, she pulls up, and at the last second, he's like, well, I guess I'm in the wrong. But nope, not quite yet. It's like, oh, are you having a bad day? You must be having a bad day, are you? You know what? Let's go get some coffee. How about we go get some coffee? You want to get some coffee together?
Crazy moment.
Eventually, the dude does get back in his car.
Oh, here we go. We got the video of it. Good job.
Oh, yeah,
Dan.
here he is rocking like a baby right there.
This is
still got the heater, puts the heater back in. Now he's inviting her out to get some coffee.
This is crazy, dude.
Yeah.
This is nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, she could have if she wanted to back
either
up
one of them could have solved the situation.
Oh, yeah. Look at
sure.
this. Yeah. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Oh, I forgot the best part.
Yeah.
So that car that it's in front of me, she used to be backed up. She barreled forward. She launched forward at like 10 miles per hour, acts like she's going to ram into the car.
Wow.
Slams on the brakes. They were both idiots.
Wow.
I'm not saying that he was the only one to be blamed here, but he was initially the one that caused the problem.
How did it resolve itself?
He gets in the car and backs up.
And that's how it ended.
Yeah.
Funny video, dude. You go to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on Twitter, and you can see it for yourself. Dude, that's one of those weird-ass moments, man. You were part of it.
I was. That was my first real-life Karen
video.
moment.
Yeah.
First real-life Karen moment.
That is crazy, man. That is crazy.
But now, hold on. Here's my no. I know we got to get out of here.
Yeah, we got to get
my
out
no
of
dumb
here.
question, though. Was I Karen for videotaping it?
Oh, hell no. You're just part of the viral video
I kind of
posse.
felt like a Karen for busting out the camera.
Hell no. That's your obligation as an American. Adam Schefter will join us next. Hey, what's going on? It's your boy D-Mac for Mike Maroney. Okay, every day brings so many opportunities for you to take advantage of. Your next one, Mike Maroney Auto Group in Longmont and Boulder. That's right. Black Friday savings are going on all month long on their incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados, Ford F-150s, and GMC Sierras. You want something tough that's ready to rock those mountains? They've got you covered with amazing deals or low financing options at both locations. Remember, Mulrooney means more. 3-day money-back guaranteed, no questions asked. Free delivery anywhere in Colorado. You heard that right, anywhere in the state. Don't let these peak savings slip away. The best vehicles will go fast. So start your journey now at MikeMarooneyColorado.com. No matter where you're going, no matter what you're doing, your adventure starts at MikeMarooneyColorado.com. The Mike Marooney Auto Group in Longmont and Boulder. They can help you no matter where you live in the state because Marooney means more. Tell them your pal D-Mac sent you. Our guy Adam Schefter will join us just in a little bit. We'll have sports, not sports. It's always kind of fun. There's something to dig into on that. Pun intended. I am looking forward to talking to Adam. They are obsessed right now on ESPN about Colorado things. But you can guess
what's crazy?
What mostly they're obsessed about.
You've got kind of 3 must-talk-about subjects on national television right now. You got the Los Angeles Lakers that will forever be you got to talk about.
Yeah.
You've got the Dallas Cowboys, and you've got the Colorado Buffaloes.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 mandated topics on every single show in America.
Figure it out.
And two of those,
figure it out.
And now they find a way to intertwine two of those with Dion and the Cowboys.
There's another fun little minor one. It's not as major as those, but it's like let's redraft last year's draft and how would that go? That's kind of lower level. But
I kind of like that topic though.
It's a fun one for sure, no doubt about it. And we'll talk to Adam about it because it's a disaster in Chicago right now. I mean, it is so bad. So would you still go with Caleb Williams or not? I don't know how you would over Jane Daniels, but we'll have Adam on here in a second. I got some other things to clean up as we go. By the way, you'd be a Karen, Tyler, if you started yelling too after you started filming.
You know what's funny about that? I was so tempted to start yelling. There was a point that I wanted to yell at both of them.
Then you would become a Karen after that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're just documenting it, you're just, whatever.
Okay.
Do you ever notice there's
But I had to admit, I was having internal guilt. Like, man, I actually think I'm the Karen in this situation because I'm videotaping them.
No, not unless you've interjected yourself.
Okay.
Like, for example, how many of us have watched, people fighting each other in the street? I mean, there seems to be an endless supply of videos like that, right? You just kind of scroll on. How's this one? Somebody's filming it.
Sure.
Somebody's filming it.
Sure.
Why aren't they, I don't know, breaking up the fight?
But I'll tell you this. I also, at some point, the guy behind me was probably getting ticked off at me because I could have turned right. I definitely could have by the time she tried to ram him.
Yeah.
But now I was staying put because the dude got out of his car, right? So I didn't know if the guy behind me was getting ticked off at me for not moving.
I'm looking at the Shop Mazda text line. Define heater for us.
Ripping a
cigarette, right?
Yeah.
That's not that complicated.
Ripping a heater.
You
never ripped a cig?
I have smoked a cigarette twice in my life. Twice.
I have in Vegas.
At
about 4 in the morning.
Right. It was a special set of circumstances. Our guy, Adam Schefter, joining us now. Brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Adam, unfortunately, Scott Hastings is flying with the Nuggets right now because I know, convenient that he's not here to talk to you about Bo Nix being named the Offensive Rookie of the Week. I mean,
I think it's all one big setup for him to kind of use the travel as an excuse to avoid having to talk about Bo Nix. That's what I think it is. I think Scott's not brave enough to get on the show to do that.
All right, well, we'll talk all things Broncos in a second, but this is where I always find it interesting where the college and the NFL worlds sort of conjoin for you, Adam, because you're more of a pro guy, but inevitably you have to be part of the college world, right? You have to have a certain awareness of things going on.
Awareness, but not any great intimate knowledge.
Right, right. But every now and then it collides, doesn't it? And your conversation, Dan, we got that with you guys talking about Prime and the Cowboys and all that. And here's from you earlier on ESPN.
Every single team in the top 10.
Dude, you're talking quarterback. Schefter, you're talking the Jets.
Go through the list.
You're talking the Jets.
Could you see? Hold on. Could you see Shador and Dion with the Jets?
Heck yes.
I would. Of course, I would love to see that.
Could you see him with the Giants?
Yeah, definitely.
The Las Vegas Raiders.
For sure.
Okay, the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, why not?
There's not going to be a top team that's going to say no to it.
Now, but here's the thing. There's going to be teams. So again, the Jets, the Giants, the Saints, the Raiders, the Jaguars, the Browns, the Carolina Panthers. There's going to be teams but there's going to be organizations out of that group that I said that Dion is going to say no.
That's fine. That's fine. The point is that this is just going to be an option that's out there. We're not saying it's happening.
Yeah.
We're saying that this is one of those options that's going to heat up, that's going to be in play this offseason.
Now, Adam, I have said the same thing here, and as soon as you bring it up here in Colorado, people think just because you bring it up that you're advocating for it to happen. I'm not, but people are so sensitive to it, especially Buffs fans, that they are aghast that they think that this is even a possibility. So maybe you can present why it's not a guarantee, it's not a certainty or a prediction, but certainly it's got to be a possibility, right?
And that's what I was saying right there, D-Mac, right? You heard the tape. Basically, what we're saying is this. We have Paul Feinbaum on saying that Deion Sanders, he believes, will be a candidate for the Dallas Cowboys. Okay? We have Dan Orlovsky saying that Deion's going to shield his son to make sure he goes to a place he wants to play. Well, let me add 1 and 1. If Deion Sanders is a candidate for the Dallas Cowboys or another NFL job, and he's shielding his son and wants to send him to a place that he believes in, well, wouldn't it make sense for the two to join forces and be together next year?
Right.
It's really, I don't need any sources at the college level to tell me that. This is
right.
Common sense.
Right.
Right?
Correct.
Right. But here's my take on it. And I think we would all agree with this. I don't think Deion would have any interest in coaching the NFL if it were not specifically to coach for Shedeur. But here's my question for you.
I might disagree there. I might disagree there.
Okay, that's fine. That's my take.
Might. I don't know enough, but I'm saying you're telling me that if Shedeur went to Team X and Jerry Jones wanted him to coach the Cowboys, that he wouldn't be interested because it's not Shedeur, or it's.
Well,
I don't know, but
I take him at his word for now, but that's fine. We can disagree on that. Here's my question though: how many of those teams? Is there a realistic path that he actually could get his son? I guess, in other words, how much power does Shedeur have in this situation? Because I only think there's a 2 or 3 teams that he could go become the head coach, and there's an actual realistic path to getting Shedeur.
I would just say that Shedeur is going to be a top pick. Deion may or may not be a head coaching candidate. We don't know. And so you heard those guys bring up some of those teams. If some of those teams are in position, we have to see how the draft order finishes up first and foremost, right? Which we will.
Yes.
At the end of the year, we'll say, this is team 1, this is team 2, this is team 3 in the draft. And team 1, team 2, team 3, they might have a need for a new head coach. Usually teams that finish that high, more often than not, are changing head coaches.
Sure.
So if there's a team that's that high, that's pondering a new head coach, that is in position to draft Shedeur and needs him, again, I'm just like, doesn't this make sense, or am I missing something?
No, of course it makes sense, but you get into very sensitive territory. We had a charity thing with KSE at Ball Arena, and I literally was cornered by a very, very nice person. But she was screaming at me in a nice way about how her and her sister think I'm the devil for suggesting that Prime would leave. And it's, Adam, it's kind of a weird vibe.
Hey, hold on. Forgive me for being shallow and naive. I didn't realize that Prime was Colorado's property and that he was so beholden to the university.
He owes us everything.
Right. And then, Adam, there's this one. He has said he's not going to leave. And that is, right.
Oh, there we go. There we have it.
They keep saying, he keeps saying he's not going to leave, as if that means like that's some sort of contractual obligation.
Could the Cowboys trade Dak Prescott with his current contract? Because that complicates things, right?
I'd have to look into it. It'd be very hard, but I always think anything in the NFL is doable.
And that's where that's the other objection. The money doesn't make it a possibility. And then they go, D-Mac, how would you do it? And I'm like, I don't know, but they do tend to just figure things out. There were a lot of smart people, Adam, that were insistent. There's no way the Broncos could get rid of Russell Wilson because of the cap hit. Really? I guess there was a way. There's always seems to be a way, Adam, right?
If you're willing to take the pipe and suck it, you can do whatever you want to do. Okay? I'm just telling you, that's the way it goes. So that would be a tough one. But if Dallas wanted to take the pipe, suck it, and draft a rookie quarterback, Dallas is probably not going to be drafting him high enough to get Shedeur anyway. So that becomes a moot point, I think.
Now, hold on. I did find it interesting. I agree with Tyler on this. When you guys on ESPN were talking about Prime going to Dallas without Shedeur, I never even considered that, to be honest with you. That was a new one on me. Walk me through that one, because I don't know. I mean, I guess logically it sort of makes sense, But that seems like a weird twist that he would be coaching Dak Prescott and Shedeur would be playing for, say, the Raiders.
Well, again, I haven't spoken to Deion about this, so I have no idea. We're spitballing here. I want to be very clear, right? We don't know how it's going to go. They brought up the idea, Paul Feinbaum did, that he could see Deion as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. What I can say is I believe that there's a lot of respect and love and admiration between Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders. Mike McCarthy's on an expiring contract. I like to stick to factual information if I can, right? Mike McCarthy's on an expiring contract. Jerry and Deion have a great respect and affinity for one another. Dallas, we believe, will probably be interviewing head coaches, and in the coaching market, would it make sense for Dallas to look at Deion and Deion to look at Dallas? And there are people out there who believe the answer to that question is yes, despite the fact that Deion says he is staying at Colorado and he's so beholden to the university. It has such great, long-standing roots at the university, right? Hey, let me say this. Let me just say this, okay? If Jim Harbaugh can leave Michigan,
right,
then Deion Sanders can leave Colorado.
No, it's different. It's different. It's way different.
Again, I don't want that to happen. Listen, I'll tell you this, man.
You never wanted him anyways. You don't get to talk.
Things are better with Prime with CU. They are. There's no doubt about it. Zero doubt about it. I'm not looking to chase him away. I hope he stays here for a long time. I'm not a big fan of telling the media you can't ask questions and all that, Adam. I'm not a fan of that, but I am not going to argue with the success that he's brought here and the attention and the positive things. The positive things way outweigh the negative things. It's not even close.
You'd want him as your head coach, I believe. So that's how I believe. That's how I view it.
Hey, I like the conversation that's going on. I think it's a fun topic of the redraft conversation, right? So if you're redo last year's draft, how would you see the quarterbacks getting drafted today? We know what we know. How does that go down?
I think we see Jaden Daniels go number one right now. Right now.
Yep. That one's easy.
I think Drake May would go number two.
Do you?
Really?
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
probably.
Why is he better than Bo Nix?
Well, I just think that there probably was a little bit more upside. I think if you asked the Broncos, they would have preferred Bo Nix all along over Drake May. All along. Again, there are a lot of people that really like Drake May.
All right, so you'd go Daniels. I guess we're just really talking about quarterbacks here, I suppose. We can talk about Joe Alt and everything if you want, but I mean, ultimately, we're talking quarterbacks. So you think Caleb 1, May 2. Who would be 3?
Well, no, I said Jaden 1.
Jaden 1. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jaden 1, Make 2. My bad. Who would you have as the third quarterback off the board?
Well, are we going on talent or are we going what we've seen? Like, if you
what you know now.
So the way I see it, Adam, I think that's a fair question because we were talking about that. And I say, you know what you know now, but obviously the college stuff is still a huge piece of the sample size, and it's doubled the sample size.
You know everything. You literally know everything up to this exact moment.
I think I'm probably going to take Caleb because there were so many people that loved him and bet on his upside. I still think he's probably going to be the guy that I'm leaning for at the third spot.
Okay.
But how about this? Bo Nix has closed the ground on him. And Bo Nix has made it even something that we're pondering out loud here right now.
And Penix and JJ just dropped because they haven't played.
They haven't really played, no. So what is going on in Chicago then, Adam? Because that looks just awful right now.
Well, you got a situation where they've changed 2 offensive coordinators in less than a year. 2.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're doing that, that's probably a sign that something's going wrong. They haven't scored an offensive touchdown in 2 weeks. The fans want to just crush the franchise. They are crushing the franchise. Everybody's angry and salty and all worked up. So it is not gone the way they want. And there are a lot of reasons for that. They seem to keep hiring or having a head coach pick a quarterback and then firing the head coach and then having a new head coach come in to work with the quarterback. And it doesn't seem like there's ever a head coach who gets to stay, who picks the quarterback, who they work together, who is his guy. Like Bo Nix was Sean Payton's guy.
Mm-hmm.
That was his guy. And so he picked him and they're working together. And I don't think Denver's doing anything with Sean anytime soon. Okay. But they're going to get a chance to work together, and Sean's going to grow him as a quarterback. In Chicago, Eberflus drafted him. Shane Waldron's up. Well, Waldron's out. Eberflus's job is on the line. New coaching staff, another offensive coordinator, trying to get it right. And it's been that way with every quarterback that they've had there. It's not an ideal way of doing things. And, I said this morning, it kind of bothered me. Like, they're talking about, they're blaming the coaches. It was Matt Nagy. It's Mark Trestman. It's Matt Eberflus. It's Phil Emery. It's Ryan Pace. It's Ryan Pohl. Like, it's all these people. It's all these GMs, all these coaches, all these coordinators. Same owners.
It's all about ownership. Culture is defined by the owners, to me, more than anything. That's why the owners are the most important part of it, in my opinion. But well said. All right, Adam, we got to let you go on TV.
Tell Scott to have the cojones next week to get back on the horn here and do something. Yeah. Especially if Denver finds a way to win, and Denver has won 8 straight games after losing to the Chiefs.
Oh, well, I'd love that Bo Nix got Offensive Rookie of the Week after a loss, because nowadays we give out awards for losing games.
Sure, we do that. By the way, I did not know that stat. That's a killer stat. The Broncos have won 8 straight games after losing to the Chiefs?
Denver's won 8 consecutive games after playing the Chiefs. They've won the next week 8 straight times.
That's an awesome stat. That's fantastic. Well, we'll leave on that fantastic note. Adam, we'll see you later.
If we're gonna be kind of having some fun at the expense of CU and Deion's ties there, you can at least leave people with a good feeling today, right?
That's right. Thank you, Adam. We'll talk to you later. We'll talk to you next
Watch
week.
your mouth. Watch your mouth when you talk about CU.
It's Adam Schefter, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. What an did you know that stat?
No clue.
That's a good one, huh?
That's one of those weird, obscure stats that you're like, well, what the hell does that mean? Nothing, but weird.
I don't know what that means. I got to absorb that one. Time for Sports Not Sports.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
All right. The question is the Tyson-Paul fight.
Yeah. I'm fascinated.
It's on Netflix, so it's free if you have Netflix.
Yep.
Right? Like, I don't have to pay anything extra. I just got Netflix so I can watch the fight, right?
Yep.
It's just on.
Yeah.
I guess there's no reason to not watch it then.
Dude,
like,
I don't know if I would have bought a pay-per-view on it.
You're right. I'd have a hard time with buying this.
I might have. I really might have.
Really?
I am 100% actively interested in watching that boxing match.
58-year-old Mike Tyson, I don't know how, Paul 30, whatever he is.
I mean, I've been following that thing so closely. I've been watching all the documentaries.
Have you really?
I've been watching all the behind the scenes.
I got through like a half of the first one, and I just lost interest in it.
Not me. Look, Mike Tyson is in ridiculous shape for 58.
Right.
But, he is 58 years old. He looks like he's stronger than he's ever been.
He looks great.
I'm not even kidding you.
Agreed. He looks great.
At some point, speed and agility and honestly, like balance, you lose your balance. You lose sense of those senses, right? As you get older.
Yeah.
Jake Paul should beat his brains in if he's even a quarter of the fighter that he says he should be.
You know what's fascinating to me about this fight? It just goes to prove that nobody really gives a crap about titles. All they care about are interesting fights, right? There's no title on the line here.
Well, that's what boxing's become.
Right. It's just some sort of weird demonstration sport.
I mean, I bet people don't even know who owns the belts nowadays.
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you who's a champion in any division, period.
Jake Paul continues to oh my gosh, did you see the I forget who it was. It was this famous YouTuber guy that brought his 90-year-old dad to the press conference, and his dad is dressed up in a boxing robe and he's got gloves on, and this guy gets on, he starts talking trash to Jake Paul. He's like, hey, my dad wants you next. He wants you next. He's got this 90-year-old dad that is boxing around.
I guess that's great, right? I guess that's the whole thing.
Yeah, well, it was pretty funny.
You don't take anything too seriously in this world.
Mike Tyson was quiet and boring at the presser. Jake Paul was doing his best to hype this sucker up.
I saw Jake Paul as embracing the heel role because this is more like the vibe of pro wrestling, except they're really going to hit each other. But it's definitely that vibe, hero versus heel. Yeah. And clearly Tyson's the hero.
Has there ever been a fight in which Mike Tyson was the hero? Maybe hero is the wrong word, but like the good guy.
Yeah. I think when he was coming up, yes. I think when he was coming up, it caught everybody. It was just amazing to watch this young guy being trained by this old white dude, Customato, and his story. I would say yes. I would say there were a lot of moments. I think he goes to jail, Tyler, for rape, and you lose a lot of people on that one. And then you bite Holyfield, and you are the heel. There's nothing left there. Yep. But clearly Tyson's the good guy in this one. I mean, it's not even close.
You watch one wrestling documentary, and you can't stop using the word heel.
I'm forgetting for the good guy. Gosh darn it. There's a word for it. It's like lollipop.
I just watched it, too.
Sugar pop.
I'm trying to blank on it.
Gosh darn it. I'm forgetting it.
I just watched it.
But anyways,
I'm 100% fascinated by it. I will be watching every single second of it. I actually think I might have paid money to watch it.
Who do you think is going to win?
Paul should crush him. He's fighting a 58-year-old.
Yeah.
Come on.
And he's big.
He's in
Tyson.
his prime. He is a fairly legitimate boxer. The dude is.
Yeah.
He gets a lot of credit from boxers for knowing what he's doing. He's never going to take a real fight, and why would he? I seriously, why would he?
What's the point?
He's figured this thing out, man.
No doubt about it.
I can go make $150 million
right.
fighting has-been UFC fighters and 58-year-olds.
I think I'm going to watch it too. Now, I'm going to be at the Avs game.
Baby face.
Yeah. Baby face and heel. Yeah. Baby face and heel. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Tyson's the baby face. Paul is the heel. But the heels are what make things interesting. You need both. What time is it going to happen at? Do you guys even know? Like what time this all goes down?
I don't know. Friday night.
Well, I know. The Avs are playing Friday. I'm hoping to be able to do both. Like I'm hoping to be at the Avs game and then just watch it there. I mean, I hope it goes that. Where is it's in Texas, right? The fight's in Texas?
Yeah, I think it's at Cowboy Stadium.
Okay. You think Paul's going to win?
Yes. Although Tyson looks strong as hell, man. I mean, he connects on a right hook. Lord knows.
Dan, who do you think is going to win?
I bet.
I'll probably go with Jake Paul, but I wanted to play this for you guys. I just found this.
Okay, what do you got?
This is Mike Tyson being filmed watching Jake Paul speaking to the microphone after one of his boxing matches.
Okay.
And it's pretty interesting what Mike says here at the end.
Final thing, I presume that Mike Tyson is watching this right now. Is there anything you want to say to him?
Mike, I love you, but this is my sport now. It's an honor to get in the ring with you. I'm so honored. You're a legend, but I'm going to take your throne, brother.
There's a fundamental difference between me and Jake. He's a manufactured killer. Television and papers made him a killer. He's manufactured. I'm a natural born killer.
Oh.
That's the difference.
It's a hell of a line. I'm a manufactured killer versus natural born killer. That's a hell of a line.
It's tomorrow night, man. It's tomorrow night.
Tyson's got to try to win this thing in the first minute.
Yeah.
He's got to just come out swinging.
I get it. He's in great shape, all that. Paul probably takes exactly what you're saying. He probably absorbs whatever blows Tyson can have, and he probably... My bet, though, is something controversial will happen because certainly you'd want to re-rack this and do it again at some point, right? So that's my bet. I think it'll go for Paul, but something weird will happen that will make a inevitable, and then we get into the really messed up world of it's just pro wrestling. Then it's not a fight at all. It really is just pro wrestling.
Maybe.
So we'll see.
Maybe. Tyson, he's got like his old crew around training, right? So like he's got a bunch of new people, but a bunch of the old crew as well. And they were talking about this is the hardest he's ever trained for a fight. And I bet you that's true. I bet you in his entire career, he never trained as hard as he is for this one right now because he was just Tyson. He was doing cocaine and whatever, you know? He was just Tyson.
All right, it's 2:00. Let's go. With Bo Nix being named the Offensive Rookie of the Week.
Speaking of wrestling.
That's right. What do you think the Broncos have to do to beat the Falcons? What do you really think it has? And do you think this rallying around Alex Forsyth, and later this hour, if it does happen during our show, we will carry Ben Kotwika, the special teams coach presser. That should be interesting. But what do you think this will do to rally the team?
I think the game against the Chiefs is the rallying cry, not the Alex Forsyth moment. I think it's a cool moment for the team to come together and defend one of their guys, and that's certainly a positive situation for him. But it's the game, it's the vibe, it's the feel. You're an up-and-coming team. I do think it's okay to have a moral victory when you're an up-and-coming team. It's never okay to have a moral victory when you are on top of the world. Broncos got a moral victory, so now they got to translate that against a team that is very similar in the Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons got a bad defense. They got a bad defense and a good offense.
You'd call it bad, huh?
Yeah,
bad defense.
I'd call it a bad defense.
Why?
They're terrible against the pass and they're not good against the run.
Mm-hmm.
They give up points.
They don't pressure the quarterback really either.
Statistically speaking, they're the 24th defense in the NFL. They're giving up 352 yards per game and giving up 23.6 points per game. And on offense, they're pretty damn good. They are. Kirk Cousins is lighting the world on fire with passing the ball. They got a great running back in Bijan Robinson. And it all works because they intertwine their passing game so closely with what they're doing in the running game.
Do you think this rallying around Alex Forsyth will bring them together in an interesting and tangible sort of way? Do you think it'll have a positive impact, no impact, or it's pretty neutral? It doesn't really matter.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was saying on the last one. It would be my same answer, is that I think that the game against the Chiefs is the rallying cry. And then I would just call it a good, healthy sign that the football team is on the same page defending their guy. Because we're watching what's going on in Chicago right now, and that is a freaking hot mess.
Right.
I mean, allegedly players went in asking for Caleb Williams to get benched.
Wow.
Those are the reports coming out of Chicago right now. The vets went to the GM and asked for him to get benched. Not the coach, not the coordinator, because they hated the coordinator, the GM.
Where do you think Caleb Williams has lost guys? By his play, his personality.
You know, I'm not ultra close to that situation, but I think he came in very cocky, very arrogant. You know, they keep bringing up the text message that he sent to the punter the day that he was drafted when we text the punter, "You're not going to punt very often this year." Just little things like that.
Wow.
There was the defensive back on that team that was talking trash about Caleb right before the draft. Like, yeah, this dude, he's going to have a rude awakening when he gets here. They never really seemed to, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, as opposed to that, okay, for whatever it's worth, there are so many clear moments that Bo Nix is in the complete opposite category, no matter what's going on. The guy has clearly emerged a team leader to the degree he's speaking about how we move on from this tough situation.
Well, it's huge, and you play this game long enough, you're going to have those, ultimately the moments in the games that you look back on, and sometimes they're the more negative ones that you remember. And but I thought he said something very special today. Is if we went over the good ones, we'd be here all day, because you can't lose track of the good moments that have happened in the practices and in the off season and in the season. And there's so many more good moments that happen, and sometimes perspective, you got to look at those more than you look at the negative ones, even though they may hurt and linger for a while. You just kind of have to move past them and learn from them, and ultimately put your mind on the good and try to get back to the good.
All right. You like that leadership qualities? Do you believe that Bo is leading this team right now? That he's got them where a starting quarterback, if Caleb Williams clearly doesn't, do you think Bo does?
As much as humanly possible for a rookie, yeah, I think he's doing a great job. It's really, really hard, even when you play the quarterback position, to walk in and be the de facto leader as a rookie, because there's just this, you got to earn your stripes type of deal. But Bo's earning those stripes. That game against Kansas City, if there was any doubt, probably removed a lot of doubt in that locker room. And you can see it on the sideline. I mean, at the very least, I know this much. Guys like him, right?
All right.
There's certainly nothing going on like there is out in Chicago.
I totally agree. I think Bo's done a great job in that department. What qualities does Bo Nix have that Kirk Cousins has?
That's a tough one. They are not similar in very many ways.
What separates them? What's different about them?
Well, Kirk is a timing and tempo passer. Everything is on schedule. Zero athleticism. Their games themselves are very, very different. Without being in the locker room, I mean, I'll just tell you my experience with Kirk.
Okay.
I can't say for Bo, but hopefully this translates. Hopefully it's similar in the locker room for Bo. You know, Kirk came into a tough situation in Washington. Drafted in, I think he was a 4th rounder, if I remember correctly. Drafted in the 4th round after the team just gave up like 2 first-rounders and some change to go draft Robert Griffin. So he's a low man on the totem pole. And every time that dude walked into the huddle, he was a quirky, weird dude that just took charge, and it took him like a week to earn our respect. Kirk Cousins came in, and he did this super weird thing that, like, it's a small thing, a little tiny thing, but it was just weird, as unusual, something he brought from college, right? So every time he'd break a huddle, he'd be like, all right, boys, we got 2-jet all-go special, can 18 week. Ready, break, team! And he'd give a team. And he'd give a clap after every single play call. And we would all look at him like, what are you doing? Why are you saying team and giving like a little team clap at the end of it? Well, over time, it took like 2 weeks. We're all doing it when Robert's calling plays now. So now Robert's calling plays, but he doesn't say team after he breaks it.
Yeah.
But now we're saying team, you know, and it just becomes a thing that he earned the respect of us so quickly based off of his play. Hopefully, Bo Nix is doing those things.
Well, I would guess that he is.
I think Bo is a bit quirky also.
Yeah, I don't know if it's anything like that, but I think he's got the support of his teammates. I think backing Forsythe goes a long way, too. I do. And we'll see what Ben Kotwica has to say about it here in just a little bit if we have time during the show, and I don't mean to belabor an already
Does he get benched
beat
or
up
not?
topic. Well,
Before you answer, I gave up a blocked field goal at one point in my career in Washington.
Yeah.
I did not get benched.
Okay.
I had my job on that field goal position the rest of the year,
Okay.
just for whatever it's worth. So it's if you give up a blocked kick, it doesn't necessarily have to be a death sentence.
I guess the question is, because we've spent so much time on this thing, do you have the best players in the best positions giving your team the best chance to succeed? So does he get benched or not? I'll tell you this. I bet they're taking a long, hard look at who's where on the field during field goal block, field side or non-field side, I guess, because maybe he'd be fine, Tyler, if it was non-field side. And if you looked at that play, there was no pressure over the right side. None. Zero. All the pressure was field side over him. So maybe he'd be fine being on the non-field side thing of things.
Yeah, I mean, literally anybody that has a pulse could be on the non-field side.
Well, okay.
They don't attempt to rush on the non-field side. So if you've got a pulse and you can stand, you could be on the opposite side of field goal. I do think it's a fair question to say, do we have the right personnel? And maybe that ends up with Alex Forsythe no longer being in that position. But it kind of sucks for the man because he's done an admirable job all year long until then. I do think it's fair to question, is he the right man for the job? Not based off of his performance, but based off the type of body that you traditionally put in that position.
Of course.
And the type of body that you traditionally put in that position is not an offensive guard or a center. It's a tackle with long length because of the job definition. I got to go iron cross. I got to try to reach out to 3 guys with one body, right? So to me, a Matt Pert would be a much more traditional type of personnel to put into that position.
By the way, you could put a defensive guy in there too if it fit the bill, if you needed to, I guess. I mean, you can just use whoever the best is. Listen, if he stays at that position, that says we do believe in you It was an unfortunate play, but we believe in you. We think you're going to be all right. That kind of puts the mistake more on him. Like, hey, you could be better. We know you could be better. We trust that you're going to be better. That kind of puts it on him. Frankly, if they take him out, it puts it, in my opinion, solely on the coaches. Like, we just put the wrong guy out there. That's on us. We could have put somebody better for that situation. I actually think if he's taken off it kind of takes the heat off of him as an individual, because he probably shouldn't have been there in the first place. Well, that's not his fault. He's just trying to do the best he can. To me, that would be more on the coaches. So I don't know. We'll see.
I'll tell you this, though. People look at it, it's field goal. What could possibly go wrong? And you're right. It only happens about once or twice a year that a field goal actually gets blocked. But it does happen every single year, once or twice a year. It happens. I had as much anxiety playing the tight end spot on field goal as I would in 3rd and long playing tackle. It is a terrifying position.
Okay, cool. Listen, we've all learned so much more about this position than we ever thought we would need to learn or figure out. Certainly more than I've ever considered. So I get it. We're all experts now at this particular thing. We all understand how hard it is. Fine. So let's see what they do. But it just kills me that you would do so many other really complicated things so well to put yourself in that position only for that to go wrong.
Did you happen to watch the clips I put together of the right side getting destroyed as well?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that there was a noticeable difference between, and I'm not trying, so give your honest opinion.
Sure.
Was there a noticeable difference between the way that dude was getting his ass kicked versus the way Forsyth was?
No, except the penetration over Forsyth was so much more dramatic. But no.
On the one play.
Everybody was landing on their ass, basically, and their back.
Right. So I'm like, I don't know where the personnel upgrade is. I mean, if Forsyth is bad and the dude on the right is bad also, I don't think either one of them are. I hope that they don't. I hope that they just put him back in there. I do.
But of all things of football, this can't be that complicated. I understand.
No. It's not complicated. It's hard.
I understand it's hard.
There's a huge difference. It's not complicated. It's hard.
But when you say just pass blocking in general is hard, like,
sure.
Period, like football is hard.
Yeah, bad things happen all the time on 3rd and long. You give up strip sacks. Right. Your quarterback gets decapitated.
You can't have that happen again. That's for damn sure. But I don't think it will happen again. I really don't. How they move forward, you know what? Maybe we'll find out today.
I hope Cop Weekend today says we had a trifecta of problems on that play.
That's what you're hoping
and
for.
It was not just Alex Forsyth. Matt Pert needs to block inside out, not outside in. Our kicker needs to get that ball up in the air, and Alex Forsyth needs to do his job. Because that's the true answer. It was a trifecta of problems.
Well, that would take the coaches off the hook, because what he would say is we put the wrong player in the wrong position. Yeah. That's on the coaches.
Me personally, I'm not putting anything on the coaches.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll be here for it. If we don't have it, Nate and Andy will have it as we face the Falcons. Let's football go. The rest of the NFL coming up next with Dan Tanner. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, men, it's the holidays, a time of love and joy. But if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, the season can be tough on you. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year. Give the best gift you can. Give that to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. If you remember the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, you don't want that to happen again. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. That could be your story too. The initial visit's $99. Get the consult, the T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. And if it doesn't work in the office, the test dose is free. They have an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs, they're there for you. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. What exactly was Adam trying to say there?
I don't know.
If they could take the pipe and suck it.
I don't know. I thought he was Michael Malone for a second.
If they take the pipe and suck it.
Put that in your
Smoke
pipe.
it.
Hey, thank you to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. You guys are the absolute best. So,
Dan, how hard do you suck the pipe?
What?
As hard as it needs to be.
Okay. VJ is speaking right now. Don't need to go to it.
Kawaka's next.
Really?
Yeah. Because Joe Lombardi spoke
We should
first.
play him.
VJ's talking now.
We should definitely play him.
All right, when we see Ben
First time all year long, maybe the last time all year long we'll ever have interest in hearing the special teams coordinator.
Usually it's a pretty light crew talking to the special teams coach.
You lost that bet with Scotty so hard, though.
What was the bet?
That you were done talking about this.
Oh, well, it was a soft bet. Scott's
We've
not
only
here.
talked about it for, 2 hours and 25 minutes.
Hey, man, if they're talking about it in the locker room, we're talking about it here, I guess. If that's the story of the day, it's the story of the day. I don't control that. What's first up, Dan?
All right, let's go back to the Kelsey bros. So we heard Travis Kelsey talking about how Bo Nix was ripping it out there, and he really liked what he saw from Bo. Well, he also talked about Broncos cornerback Riley Moss. They have a little fun here with Riley, but listen towards
let me take a guess. There's going to be something in there about him being white.
You are correct.
What? I can't believe it.
But listen towards the very end. Travis Kelsey is impressed with the young corner.
Yeah, who would have thought one of the best defenses in the league got a white corner?
There's an outside corner?
Yeah, 21 starter. Yeah. He hides it, though. He wears long sleeves.
He does. I've always
hides
thought
it. He hides. Andy, I think he wears like the turtleneck too.
It's smart.
He hides it. Yeah.
Don't let.
Don't let him see the skin.
He hides it.
Don't let him see the skin.
Which one's the white guy again? I can't tell.
It's like camouflage.
That's funny. Oh man.
No man, serious. And honestly, that kid, he can play.
That is so funny.
That is funny.
I said that on. Well, I won't get. I said that on video about 3 weeks ago. That Riley Moss wears sleeves because he's hiding that he's white.
They are white sleeves.
They are white sleeves.
I don't know if it
camouflage.
Matters. All right, is there a question there, or is this like? Is
Well,
that
it's just
a
cool
funny,
to hear
a funny
Travis
moment?
Kelsey talking about. He says at the end he can play. I mean, are you guys confident that Riley Moss is the legitimate starting corner opposite Patrick Surtain for the foreseeable future?
I think so. I don't think it's even close. Do you, Tyler?
Oh no. The only bummer about it is that when it comes time, he's going to get paid like a number one corner. So he'll be long gone by the time, because you're not going to pay two guys that amount of money. I think Riley Moss has got the capability of being a number one.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's been great.
So they don't need to look corner in the next couple of drafts.
Well, you always got to draft corners. So there's certain positions that you draft every single year, and corner is one of those because they're always special teams players. So you always need additions. You need dime personnel, and I do think they could probably make an addition there that could help the team.
They're not looking for their first round or probably even their second round pick, though, at corner.
Right. They can use their premium picks on weapons for Bo Nix.
You got
is what Riley Moss has allowed this team to do.
Whatever the best weapon is for Bo Nix is who you'll be taking in the first and second round, in my opinion, unless there's something very quirky in the Garrett Bowles world. But I don't think there's going to be anything quirky there either. I think Bowlesy will be back.
Sean Payton's still going to be the coach next year?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Are you kidding me?
Pretty sure Sean Payton's going to find a weapon for his offense.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. And who that is, I don't know. It could be a tight end, could be a running back, could be a wide receiver. I mean, you got whatever you think is – they have needs all over the place. So right now I'm leaning towards – the best guy at one of those positions. So I'm not predisposed to one or the other. Just got to tell me what the guy is. Okay, VJ is done. Why don't we just hang out here for a second? Oh, put it up. Let's hear Ben Kawika.
To begin by saying thank you to Coach Westhoff. I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to him on multiple levels, technique, fundamentals, scheme. Really, when I ended up getting into the league, Mike and I worked together back in the day with the Jets back in 2007, and to get back together here over the last couple years and help shape this unit, which is arguably one of the top 10 in the league, has really been rewarding and special. And he's been a mentor, but most importantly, he's been a friend. And So I just am very grateful for the time. We'll obviously stay connected moving forward, but I just wanted to thank him for everything that he's given me. So with that, open up to any questions.
With Mike gone, you're there to take care of the field goal unit. What happened from your point of view, and things you're going to address?
Yeah, there's a handful of things there, Mike. We all work together on it. Give them credit. There was an area there on that left side. You're making corrections continuously in this league. It's very, very dynamic. We've done that. We've done that over the past couple days. Coach Streif has helped out. He's played on all those positions. So just getting another set of eyes on it. And so, we're all a part of it, and we've made those corrections, and really looking forward to watching that come to life this weekend against Atlanta.
When you have, did you think leading into the game that you had had issues with pressure off the left side, or had they done a good enough job, leading up to that?
Yeah, so over the last couple of years now, we've hit over 145 field goals and PATs, and we've been very good at that. And so, that's on all of us as far as giving them some credit there where there was, some pressure on that side. And like I said, we've made those corrections over the last 2 days. I'm really excited about the energy and the resolve that our guys have. Obviously, you bleed for a while, and then you get up to fight again. That's what this league is, man. It just keeps coming at you. The Falcons are an excellent football team. They've got a very good special teams unit. So I'm really, really excited to watch our guys in that 3-hour window put to life what we're talking about over the course of this week.
There's been a lot of attention specifically at Alex Forsythe from the outside. Have you had to have extra conversations with him this week, and how is he responding?
Well, first off, Alex is a tremendous football player. Love having him. He's a great teammate. We're all part of that. So even though that may be the isolated, spotlight, we're all part of that. And so, we've had those conversations, and mostly it's been ball. Like, Alex just wants to get better, and we've got to do a better job of coaches of giving them tools to be successful. So I think putting that all together, I think I'm excited about the product that we're going to see moving forward.
Coach, when you have an offensive lineman playing, that wing spot, is that you're conceding that if there is some sort of fire drill, you're maybe not going to be as effective as you might if that's a tight end?
Yeah, I think first and foremost is we want to protect. And if you look across the league and watching all these field goals, the majority of them are bigger men, right? We want to put our biggest guys in there to form this wall. So, you could have that. But here's the thing on that, man. Like, the operations nowadays are very, very good. There used to be a day where that snapper was like a linebacker, and then the backup quarterback was, the holder. But, now with the efficiencies, the timing of it is very, very efficient. And so we just want to put our best people forward in that space.
Being that you're playing the Falcons this week, how do you reflect on your time as being the special teams coordinator at Atlanta?
Okay, that's good enough. That's good. That's good. You like how he responded?
Yes. He didn't quite do what I wanted him to do. I wanted him to flat out say, this ain't just all on Alex Forsythe. There's a lot of guys that did not get their jobs done on that situation. I do think that he was consistent with the messaging that I've been giving out, that the Chiefs didn't scout anything. They didn't scout anything. They might have felt it. Here's what I think happened. It was not a pregame scouting decision. Wow, they got a problem over there. It was in the game. They felt like, hey, we had a little success. We knocked this dude back. Mm-hmm. Let's do it again. Yeah. Okay, we knocked him down again. Let's keep going after this, right? So it was just an in-game, like, okay, this is the best spot to attack it. And like I've emphasized 100 times, there's only 2 ways to attack it on defense when you're trying to block it. So it was nothing creative. I believe his messaging there, when asked, was there an issue previously? And he says, look, we've had 100 and whatever he said. Field
he
goals.
knew the number, didn't he?
Yeah, 140 sub, I think is what he said.
He knew the number, yeah.
He didn't think there was an issue, and neither did I.
But they've made adjustments.
He didn't really say what that is.
Well, of course not. And
so we brought Zach Streif over, which, okay, that's cool. Offensive line coach, offensive lineman that has done the job. I don't know what Zach's going to know about field goal that Kawika doesn't know, but okay.
What do you got, Dan?
Kawika was asked if he thought it was a low kick. He said no, it was not.
Okay.
Because we were talking about that yesterday.
Okay.
If it was a low kick or not.
Good question.
All right.
So not a low kick. They've made some adjustments. We'll see what they are on Sunday. Gives credit to the opponent for figuring something out. So doesn't throw Forsythe under the bus, not at all.
He said he's a tremendous football player. He didn't say he's going to be in the spot. He didn't say he's not going to be in the spot.
He did not. No. Nor would I expect them to give away.
No, of course not.
That's fine. You know, what are you going to do?
Hey, coach, are you making a change? Yes, we're putting Matt Pert at that spot.
I mean, but obviously they're doing something. They're addressing it somehow. Like, he didn't come out there and just say, there's no reason for us to change anything. We got this down. No, he didn't say that either. He could have said that was one moment in time. We've done this successfully 146 times. That was a fluke play. Didn't say anything like that either.
Well, I think he sort of did.
What do you think the adjustments are then?
But in my opinion, he sort of was saying it was a fluke play by saying, yeah, we've done this 146 times successfully.
Well, I think he was defending the coaches, not just him and the operation. I think he was defending themselves a little bit because the coaches are taking a lot of heat as well.
No, of course.
So
but I think that's one and the same. Yeah, we didn't think we had an issue.
Well, he did say they've made all right. What adjustments do you think?
Of course, they're making adjustments now.
Well, I'm asking.
We're talking pregame.
What do you think makes sense for adjustments? What do you think? Because
there's no adjustment. Like in terms of like scheme, there's no schematic adjustment. There's only one way to block a field goal.
Another question that was asked was because you could say like Lucas Kroll, for example. He's bigger than Alex Forsythe, I think.
Well, Lucas Kroll, for the majority of the season, had been playing Matt Pert's role. So he had been in the spot that Matt Pert was at the left wing. And I do think that he is a more traditional body to be playing that position than Matt Pert is.
My guess is they like Forsythe. He'll still be out there, but I bet, if I had to guess, there'll be a different person in that specific spot. Who that is, I don't know. But I bet Forsythe will still be part of it because he's still one of the bigger guys.
Well, I don't know where he would go. I bet if they make an adjustment, I would assume Forsythe isn't on it at all. That would be my best guess with it. If they do anything, here's what my assumption would be. You put Matt Pert at the left tight end, and you put Kroll at the left wing.
Well, you could be right on that because the only reason Forsythe was even in the game because Wattenberg came back to play center. The only reason he was in the game is they decided to go with a backup center rather than a backup guard because Throckmorton was inactive.
Well, that's what you always do.
So, okay.
You always dress the backup center. You never dress your back. So you dress a backup interior player and a backup tackle, and the backup interior player always has to be the one that can play center.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see what they do on Sunday, and we can put.
Forsythe will be active for the game 100%.
Okay.
If that's what you were talking about.
Well, I have no idea. I mean, I was surprised Throckmorton was not active in the game, frankly. But, whatever. I mean, you can figure it out however you want. But
isn't Throckmorton a tackle?
Throckmorton's a guard. I think he could play tackle, but in general, he's a guard.
Oh.
But these guys have to be able to play everything, right? You have to have flexibility to do whatever you're doing. And like Frank Crum is a backup tackle who's been kind of in and out of the lineup, active and not active. I mean, there's, just dudes like that out there.
Yeah, so you only dress 3 backup offensive linemen if you've got serious issues going on, if you got a bunch of guys with health concerns. But the traditional setup, 1 backup interior, 1 backup exterior, interior guy always plays center.
I think Crum is the backup tackle right now, like backup tackle, not like the 6th guy out there. So he most likely would be inactive. No, but like Crum's the backup. He's like he's the other guy.
Yeah.
Pert seems to be the swing tackle, right?
Throckmorton's listed as left guard.
So who knows, man? Hopefully this thing is we never have to talk about this crap ever again. But it'll be interesting to see what adjustments they actually make because he says they did something. Who knows, man?
I'll tell you this, there's 0 schematic adjustment that can be made. There's execution that can change, but no schematic adjustment.
Okay, well, there you go. Hopefully this, like I said, never has to rear its ugly head again, and we never have to really get into this. There's no blocked field goals when it really matters. Can you imagine if this actually happened again? Can you imagine? Oh, my God.
I mean, yeah, I can. It happens all the time.
Well, he just said they went 146 times without it happening.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen all the time. I mean, 1 out of 146?
It is very unusual to go a season without a blocked field goal.
Well, hopefully it doesn't happen at a time that matters. That's for sure.
All the time is definitely loose because it's like once a year. But
right, that's like you get a punt return for a touchdown. Well, maybe once.
Yeah.
If you're even lucky. All right, listen. We have the Broncos going against the Falcons. We have some interesting twists and turns with the Avs as well. Details coming up next.
Hey, if you need a new vehicle, now is a great time to go shopping. The end of the year is always an ideal time to buy a new car or truck from my friends over at Phil Long Denver. This is Tyler Palumbus. Guys, if you've been waiting to buy until you've got a million choices out there, colors, models, equipment packages, great incentives, interest rates, look, the wait is over. Go to Phil Long Ford today because they've got over 1,000 vehicles to choose from on their lot. The inventory is as strong as it has ever been, so I don't care what you're looking for. Car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even a commercial fleet vehicle. Phil Long Ford is going to have it. If you've not given a test drive to one of their electric vehicles, the Ford Mach-E Mustang or the Ford F-150 Lightning, you're missing out. Incredible vehicles. I don't care what your opinion is of those cars. Once you drive one, you will be amazed. The incentive deals are rock solid. Interest rates are solid. This makes this a perfect time to go buy a new car or truck from my friends at Phil Long Ford. Guys, you can get lower payments on a new car, great warranties, and low maintenance costs. They've got an award-winning service department, so keep that car serviced at Phil Long. You'll have a great ride for a long, long time. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com. You can find all the info on the cars, trucks, vans. Find the vehicle of your dreams today. Visit Phil Long at phillongdenver.com.
Nate and Andy are at number 38 in Rhino. They'll be on live from there today, so get on out and say hey to the boys at number 38 in Rhino. No Avs or Nuggets tonight, but tomorrow's a double dip with both teams being in action. Nuggets starting at 6 o'clock, pregame 5:30 here. And then you have, actually, help me out here, Dan. So, all right, so we have the Avs on 92.5, and we have the Nuggets on 950. That's how we're doing that. Okay, gotcha. Not every day did both teams go at the same or ish exact times, but tomorrow's one of them days. So, very good. The Chiefs are... Did you know that Harrison Butker's on the injured reserve list?
I saw that they just signed a kicker from the Jets, but I guess I did not realize that. No.
Yeah.
They signed it for the Jets?
Yeah, they did. Spencer Schrader off the Jets practice squad and put Butker on injured reserve due to a knee injury. Ho. Not wishing ill will on anybody, not rooting for injuries, but they're playing Buffalo on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a little hot take. I think the Bills win that one and win that one pretty easily on Sunday. Not saying it's just because of the kicking situation. I think it's just time for the Chiefs to pay the piper at this point.
How many times has Josh Allen beaten him? Do you know?
A handful of times. I don't know the exact number. I mean, he's not like...
It doesn't feel off the top of my head like he walks away victorious very often.
Yeah.
Joe
might be
Burrow
right. I don't know.
is the anti-venom to Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, he is. He is the Chiefs killer, no doubt about it. I don't know what record Josh Allen has. I'm sure it's slanted towards the Chiefs, or at least it feels like it. Okay, so, Now, Adam just reported this 12 minutes ago. Do you think he was holding out? So technically, he could have got this information after he got off the air with us.
Dang, Josh Allen is 3-1 against the Chiefs.
Okay. Well, he's only lost one time. That must have been the playoffs then.
Can that be right? Anyway, sorry, tell me.
I have no idea if it's right or not. No clue. Let's see. Your video is sparking some interesting conversation.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Is this on the Twitter machine?
Mm-hmm. On the Twitter machine.
Let me pull up the old tweeter.
Yeah. Tyler has put a video out there. Well, people are questioning why you put it out there. You got to put it out there. Like, listen, we have obligations as Americans. If you capture something weird on video, if you don't post it, you're really, you must hate the country. It isn't.
We all need clicks, right?
We all need clicks. And if you're lucky enough to encounter a Karen situation, if you really can be a bystander and capture a Karen situation, if you don't put it out there, you're a jerk.
Well, you're making me feel better because I was really feeling a bit like a Karen myself for simply videotaping it.
No need. The Avalanche take on the Capitals, and that's not that game's that interesting. But tomorrow night, you realize maybe one of the more interesting regular season games of the year for the Avs. And even though it's a bit of a tight squeeze based on where we're located in Ball Arena, we're down in the Park Meadows Mall area, which is about, what would you say, 20, 25 minutes, no traffic from Ball Arena, something like that, something along those lines, if you can get it lucky. But I am definitely going to go to morning skate tomorrow, even if it's a tight little fit to get back here.
It'll be a fascinating day.
I am really curious what the vibe is going to be in the locker room, even after morning skate. And by the way, morning skate for the Avs this year has been a little different in the past. It usually was like a mandatory, here we go, we're going to work on power play, penalty kill. This year, it's been optional. So I don't know if Val will even be there for the morning skate. Now, I'll tell you about Val. Traditionally, he was one of the hardest working guys in terms of practice opportunity, practice taking. Val is one of the first guy, last guy type of dudes, never really misses morning skates. At least that's the way he had been. It'll be fascinating just to see him as they're ready for a game and how that vibe feels.
I think it's going to be celebration mode. Maybe not celebration mode. That's probably not the right way to put it. But it'll be like getting your best buddy back. It's wild what time can do. Wild. If you would have asked me if Valeri Nichushkin could ever be welcomed back with open arms 6 months ago, or how long ago was it? I don't even know. Maybe it wasn't even 6 months. If you would have asked me that back then, I would say, hell no. He will never be welcomed back in that locker room.
Dude, I think it's like 6 months to the day.
Is it? Okay.
It feels like it is. I think this is like right on that number.
And all of a sudden 6 months goes by and you feel radically different about it. And I think even the guys that were the most hurt, maybe even guys like Gabe. Now, Gabe's not out on the ice, so that's probably a different conversation. But guys that were the most hurt by it, I bet you right now it's like, yeah, we're getting a gun back. We're getting one of our gunners.
Well, they've done really well in this homestand. They've won all 3 games. They got one more. They've won 4 of their last 5. The loss was Winnipeg, who's 15-1. They lost that game 1-0. Gorgie has appeared to be the number 1 goaltender, I guess, although I think Eustace would probably be due to start tomorrow night. It'll be a fascinating night to be at Ball Arena, and we'll have all that for you, not only here on the radio, but throughout the course of the day as we'll have the games for you. Quick note before we leave, the Nuggets are flying to New Orleans right now, but earlier today they did have a practice. People have been speculating about Dario Saric. Like, when does he get out of the doghouse? Michael Malone on Saric.
How has Dario handled, just what's the energy he's brought to practice maybe since leaving the rotation?
Yeah, he's been, I have a lot of respect for him. Obviously I've made sure I've been communicating with him, talking to him, letting him know that I was going to make a change, and then checking in with him throughout this time period because it's never easy. I'm not naive. I don't expect Dario to be walking around here with a smile and pom-poms like he loves this. But to his credit, he's been the ultimate teammate. He's coming back every night, working on his game, working on his conditioning, staying in shape. And he knows that I said, listen, we're playing really well right now. So I'm not going to make changes while we're playing really well. But reminding him it's a long season, and we're going to be calling upon him again.
Rough, man.
Yeah, he was in a great mood when I told him you're benched.
Rough.
Yeah. Dude loved it.
Hey, dude, we're playing really well right now, so I don't know.
I don't think you can help us. We're playing so well
yeah,
that no chance can I risk putting you out there.
Hey, man, we're really doing good, without you. So,
but you get it, right?
Yeah, you get it. You work hard, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you work hard, right? Maybe you can just hang out with Vlatko and have some conversations. Do you know what I'm saying? You talk to DJ. Yeah. What happens?
DJ's always in a great mood on the bench.
DJ's great. The fact that DJ's had to play this much is probably off-putting to DJ.
What the hell? I didn't sign up to play basketball.
What the hell am I doing?
I signed up to be a cheerleader.
All right, for everything going on as the Broncos get ready for the Falcons and just all the shenanigans that we're used to. Perhaps a deep dive into Joel Embiid scratching his rear end, then smelling it before he takes free throws. Who's better to handle that conversation than Nate and Andy live at number 38 in Rhino coming up next?
If you're willing to take the pipe and suck it, you can do whatever you want to do.
Hey, welcome to the show, everybody. We're out here. It's Nate and Andy. We are live at number 38 for the 38th state.
That's how you'll feel if you win the Bronco helmet at halftime.
I think that's how you feel if you walk in the door at number 38 and see us.
That's how you'll feel if you have any of their smoked wings.
They have delightful smoked wings. Get out to number 38 today, 3560 Chestnut Place. I love a chestnut. Here in Denver, have a Tullamore Dew, a Dew and a brew. That's Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey and an ice cold beer. We call it a Dew and a brew. It's a perfect combination. Come see us here today at number 38. Thursday night football, Manders Eagles tonight. NFC East showdown. This game is going to go a long way in determining that division. Andy's going to be out here hosting the thing. We're giving away autograph memorabilia and whatnot. What do we got to give away today, Andy?
Well, we've got, I don't know, Carlos just knocked half of it off. We do have a Bronco helmet to give away.
Okay.
We're signing you up for this gorgeous framed John Elway memorabilia of back-to-back cover Super Bowl wins.
Ooh, yeah.
And is it autographed, Carlos? Yep, it's autographed.
We got some
from
autographed Sports Illustrateds.
Bill's Sports Collectibles. It's got a beautiful.
Oh, that's a nice item.
Yeah. It's got the Bronco logo you hate, but it's pointed the right way. So you're okay with it.
I'm fine. I'm fine with the logo if you point it in the right direction.
Now that's the monthly prize. So get in here and get registered. You don't have to be there for that one tonight. And we have some this is the other twin.
I'm sorry. What?
Well, we've got free water again. I know Miss Peggy. Who's her twin?
Come out to number 38. They have water. We're promoting water
free canned
tonight.
Water. Hey man, it's really cold. it's ice cold.
They offer chilled water.
Yes.
Here at number 38. It's one of the benefits of this establishment.
After you've had a Dew and a brew,
yeah,
you can wash it down.
Hydrated.
Yes.
Get out and get some water.
Anyway, it's all here.
Treat
Andy,
yourself a round of sausage.
They do have some sausage, I think, on the menu.
You can also do that here at number 38.
Let's find out.
Have a Dew, a brew, a sausage, and water here tonight. There's always sausage on the menu. The staff is completely ignoring you.
The owner's like, no sausage.
Leave us alone. We don't want to speak to you
now.
Now.
Sausage tonight, gentlemen.
They're intentionally not looking at Andy right now as he bellows across the cavernous establishment at number 38 about sausage.
Oh, he's on a phone.
He's
the owner, no big deal.
He's on a call.
The owner's on a call making business. I tried.
Is his call
good for you.
about acquiring more sausage?
He's on with Palladori
right now.
Right now.
He's saying we need sausage.
Here.
Do you have sausage on the menu today? I know it changes around.
Well, they have pizza.
Sausage.
We got an Italian chopped cheese sausage sandwich.
An Italian chopped cheese sausage sandwich is what I heard right there. That sounds incredible.
He's running a bar.
Chopped cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got their big smoker going out there. They've got the wood-fired pizza.
What was that thing about
brick oven pizza?
What happens at 3:06? Anyway, Andy.
Oh, yeah. Well, we just had proof.
We'll be back in another
Get your damn act together.
Couldn't get anyone to respond to me. So there we go.
Yes, we are.
Hey, look, we'll have a Dew, we'll have a brew.
We'll have a Dew.
We're going to watch some.
We'll have a brew.
What are you guessing out of this game tonight? Real quick. There's a lot to get to today.
Yeah.
I'm excited about this Philly-Washington game. I've never said that in my life. I think this should be a fun game tonight.
I think it should be a very good game. I like the Eagles this evening to get this game. They're a 4-point favorite at home. I think that they've been rolling. I think that their defense is improved. I think right now that organization has to really think about continuing to employ Nick Sirianni, even if they don't really want to. But Fangio's got that secondary cooking right now in Philadelphia. The Manders are coming off a week. It was Jaden Daniels' first week without producing a touchdown. I think he's going to have a tough time going up against Fangio tonight. I like the Eagles this evening. By the way, that's a top 10 unit right now that Vic Fangio has going.
They were saying this morning on ESPN that thanks to the tush push,
yeah,
Saquon Barkley is not a candidate for MVP. That if they would just run him and let him take the tush push touchdown,
right,
he would have real numbers to push for MVP and be the first running back winner in 3 decades. But because of
since Adrian Peterson 2012,
okay, so
would have been your last MVP because
that's
remember
close to 3 decades.
3 decades, 12 years.
Baker's dozen, whatever.
Do they have sausage? Along those lines, Andy, rushing touchdowns. Jalen Hurts has rushing touchdowns in 5 consecutive games right now for the Eagles. In fact, he's got 8 rushing touchdowns over that stretch right now. So I think there's probably something to what you're talking about right there. It's also, Hurts has done a good job throwing the football as well. He's having a very good season, so you get into a little bit of that, the do you split votes thing that I think you end up with. Like, to me, Saquon's absolutely an offensive player of the year candidate. I don't think he's real in the MVP debate.
It would be fun if we could get a running back, though, to threaten that.
Yeah.
He won't have the TDs by the end of the year. All right, who are you buying out of the NFC East? Are the Commanders just a fun story? They're going to fade down the stretch. I believe they're breaking this game down on Good Morning Football. I believe it's the Commanders that is the tougher stretch of the next two of both these teams. So it looks like Philly's got a pretty good pathway to win this division.
Yeah.
They're the only one. Oh, maybe the Commanders will make wild card. I don't really know What about Green Bay? Have we forgotten about Green Bay?
They're in the NFC North, but yeah,
No, I know you know where they are.
Yes.
But they had like a bye week. I feel like they're not so much of a buzz anymore.
I mean, Jordan Love has had a hard time being able to stay healthy. He had the groin injury that he has dealt with. The Lions have run away with that division, so that, the NFC North isn't much of a conversation piece anymore. Like right now, and the NFC has a lot of teams that are alive in it. Obviously, Green Bay and Minnesota still very much in the wild card discussion. Minnesota, hideous victory last week against Tennessee, but hey, wins are wins, and you'll always take them. Although Darnold really struggled in that game, but the Lions are running away with that division. They're the story of the NFC. If you're looking around the NFC right now, if I'm looking at teams where I'm like, okay, these are the teams that can beat the Lions in an NFC championship game, I'll probably put the Niners still at the top of that list. Just track record, talent, pass rush, everything else that they've got going for them. And I'll probably put the Eagles second on that list right now.
All right, here are your NFC playoff teams as it stands today.
Yeah.
Lions, Eagles, Falcons, Cardinals, division winners.
Division
the 3
leaders,
wild cards are the Vikings.
Also, the Cardinals, let's just stop and talk about them for a second. That offense is 100% legit. Kyler Murray's playing, again, like you looked at Kyler's contract and you were like, I don't know, is this guy a bust? You always have to allow room for players to improve in their career. They got him a good tight end. Trey McBride's a monster. He'll be at the Border War tomorrow night. And they draft Marvin Harrison Jr., and that connection is starting to work right now. I think Arizona's a good team. However, again, if you're asking me who can win one playoff game, I'm not ready to take the Niners off that pedestal yet.
Well, it's Vikings, Manders, as you like to say, and Packers occupying those last 3 seeds, the wild card seeds. Now, again, the Niners are right there at 5-4.
Yeah, and they just got McCaffrey back. I think they're going to find something.
Yeah, you've got the Niners, Bears. Bears are still in this thing? Holy cow. Who would have thought?
You know what they are?
Ahead of the Seahawks.
They're like Indianapolis in the AFC.
Yeah.
Like they're mathematically still there, but you're not really there.
No, and frankly, I don't even think ownership wants them to be there now. They want to get rid of Matt Eberflus so bad they can taste it, like a Tullamore do. A plate of sausage.
That's a great question, though. Do they? Is the thing that I can't figure out. Like, they could have gotten rid of him last year, and they kept him around. They had to be dragged kicking and screaming into firing their offensive coordinator because they're one of those organizations that prides themselves on never making moves like that. They don't want to be seen as panicky. I mean, that's what's so funny about it right now is, speaking of the NFC East, the 2 other coaches in that division that aren't playing tonight, Mike McCarthy in Dallas and Brian Dable with the Giants. Andy, I could see a world where both of those guys are back next year in their jobs.
I don't know about McCarthy. I could easily see Dable back.
No. Go back to McCarthy for a second. Who runs that organization?
I know. Jerry.
Yeah.
Who doesn't? Jerry's gone. Jerry
What's
has
your
like gone
point?
cheap
What's your
without.
point?
I'll give it to you, Jerry. You've gone cheap without being cheap. Like the
He's
reason
a strange, very wealthy man who very much values, do I like sitting around and having a scotch with this guy? Jason Garrett kept that job forever despite repeated mediocre results. I'm not convinced McCarthy's going to lose that job.
Well, a couple of my Dallas people told me he's tired of paying coaches.
Yeah.
So,
yet another reason. I don't trust Jerry Jones to do anything wise with his franchise. Right? What's the thing he's ranting about right now? He's fighting against the Sun.
Oh, we got more people weighing in on the Sun.
That's what he's up against. Right? That's what he's concerned about, not his terrible football team.
We can play the audio later if you want to, but other NFL people are talking about him. They're glad it's finally being spoken that thing sucks.
The common sense answer is, of course, you get rid of Mike McCarthy and you change your culture. It's Jerry Jones.
But you're not changing your culture. You will never change that culture.
No.
The culture change you need is Jerry Jones.
Well, yeah. And there's only one solution there, and
he's not doing it.
It's the final solution.
Even then, his Bruce Wayne's son is waiting to take it over.
Does he come back as one of those remember they have the Jerry hologram down at the Star. Does he come back as one of those floating blue holograms like Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars, and he continues to run the organization from the afterlife?
What if I offered you a Krang from the Ninja Turtles where he's a floating brain and whatever that
they put it in a
car
robot?
Was? Yeah, could do that. Whatever. No, somehow he'll never be gone. He'll never be gone.
He will continue to run that franchise.
From the grave.
That's what Elon Musk is working on right now, is how to bring back hologram robot Jerry Jones
They'll have
to
a
run
seance
the team.
once a week to channel him. And he'll still make decisions.
And Mike McCarthy will still be the head coach of the Cowboys.
You'll feel a certain chill in the building because Ghost Jerry Jones is hanging out there, but the sun will still be a problem.
We are live at number 38 today. That's where the first segment went. We don't know where the rest of this radio
NFL,
show goes today. We're with you today until 6 o'clock. There's so much to do on the show, but we'll take a break, and when we come back, they have water here at number 38. There was frozen water, and the Avalanche skated very well on it last night. We will relive another great performance. I got a Mikko Rantanen question to ask you when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, Nate Kreckman here, and I just got a new furnace over at the house. A fantastic new 2-stage high-efficiency unit from my friends at Apple Air. They're Denver's HVAC experts that truly care. Apple Air, family-owned and operated, serving the greater Denver area since 1988. They are going to be around well after they have done the work to make sure they live up to their 100% satisfaction guarantee. And it's been chilly, to be sure, but it's about to get really cold. Winter is right around the corner. This is the perfect time for a furnace safety checkup. There is a new customer exclusive offer, $43.95. That's right, $43.95 for a furnace safety checkup for my friends at Apple Air. Perhaps you need a new furnace. Maybe you've been putting it off. Well, Apple Air offers $750 off a new high-efficient furnace right now. They'll add an AC system on there as well. Go to appleair.com. That's appleair.com, or call them at 303-733-2813, 303-733-2813. Spring, play that auto-tune jingle.
Apple Air, the experts that
how good of a feeling is it coming off the bench when you know you're going to get springed in the O-zone? And on that second goal, were you trying to go 5-hole or did you whiff on it?
Actually, it was good change. Actually, it was Lecky's guy, and Lecky let me go. I owe him one now.
Wow.
Next time my guy is changing, I gotta let him go in the ozone. So I think assist for Lecky. But great play by Nate on the wall. To see me coming off the wall, and I actually. The puck was rolling, so I tried to just whiff it to the net and go 5-hole. I don't know. It looked like a bad shot, but this time went in, so it was good.
The Moose, Mikko Rantanen, last night, 3 goals and an assist in an Avalanche victory. By the way, Andy, McKinnon and Rantanen had an assist on the Lehkonen goal as well last night. They each had an assist on the same goal for the 98th time in their career together, passing Peter and Anton Stastny for the most by a duo in franchise history. An Avalanche Nordique history right there. Legendary line mates Nathan McKinnon and Mikko Rantanen. Another Rantanen fact, 9th NHL hat trick. He is now 4th all-time amongst Finnish-born players in NHL hat tricks, trailing only Jari Kurri, Teemu Selänne, and the great Patrick Laine. Mikko Rantanen.
And here's the weird thing when you're an Av. Mm-hmm. He had a hat trick and then got a big hat.
Yeah.
How about that?
You get a big hat.
You got to wear the big hat.
With the hat trick.
I guess Megan Ainsley said today on Twitter, I believe of DNVR, she said she asked him if anybody's washed the hat. And I was like, are you not around a lot of boys? And he was like, of course we haven't washed the hat. It's a brotherhood. We all have to endure each other's sweat.
I started as the Rocky season went along, the ski helmet.
Yes.
I was finding that thing more and more disgusting.
Oh, man, I wonder what the smell is. You had to Febreze that thing halfway through, right?
Oof.
You have to wash it, but I think a Febreze would be good for everybody.
At the very least, something, I don't know, maybe get that. Remember that thing the Broncos had during COVID that sprayed the Clorox or whatever? Just hold it up to that thing for a while.
Hey, real quick, does this show need a big hat? I asked you. Let's put it out to the listeners.
Do we have? Here's my question about if we get a big hat. Do we have a big enough headset to go over the big hat?
That's a great. Well, we could wear it in studio.
Yeah.
I do the earbuds. I could help you out with that. Mm-hmm. We could call it Small Thoughts with a Big Hat, and we could do a segment.
Why don't we go with Small Thoughts from Big Men?
Small Thoughts from a Big Head? I might get us a big hat just for fun for the show.
I'm looking forward to that. That'll be good. By the way,
what if I got the Miner, Marnie Miner? What's his name? The Nuggets guy?
Maxi Miner.
Maxi Miner. What if I got that hat? I think Altitude Authentics has a Maxi Miner big hat.
A giant Maxi Miner hat?
And we'll wear it, and then we'll pontificate things.
All right. I look forward to that.
Swing by there.
We pontificate a lot of things. 4:45 today, Dr. Eric McCarty is going to be with us on the show. CU team doctor, Colorado football legend himself, noted orthopedic surgeon. Dr. Eric McCarty is going to be with us here on the show, Andy. We're simply going to ask him, hey, Travis Hunter, how's he do that? That's our question.
Yeah, I might bleed into.
How's he do that?
Do he and Nicola share a water source?
Yeah. What?
Because they're both just unbelievable Ironmen.
I don't understand how people do what guys like that do, but Dr. Eric McCarty will explain. Maybe he'll explain. I don't know. We're going to find out at 4:45. Maybe he's just as baffled by it. Maybe medical science can't explain how Travis Hunter could play 161 snaps in a road game at Texas Tech last week while having tortillas showered upon him.
Was he the $1 Million Man? Is that David Banner? Bruce Banner? Or is that the Hulk guy?
I think you were. Aren't you going for the?
Who's the $1 Million Man?
$1 Million man?
Whatever, however much he cost.
It was Lee Majors.
I know, but what was the character's name?
Steve Austin.
That's not just a wrestler?
No.
The $6 Million Man was Steve Austin?
Steve Austin was the $6 million man. As played by Lee Majors.
Was it David Banner or Bruce Banner that was the Hulk, I guess?
Someone
named Banner.
Bruce Banner was the guy that gets mad and turns into the Hulk.
Okay.
Yes, and then at the end of the episode when he was sad, he'd be hitchhiking his way down the road as
in
the
ripped clothes.
Piano music was playing.
Yeah, let's pick that guy up. That looks safe.
Lou Ferrigno
played
the part of – he was the actual Hulk.
He was.
Yes, Lou Ferrigno, who was going up against Arnold in the Mr. Olympia contests.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got a big question about Miko.
Let's
hear the beautiful, and I'm glad you have this knowledge. You're my Cliff Clavin.
Yeah.
If I have got a huge question to ask you when we hear the lovely how Miko did last night. It really was his night on the job.
It sure was. 3 goals and an assist last night for Mikko Rantanen. Okay, so the Kings scored 32 seconds into the game last night. Georgie's got the puck beneath him, can't find it. Sean Kempe comes up and knocks it in. I know his name is Adrian, but I'm going to call him Sean. And that made it 1-0 in favor of the LA Kings. However, 3 minutes later, the Avalanche would get on the board. Mikko Rantanen would put in a shot. Arturi Lehkonen, heard of him, there for the rebound.
Still number 1 in the land, like Nathan McKinnon, swings it wide left for Mikko Rantanen. Onside, Rantanen cuts to the circle, can't get a shot away. Now he lets it go. Rebound, Arturi Lehkonen. He shoots and scores. We're up all night to get lucky. And there's going to be a question mark about offside on the zone entry. Let's pray that it's not coming back. Jim Hiller, the head coach for the Kings, is glued to his TV screen.
You and I were also glued. It looked interesting coming across the blue line. And I couldn't tell because McKinnon kind of lost the puck and then got it back. But as it came to the blue line, was it onside? I'm not sure, but it is definitely close.
There's a discussion now with Jim Hiller.
Okay, Spring, we don't need the entire review.
It went in.
Yeah, it's a goal. It counted, okay? We're set there. Prayers not answered for the Kings coach. All right, so that makes it 1-1. Sean Kempe would score again later in the third. His second of the game, it's 2-1 Kings. On to the second period. And we're at 16:07 of the second. Cale Makar comes up for the puck. Andy, this is where this dude is just elite. What a 3-line pass to Mikko Rantanen.
What a shift by Malinsky. He was going to go change, had to come all the way back on that quick transition, and Malinsky is still stuck on the ice.
Sam Malinsky has been out there for a minute and 15 seconds. Mikko Rantanen on a breakaway. He shoots and he scores. The Moose is loose. 6 goals his last 5 games. Mikko Rantanen hits double digits, his 10th goal of the season. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
Cale Makar's 19th assist of the season. Talk about the Moose getting loose, Andy. That's exactly what he did on that play. Got behind the defense. His quotes from after the game were great. He was just like, I didn't have time to deke, think, or anything. It was just, all right, blocker side, shoot, and boom, beats Darcy Kemper on that one.
Yeah, by the way, I was last night years old when I figured out Darcy Kemper was a King.
He's on the LA Kings.
I think I'd
You
heard it, but
last
I
night.
did not retain the information.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did get hurt. That was wild, right?
He had to exit.
Couldn't quite tell what was, but man, I love watching the bomb from Mikko. Just love a great shot from the big old Moose.
There you go. Let's
Your big Finn.
go to the third period, and we are midway through the third. The puck is pinned on the boards, and Mikko jumps over the boards, gets on the ice, and hey, Logan O'Connor and McKinnon find him.
Centering feed broken up. O'Connor on the forecheck. Got it away from Philippe Danault. Halfway mark of the third. Avs will change a forward. On comes Mikko Rantanen. Has the puck. Rantanen cuts to the middle. He scores! For the third straight game on home ice, the Moose has gotten loose twice. With 9:59 to go in the third, Mikko Rantanen has 2. The Avalanche have 3.
3-2. The Avalanche on top. They get the lead. They'd hang on to it. Empty net situation. 2 minutes to go. And Nathan McKinnon being a bro and finding his guy number 96.
Yeah. They're trying to get Mikko Rantanen his second hat trick of the season. And in the process, the Avalanche has waited too long. Makar. Tip for Nathan McKinnon. They're going to try again. Rantanen. Open net. You betcha! Throw the chapeau! his second hat trick of the year. And the Moose is most decidedly loose.
Did you see the shot, too, before we kind of messed it up?
Yeah. Flubbed it.
Just kind of was screwing around. Like, I think he had thought, you know what, I'll give Lecky one. He had talked about he felt like he owed Lecky one, so I think he tried to give Lecky one back. And he's like, that way we could both have two.
No, go and get your hat trick,
Lecky's
my
like,
friend.
no.
Miko, 3 goals and an assist. By the way, 12 goals on the year now. He's on a 5-way tie for the NHL lead. Is Mikko Rantanen. Nathan MacKinnon, 3 assists last night. He's up to 26 on the year. Cale Makar had an assist as well. He is up to number 19. McKinnon, by the way, has the season-opening point streak on home ice. We're doing all that again, which is an awful lot of fun. Avalanche get a much-needed victory. Yet another game where they come out asleep and give up a goal immediately. In the end, it was of no consequence, and the Avs get the victory last night. By the way, Georgie gets the win. The Avs only allowed 15 shots on goal last night against those L.A. Kings.
But again, one was a wide-open backside shooter. Please, can we stop that? And also now the first one, I'm not going to put on the defense. Big shot on Georgie's leg pad. Didn't seem to notice where it was. The L.A. shooter saw it before any of the Avs did, so he went in and got that rebound, basically took it off the leg pad and puts it home. Can we also stop being down 1-0 in the first couple minutes of the game? I don't know, maybe not. It's working for them.
Seconds of the game.
That one was, that was like 40 seconds in.
Yeah.
And now they get a bunch of players. They get Drouin, they get Wood, and they get Miles Wood, and they get Nichushkin back tomorrow. Here's my question for you. This is a little bit of the discussion they had last night.
Okay.
We are getting to the point with this start to the season. You've got to sign Mikko, don't you? Nate, it's amazing to me how the Nuggets and Avs kind of find themselves by happenstance. And this is what I really hate this about the NHL salary cap. The Avs have done their jobs well. These are guys that they drafted.
Yeah.
And now because your cap is so hard, like I think at bare minimum, if you have guys that you drafted that are worthy of these double-digit contracts, which are not as common in hockey as other sports,
should do like
you
the
should
NBA.
not be punished for that.
Yeah,
because you drafted well and you scouted well.
Right.
If you make a trade, like for Nazem Kadri, if you were to say, okay, you can't afford him, you trade him, fine. If that adds to your balance in the league, your parity, fine.
But if you drafted and developed, is there some sort of allowance in the salary cap for you to keep your own guys around or give you a greater benefit maybe to be able to give them more years or more money or something like that to dissuade players from leaving teams?
Right. Why do you punish Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland for being great at their jobs?
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Because they got to keep him.
Right.
You can't. They talked about it last night on the TNT postgame show. You've got to keep this guy. You don't find guys like Mikko Rantanen hanging out around there. You just don't.
28 years of age, Andy. I mean, you can make a good argument. He's got another 5, 6, 7 years of prime left.
Well, and you know what he is? He's more – because weren't you the one – did you have the stat the other day? I swear, you're my main stat guy, so who else would tell me? That was like the first multi-point – like Kinnon's more of an assist guy than a scorer, which is weird to say because I think of McKinnon as some of the greatest highlight goals I've ever seen.
Sure.
But the guy is constantly, because of the attention he draws, setting up his other teammates. Well, Mikko's your sniper. Like if we were to compare it to the first Cup-era teams – Joe Sakic could do everything, but Sakic was your sniper. He was your goal scorer. He was your finisher. Forsberg could get out there. Hayduk had a little of that too, but Forsberg would get out there, create space, take on two guys.
Along those lines, Andy, right now, like I said, 5-way tie for the NHL lead in goals. Mikko Rantanen with 12, so he is tied right now with Reinhart, Draisaitl, Nylander, and Cofield. And then they have the NHL assist leader. Nathan MacKinnon is 6 up on Jack Eichel, who was in second last night. MacKinnon, 3 more assists last night. MacKinnon leads the NHL in total points with 33. That's goals plus assists. Mikko Rantanen has 25 right now, 12 goals and 13 assists. Cale Makar has 25 points as well. He has done so via 6 goals and 19 assists. The Avalanche have 3 of the 6 points leaders in the entire NHL.
And then, I'm wondering when the extension for Mikko is going to come.
Yeah.
But you got to keep the guy, right? I Now, it's going to make it hard. You're going to have to continue to really draft well. You're probably going to have to hold on to your draft picks.
Yeah.
You're going to have a tight cap situation, just like the Nuggets in the apron.
And you have to get good health luck when your team is constructed as top-heavy as that is. You have to have good health luck. But, no, he's got to stay around. You can't have him go. Let me ask you another Mikko Rantanen question, okay? Is he a future Hall of Famer?
Boy, Nate, the way that he's scoring, I think he's well on his way.
Yeah.
I realize he gets to play with some really good players, but I think he's also shown at times he can step up. He had that point. Something was just kind of off with him last year, but I think that's proving to be the outlier. Remember a couple years ago?
Also, I just want to before you move on, in an off year, he had 42 goals, 62 assists, and 104 points.
Love it. Now look at the year before. The year they played the Kraken in the playoffs, he was an absolute beast. Wasn't that his 50-goal year?
55 and 22-23. He had a 92-point season the year they won the Cup.
And remember, Nate McKinnon was bouncing in and out of the lineup that year 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So he's not just a guy that benefits from playing from Nate McKinnon. Look, everybody does. But Mikko has shown, and he showed it a couple years ago, he can do it on his own, too.
He's 28 years of age. And he is already up to 274 career goals. But his last 3 full seasons, 36, 55, 42 goals. Like we said, he already right now he's tied for the NHL lead. He's on a 50-goal pace right now. So he is scoring at the kind of clip, having the kind of production that you would have to be a future Hall of Famer. You look at the franchise's all-time leaders, and this is an all-time great franchise. He is 6th in franchise history in goals, trailing Nathan McKinnon, who is number 5 on that list right now. But if you think about it, if he continues on the pace that he is on, within a couple of years, he'll pass Milan Hajduk, he'll pass Peter Stastny. Obviously, Michel Goulet and Joe Sakic are on a different planet in terms of production. But you start talking about being one of the all-time leading scorers on an all-time great franchise. He's got a Stanley Cup. Yeah, and again, there's 5, 6, 7 years of prime remaining. He's got to stay healthy and continue to produce, but he's remarkably durable. And I say this with the caveat of I assume McKinnon and Makar, they're slam dunk, first ballot Hall of Fame. It's not even a conversation right there. I know they're younger guys and they got to keep doing it, but to me, both of those guys are already Hall of Famers. McKinnon added a heart last year, which pretty much to me cements him. But Mikko Rantanen may not be he's maybe not the slam dunk guy, but look at his production. That looks like a Hall of Fame career.
I don't disagree with you, and they got him. I'll tell you what, you said about 5, 6 years left of prime.
Yeah.
I'd give him an 8-year contract then.
Mm-hmm.
It may bite you the last year or two, but
yeah.
Man,
but
you gotta
in the very
spread
least,
this out.
You keep your championship window
keep your guys together.
open. Andy, one of our favorite pieces of audio in Kreckman and Lindahl history is the famous Broncos kid question Vic Fangio interview. Vic Fangio, you have been relegated to second place.
You got benched, baby.
On kid interviews.
This is an all-timer, folks.
We will take a break, and when we come back, we are going to play an interview of a child reporter talking to a legendary sports figure. Prepare to crawl into yourself from cringe. And then you'll also pee your pants laughing. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Well, it's going to be the holiday season soon. Not quite there yet, but maybe you're starting to prep your wish list, or maybe you got that special someone in your life that's into trucking or 4x4ing and getting out on the off-roading and doing their deal. If you want something for them, the place to go is Colorado Off-Road. This is a Colorado business. Their mantra is Colorado-owned, Colorado-grown. It's Colorado Off-Road, owned by Jerry and Wendy's Jones. They're coming up on their 25th year in business, I should say. I believe that's coming next year, as we talked a couple months ago. But look, if you want to check out a bed cover, Jerry and his wife have double-digit displays. I believe it's like 16 displays of the different bed covers you could get, whether it's a soft one, a fold-up one, hard top, automatic. You can go and look and see what they are. And you can do it with the step rails. He's got power step rails, regular step rails. Same with the bed covers, like I said, the bed carpeting on the inside. floor mats. He's got it all. But go to the shop, check out the showroom, and see what you're getting before you buy. Just don't trust the internet. Colorado Off-Road, the great place to go. I've been doing business with these guys for 5 years. Find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. And you can give them a call at 303-761-1264. Again, Colorado-owned, Colorado-grown. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Yeah, Craigman and Lindahl, we're out here at number 38, brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Have a dew and a brew tonight. Watch Thursday Night Football, Manders Eagles. It's all going on right here at number 38. 3560 Chestnut Place here in Denver. Hey, 9 News is hosting their 9 Cares Colorado Shares Telethon today until 7 o'clock to raise money for food banks across the Front Range in Colorado. To donate, call 303-577-2080. That's 303-577-2080. Any amount helps. Also, find more info at 9news.com. It is time for your Rockhead of the Day here on the Craigman and Lindahl Show, presented to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. So a regular bit that we used to do here on the Craigman and Lindahl Show when Vic Fangio was still coaching the Broncos was every week during Broncos Zone on Fox 31, Vic Fangio would do a half-hour show, and he'd sit down with our old pal Nick Griffith and answer questions. And our favorite feature every single week was there was a kid question. They would bring in a kid and via recorded video, the kid would ask a question of Vic Fangio, and oftentimes Vic gave short, grumpy answers. But there was one particular one that was our personal favorite, in which Vic decided he wanted to divulge some information. In this case, maybe a little bit too much to the kid reporter. But this is Broncos Zone, Fox 31. This is, I don't know, this clip's 4 years old? It's a classic nonetheless. Roll it, Spring.
Not much time off for the head coach. Time now for our kid question of the week.
My name is Josh, and my question is, what is your favorite city you've been to?
Well, favorite city to visit would be anywhere where I can go see family and friends, or my girlfriend out in San Francisco. So it's more so centered around family and friends than it is location.
Makes a lot of sense, Coach. Get back to work during this bye week. Get those Broncos back in the win column. Thanks as always for your time.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, I gotta help set this up, dude.
First, I gotta go see my lady friend.
You and I have had a lot of fun, and that's a fairly normal answer.
Yeah.
Maybe we all wouldn't have mentioned the girlfriend of the kid question, but not out of bounds.
You
not
know
out
what?
of bounds.
Sometimes I need a little stress relief.
Right.
I gotta go make some meatballs in the bay. You know what I'm saying?
But yes, as adults,
Yeah.
we all took it to mean that.
Uh-huh.
But that's not what he flat out said.
No.
Let's fast forward to modern day.
Okay, so tomorrow night is the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul money grab on Netflix.
Well done.
And Mike Tyson has been doing a large round of media to get ready to promote this fight. Now, we clown Vic Fangio, and again, did we take it further than it probably needed to? Yes, welcome to the Craigman and Lindahl Show. But in this case, Mike Tyson, and he's talking to a kid reporter.
Cute as a button. Young lady just trying to get a little tape like all of us are for future prospects.
This little girl, I don't know, 10, 11, 12.
I would guess 10 to 11 tops.
Somewhere in there. Okay. So she's a cute little girl, and she's interviewing Mike Tyson, and she asks Mike a completely innocuous question. All Mike had to do was give her some boilerplate stuff and move on with his life. But this stoned whack job cannot help himself.
Oh, man.
Mike Tyson decides, not only am I going to answer this question as literally as I possibly can, but I'm also going to open a window into my dark, dark soul.
Basically, it's, you know what? I hate the media, and all I view is you're part of the media.
Remember Kyle Shanahan? He's got nothing on Mike Tyson. Here we go. Tyson, Jake Paul, Tyson talking to the sweet kid reporter. Roll it, Spring.
Well, in your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend, Mike Tyson, in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
It just keeps going.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before, someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody
True.
You think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares about me when I'm gone? Well, my kids, maybe, or grandkids. Who the
True.
cares?
Wow. He just went, like, again, that was not, that wasn't our guy out of Philly, Eskin, Howard Eskin.
No.
He's not talking to Howard Eskin.
No.
He's not talking to Jim Rome,
No.
who's needling a bad mood out of
Was
him.
it
That
Jim
was
Lampley
literally
ringside?
A child.
Was it child?
It was a child asking a simple question.
A really adorable kid.
And you could have, again, and you guys should see, he looks like dude, I don't think Jake Paul knows what he's gotten himself into, man. Tyson already looks like he's ready. Remember, didn't he threaten to eat children once? Didn't he threaten to eat Holifield's children once upon a time before the fight? Remember that?
It's Mike Tyson. He said
He
every
bit a
insane
guy's ear
thing
off.
you can imagine.
He was so annoyed with her. Like, if that was my child, I would have been like, honey, come on. This is a bad idea. Never
My
mind.
favorite part is when he puts it back on her, and she's just like, well, I never thought of life like that.
Hey, good recovery by her, frankly, yeah.
I'm 10.
Good for you, bud.
I just...
Yeah. Well,
I'm in elementary school.
She's like, I was told this was going to be friendly.
What's this guy's deal?
She didn't hit you up for $1 million, Mike.
Spring, go back.
Calm down.
Go back to when
Golly.
she has to then talk again. Which, to her credit, I give her. I thought she kept it afloat. She kept the ship afloat. She did okay. And Mike was just like, I am not done bludgeoning all hope and optimism out of your existence yet, because when we die, we are dead and we are dust. Give me that section again, Spring.
We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before, someone say that as an answer.
Yeah.
That's something I've never heard before.
Hey, thanks for stopping by in the mood you're in. Glad you made time for us today.
Boy, that's not what my parents said when Grandma died.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I haven't lost a dog yet, sir, but okay. Thank you.
We're dead. We're dust.
Dead. We're gone.
We're nothing.
Why are you thinking about me? I don't want you bleeping thinking about me. Okay. Hey, we won't.
Legacy is a bad word that means nothing to me.
Yeah. Of all the things I woke up thinking would trigger people today, mentioning the word legacy to somebody was not it.
Made Mike Tyson completely destroy this little girl's worldview. Mike Tyson, congratulations. You are a Rockhead of the Day here on the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Yet another honor to add to the legacy of the great Iron Mike Tyson, Rockhead of the Day. Brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Just remember, when you die, you are dust, you are nothing, you are history, and everything is terrible and bad. Oh, the holiday season is here, guys, and it is the perfect time to go out and get shopping for an e-bike. That's right. Get the loved one in your life who is not dust, who is not nothing. A super fun e-bike from my friends at Rad Power Bikes. If they're a commuter, they need hauling utility for life or work, then Rad Power Bikes are absolutely Perfect. By the way, this morning, speaking of Rad Power Bikes, saw one of the dads in the neighborhood rocking a Rad Wagon cargo and utility bike. He had the kid on the back, just dropping the kid off at school before Mike Tyson could kill all their hopes and dreams, dropping the kid off at school. We're talking about a 375-pound payload capacity. No 7-year-old is going to be able to take that up. It's a comfortable ride, one of those Rad Wagon cargo and utility bikes. You can test ride any bike in their line at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Stop in, take a test ride. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check them all out. By the way, at Rad Power Bikes, you're eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit. You can save $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. So if you go to radpowerbikes.com, price that thing out. But no, you're going to be saving $450 off of that price. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/Radster and register to win your own Radster Trail e-bike. Thursday night football, watch it at number 38 tonight. Have a Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey and a cold beer. It's a Dew and a brew right here at number 38. Thursday night football watch party. We'll kick it off a little bit after 6 o'clock. The Washington Commanders and the Philadelphia Eagles in an NFC East clash this evening. We had a great Thursday night game last week between Cincinnati and Baltimore. Let's see if we can make 2 in a row. So that's all tonight right here at number 38. We will have the Nuggets back in action tomorrow, their NBA Cup opener against New Orleans. Avs will be back at it tomorrow as well against the Washington Capitals. Also, that game is going to be televised on KTVD Channel 20, so everybody make sure you check that out. 4:45 this hour, Dr. Eric McCarty will be with us on the show. How in the world does Travis Hunter do it? We'll talk to him all about that. Andy, I got numbers for you on Bo Nix, Mr. Beauregard Nix. Okay?
Not his name.
Weeks 1 through 4, Mr. Bocephus Nix, excuse me. Weeks 1 through 4, a 60% completion rate, not good. 4.8 yards per attempt, really bad. 1 touchdown to 4 interceptions, and a passer rating of 62.5. Quite poor when you looked at what he did in the first month of the season when the Broncos had to play 3 of their first 4 on the road. However, they went 2-2. Thank you very much to the Jets. This is the last 6 weeks now of Bo Nix, weeks 5 through 10. Completion rate jumps to 66%. Yards per attempt up to a very respectable 7 yards per throw. 9 touchdowns to 2 picks. Vast improvement. Passer rating 98.1 as EPA per dropback goes into the positive here over the last 6 games. In fact, the passer rating since week 5, 12th in the NFL during that span. And best amongst rookies. That's even better than the way that Jaden Daniels has played, even though he's probably running away with the Offensive Rookie of the Year award. Okay, I bring this all up because now, this week, the Broncos will play a team in the Atlanta Falcons that they rush the passer almost as though it's against the rules to touch a quarterback. They have 9 sacks on the season. It's arguably the worst. Well, I mean, I say arguably. In terms of sack total, lowest amount in the entire NFL. Matthew Judon, their key offseason acquisition, 1.5 sacks so far this season. He wasn't even in the starting lineup last week against New Orleans. Andy, what in the world suggests that Bo Nix won't sit back and carve up this atrocious Atlanta defense?
If they do want to continue to work the run game, maybe that takes out some of his attempts. You're blowing my mind because I thought Carolina was terrible. I mean,
right.
I thought we'd seen the worst pass rush maybe in at least the last decade in Carolina, and you're telling me there's one worse sitting in the same division. That is unbelievable.
They're getting pressure on 27% of dropbacks. That's 31st in the NFL. Sack rate, the second lowest of any team since 2000. They're only ahead of the 2008 Chiefs. That team went 2-14.
Okay, let me ask you this then. I don't know. Bo Nix should have a game then that looks very much like the Carolina game. Let me throw in an X factor, and I'm not even sure. I'm throwing this out for discussion.
Okay.
What do we think Justin Simmons knows about this offense that he can help them key on? And so by asking that question, here's the real question. How much has this offense changed in a year's time from what Russ was running it? And the reason, again, the things to consider, I feel like it was about this time last year, that the Broncos were in the midst. They beat Buffalo. They beat KC at home.
Yep.
They were on the run. They found a way to beat the Vikings, right? They beat Cleveland when DTR got hurt. Remember that? How much different does this offense look? Because they're leaning on the run.
Yep.
They're not having Bo throw too much, which is, for a lot of offenses right now, that's the way to go. Bo is getting better at hitting big plays. Like, to me, the Cortland Sutton, his best big play of the year. Just a great throw.
Yep.
Right in there, right in stride to the receiver, 32 yards downfield.
A legitimate,
quick strike.
Accurate deep ball.
Exactly.
Yep.
But I ask you, how much different does this thing look? And I ask that because If it is very different, then I don't know what Justin Simmons can help them with.
Let me tell
but
you,
I'm not positive it feels too much different than from a year ago.
The biggest difference in this defense year over year, okay, is that last year Russell Wilson took 45 sacks as the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos. He took those 45 sacks in 15 games. The number would have been over 50 had he actually played all 17 last year. Right now, Bo Nix has been sacked 17 times on the year. I mean, he's on pace basically to hit about 30 sacks this season. So we're talking about basically half as many negative plays out of the offense right now. The ball security has been better as well. He doesn't have the fumbles that Russ had last year. Russ didn't throw a ton of interceptions last season, but ball security was always an issue just because he was always getting hit back there. The biggest difference in this offense year over year, and look, is this a finished product elite Broncos offense yet? No, but defense and special teams are excellent on this team right now. They play the field position game, which is won every single week. Really, the assignment for Bo Nix is get us 2, 3, maybe 4 scoring drives a game, and as long as you don't cough the ball up and put us into bad situations, then the Broncos are going to be able to win a lower scoring, slug it out kind of football game, which is how this team's going to win right now. They play good complementary football.
I would agree. Here's my one thing that I would ask you. Are you concerned from watching last week? I feel like Spagnuolo decided to go full blitz in the second half whenever it felt like if we went 3 wide or more, he decided we're bringing the heat then because they're not going to – look, the receivers are not exactly busting open quick, which means Bo's got to do some magic to avoid a blitzer or two. Do you think Atlanta, with Raheem Morris as the head coach, defensive-minded guy,
will simply say,
does he look at that and say we're doing the same thing?
Right. It's can we time out quality 0 looks on third and 5 or longer, 3rd and 6 or longer type of situations, and get Nix into a little bit of trouble because that's. There's multiple steps to the progression of a young quarterback. I think his next one is going to be making a quicker read at the line of scrimmage, getting and some of that's on Sean Payton too, of like get him the easy buttons, get him a quick out in that situation so he's not taking a sack and losing 16, 17 yards, right? That's the next thing that they have to be able to do. I don't know how Atlanta's going to be able to generate any kind of pressure. That's the other thing is the Broncos, their pass block win rate's been very good so far this year. So, how do you create pressure on Bo Nix without sending extra rushers? I think that's what Atlanta's going to have to be able to do.
Well, but again, Kansas City's a better defense,
vastly.
To your point.
Yeah, vastly.
You don't have a Chris Jones in the middle of the Atlanta line to worry about.
Uh-huh.
But I just think a Bronco receiver has to be ready to – you would think that this should be football 101. Break it off and give them an outlet if they're coming. But last week, there was one where he ran backwards and the other one where he had to just chuck it up in the air because they're in the end zone.
I saw this great chart today. Mike Sando had this in The Athletic, and he was measuring where quarterbacks rank versus where their teams' defense and special teams rank in terms of EPA per play. Calls it the quarterback betrayal index. Here's the funny thing. The quarterback that is ranked number 1 right now in expected points added per play is Lamar Jackson. The Ravens' defense and special teams are ranked 32. Wow. 32.
Really?
Okay? So it's, again, when you're thinking about an MVP vote, realize what Lamar Jackson is doing right now. All right? If you look at the Broncos right now, they're almost a flip in the other direction. In terms of EPA per play, Bo Nix is ranked 29th amongst NFL quarterbacks. The Broncos' defense and special teams are 4th right now, are 4th. So it's almost as though the offense is betraying the defense a little bit. However, I don't view it that way. Like this doesn't feel like a 2016 Broncos situation, and I say that because of how well the Broncos generally take care of the ball, don't turn it over, and don't put their defense in bad situations in terms of field position.
Yeah, I do think, though, we know the game the Broncos can't win right now. And it looks like that Baltimore game, and frankly, the Chargers did it to you, too, where they jump out to a double-digit lead, whatever that looks like.
Coming back on its hard.
And now you got to go throwing, and you don't get to play the controlled pace that you want to.
Yeah.
if the Broncos avoid that, and that's offense and defense complementing each other. Because, look, even if the Broncos' offense hasn't scored all the time this year, I will say at least there's been times where they've held on to the ball.
Yeah.
They've shortened the game. They've given a defense the chance to at least, themselves, whatever, to where they can keep the game close. They've worked in unison to kind of keep the game close at times. They've just got to keep doing that. I do believe, this is a game the Broncos should win, right?
Yep.
Has the line moved much? Wasn't it like just a point or two
Still
earlier in the
2.5. I think it's still Broncos at 2.5.
So that's kind of a gimme, right? Because they're the home team.
Yeah, usually a point and a half, 2 points, whatever, for home field advantage. It used to be greater. It's not as much anymore. So yeah, I think the odds makers view it as pretty close to a pick'em in terms of a neutral field situation. Broncos favored at home, obviously. One other note: Kirk Cousins, full participant in practice today.
Well,
so
I'm glad you brought that up.
sounds
But
like
did you see
the shoulder and the elbow, or whatever? It's week 11 and everybody is banged up.
Here's the other, and that might go for this too. Limited in practice today. Spring sent this over, was Brandon Jones with an oblique injury of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
So
one of the thing that I worry about in this game, and we'll spend a lot more time on it, I'm sure later today and tomorrow, is I'm fully confident that the Broncos can take Drake London out of this game because Patrick Surtain is a wide receiver one eraser. The issue being here that the other two skill position stars on Atlanta in Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson, and Darnell Mooney's not bad either, by the way.
Well, but he's out. He's got an Achilles thing.
He's
on
got an
the injury
Achilles
report today.
Okay. Well, did he practice today or was he out?
That was a great question. He showed up on the injury report. I'll
That's good,
delve
though.
more. You know what? Spring will have more than a high five.
A little bit of good
but
news
again,
right
they're
there.
beat up.
The point here being is that I don't know if the Broncos have good answers for those guys. If it turns into an offensive shootout, I don't know if the Broncos can hang. If the Broncos defense does their thing at home, I see no reason the Broncos shouldn't be able to win this game and maybe win it by a touchdown. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're live at number 38 here today. Andy, there's something that is happening right now with the Denver Nuggets that I've enjoyed every second of, and I hate to say it, but I'm ready for it to be over. I'll tell you what that is next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's the holiday season, and that means there's lots of stuff to do. It's the season of all kinds of hustle and bustle. But if your energy is down or you're not sleeping well, if your sex drive is MIA, and you just don't feel like the guy you once were, maybe it's tough to get excited for all the holiday cheer. If this sounds like you may have low testosterone. And if so, this is the season to get it treated. Maybe this is the gift you want to give yourself. Go in and see the guys at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How do you know that you have low T? Well, most guys start dealing with this in their 40s. Some can have it in their 30s. But the bottom line is, here are the signs to look for: decreased libido, putting on weight, less productivity at the gym, again, that poor sleep, waking up feeling tired, brain fog, even being sad or depressed. These are all signs of low T. If you'd like to take a quiz, you can do so at the Rocky Mountains Men's Clinic.com. That website has a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers, and it takes about 2 minutes. Here's how your first visit goes. You schedule the consult. You pop in. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They draw your blood. You'll have your results in 30 minutes. It includes a team PSA test, and it only costs $99. Now, if you sign up for testosterone the day of your test, or I should say of your appointment, your visit is free. So get back your life, get back the energy to handle the holiday season, maybe even get back that sex drive for a little bit of romance over the holidays. Whatever you're looking for, go talk to the folks at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you ever wanted to own a super awesome e-bike, now is your time. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/radster to enter to win a rad power bike of your own. That's altitudesportsradio.com/radster. Andy, it's been too long since we watched a Nuggets game.
Yeah, this 4-day thing is kind of stupid.
I'm sure it's good for the players
they
and
probably
everything,
like it.
but let's get back to it, fellas. Nuggets will finally be back to action tomorrow night. NBA Cup opener in New Orleans, West Group C action. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get the cup going right here. So, Andy, continue. Thank you for not playing any Mike Tyson drops while I'm talking about the NBA Cup. I appreciate that. So we're 10 games into this Nugget season,
We're
Andy.
dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing.
Damn, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
It's so dark.
Thanks, Mike. Happy holidays.
We're all feeling bad
If
now.
you're that family, do you put that shot of the poor kid and Mike on your Christmas cards? Happy holidays, everybody.
We're
all
dead.
dead. We're dust. We're nothing.
We're nothing. Mm-hmm. So Nuggets are 7-3. Jokic is unbelievable. In fact, Andy, by the numbers, best 10-game stretch of his career in the regular season. He has just put up so far, again, best 10-game stretch in the regular season. He's averaging 29.7 points per game. In terms of his rebound and assist numbers as well, this is his best 10-game stretch besides going back to the year they won the title, Game 4 of the first round through Game 2 of the conference finals against the Lakers. That includes the entire 6-game series against Phoenix in there, a couple of games against Minnesota. But that's the level that he's playing at right now with 29.7 points, 13.7 rebounds, 11.7 assists. Best 10-game stretch of his regular season career. There's just some insane things that are happening in there right now. Number one, his offensive rebounds are up to 4.5 per game. That is the best mark of his career. His previous career high was 2.9 back in the 17-18 season. 4.5 offensive rebounds per game. By the way, I saw that, and we'll have Dan Hyatt tomorrow, and I want him to do further investigation. But my first thing that I wondered about that is that a Westbrook effect? Is that a guard consistently getting to the rim and – here's the thing about Westbrook. He gets to the rim a lot. He also misses a lot of layups.
Yes.
And thus creating offensive rebounding situations and putback possibilities for Nikola Jokic. How much of that number is a Westbrook effect? I think there's something there.
Could be, but, I mean, look, at least he's – I'll tell you this. The layups tend to fall to the side of the rim.
Yes.
Bad three-point shots, which they're hoisting up at times all over the place, those tend to hit off the back of the heel of the rim and go – out for anybody to grab.
Remember, they used to call it when Shaq would get a board on a missed Kobe layup and then put it back in. They called it the Kobe assist. You don't technically get an assist for that play, but when you have a great offensive rebounder like Shaquille O'Neal or like Nikola Jokic, well, it works in your favor. So you can kind of have guards put up crazy shots like that. So there's something right there. There's another thing on Jokic's assists at the moment that I find pretty interesting. And, again, he's averaging a career high right now at 11.7 assists per game. According to NBA Advanced Stats, right now his teammates are making 43% of their threes off of catches on Jokic passes. That number is typically between 35 and 38%. There's a few guys on this team that are just shooting at an absolutely insane rate. Christian Brown, Michael Porter Jr., and Nikola Jokic, who's making 56% of his threes right now, all amongst them. Over the course of an NBA season, that's one of those numbers that tends to tumble back towards the mean.
Yeah, and the Nuggets we'd said it before, they're not necessarily a great three-point shooting team, but they've been better at shooting the three-pointers than they did to open the season.
Yeah.
And so to your point, you have to expect some regression to the mean. Now, I'm happy if they move the mean up a little bit. Like, you don't need to regress back to whatever the 38%. I'd like
Right.
Christian Brown to keep making threes. Frankly, I'd like Peyton Watson to keep making threes.
Definitely.
You know, I wouldn't mind it if Russell Westbrook found the three a little more often.
Here's another wild thing on Jokic, and The Ringer did a great study on this today. Right now, Jokic is making more threes. However, right now his accuracy at the rim is at its lowest rate since his rookie year, and his mid-range accuracy is as low as it's been in 6 years. So that's what's weird, is that he's been better from three than ever. He's been almost worse from two-point range than ever. So maybe, okay, so he's not going to continue making 56% of his threes, but if he just turns back into what he normally is from two, the scoring average very well may not fall off. So something to think about right there.
Okay, but real quick on that point, do you think he'd like the scoring average to fall off? Because it means he doesn't have to do it so much.
Right. It's an interesting question right there. I think Nikola, he always just views it as I do whatever my team needs on a given night to win the game, and right now it requires him scoring a ton because Jamal,
that may not change.
Yeah, AG's out, and Jamal hasn't gotten going yet so far this year. Here's another insane number. Okay, this is from Cleaning the Glass. The Nuggets' net rating when Jokic is on versus when Jokic is off the floor. In a typical year, and in most of his MVP years, we've seen that number be around like 20 points. The team is typically around like a plus 10 with him on, a minus 10 with him off. The difference on-off right now, the Nuggets are 43.7 points worse per 100 possessions when Jokic is on the bench. They are 44 points worse without him, which is insane.
So how are they doing this?
How they're doing it is he's playing 38
Every
minutes
minute?
a night. And that's where it goes into the part where I have enjoyed every bit of this 10-game stretch. Give the man his MVP, crown him as the greatest basketball player on the planet. He is all of those things. He is incredible. He should win his 4th MVP in 5 years. But, Andy, I don't think they can win a title if he's got to keep playing 38 minutes a night. And this is where somehow Michael Malone's got to find a solution to this. They need to be able to cut his minutes down, hopefully 3-4 minutes a game.
Okay, I go back to the theme of the offseason you and I weren't afraid to talk about a few times. Is that simply accepting it's the 9-minute mark, I'm itching to put him back in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
I want to win this rando game, especially. Let's just put it against an Eastern Conference opponent. We're in it, but we're losing our lead. The mojo's slipping. We're facing the Atlanta Hawks. Rest him.
Right.
Get to the 7-minute mark or whatever it is. Like, just accept it that it is what it is.
Or get him out earlier in the first and in the third, and then you get the compounded rest along with the quarter break in there.
Get him out at that 2-minute mark of the third
instead of taking him out on the last possession so he can have like 1 extra second to catch his breath before goes into the quarter break, and then he's back in at the 9-minute mark. Yeah, I think that's what this team is going to have to figure out. And, the backup 5 thing right now, they tried Saric. He was terrible. They tried DJ. You can only play DJ so much. Zeke's been kind of doing it lately. You haven't had Aaron Gordon, so you don't have him for the backup 5 option right now. I don't know if this is a trade market thing that they need to be thinking about right now. I don't even know who they would give up. Because every player that's in the rotation is so damn valuable on this team right now, is that and maybe this is the answer, is it's just backup 5 by committee, and whoever's going okay at the moment is the guy that gets those minutes. But what did Zeke play the other night? 10 minutes or whatever it was against Dallas?
I can barely remember.
Right.
Feels like that was 2 weeks ago, and it was just Sunday.
Yeah, it was just on Sunday, but, he played like 10 minutes that night. Somehow they have to find lineups where he doesn't have to be on the floor. And some of this is like, okay, I don't have a huge thing to criticize with Malone because he hasn't had Aaron Gordon, and that's such a massive blow to this rotation. But he can't keep playing 38 minutes a night. It'll kill him by the time we get to February.
Now, there's no doubt. You've got to figure this out. But this goes back to the discipline. I don't have any other answer what we talked about in the offseason. You're going to have to accept that you can't win every single game that you want to.
I know.
Or you're going to have to trust that maybe your starters can make a run, again, with 7 minutes left instead of putting these guys back in at the 9-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's so tough, man. Look at the Western Conference right now. The Nuggets are the 4 seed at 7-3. Houston's 8-4. The Lakers are 7-4. Memphis is 7-5. Sacramento is 7-5. Like I know what Malone is thinking, and also Nikola Jokic is thinking the exact same thing. Again, Nikola takes himself in and out of these games, so he's thinking the exact same thing as well. Of 9 minutes left, we're down 4 or whatever. I got to go back in. And they played every game. They've had 2 overtime games so far, and I think they've had multiple games within 2 points. Like, they've played a bunch of coin toss games so far. And why did they win? Because Jokic played a ton in the fourth quarter.
Fair enough, but we can't say that we can't be too tired in the playoffs and look worn out in Game 7 of the second-round series.
Yeah.
Not even that late in the playoffs, all things considered, if you're going to win a title. And then say, let's play him 9 minutes in the fourth and all the third quarter and all the first quarter, and you just can't keep doing it. Unless you just, you just can't keep doing it. There's just no other option.
Right.
You got to put Dario Saric back in there. You got to put him back in there and see if you can. Well, one of them, either he or Zeke's got to play. They're taking up money in a bench spot, so they got to do something.
My concern with Saric is that he's washed.
Yeah, fair enough.
He looks like it.
Why can't you at least get a couple of, again, maybe you rotate through a Zeke, DJ, Saric set of minutes to buy the guy a little extra rest time. But this is the time of year you got to mess with this stuff. God forbid during the old IST tomorrow, the NBA Cup.
Got to have it.
But outside of the NBA Cup, Nate, is the time.
Oh, if Nikola wants to go 46 tomorrow night, obviously you got to go get that thing on the road in New Orleans. Is that still the Smoothie King Center? Is that still what they call that?
I think so.
Okay,
you and I have still yet to go to a Smoothie King.
I
knew where one was in the Tech Center. I don't know if it's still there.
Okay.
By an illegal Pete's.
We'll make it a pre-show meeting one day.
No, we won't. Let's not promise thing.
Theater of the mind, Andy.
You want to pretend like we went there?
Do you want
This show doesn't lie to the people, Kreckman.
Let me. Have you looked at the Eastern Conference standings, by the way?
No, are they dumb?
So Cleveland's still in first at 13-0. Last
Okay.
undefeated team in the NBA. They've been fantastic. Also, how have they gotten good? They've reduced Donovan Mitchell's role a little bit. That's been good for them. Boston is in second right now at 10-3. Orlando won last night, so they're over 500. They're the 3 seed. They're 7-6. Everybody else in the Eastern Conference, okay, the other 12 teams in the East are all below 500.
Great.
That's your Eastern Conference right now. Orlando at 7-6, as right now they're third in the East. They would be 9th in the West. They'd be half a game up on the Clippers and Spurs, who are both 6-6. They'd be 9th in the West. They're right now third in the East. Yeah, Knicks are under 500 right now. Pacers are under 500 right now. Bulls are the 6th seed at 5-7. Atlanta's 5-7. Brooklyn's 5-7. That's your Eastern Conference at the moment. The Nuggets. This is what, and Jokic knows it too. And he and Malone, they're trying to get every single game out there right now because the West is it's so damn tough.
Hey, the first segment finally bit us. Boss is here.
Oh.
He is so mad he showed up in person. Hey, you know what? Nick Kosmider wrote a great article.
Okay.
That I think we got some of the Bo Nix numbers from.
Yep.
And he talked about how the first month of the NFL season's the great liar. How long is that? I know Scotty likes to talk about 20 games to figure out who you are. How long is the lying season in the end? Because you read those standings.
Yeah.
I'm not ready to buy Orlando yet, although maybe I need to educate myself and get ready.
Oh, Magic, they're a steadily improving franchise right now. But
the third seed?
And to your point, if they were in the West.
The 9th.
Yeah, they'd be Sacramento, basically, if they were in the West. Cleveland at 13-0. Credit to that organization. Some of the younger guys, Mobley's gotten better, Garland's gotten better, and Donovan Mitchell is playing fewer minutes and taking fewer shots right now, and it's leading to overall team success. So Cleveland's had a great start to the season. We know Boston's legit at 10-3. You look out west, though, it is so damn loaded. Golden State right now, and the Warriors are their stars are a little bit older. Maybe they start to run into some injury
They're not
issues.
tired yet.
Phoenix is going to get a little bit banged up. Kevin Durant already has dealt with some. Bradley Beal has already dealt with some. Although Phoenix they look pretty damn good right now. But I think this is the West the rest of the year. This is what it's going to be like. This is the world you live in, where honestly, Andy, if you have a bad week, you fall down into play-in territory.
Okay, but we're in December, man. Like, we're not even in December. We're in November. We haven't even had a turkey yet.
We're in mid-November.
By the way, too early topics. Too early to talk about topics is how I should put this. I saw today a headline on ESPN. Is Victor Wembenyama already the best player in the NBA? And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. We're going to do this already?
Already.
Despite what Jokic has done? Are we that thirsty to talk about something? Now, again, it was ESPN, and I know they want something new.
It was the Wizards, but he went for 50.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But come on, if Jokic wanted to, do you mean to tell me he couldn't go for 50?
Here's okay. So obviously, Joker's the best player in the league right now. However, and this was one of the things that was in the GM survey, if you were starting a franchise today, who would you take? You'd take Wemby.
Fair enough. He's younger.
He's 20.
Yeah, you've got 20. God, that's crazy to say. You could have 20 years with that guy.
Yeah. 20 years of age.
Holy cow.
And he's that damn good already.
You could have 5 more presidential elections during Wemby's career.
And yet Wemby can't be elected. He wasn't born.
No,
here.
he's not here. It doesn't count.
All right. Dr. Eric McCarty, CU Sports Medicine, University of Colorado football team doctor, CU football legend himself. We're going to talk to Dr. Eric McCarty here in the next segment. He's been kind enough to carve out a few minutes, excuse himself from surgery for a moment to come on our radio show. Because we need to know Travis Hunter, who played 161 snaps last week against Texas Tech, who is one of the greatest two-way college football players in the history of the sport. You put him up there with Woodson and Champ and the greats that have ever done it. Our question is, how does he do it? How does a human being do what Travis Hunter is doing? We have to ask him a Nikola Jokic question as well, because to that point, Joker is playing 38 minutes a night, and it doesn't look like he's getting tired anytime soon. We're going to do some sports medicine stuff when we return on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, live at number 38 at 3560 Chestnut Place. Get a Tullamore Dew and a cold beer here tonight. It's a Dew and a Brew right here at number 38. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends at Sport Trade. It's Colorado's newest premium sports betting. Experience stellar prices, high limits, and the best in-play pricing in the market. Guys, Sport Trade is where the big bets happen. If you are stuck in a rut on your app, check out Sport Trade and get the edge of the best prices the market has to offer. Sport Trade has so many features that make it fun and easy for newer sports bettors. For example, on Sport Trade, if you want to, you can view the odds as probabilities. Okay, say you're betting a basketball game, you take a team to win pregame at 45% odds. Well, they could be up at the end of the first. You could sell that bet at 65% odds and take the profit. For first-time bettors out there, this is your calling. No more having to understand confusing money lines, plus 115, minus 150. Just buy low, sell high. Go to getsporttrade.com. Download Sport Trade today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Third down, Morris. Intercepted. Wow! Travis Hunter. Unbelievable. Hunter just plucks it out of the air.
One, they just get it off into the end zone. Contact.
What a catch! A miraculous, implausible, impossible catch by 12.
Oh, he does it on both sides of the ball. He could win a Heisman Trophy. Travis Hunter, absolutely unbelievable. Read some great comments this week on CBSSports.com from our next guest, and we're excited to have him back on the show. He is the team doctor for the University of Colorado football program. Hell of a player himself back in his own day. He was an all Big 8 linebacker up at CU. We're pleased to be joined right now by orthopedic surgeon Dr. Eric McCarty of CU Sports Medicine. Doc, welcome back to the show. How are you, sir?
Oh, doing great, Nate. It's so good to hear you guys. I love your show, and I love what you're about to talk about, what we're going to talk about, because this gentleman is an exceptional athlete, but an exceptional human being as well.
Yeah, we're talking about Travis Hunter, Doc, and he played 161 combined snaps last week on the road at Texas Tech. I believe 85 of 87 defensive snaps, led the team with 9 catches for 99 yards and a touchdown as a wide receiver. Travis Hunter, I guess this is the simple question, and we're asking for the most medical explanation we can get, Doc. How does he do this every single week, essentially playing 2 football games when most guys can barely play 1?
Well, number one, he's been blessed genetically. He's got an incredible metabolism that allows him to not only recover between games and between plays, but it is all the time going on. He can put 100% effort out there each play, come back, do it again, and then he's on offense and then does it again on defense. So his ability to reach into the cellular metabolism and his body is so unique that allows him to do it. But on top of that, he's just a fantastic athlete. And so he's got the athletic ability, he's got the anaerobic and aerobic metabolism and the genetics and also the work ethic, and he puts it all together and allows him to do what he does.
Have you ever seen anything like it? I mean, Doc, you played. You've been around a lot of these guys. You've seen a lot of history. I know, and I was watching Charles Woodson talk a little bit about this, too, on one of the national shows a couple weeks ago. Woodson and Bailey and Deion Sanders and all the guys that we can bring up that have done a little of this before, it was just that, a little of it. Woodson was very quick to point out he plays just about every snap of the game. Have you ever seen a guy that could come close to doing this?
No, Andy, never. I mean, there is not anybody I've seen in my lifetime, and nor will I see in my lifetime to do this. Now, he may have some kids because of his genetic ability to do this, but he is just one of a kind, and it's so fun to watch what he does because he does it so effortlessly. And if you go back to, do you remember our game against TCU last year, the
Yes.
first game? Everybody was so worried about the heat and what it was going to do to everyone. And you saw how much he played in that and how exceptional he was. That just tells you it doesn't matter the elements that he's in. He was not tired at all. Now, a lot of that, you look at our team that year, the strength and conditioning staff did a fantastic job keeping us in condition. But he did what he did because of what he's made of and what he does.
So just to be clear, this is not like some conditioning program he went into. We got a lot of parents of young athletes out there. You're saying this is so unique to him, don't buy into some, super hyper training or something that's going to allow your kid to do the same thing, right?
Do it, yeah.
No, that's a great question. But you do have to remember, he's got this genetic ability, but he also works hard. So I've seen many athletes that through the years that have a great ability, athletic ability, but they don't work hard and they don't take what they have and utilize it to the maximum. Well, he does that, and he does it to the fullest potential. And that's why it's so fantastic and so fun to watch, because he's a hard worker. He's a great student of the game, and he puts it out there every single play.
Dr. Eric McCarty is our guest, CU Sports Medicine, also CU football team doctor, and the guy that will Travis Hunter seemingly defy science week in and week out. Doc, you've done this job for a long time. You have worked both in the NFL and at the collegiate level. You also played at a very high level as a football player. For the typical human, for the mortals amongst us, what is the week like for a football player from one game to the next in terms of recovery, in terms of what part of the week they start to feel like themselves again? What is the normal human cycle, and then kind of what is Travis's cycle?
Well, it's quite a physical game. It's 3 hours. The guys that play you typically are playing between 60 to 80 plays. Travis is exceptional. He's playing double that. But they beat themselves up. They beat up the other team. They're putting it all out there on the field. And because it's so physical, you're just trying to recover on the Sunday after a Saturday game. You're just trying to get over a lot of the bumps and the bruises, the strains, the physicality of it all. By Monday or Tuesday, you're feeling a little bit better. By Wednesday, you're feeling pretty good, and then ready to go again for the following Saturday by Thursday and Friday, and then here we go again. And for Travis, sure, it's football, so he is going to have the usual football injuries that have nothing to do with his unique ability to do what he does. People are going to get hit. He may miss a game or two like he did last year with the injury to the liver and everything that goes on with these different things that happen. But he recovers so well that his ability to come back even between games is quicker than most. Now he does the things to take care of himself. He gets good rest. He will do things with different modalities, things like hyperbaric oxygen chambers, things like that a lot of NFL guys will do. So he does a lot of the right things to take care of himself. He's not a partier. He takes care of himself. He enjoys just going back to his place and really not doing a lot on the outside. But he's just exceptional at what he does. And then you know what he does too that is really important? He studies a lot of film. He's a 4.0 student. He's exceptionally bright. And so I think that also helps his anticipation when some of these plays, especially on defense. He's a studier. He looks at what's happening, and because of his great athletic ability, he can make things happen and anticipate it and do it before anybody else could think he could do it.
Man, I got to get a hyperbaric oxygen chamber. Maybe I could be like Travis Hunter. Doc, what about this?
Sure. There's no doubt.
And this is one of the things that I kind of wonder about. Like, I feel like, and you hear this a lot in soccer, they'll talk about the amount of distance that a player will cover over the course of a 90-plus minute match, the amount of mileage that they will travel over the course of a game. With Travis Hunter as a receiver and as a DB, he's kind of like he's running distance essentially on every play. You got to factor in he's got to run back to the line of scrimmage and everything else after a given play. He's chasing receivers on pointless 9 routes when he's on defense some of the time just to clear things out underneath. But do you guys track the amount of just distance that he covers in a given game and how that can affect him physically?
Yeah, he is tracked. There's a system that is used by a lot of the pro and college teams called the catapult system, and it's a GPS system that looks at the different movements that they do, the amount that they do, and he's off the charts. I mean, there's nobody even close on the team to what he's doing. I mean, it's miles and miles. You'll see at the Avalanche game, they're tracked too, and you can see how many the feet and miles that some of the guys skate. Well, this is just off the charts. Because he is sprinting in the play, then he's jogging back to get to the line of scrimmage and sprinting again. So it's a constant back and forth. And then he doesn't have that time period to rest because he's right back out there again. So maybe on a punt he gets out, right? Or maybe on a kickoff, or maybe a timeout. That's about the only time he rests. And if you ever look at him, he never looks tired. He never looks tired. And even if he was, he wouldn't show it.
Doc, real quick, because we're getting tight on time, but we love getting a chance to talk to you. Look, you've been the constant. I think I've been on the CU sideline since, 2012, 2011, something like that. You're the one constant that I've seen up there through about 1,000 coaches, and, it's college, so a million players. How much have you enjoyed these last couple years? I don't know about you. I'll tell you, I wasn't quite sure what to expect, but gosh, it's fun having competitive football up there again. What's it been like for you these last couple of years with Coach Prime?
Andy, I just absolutely love it. I mean, you think about it. You've seen a lot of years. I've seen a lot of years. I played through a one-win season. I've been a team doc through 2 one-win seasons, including 2 years ago. And when Coach Prime came in 2 years ago, I had a chance to meet with him early on. I always try to do that when a new head coach comes in. And trust me, we've had plenty of new head coaches and spent a little time. And I just absolutely enjoyed one-on-one visiting with him and talking about not only strategies and philosophies, but a lot about life. And I really enjoyed it. He's a wonderful man. He loves these kids. He loves coaching. He loves bringing the best out of these young men, not only on the football field, but in life. And we are so blessed to be in a place to observe what's happening. And I don't know how long it's going to go on with him here. I truly believe he loves it here. I truly do. And I think that we just got to take it in. Just like, I'm so blessed to be able to be a part of taking care of a team with Travis Hunter, the best athlete I may ever see. I'm also taking care of some of the best athletes we see on the Avalanche that probably we'll ever see with Nate McKinnon and Cale McCarr. And then look at the Nuggets. I mean, in the Boulder, Denver area, in Colorado, we have an opportunity to see some things that we may never see again. And I just am so fortunate, and I love doing this, and I love taking part in it. And I think we should all feel the same way and take it, enjoy it, and let's hope that we have many more years of it.
All right, Doc, I want to call you Coach. Doc, I told you I may ask you this. Can you just, as best you can, because you're not the primary guy on the job, since you mentioned whatever update you can give for Gabe Landeskog, what can you tell the fans?
Well, as you probably know, his surgeon was a fantastic, internationally well-known surgeon and a friend of mine who did the surgery. The surgery went well. He's been recovering nicely. Every time I see him, he's doing better. He's getting stronger. He's doing better. None of us have a time frame, but I can just tell you that every time that we see him, he just looks better and stronger.
There you go, everybody. Can't open up the chart too much, but that's what we got. Dr. Eric McCarty, CU Sports Medicine. I'm sure many of our listeners have been operated by Dr. McCarty. University of Colorado football team doctor, Avalanche team doctor, CU Sports Medicine. Best in the biz, Dr. Eric McCarty. Doc, a pleasure to visit with you as always. Thanks for making time for us today.
Nate and Andy, always a pleasure. You guys are the best in the business as well. Love your show, and thank you for just bringing the best out of Colorado sports through the radio, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. There we go. Dr. Eric McCarty with us right there. He can come on the show anytime.
There's a friend of the program.
That's a friend of the program.
No debating that one.
That's an old buddy of ours.
Doc,
anyway.
you ruined the bit.
This guy's the best. We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Latest from the Atlanta Falcons injury report, Kirk Cousins and one of his top receivers. We'll have that information for you next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Well, it's going to be the holiday season soon. Not quite there yet, but maybe you're starting to prep your wish list, or maybe you got that special someone in your life that's into trucking or 4x4ing and getting out on the off-roading and doing their deal. If you want something for them, the place to go is Colorado Off-Road. This is a Colorado business. Their mantra is Colorado-owned, Colorado-grown. It's Colorado Off-Road, owned by Jerry and Wendy's Jones. They're coming up on their 25th year in business, I should say. I believe that's coming next year, as we talked a couple months ago. But look, if you want to check out a bed cover, Jerry and his wife have double-digit displays. I believe it's like 16 displays of the different bed covers you could get, whether it's a soft one, a fold-up one, hard top, automatic. You can go and look and see what they are. And you can do it with the step rails. He's got power step rails, regular step rails. Same with the bed covers, like I said, the bed carpeting on the inside. Floor mats, he's got it all. But go to the shop, check out the showroom, and see what you're getting before you buy. Just don't trust the internet. Colorado Off-Road, the great place to go. I've been doing business with these guys for 5 years. Find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. And you can give them a call at 303-761-1264. Again, Colorado owned, Colorado grown. It's Colorado Off-Road.
It's hour number 3 of the show, the Craigman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Not sure what our copay is for having Dr. Eric McCarty on the program, but nice of him to give us some time there today. Isn't that one more thing on Travis Hunter really quickly before we get to the high five? He's also like all-American, all-academic, in addition to being a great football player. Come on, dude. Like, really? All he does is he works out, he goes to practice, he goes home, he does homework, he plays video games, he sleeps in his hyperbaric oxygen chamber, and then he goes back to work and he does it again, and he plays both sides of the football. Some people are just, you look at them and you're like, I don't understand how we're the same species. I get hurt walking down the stairs. That's what life is for me, okay?
Got a little news there.
Okay.
What do we make of that?
According to Harrison Wind of DNVR, Nikola Jokic, personal reasons, questionable tomorrow at New Orleans.
They left today.
Yeah.
Harrison just tweeted. That's from Harrison Wind, as you said, just tweeted that at by the timestamp about 20 minutes ago.
Is Mrs. Jokic expecting? Are we sure? Don't know. Don't know.
I don't know.
That's
good for them if they are.
That's personal reasons why guys can miss
right
time sometimes.
I just want to make sure everything. Hey, man.
Yeah.
That's not start of the. You know what? Hold on.
Is that a HIPAA
Now
violation?
hold on. No. Are we in Eric Spoelstra 3D chess territory with the numbers you gave us about how the teams did after trying to win the NBA Cup?
Right.
Is in fact, did the Nuggets collective get together and go, I don't know about this?
That's one way to play fewer minutes, right?
That'll get him rest.
Skip a trip to New Orleans?
Oh, man.
It's only questionable right now. This will severely damage the NBA Cup chances if he doesn't go tomorrow. Severely. In which case, that could be the end of the NBA Cup for me in 2024. Let's do the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's go, Spring.
Hey, let's do the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. We'll start with some Broncos news and notes before we get to injuries for the Broncos and the Falcons. Hey, congratulations to Bo Nix. He is this week's NFL Pepsi Zero Sugar Rookie of the Week.
You know, he may have that title, Spring, but we all, in fact, just dead dust and nothing. So
No. Here's the deal. You know what this means? He can't win Rookie of the Month. Remember, he just won Rookie of the Month when he was never Rookie of the Week.
That's true.
Jaden Daniels, didn't you say won it twice?
It was Jaden Daniels, and I think Keon Coleman got it once.
So now he's out of the Rookie of the Month running. What is going on?
We'll see how Jaden Daniels plays tonight against the Eagles. We'll find out.
Bo Nix doesn't care about your Rookie of the Week. He wants month.
I don't think Caleb Williams is going to be the offensive Rookie of the Month. I don't think that's going to work out for him. We'll see what Drake May can do this week. All right, go ahead, Spring.
Okay, also, hey, ask and you shall receive, Nate. Broncos special teams coordinator Ben Kotwika talking to the media today, and he was asked if he had a conversation with offensive lineman Alex Forsythe following him getting trampled over a couple times in that Chiefs game, including on the blocked kick at the end of the game. Here is Kotwika today.
Well, first off, Alex is a tremendous football player. Love having him. He's a great teammate. We're all part of that. So even though that may be the isolated, hey, spotlight, we're all part of that. And so, yeah, we've had those conversations, and mostly it's been ball. Like, Alex just wants to get better, and we've got to do a better job of coaches of giving them tools to be successful. So I think putting that all together, I think I'm excited about the product that we're going to see moving forward.
I would hope the conversation was all ball, like block better. I hope that was what they worked on. Was there something else that needed to be discussed in there? I know people were mean to him on social media. That sucks. That's a part of playing in the NFL. But Ben Kotwika's job is to make sure field goals don't get blocked.
Yeah, I don't know what else I don't know what else the meeting would be. You're right. It is all about ball. Do they need to make an adjustment? Do they put somebody else there? I don't know they got anybody else that they could put there.
Right.
Tyler and a lot of players have been very vehement about defending him, but I heard a thing on Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee called it the worst, and I don't know. Who knows if he knows? David Treadwell told us he never looked at the kicker.
Yeah.
Or looked at the blocking, I should say. He was the kicker. Pat McAfee blasted him for having the worst technique he'd ever seen and said the dude should never be on the field again. I don't know what to believe. Bottom line is, now that the Chiefs have exposed it, you guys better get ready. They're going to all focus that way.
I know what to believe. He needs to be better.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You can't get run over and get game-winning kicks blocked.
No, you're right.
When you're playing a divisional opponent on the road that is undefeated and you're looking to pull an upset against a 9-point favorite, you got to do your job better. That part of it doesn't change. Guys can get knocked over, fine, but
die slower.
Exactly.
Well, that's what they say. Die slowly.
Turn to dust and nothing slower, please. All right.
That's what McAfee said. He goes, "You're supposed to die slowly, but that wasn't slow enough."
That was a pretty fast death.
Well,
that happened quickly. That was a bus running him over.
Can I real quick, since we're on the topic once again, seriously, the Chiefs. We all keep saying the Chiefs aren't that great. It kind of bugs me, and I don't want to defend the Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Chiefs are a team that makes the play they need to make when they need to make it to win the game.
Yep.
They're damn good. Let's quit downgrading these guys, okay? Can we stop that? They knew exactly what they had in that play, and they waited till the end of the game to expose it. They knew they didn't need those other kicks. They knew they weren't worried about the extra point. They kept it in their memory bank and went after it in the most key play of the game. They're not just lucky. Everyone keeps painting it like they're just so lucky. I get it. They get some calls. They're also the champs. It's what happens when you're the champs. Quit. We need to take these guys seriously and end the threat. Buffalo.
They are
You
lucky.
can laugh.
They are lucky.
Yeah, fine. They're also good.
Yeah, they are good.
I don't want to hear about any more undefeated seasons. Somebody handle this business.
But they are lucky. I mean, they won week 1 on a toe. They got a garbage fourth down call that went their way. They won that game on a fluky blocked kick.
But they keep winning games, they're in the game.
They do.
They're the witch that you do stupid stuff to yourself trying to beat them.
Here's the thing about them too is they're 2-point dogs at Buffalo this week. Bills are really banged up going into this game. I kind of like Kansas City this week, but after Buffalo, they'll be favored in every game the rest of the year. At Carolina, home against Vegas, home against the Chargers, at Cleveland, home against Houston. I guess there's a chance that Pittsburgh could be favored at home in Week 17, but Russ is going to turn back into a pumpkin by then, and they'll be favored at Denver in Week 18. They're not going to go undefeated. They're a 15-win team, though. And the 1 seed in the AFC.
They're going to be the 1 seed. I don't want them to be the God, I hate that team.
There they are.
So quit taking them. Just take them seriously and let's end this thing.
Yes.
I don't want to do
But also, they're not 9-0 good. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Broncos and Falcons injuries for the Broncos. A couple of injured players were players who had been injured were full participants in practice today. Josh Reynolds and Drew Sanders both practiced in full today. Safety Brandon Jones was limited with an abdomen injury. For the Falcons, just a ton of players on their injury report. Kirk Cousins was on the report yesterday, but he was a full participant in practice today with right shoulder and right elbow injuries listed. Darnell Mooney, wide receiver, was added to the report. He was limited with an Achilles injury. Some starters, Troy Anderson, Grady Jarrett were limited. Not practicing a couple starters, D. Alford and Mike Hughes.
Andy, Josh Reynolds, a full participant in practice yet again today. That's both practices so far this week. His window is opened for him to be activated right now. If Josh Reynolds plays right now, who does he take snaps away from?
Little Jordan Humphrey, please. I don't know why. Little Jordan Humphrey's fine.
He's
All
trusted.
the guy does is
he's trusted.
He had a bad game, but if we look at it overall, he's also made some plays for Bo.
He's got a bad fumble and
other
a bad
guys
tip
haven't.
that ended in an interception.
Yeah.
After that, though, blocks in the run game. Sean Payton completely trusts him. Even when Reynolds was healthy, Humphrey's snap count numbers were just below Cortland Sutton in terms of the offensive pecking order. I don't see Sean Payton benching little Jordan Humphrey.
Well, but you need the speed out there. Now, I'm not going to try to sell you that Reynolds is the ultimate burner
It's not
here.
exactly Tyreek.
But he does add some more speed. You and I saw some speed. All I want is some of the training camp stuff to show up down the stretch here.
Yeah.
And he and Bo had a few nice days together. I still think it's I think he probably takes the little Jordan Humphrey snaps, though, or reduces them. To your point, not completely benched, but I think Reynolds is out there opposite start the game of Cortland.
I think it's Troy Franklin that ends up getting
No,
the
you
snaps
can't.
reduced.
No.
I believe
No.
it is.
No.
Little Jordan Humphrey's in the trust tree with the nest with Sean Payton. He's a made man in Sean Payton's world.
Come on, you can't quit playing Mims and
Goes
you
a
can't-
long way.
You need to play Reynolds, Mims, and Franklin to get some dang speed.
Yeah.
Because if you could get Bo hitting him at the right time in the route, man, then you could have some of that yak that we've been missing, and not the kind you get served at certain restaurants. I'm talking yardage after the catch.
Hitting a lot of Tibetan restaurants, are you?
I love some good yak jerky. I've never had yak.
You ever been to the Sherpa House before in Golden?
No, is it good?
They serve yak. It's good.
Do you yak after the yak? What if the yak makes you yak?
High five.
Hey, more on that Bills-Chiefs game. For the Chiefs, their kicker Harrison Butker is going to go on IR. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games, including the Bills game, with a left knee injury. So the Chiefs signed kicker Spencer Schrader off of the Jets roster. He kicked for the Jets last week, and he was on the Colts preseason squad. For the Bills, Dalton Kincaid and right tackle Spencer Brown did not practice for a second straight day. They both have injuries. Wide receiver Keon Coleman has been ruled out, and they are not going to get linebacker Matt Milano back quite yet this week.
So maybe that's how they lose. They don't have Harry Butker. Maybe Spencer Schrader misses a big kick, and that's how the Chiefs lose.
Yeah, but not having Dalton Kincaid is not great for the Bills.
No.
The Bills have got to get this.
Not having Keon Coleman.
The Bills have absolutely got to get this, man.
Yeah.
Because if they don't, right? If I'm not wrong, they've already got the tiebreakers on Lamar. Like, the Chiefs will have home field advantage.
The Chiefs, if the Bills don't get – number one, if the Bills don't get them, 17-0 is back in play, and the 1 seed is almost a foregone conclusion. Because, again, their upcoming schedule stinks. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, we have Steelers-Ravens Sunday morning. It's Russell Wilson's first foray into that big AFC North rivalry. His offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith, saying today, though, that they have a package of plays ready for Justin Fields. He didn't say when he will utilize it, whether it'll be Sunday or going forward, but they have packages ready for Justin Fields. All right, I have a 9-second clip of Russell Wilson talking to the media today. Let's see how long.
No, 9? Okay,
9 seconds. Let's see how long you can make it
Let's
through
see if we
this.
can make it through all 9.
All
Let's
right,
go.
here's Russ on his first dip into this rivalry.
Well, it's going to be tough. It's going to be physical.
Oh,
It's gonna
shut
be a
up,
great
you
game.
dork. All right, that's enough of that.
Try it again, one more time. Now you've been prepped.
Physical. It's going to be a great game, and a lot of great players on both sides of the football.
There we go. I just wonder how many great players are. Did he name all the great
Did he
players?
list
No, he did
every
not.
great
Just left it
player?
at great
9
players.
seconds, and you made it through 5.
Savvy, by the way, Arthur Smith, of just being like, hey, we got a Justin Fields package. Why don't you prepare for it there, Baltimore? Lamar Jackson kicks the crap out of everybody, except he's 1-3 in his career against Pittsburgh. That's like his one knock. He cannot consistently beat the Steelers.
Well, but you know why? And I'm a little surprised some of the other divisional teams aren't this way. But it's kind of like why I think the Chargers and the Broncos can play the Chiefs tough. Didn't we ask Leggy about this last week? They don't buy the motion anymore.
Yeah.
They've seen enough of the motion that their eyes don't get fooled the way they once did. Pittsburgh is ready for what Lamar will do to you.
Yep.
And I just think other teams aren't.
Division games, Tomlin's good. They see, to your point, they see each other a lot. All of those things. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day.
No, the biggest story is here, and I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
But Nate Kreckman is a soothsayer. Chris Dempsey confirming another little Jokic is on the way.
Okay.
And thus the personal reasons.
And a chance to not have to go to Vegas for an NBA
And
Cup
another cute Jokic baby.
Oh.
Or is our second basketball savior born?
We are live at number 38, Thursday Night Football tonight. Eagles and Manders, that's the matchup. Andy's going to be here with some great giveaways. Broncos getting ready to take on the Atlanta Falcons this week. Andy, I'm going to try and stump you with a fun Atlanta question when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman. Thanksgiving upon us. The holiday shopping season is here, and the hottest gift this year, it's an e-bike. And Rad Power Bikes make the best e-bikes in the industry. 16 years of innovation, 3 years right here in Denver. Go see their service center and showroom at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. You can test ride any bike in the entire line at Rad Power Bikes. Beautiful shop. Replace your expensive car with a super fun e-bike. Go into the store. Tell them you heard this on Altitude. Get a free $200 accessory with the purchase of an e-bike. Visit radpowerbikes.com. See the complete lineup of customizable e-bikes. And that's right, be the best gift giver of all your friends and family. Pick up an e-bike. Also, super affordable. Rad Power Bikes will help set you up with $450 savings with Colorado's e-bike tax credit. Plus, Rad Power Bikes is now offering financing through Affirm. Again, go to radpowerbikes.com, go to altitudesportsradio.com, and you can enter to win your very own Radster Trail e-bike. Hey, 9 News is hosting their 9 Cares Colorado Shares telethon right now until 7 o'clock to raise money for food banks across the Front Range and Colorado. To donate, call 303-577-2080. That's 303-577-2080. Any amount helps. Also, find more information at 9news.com. We're out here live at number 38 today. That's right, number 38 at 3560 Chestnut Place. Perfect place to be watching Thursday night football as we have got Washington at Philadelphia this evening. Eagles 4-point favorites in this matchup. Jaden Daniels right now, the hefty favorite to be the offensive rookie of the year in the NFL. However, Bo Nix is coming on strong. He is your offensive rookie of the week in the NFL. And if you look at some of the numbers for Bo Nix, since week 5, Bo Nix 12th in the NFL with a 98.1 passer rating. That is first among all rookies. He's also first among rookie quarterbacks in touchdown passes since the start of October with 9. Number 1 in completion rate at 66%. Number 1 in passing yards, over 1,300. And number 1 in rushing touchdowns with 2. He has the lowest sack rate among the group, 6.5% during that same stretch. He's been better than Caleb Williams. In fact, again, this is since the start of October. You can make a strong argument he's been better than Jaden Daniels. Now, Daniels came on so strong, plus he had the insane throw against Chicago. Looks as though Offensive Rookie of the Year makes him the odds-on favorite. But, Andy, is it not over? Should we be giving Bo Nix a fighter's chance with 7 games to go in the regular season to win Offensive Rookie of the Year? He's got the Mahomes hype train with him. He's got the Kelsey hype train with him.
Okay, at this point in the year, I'll say yes, but there's a lot of
Through
football
gritted
to be
teeth.
played. Well, no, I just think the hype train lives in Washington. They are the new hot toy with the new owners and the resurrection of the franchise. And, like, I have not seen a Thursday night game get the hype on NFL Network that, like,
Since
tonight's
last week?
got. No, I'm telling you, they like way over. They went all out on this thing because they think the league's new rock star is viewed right now as Jaden Daniels. But yeah, look, if Bo gets in the playoffs and the Commanders don't, if the Broncos get in the playoffs and the Commanders don't, sure, they could have a change of heart real easily.
Yeah.
He won Rookie of the Month without winning Rookie of the Week in the same month that Jaden Daniels won Rookie of the Week twice.
If he puts up back-to-back Rookie of the Month campaigns, I think it starts to change the conversation a little bit if he continues to have the kind of games that he does. One of the things that's good, and this is one of the places where, honestly, we always used to talk about, like, people don't watch enough games or anything like that. Twitter has made all of that basically obsolete. You can follow anything now. And right now, people are pretty damn aware. The Broncos may have lost at Kansas City, but they lost despite how good Bo Nix was in that game and that he put together the drive that would have beaten Patrick Mahomes. It's so funny because, like, we talk about all the time, if they had just had the result, it's the coming out party for Bo Nix. Well, he just won Offensive Rookie of the Week. Again, he's getting all this love from Mahomes and Kelsey on his podcast with, a million Swifties listening to it every single week. It's like people aren't just worried about what the result of that game was. People realize Bo's been this good for this long of a stretch now.
Yeah, but, look, you're going to have to step up and perform in the second half of some of these games, and that's not just him. That's the whole offense. You can't go scoreless in the second half too many more of these games, or the goodwill will disappear.
Yeah.
So there's still improvement to be there. He's in it. I would imagine it's got to be between him and Daniels, right? Who else? Bowers doesn't play for a good team despite his numbers.
Right.
Do we have a receiver going off? What's Harrison Jr. doing?
Ladd McConkey's been pretty good. Harrison Jr.'s been pretty good. Keon Coleman has been pretty good so far. But right now, none of them are putting up the numbers to surpass one of the quarterbacks.
No.
And then right now, the two quarterbacks in the conversation are Jaden Daniels and Bo
Right,
Nix.
because Caleb's all the way out.
Right.
That thing's such a mess. It's not even
It's
funny.
such a disaster right now, and Drake May wouldn't have played enough by the time the season ends.
Well, and even Drake May's been a bit interesting, too. Gosh, and there's no running back. It's got to be those two.
Yeah.
There is a thirst for Washington to be relevant again. So, but you know what? Hey, look, Nikola Jokic has gone against this a bunch, and he's come out on top. I think Sean Payton does have a lot of fans in the national media that will help get this thing going his way as well. You know, Chase Daniel's going to say something. Cynthia Freeland wrote an article about her new win expectation, which I believe is 10.
9.
Is it 9?
Yep.
Anyway, I feel like 10. 10's a number.
You want 10?
Well, I think you need 10 for the playoffs, don't you?
I don't think so.
Will it come down to who makes the playoffs? Will it just be that simple?
Maybe it will
between the two quarterbacks.
But right now, like you look at the bottom of the AFC at 5-5, could Denver get in on 9 wins? I mean, Cincinnati and Indianapolis are both at 4 wins right now. 9 might get you in this year as a 7 seed.
But again,
and that'd be a great year for the Broncos.
Probably shouldn't be putting this in our pocket yet, but why not? You're feeling good, and it's mid-November.
Yeah.
Browns, Colts, Raiders. Count those 3.
I mean, you win this week. Your next 2 are the Raiders and the Browns. You're 8-5 at the bye.
Exactly. Then you mainly have to focus on getting the Kansas City win.
Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, the Cincinnati
win to hold them off.
And frankly, Cincinnati may do you a favor the way their defense plays. They may not be a problem. They're a problem kind of on the outside right now. If their defense doesn't get better, Cincinnati's not going to be in this thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the Dolphins, but you'll still need the Cincinnati for an AFC win to hold off the Dolphins. I don't know. 10 needs to be the goal.
Carl Dukes is going to join us from Atlanta to talk about the Falcons. Andy, who is the greatest athlete in Atlanta sports history?
Tough. I mean, you and I come from the era of the great Dominique Wilkins.
Yeah.
Deion Sanders
certainly
needs to be high on the list, but a lot of his hay was made as a Cowboy and a Niner.
Yeah.
What about Brian Jordan? Remember Brian Jordan, a Falcon DB and an Atlanta baseball player? You laugh.
Sure.
That guy, I think that guy ended up playing more.
Brian Jordan
he did more of the double seasons than I think both Bo and Deion, didn't he? Or am I wrong?
He was a fine player. Matt Ryan?
No.
Won an MVP? Arguably the greatest Falcon of all time. Matt Ryan. Look at his numbers. You can't argue with the numbers. He's got phenomenal numbers, and he should have won a Super Bowl if Kyle Shanahan knew how to close a game. Hank Aaron?
Hank Aaron. Wow.
21 seasons with the Braves.
What about Chipper Jones?
But 12 of them were in Milwaukee. Yeah, maybe Chipper. Greg Maddux?
Oh, Maddux is a tough one to go again. What about Smoltz? Smoltz went from starter to closer.
Yeah.
And then nobody knew who he was, so he couldn't park his car there.
I forgot about that story.
What about Jamal? Was it Jamal Anderson that did the Dirty Bird?
Do you know who is
the running back?
By the way, do you know who is the Falcons' all-time leader in rushing yards?
Is it Work Done?
It is not.
Who?
It was Gerald Riggs.
What?
80s Gerald Riggs.
Those red Falcon uniforms, is that what he wore?
All right, seriously, and we'll talk to Carl Dukes. I want to get his take on this. But you look at Atlanta sports history.
Yeah.
Hawks have never won an NBA title. They did when they were the St. Louis Hawks in the 50s.
Where are you putting Spud Webb, by the way? Spud Webb going to say something?
Somewhere shorter than everybody else. The Hawks have never won an NBA title. The Falcons have never won a Super Bowl. The Braves have won 2 World Series, and they're a great franchise. I take nothing away from the Atlanta Braves. But the list of greatness in Atlanta sports is not great. I'll call it that.
Someone pointed out, what about Julio Jones?
Yeah, good. Very, very good player. Potential, in the conversation for a future Hall of Famer. But that's where we're at? That's what we're talking about right here? Yeah. We'll talk to Carl Dukes about this.
Wait a minute. What about Mutombo? Mutombo was
he was a Hawk for what, like 5 years?
I think so. Longer than he was a Nugget, right?
Yeah, I think he was a Hawk for 6 and a Nugget for 5. Now that I think about it,
trying to think of all the Hawk players that have
Sharif Abdur-Rahim.
Okay,
it's not a great list. We'll go to Atlanta. Check in on the Falcons next.
I think the response, we had a good practice today, real good. So we get ready for this team. It's an entirely different type team relative to what they do schematically, how they run the ball, what they do defensively than the team we just played. So we've got to lock in and be ready for a different type of an opponent.
Yeah, it's a different one. They're 6-4, coming off a loss to the Saints. Broncos and Falcons on Sunday. We're out here at number 38, 3560 Chestnut Place here in Denver. Come have a Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey and a cold beer. We call it a Dew and a Brew. Oh, we're very excited to have our next guest back on the show. 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Our old buddy Carl Dukes. Carl, put him up. How you doing, man?
Put them up, fellas. What's going on, man? I want a brew. Where you guys at? That sounds great.
Just stop by Carl, you're always welcome here with us. You know that, my friend. All right.
Next time I'm there, I'm coming.
Carl, the Falcons just lost to the Saints in a game in which Younghoe Koo was 1 of 4 kicking field goals, including having one blocked from the 35-yard line. We saw Arthur Blank put an arm around his kicker, who's been one of the best in the NFL. I'm sure, as you know, Carl, the Broncos lost because of something that happened on a field goal attempt on Sunday against Kansas City. Broncos have their kicking game woes. How serious is what's going on with Younghoe Koo and the Falcons?
Well, first of all, I wanted to say thank you for reminding me of how that ended. Secondly, it is an issue, guys. Younghoe Koo, his 86% field goal kicker in his career here, and that's down to about 70% right now. I'm not going to tell you he's got the yips, but we are concerned that in these big spots and big moments, that Younghoe Koo is going to be able to come through. And so you go into this game on Sunday against the Broncos. Guys, I think it's going to be a close game. I don't have to tell you how good the Broncos defense is. We've been talking about it all week. We talked to Kirk Cousins and Bijan and all these guys, and they're seeing it. And so this could be a field goal game. And coming off that last performance right now, you got a lot of Falcon fans who are like, we love Koo. As a matter of fact, when he runs out there to kick a field goal, that's all you hear at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Koo! But right now, I think everybody's a little antsy, and I do think he's got to get this corrected and put the fan base, but more importantly, his headspace back in the right place.
All right, Carl, break this down for me. It is good to have you on again. Great to hear your voice. But break this down for me. We've noticed that Sean Payton is feasting on his old division again. His best victories this year have come against NFC South teams, including the team that he left in cap hell, the New Orleans Saints. What was the history between the Saints and Falcons when Sean was there?
It's a great question. Listen, Sean pretty much owned the Falcons during his tenure with the Saints. Now, Matt Ryan and Drew Brees had some great battles, and obviously the Falcons go to the Super Bowl in 2016. But for the time that he had Drew Brees there, which, obviously was pretty much his entire tenure, the Saints were good, man, and they went through a stretch, 17, 18, 19. Everybody knows they probably should have went back to a Super Bowl, and they came up short. And he had a disdain for the Falcons. I mean, there was an incident with a running back, Freeman, who was here with the Falcons, who got tackled on the sideline. And I think it was the year after the Super Bowl where Sean Payton was seen on the sideline using the choke signal as to refer to the Falcons' 28-3 choke against the Patriots. It was personal, and he always had his team ready and prepared. And I'll give you guys a quick story. Sean Payton beat the Falcons one year twice in the division with Taysom Hill as his quarterback. And it was one of those years where you went, okay, they're injured. Drew Brees is out. They really don't have anything. And he literally put a game plan together, not once, but twice with Taysom Hill, who's still there, obviously, and kind of their utility guy. So he did a great job in coaching in this division and owning this division when he was in New Orleans. But it doesn't surprise me what he's been doing this season.
It's funny, Carl, because and we've been looking at this. A lot of the Falcons' success so far this year has been from eating their own division and getting wins against the likes of Tampa and Carolina and New Orleans, even though they lost against them last week, got them earlier in the year. Broncos are sort of the same way. 3 of their 5 wins have come across that division where Sean Payton coached for so many years. We expect this to be a close game with 2 teams with similar type of resumes. Offensively for the Atlanta Falcons, we assume that Surtain takes Drake London out of the game. Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, as well as Kirk Cousins, 87-year-old Kirk Cousins. Do they have enough to put together 3-4 scoring drives against this Denver defense?
That's really the question, fellas. I mean, last week Cousins did not have a touchdown. We've seen him throw for 500 yards. We've seen him be great this season and shown flashes of brilliance. But the reality is consistency has been an issue, and it's across the board for this offense. They can look so good at times, and then other times they struggle to get into the end zone, and that's what happened last week against the Saints. So to say that they will get into the end zone 4 times against this Broncos defense, I think that would be a stretch for me to even articulate that. I will tell you this. If Bijan touches it 18 to 25 times and has over 100 yards from scrimmage, this team usually has won. And it doesn't matter if it's on the road or if it's at home. And so what that tells me is, as we kind of knew going into the season, he's really the key. And they find a variety of ways to get him the ball. He's been on a heater here as of late, and he's really feeling it. Stretch runs, zone, outside zone, inside zone. They're doing a lot of different stuff. And Bijan is really performing at a high level right now. I think, to me, that is the key for this offense. Drake's going to get his. Kyle Pitts needs to see some more targets. But the surprise guy has been Darnell Mooney, guys. Mooney came in, and, everybody said, who is this guy Darnell Mooney? And so anytime he makes a play, I always say, what's up, Darnell? Because I had a feeling he was going to have a great season, and everybody thought I was crazy. He's off to a great start and certainly having a great season so far with Kirk Cousins. They should be able to move the ball from the 20 to the 20. Will they be able to score red zone touchdowns against this red zone defense in the Broncos? That is what we've been talking about this week.
All right, well, tell me what's up with this pass rush. Nate has laid out the statistics. They are not good at sacking the pass. Well, see, and that, Carl, that's part of the problem is, like, Bo Nix's best game came against Carolina. And, dude, you've probably seen it. The Panthers looked like they had no interest in playing football that day, much less rushing the passer. So, Bo, if you could pressure him, he's not as good. But, man, he picked apart that Carolina team with no pass rush. Is that going to be an issue this weekend?
So, Raheem Morris, I saw him yesterday, and he said, are you impressed with what you're seeing with Bo Nix? Because, fellas, I saw him at Auburn, okay, before he transferred to Oregon. He had a great, career there at Oregon to finish his college career, but I didn't think he'd be this composed. And Raheem Morris said to me yesterday, yeah, I met the kid at the Combine. I was thoroughly impressed with the way he handled himself, and it doesn't surprise me how well he's playing for them. And I thought that was interesting because what that is perception and reality, right? What we think a guy is, and then you meet him and you see how they process and they go through all the things. Maybe Sean Payton saw something that nobody else did, or maybe other coaches did but didn't have the balls to take him. To answer your question, this team has struggled. This is their Achilles heel. They don't get quarterbacks on the ground, guys. They get stops. They get off the field on third down. They get turnovers. They don't get sacks. And so going into this game, last week you blitzed Carr. You didn't get him on the ground one time. And so, Baker Mayfield, when they played the Bucs, similar situation. They won the game, but no sacks. So I don't have the answers. The only thing I've been saying is we just don't have the dudes. We don't have the guys that can basically say, I'm going to win on this particular down. You guys do. I've seen it on tape, and I've watched Denver. They've got a variety of guys up front that can do that. The Falcons don't right now. They went out and got Judon, and guys right now, Judon's been somewhat of a disappointment. I thought he would be a real difference maker. He's not been that. He's been involved in some plays, but he hasn't had the sack numbers that we thought he would and have that kind of involvement in the pass rush. So it is a big issue heading into Sunday. And listen, if they give anybody time, Bo Nix or anybody, you're going to get eaten up in this league. And so that is a concern heading into Sunday.
That's Carl Dukes. Dukes and Bell, 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Carl, how much have you guys relitigated, especially the lack of pass rush? You bring up Judon. He's only got a sack and a half this year. The likes of Latu and Verse were on the board when Atlanta at number 8, a team that screamed that they needed help on the defensive side of the ball. and they took Michael Penix when they already had Kirk Cousins. How big a topic of conversation has it been, especially the way this year's played out?
So it's sort of like when your wife or your girlfriend tells you that you need to do something and you've heard her, but you haven't done it yet. And then you finally get around to it, and you do what she's asked, and then you just kind of accept, hey, you know what? All right, I got to do this, and you do it. I think Falcon fans have accepted that they took Michael Penix. I don't know if they necessarily like it yet because we haven't seen him. I'll tell you this. I wanted Latu. I thought he was the best pass rusher in all my NFL contacts that I talked to, and I kept telling the Atlanta audience, it's Latu. And we had a little phrase, and we had fun with it. And then he's the first defensive edge rusher taken off the board. I think if you could do it all over again, I don't know if it changes for the Falcons. Here was the issue with this team. They were in quarterback hell for the last few years. The owner hires Raheem Morris, and Morris basically says, we won't be there again. We're going to go get a guy now who can help us win now,